001 My golden finger is actually myself. The Labyrinth City of Uluru. This is a huge city built on a labyrinthine dungeon. It is a place where adventurers and gods gather. Humans or demi-humans receive the blessings of gods and fight monsters in a labyrinth called a dungeon to gain stronger power. Overall, it's a fantasy world set in the Middle Ages of the West. And for this world, as a traveler, Suemo is no stranger. Yes, he is a traveler. Obviously there is no special reason, but suddenly jump into this world. Is it wrong to seek encounters in a dungeon? He clearly remembered the name of the anime. At the beginning, Suemo also complained about why the names of these light novels and anime became so long. Unexpectedly, one day he was fortunate to cross into this world. He has only one word for this. Kill me to death, I don't want to go to the dungeon for adventure. When he said this, his hands were still skillfully stirring a Yangzhou fried rice. That's right, Yangzhou fried rice. The location is Orali's commercial street. More specifically, a stall in the commercial street. Suemo skillfully cooked fried rice and added an egg as requested by the guest. In front of him stood a beautiful girl with elf-like ears and a guild uniform. She is a member of the family guild that runs the dungeon. It is a hybrid of elves and humans, named Ainazul. Responsible for serving as an adventurer's advisor, guiding and supervising the growth of novice adventurers. And Suemo was one of the novice adventurers she was in charge of. Hearing Sumo's words, Aina was speechless. I'm not urging you to take risks either. After a little consideration, Aegina decided to use the euphemism. Although I am a member of the guild, I still know a lot about the danger level of dungeons. She is a senior adventurer advisor, and her knowledge of dungeons is no worse than those of the veterans. I usually persuade novice adventurers to try not to challenge the floor that would put them in danger. The structure of a dungeon is that the higher the number of floors, the greater the danger of monsters. Adventurers are likely to encounter danger if they rush to a depth that is not suitable for them. However, although safety should be the priority, although we often say that adventurers cannot take risks. Having said that, Aina looked at Suemo with a look of embarrassment. However, the type who resists dungeons like Suemo, and has been registered as an adventurer for a month, and has never been to a dungeon, is really rare. Here, Aegina's words are still very particular. Yes, I don't want to hurt the other person's heart. In fact, Sumo's situation was the first case she encountered. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is special or strange. Those who choose to be adventurers, no matter how timid they are, will not dare to enter the first floor of the dungeon. You must know that the monsters on the first floor of the dungeon are not much different from poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese. Against such an opponent, even a juvenile human can easily defeat it. Even if you don't dare to kill. If you choose to escape directly, the monsters on the first floor of the dungeon will not be able to catch up with the human footsteps. There is really no danger. Most adventurers hesitate for 2 or 3 days at most. There are very few entanglements for a week. Like Suemo. He didn't go to the dungeon for a month, and it seemed that he had no plans for this at all. To date, Aegina had only seen him. It's so bizarre. This time, she made a special trip here during working hours just to persuade this novice adventurer. What's the matter with you, so you don't want to go to the dungeon? Aegina asked. If it is a not, she feels that it is her responsibility to enlighten the other party. For this question, Suemo decisively shook his head. I don't have any knots, and the reason why I don't go to the dungeon is very simple. What is it? Ina asked with some doubts. Here. Suemo pointed to the front of the booth. With so many customers, even selling fried rice, I make more money than the average adventurer. If that's the case, why should I go to the dungeon to suffer instead of making my own money with peace of mind? Aegina looked in the direction Suemo pointed. Then, he couldn't help but nodded. In front of his booth, guests lined up in a long line. Some of the guests smelled the fragrance here, and gathered spontaneously, and many were repeat customers, and many people came here. Although this small shop seems to be less than a month old. However, among the diners, it has already made a lot of reputation. There are not too many people queuing up to eat every day. A piece of fried rice costs 200 pf, which is a little expensive, but there are still many customers. Even if the cost is deducted, the amount of money that these diners can earn is much more than that of novice adventurers. If the traffic here has always been so large, the profit of this small shop in a day may have exceeded the money that ordinary LV1 level adventurers can get. Perhaps the income of this small shop is comparable to that of LV2 level adventurers. Selling fried rice can actually earn more than half of the income that adventurers can achieve. While secretly alarmed by the shop's ability to make money, Ayana covered her forehead with a headache. So, Suemo, the reason why you don't go to the dungeon is simply because the dungeon is better than selling fried rice to make money. She thought so much when she read the information by herself, and thought it was a psychological shadow or something. The reason is actually that simple? Suemo nodded and continued. Besides that, the danger of dungeons is also an important factor. Suemo is very self-aware. As a dead house with no power, he doubted whether he had the fighting power to defeat a big goose. Maybe if you fight, you can gradually become stronger. However, since you can make money safely, why go to the dungeon desperately? To know. There is also a lowly god in his family to keep. If you die unexpectedly, wouldn't the lowly goddess be a widow? That won't work. Well. After a moment of hesitation, Ina nodded. She has no idea of forcing Suemo to take an adventure in the dungeon, nor does she have the right to do so. The reason why he came back to find Suemo was just out of a sense of responsibility. It is her job to guide novice adventurers. Of course, Sumo's good looks is also an important factor, otherwise she wouldn't be so concerned with ordinary people. If this is your choice, then I can only support you. However, if you change your mind at any time, you can come to me at any time, and I will provide you with dungeon strategy consulting services at any time. A little regretful, Aegina said. If the other party chooses this route, it is estimated that there will be no intersection with him in the future. Don't worry, I will never change my mind. However, Suemo didn't notice her thoughts and answered decisively. My dream is to live a life as peaceful as a plant, with adventures, or whatever. It doesn't suit me at all. This is a lie. Men are young until they die. Suemo is naturally eager for adventure, battle, and beautiful girls. However, he clearly knew that with his own qualifications, it was impossible to achieve the rocket-like upgrade speed of the protagonist Belle in the original work. After all, even though he was a transmigrator, he didn't cheat at all. There is no awakening magic, and the aptitude is very ordinary. As for the golden fingers of the sky-defying level, artifacts, or systems, even Mao has not seen them. Adventurers without the protagonist's halo, if they want to repeat Belle's route, they can only end up tragically dying in the dungeon. Therefore, knowing that he is an ordinary person, he rationally chose a safer path. Go is king. Well, see you then. Aegina sighed, then turned around to leave. Looking at her back, Suemo shook his head. Even if Aegina was indeed beautiful, he would never be dazed by her beauty. Going for a dungeon adventure? Let's wait until he wakes up Goldfinger. If you really have the stuff. Thinking like this, Suemo, who felt a little sad for no reason, took the meal fee with one hand and handed out a fried rice with the other. After the fried rice was handed out, Suddenly, a white light flickered in front of Sumo's eyes. After his vision was restored, he found that his vision was blocked and he could not see into the distance. Looking around, he suddenly realized that he suddenly came to an empty place full of white mist. Where is it? In a trance, he felt something in his heart. After walking forward for more than 10 meters, they came to a spacious square. In the middle of the square, there were two figures standing together and chatting. These two figures, no matter how you look at them, feel familiar. The more you look like one by one. 002 I travel through countless worlds at the same time. Hey, a newcomer here. Sure enough, there should be no limit to the number of us. Hello newcomers. Two people who obviously looked exactly the same as themselves but had different attire found Suemo. Then, they all greeted him. Suddenly I saw someone who looked just like me. Suemo didn't feel scared unexpectedly, on the contrary, he walked straight to the two of them. Who are you? Some doubts, ready to ask. At this time, a young man in a red and white uniform that was very familiar but couldn't remember, stepped forward and patted Sumo's shoulder with his hand. It's too cumbersome to explain with explanations, but it's more convenient to do it this way. The young man wearing a white background with red lines and what looked like a special forces uniform said so. After being tapped on the shoulder by the young man in front of him, Suemo suddenly felt like an epiphany. A mysterious message naturally emerged from his mind. These information did not seem to be transmitted from the outside world, but as if the memory in the back of his mind had finally awakened, allowing Suemo to fully understand the current situation. It turns out that this is my golden finger. Suemo suddenly realized. I just said that if you don't add golden fingers to travel, isn't that purely for people to suffer? Although, I didn't really have to work too hard. Open a stall every day, work for a while, you can earn enough money to go home, and then stick with the blue ribbon goddess. To be honest, even if there is no golden finger, this kind of life is enough to satisfy Suemo. Of course, having golden fingers is naturally better. Through the awakened information in his mind, Suemo understood the identities of the two people in front of him. These guys look like me. Really himself. I don't know why, but when I crossed over, I actually not only crossed into one world. Instead, they have traveled to countless different worlds. All of him who have traveled to different worlds are actually the same person. One is all is one. The specific theoretical basis is still unclear. According to quantum mechanics, they could be one of a variety of different possibilities, each of which is a cloud of probabilities that may arise. According to the theory of relativity, they may be themselves from different time periods, and each of them is in an independent time stream, but accidentally converges in this space. Although the reason for the crossing is not clear. However, the point is not there, but this foggy space. All the worlds, the countless self who have traveled through, may come to this space. Then, you can talk to yourself and yourself. What's more, they were able to share their strengths in addition to talking. Whether it is superpower, magic, physique, swordsmanship, mental power, or even cooking and singing skills are no exception. All power can be fully shared. And, there is no conflict at all. But, what is shared is only power, not memory. Everyone's memory has nothing in common. Only information related to power will be shared. As for what each person has experienced, what they said every day, what they saw, and other memories, they will not be shared at all. This is probably to protect everyone's privacy. Although it is said that self violates self's privacy, it does not seem to be a crime. However, Suemo likes the setting very much. After all, Hestia, the Lolita god, is something that belongs to him alone, even if it is himself in another world, he is not qualified to know this memory. Although he couldn't know the memories of other self because of this, he didn't feel that it was a loss. As long as the power is shared, it is enough. Nodding with satisfaction, Suemo just wanted to feel the power that he suddenly gained in his body. At this time, another he spoke. Speaking of which, what world are you traveling through? The young man in modern casual clothes asked him with some doubts. How do I feel that after sharing it with you, the power has not changed at all, just like an ordinary person. Although I don't have any special powers myself, but judging from your clothes, you shouldn't be traveling through an ordinary world, right? Although he has never been to a dungeon, Sumo's clothes are very adventurous. He also had light weapons and armor on his body, so he seemed to know that it was a world in which he needed to fight. Therefore, Suemo, who is wearing modern clothes, will be puzzled. It is not surprising that he is an ordinary person. Why is the other party an ordinary person? About this question, Suemo, who came from the wrong world, showed a mysterious smile. You taste carefully. There will definitely be a difference. Hearing this, the two closed their eyes and thought carefully. After a while, Suemo, who was wearing modern clothes, opened his eyes and shook his head to give up. No power was found at all. Only Suemo, who was wearing a red and white uniform, finally found something after thinking for dozens of seconds. I found a change, he exclaimed. What power? Suemo, who was in modern clothes, immediately asked curiously. Could it be some hidden talent? Or is it an ability you haven't seen before? He couldn't help but guess. Hearing this, Suemo in the red and white uniform looked a little strange. It's not that. The only change I've noticed is I seem to have gotten better at frying rice. In an instant, the entire square fell silent. The two Suemo looked at themselves from the wrong world with speechless expressions. So, that's all. Isn't that enough? Suemo, who came from the wrong world, said rightly. This is our Su family's ancestral fried rice craft. Ancestral? Sumo's tone in red and white uniform was a little suspicious. Why didn't I know our ancestors passed this on? Of course you don't know, because it's not ancestral at all. Suemo, who was wearing modern clothes, turned black. Didn't we learn how to cook Yangzhou fried rice by ourselves from the recipes we searched online when we were in school? It's a ghostly ancestral craft. Thinking of how he learned to fry rice back then, he couldn't help but complain. 003 Diga Ultraman World. It has been passed down from our generation, isn't it ancestral after 100 years? Suemo, who was in the wrong world, said it as a matter of course. My craft, but opening a shop in the most prosperous place in Orally, it is very popular. Wouldn't it be a good thing for you to cook your own food in the future? One thing to say, indeed. Suemo, in red and white uniform, thought about the fried rice skills he had learned, and nodded. I used to either eat in the cafeteria or take out food. If I have this skill, I can make fried rice by myself. Suemo, a modern casual wearer, found a blind spot. Wait. Did you just say? Eulalie. His eyes suddenly lit up. Is it possible that you are traveling through the dungeon that Orally? That's right. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, nodded and added. If there is no accident, you should have the grace of God on you now. Compared with the joking skill of fried rice, God's grace is the most important force in the wrong world. Because Suemo himself had never ventured into the dungeon, his physical fitness was not strengthened at all. This made the other two people not aware of this before. God's favor, I remember, was created by the gods to channel the power of the potential within life. Suemo in red and white uniform touched his chin and analyzed. Although it can't directly grant powerful power, it can make people level up by fighting monsters, turning it into experience, and constantly improving their potential. It can be said to be a very convenient ability. The only problem is that the gods' favor system must be updated by the gods in order to convert the stored experience into power. That is to say, no matter what kind of opponent we have defeated and how much experience we have accumulated, there is no way to directly become power. That's a real problem. Suemo in modern clothing nodded, and then put forward his own opinion. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though. Because the power can be shared, the experience that we each store may also be shared. If that's the case, we just need to meet again and share all the experience with the me in the wrong world, and then come back and share it with us when he updates. In this case, although it's a bit cumbersome, our combat experience will not be wasted, and it can all be converted into experience. What he meant was simple. People in different worlds have completely different experiences, and the accumulated experience is also completely different. If the power of the foggy space can even share the stored experience, then the different experiences of each Suemo are superimposed on each other. Can it not become quite large? Hear him. Sumo's eyes lit up from the wrong world. It makes sense. In this case, isn't it cheating like a shadow clone? One person has the experience of 3 people. In this case, even if I don't do anything, I can quickly advance to LV2. Moreover, the number of himself who come to this world in the future will definitely increase, and the speed at which he accumulates experience will become faster. When there are enough people, wouldn't he be able to level up while lying down? Hearing his words, the 2 Suemo who came first looked at each other, and then shook their heads amusingly. Small, the layout is small. Suemo in modern clothes stretched out his index finger and shook it gently. A very mysterious look. What is a mere LV2? If our plan is successful, it will not be difficult to upgrade to LV9 or LV10. Another Suemo also nodded in agreement. LV10. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, opened his eyes wide. You must know that Orari's strongest adventurer is only LV7 level, and there is only one single seedling. As for LV9 and LV10, that is simply a level that no one has ever reached. According to the speculations of the gods, an adventurer of level 9 might be able to possess a mighty power comparable to that of a god. Unexpectedly, the self in another world, actually opened his mouth at this level. In this regard, Suemo has no doubts at all. This is the self from the heavens and the world, and the power of the gods may be very powerful for the adventurers of Orari. However, in the world of countless dimensions, it is nothing. Without single-level or multi-level strength, how can it be ranked in the countless dimensional world? So, Suemo immediately asked curiously. What plan is so mysterious? Mensen asks for help. Cough cough. Suemo in the red and white uniform cleared his throat and said sternly. Before we talk about the plan, let's introduce our identities first, so that it will be clearer. Well, that's right. Suemo from the wrong world nodded. It was only then that he remembered that he didn't seem to know the other 2 worlds he had traveled through. Mine has already been introduced. The world I traveled through is the dungeon of Orari. How about you? He asked. Let's start with me. Suemo, who was in the red and white uniform, put on his helmet and made a pose. Suemo, Chief Staff Officer of the Victory Team, come to report. Victory Team. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, was stunned for a while, and then showed an incredible expression. You mean the winning team of Ultraman Tiga? Are you traveling through the world of Ultraman? No wonder how he looked at it, how he thought this uniform looked familiar. That's right. Suemo of Diga World nodded. After knowing that it was the world of Ultraman Tiga, I deeply felt that ordinary people are too dangerous, so I have been working hard to study ancient civilizations. After graduating early, I was successfully recruited into the Victory Team. In terms of time, I was the first batch of members of the Victory Team, and now I am a senior. At this time, Suemo of modern clothing complained. Although he is still an ordinary person. For this evaluation, Suemo of Diga World just spread his hands helplessly. I don't have any super ancient warrior genes, and I can't become a light or anything. I definitely can't be an Ultraman. If I'm not an ordinary person, can I be a monster? Besides, speaking of ordinary people, you are not qualified to speak of me, are you? When it came to the last sentence, Suemo of Diga World looked at himself in modern clothing and ruthlessly complained. 004 plan is to turn Suemo into light. So you are also an ordinary person. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, looked at himself in modern casual clothes speechlessly. Are you kidding me? Shouldn't everyone who came to this space be the one with all kinds of strange powers? Just like him, although it is said that he is similar to ordinary people now, he still has the power of growth like the grace of God. Why are they both completely normal people? No, the power I share in my body is not something that ordinary people can have. With suspicious eyes, Suemo, who was in the wrong world, waited for the other party's answer. Humph, although I'm still an ordinary person, it's only temporary. Suemo in modern casual clothes smiled smugly. The world I've traveled through is a place where I can gain the power of gods, and it can completely make people go to the sky in one step. Where to get the power of the gods? Suemo, who was in the wrong world, asked curiously. There are not many worlds that meet this condition, but there are still a few. It's the world of God's layers. Suemo of modern casual wear has revealed the puzzle. It's the world where as long as you kill the gods, you can gain the power of the gods and become the invincible God's layer on earth. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, took a breath. In the world of God's layers, you only need to kill gods to gain power. If the world can reach the sky in one step and gain powerful strength easily, the world of God's layers must be in it. However, it is not so easy to obtain the power of the gods. Is it possible, you want to challenge the gods directly? Suemo, who was in the wrong world, showed admiration for himself in the world of the gods layer, looking at an idiot. I didn't expect you to have such a dedication. Go with peace of mind. If you die, I will incense you. If humans want to kill gods, they need not only strength, but also luck. Suemo could feel that the power he possessed in his body was indeed not weak. However, it is almost impossible to fight against the gods with this power. He knew very well that, as a traveler, he did not have the aura of the protagonist. A miracle of the weak defeating the strong may happen. But it would be reckless to rely on luck. Decisive, but it will be given in vain. How is it possible? Suemo in the God-Killer world gave him an angry look. How could I do such a dangerous thing? I don't have a golden finger, and now I have a golden finger. How could I run over and bet my life with the gods? Sure enough, this is me. Hearing his words, Suemo, who was in the wrong world, nodded understandingly. Like him, a peerless old man who eats chickens until the finals, how could he just go up and do it like a stunned young man? Then what are your plans? Are you planning to wait for more me to come here, and wait until the strength exceeds that of the god of disobedience? Although this approach is slow, it is safer. That's no use. Suemo in God-Killer world shook his head. With our current strength, as long as the plan goes well, the mere gods can be wiped out. Plan. Mentioning this again, Suemo in the wrong world showed a very curious look. Now that the self-introduction is over, it's time to tell me what the plan is in your mouth. Besides that, since both of you are ordinary people, who is the power I share in my body? Suemo was very curious about the plans they had in mind and the power he now possessed in his body. Obviously two ordinary people, they dare to say that the gods can be destroyed by turning their hands. If you want to say this, you need a lot of confidence. And Suemo also understands his own personality, and is definitely not the type who likes to aimlessly. These two seniors must have some novel plans. Let's talk about the power within us first. Suemo in the Godkiller world spoke directly without any intention of inciting people's appetite. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, opened his mouth and didn't know how to evaluate it. After a few seconds, he sighed. "You guys are so rude." 005 The super magic at the bottom of the box. The way to wake the giant is: let Suemo become light. Although it may sound whimsical at first, this plan is actually very feasible. The light of Tiga world may not be the same thing as the light of Fairy Tale world. However, the misty space is not a reasonable place. The sharing of power is complete, 100% sharing. If Suemo in Fairy Tale world can elementalize into light, Suemo in other worlds must also have this ability. This is beyond the rules of the world. After confirming that this idea really works, Suemo in the wrong world asked, "This plan, is there anything I can do to help?" Although in the dungeon world, he is like a salted fish. But that is only because there is no golden finger, so it is the safest strategy. Now that he has the golden finger, Suemo doesn't plan to rely on others like this, but wants to contribute to himself. Even if you don't work hard and rely on other worlds to become stronger, no one can blame it. Self-reliance is a virtue. Not yet. Suemo in Godkiller world shook his head. In terms of elementalization, we can't help, just wait. Wait until the Eye of Fairy Tale world is back here, that's when we'll play a role. According to what he said, it seemed that he in Fairy Tale world had directly transmigrated into a child. I have been studying magic with Mark Love for several years. Although the talent is only general, but because of the knowledge and experience of modern people, as well as the uniqueness of thinking, Suemo in Fairy Tale world can still be called a magician when he learns magic. With continuous efforts, he even broke records and became one of the youngest S-rank mages. After discussing the plan in Misty Space, Suemo from Fairy Tale world went back to concentrate on elementalization. Once he has produced results, the rest of the plan can be carried out step by step. That's it? Suemo, who was in the wrong world, nodded to show that he knew. In terms of elementalization, he really can't help. Although there is magic in the wrong world, it is more like the magic of traditional Western fantasy. He has not heard of anyone who has learned elementalization. I hope it won't take me too long in the Fairy Tale world one by one. Otherwise, if we become old men before we come, it will be the end. Suemo in the wrong world just wanted to make a joke. Halfway through speaking, I heard the sound of clear footsteps. A genius. Immediately, the three of them looked in the direction from which the voice came. Ha ha ha. Hu Hansen, are back. A man dressed in black with a handsome cloak with a star pattern walked out of the fog. Suemo in the wrong world just wanted to ask. The other two have already taken the lead. I finally waited for you, fortunately I didn't give up. How, has the elementalization succeeded? Suemo in Diga world and Suemo in Godkiller world immediately stepped forward to ask. Of course. Suemo in Fairy Tale world smiled proudly. Don't even look at who's out, I'm a magic genius, Suemo. Clap clap clap. Clap clap clap. Suemo in Diga world and Godkiller world got a satisfactory answer, and immediately applauded for face. It's amazing, as expected of Suemo, as expected of me. Sure enough, I knew I was a genius. The two complimented themselves by the way. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, was speechless for a while. Don't you blush when you go around praising yourself like this? However, I am also Suemo, and they seem to be complimenting me as well. Oh, that's fine. At this time, Suemo in Fairy Tale world also noticed him. This is, the newcomer. That's right. Suemo in the Godkiller world nodded and introduced. After briefly introducing Suemo, who was in the wrong world, the four of them looked at each other and smiled, then stretched out their right hands at the same time, and hit it up together. The power of the four was immediately shared. Suemo in the wrong world closed his eyes and felt that, sure enough, the power in his body was much stronger. Although the total amount of magic power is not too much, the understanding of light attribute magic has deepened a lot. The most important thing is one by one. Actually completely mastered elementalization. Suemo in Diga World was very surprised. On the spot, he activated magic and turned into a light group. Suemo, who had never used magic yet, who was very interested in magic, also turned into a ball of light. Two small balls of light stood opposite each other and looked like two light bulbs. Or a flying light bulb. Suemo in the God's Lair world suppressed his desire to complain, ignored the two sand sculpture light bulbs flying up and down, and turned his attention to himself in the fairy tale world. You should not only gain elementalization, right? Although I haven't had time to take a closer look, I can feel that there seems to be other powerful forces in the power you shared this time. Humph. Sure enough, there are still people who know the goods. Suemo in Fairy Tale World looked proud. Originally, I just wanted to cultivate to the elementalization, but the president doesn't know why. After seeing me cultivating hard, he insisted that I wanted to challenge an impossible enemy or something. The magic of pressing the bottom of the box is passed on to me. 006 Start executing the plan. The magic at the bottom of the box. Sumo's eyes widened a bit in the God's Lair world. Is it possible that he passed that super magic to you? That's right. Suemo in Fairy Tale World nodded. My guild's secret magic, one of the 3 super magic, the law of fairies has been learned by me. It's great, it's just an extra whole card. Suemo in the Godkiller world looked surprised. Fairy's law, one of the 3 magics of Fairy Tale, the legendary super magic, uses divine light to crusade the darkness, regards everything that the magician thinks is the enemy as the target, and defeats the opponent spiritually. It can be said that the stronger the caster, the stronger the growth magic. This level of super magic, even for the god of disobedience, should be able to have an effect. He even thought that even Ultraman might be able to use this kind of magic. After all, they are all light-based skills, so it should be no problem. Thinking of this, he clapped his hands. All right, are you 2 children? Stop playing, it's time to get down to business. Hearing this, the 2 light balls that were happily trying magic immediately changed back. Next, it's time for me to play. Suemo of Diga World said something unfinished. Don't worry, when I come back, I will be Ultraman who protects the world. Having acquired the ability to become light, he is confident about the next task. Temple. Suemo in the Godkiller world was a little worried. Even if you can turn into light, don't be too careless. Ultraman Tiga starts with 2 monsters. If you are not familiar with Ultraman's fighting methods, you might even be beaten by monsters. Indeed. Suemo in Fairy Tale World also nodded in agreement. In addition, although it can become light, there are 3 stone statues in the pyramid. If you choose the wrong stone statue and don't enter the body of Ultraman Tiga, you may get a lot of power. M78 Nebula in this world, there are only super ancient giant warriors and dark giants and other settings. According to the official background, Ultraman Tiga should also be the strongest among the giants. So, if you don't possess the stone statue of Ultraman Tiga when you transform, but you possess other stone statues of Ultraman, the strength of the giant of light obtained may be much weaker than that of Tiga. If you become a weaker Ultraman and Degya fails to transform due to an accident, it is still dangerous for you to deal with 2 monsters by yourself. After thinking about it, Suemo, who was in the wrong world, also said. Makes sense. When the audience of Suemo in Diga World said it, they immediately reacted. So, when incarnating into light, I need to select the strongest stone statue of Ultraman Tiga, so that I can get the giant with the greatest potential. Besides that, it's best to let Daegu turn into another Ultraman. If we join forces, the odds of winning against two monsters are still very high. After pondering for a while, he gave his own countermeasures. What Daegu has is the genes of super ancient warriors, not the genes of Tiga, so he can use any stone statue. Give him a weaker stone statue, and Suemo can have an extra helper, and in the initial battle, safety can be guaranteed. Sounds good. Suemo in Godkiller World nodded. However, grabbing Daegu's statue of Tiga, and pulling him to let him help you deal with monsters. Is this something done by humans? To this question, Suemo of Diga World gave such a response. Naive, we are fighting to protect the earth and the human world, how can we care about such a small gain and loss? The pattern. Obviously we are the same person, your pattern is far worse than mine. After that, Suemo of Diga World sighed. The lofty attitude of the Vice World is too vulgar and unwilling to join forces. Bah! If we weren't all the same person, I would have believed it. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, gave him a white look. Although he didn't want to be a villain, he never wanted to be a saint either. To say that he can contribute to the world and mankind, he may do it, but to say that this is his life creed, even Suemo himself will not believe it. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Suemo of Diga World spread his hands and said. Okay, everything that should be prepared is ready, just wait for my good news. After discussing for a while, they found that there were no loopholes, and several people nodded. Safety first. Go is the king. Wait for your triumph. After several people gave blessings, Suemo from Diga World waved his hand and left the foggy space. Tiga Ultraman World. After regaining consciousness, Suemo blinked and saw the familiar TPC headquarters base. Chief of Staff, what are you doing here? The captain called us to a meeting. UN Daegu, a member of the victory team passing by, greeted him respectfully after seeing him. Suemo is not only a veteran of the victory team, but also a person who supported Daegu's entry into the team and taught him a lot in the early stage. Therefore, for Suemo, Daegu is very respectful and grateful. Oh, Zaiwai wants to have a meeting. Suemo was a little surprised. Is there an emergency? Zaiwai. Hearing Sumo's name, Daegu wanted to gossip and ask about the relationship between Captain Jumahui and Chief of Staff Suemo. Why are the names so close? You know, these two people have always been single, and they seem to have known each other for a few years. Even if there is any emotional spark, it is normal. However, he did not dare to ask the parties directly. Therefore, it can only be regarded as not heard. It's about the device suspected to be left by the super ancient civilization. More than half of what the projection said has been deciphered. When mentioning this, Daegu's expression was a little excited. For some reason, his intuition told him that the device left by that super ancient civilization must be true. 007 Weakness is not an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. A device left over from a super ancient civilization. Suemo immediately remembered this thing, it was the device left by Yulian, the head of the super ancient Earth Guard Corps. I see. Nodding, he and Daegu walked toward the victory team's conference room. After entering, Suemo, you're here just in time. The victorious team captain Jumahui saw Suemo, his eyes lit up immediately. I'm about to find you. Although the content of the device's words has been analyzed, we are not sure whether it is true or not. We need your chief of staff's opinion. When it comes to aliens and monsters, Suemo can often give some advice. He has unique and accurate opinions, so everyone in the victory team has great trust in him as the chief of staff. In addition to this, Zhejian Hui himself has additional trust in Suemo in other aspects. I know, leave this kind of thing to me. Suemo nodded, not much nonsense. Zaiwai, give me a copy of the translated content. Good. He was used to the name of Suemo, and Zhu Zonghui immediately opened the audio data in the computer, opened the holographic projection, and started playing. In the holographic projection, Yulian's translucent figure emerged, and then there was a messy audio. After the post-production, the messy audio was transformed into human language. Everyone, I'm Yulian, head of the Earth Guard Corps. The Earth will undergo many great changes one after another. The first sign is the resurrection of the monster Gorzon who shook the Earth and the monster Melba who shattered the sky. The only one who can protect the Earth from extinction is the giant in the pyramid. That giant used to be the protector of the Earth. And there is only one way to revive the giant, and that is %. Asterisk was translated into the last sentence, but there was a noise that could not be eliminated. I've tried my best, but I can't get rid of the last noise. The Yarui team member in charge of technology said with an embarrassed expression. It's okay, it's great to be able to resolve it to this point. Suemo did not criticize Yarui, but encouraged him. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew the last sentence that he couldn't hear clearly. There is only one way to revive the giant, and that is to boil the big bones into soup. No, it should be to make Daegyu become light one by one. However, Daegyu is not the only one who can become light now. Even with the ability of super ancient civilization, he must not have expected the existence of his transmigrator. Well, what do you think we should do? Zhu and Hui looked at Suemo, obviously relying heavily on his judgment. Gorzon, the monster that shook the earth, has appeared. Suemo thought about it and said. If this prediction is accurate, another monster will appear soon, and to stop the monster we need to find the giant, and the pyramid that hides the giant. You mean, are you willing to believe what's inside this device? Megami was a little surprised. Dr. Jiankan next to him has an objection. If we admit that what this device says is true, doesn't we have to admit that there were civilizations better than ours in ancient times? Having said that, the other team members also felt reasonable. It is really unacceptable that the ultra-ancient civilization is more advanced than the current Earth. Seeing their appearance, Daegyu wanted to argue something, but he didn't know how to start. At this time, Suemo spoke. Why can't we admit this? The monster Gorzon that has appeared is already a monster that our conventional weapons can't solve. If we can't solve it, don't we have to sit still? But, even so, we can't just believe that there are civilizations better than us in the super ancient times of the Earth, right? Dr. Jiankan asked in dissatisfaction. As a researcher, she was reluctant to admit that the level of technology in her world would be crushed by the ancients. Why can't you believe it? Suemo sighed. Just because of your boring self-esteem, it is a shame that the current technological level of the Earth has been surpassed by the ancients, so you are unwilling to admit this possibility. Shaking his head in disappointment, Suemo looked around the crowd and said. Everyone, being weak is not an obstacle to survival, but arrogance. We cannot abandon the only possibility when there is no solution to the monster. So, my opinion is to dispatch all members one by one to find the pyramids and the giants together. Sumo's words, like a hammer, woke everyone up. Weakness is not an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. After repeating what Sumagang said, Dr. Jiankan chewed it several times before showing a look of shame on his face. Sorry, Chief of Staff Suemo, just now I was not calm enough to deny the possibility for this reason. This is a disqualification as a scientific researcher. Ahaha, me too, if it wasn't for the Chief of Staff's words that woke me up, I wouldn't have believed in the existence of giants. The well-digger touched his head and said with shame. Several others also showed embarrassed expressions. It seemed that they were all awakened by Sumo's words. Seeing that everyone changed their attitude so quickly under Sumo's persuasion, Daegu admired Suemo even more while he was happy. As expected of a senior, a casual sentence can make people realize something, and it is simply a life mentor. Seeing that everyone was persuaded, Megami showed a happy smile. Okay, since everyone's opinions are unified, then we will act according to Chief of Staff Sumo's plan. Our next task is to find the pyramid and find the giant. Everyone took the order and began to carry out the task. 008 The giant in the pyramid. After analyzing the ancient language and analyzing the possible location of the pyramid, everyone is preparing to search. Just about to leave. On the huge screen in the conference room, an emergency contact video suddenly came. This is a message from TPC South America. Seeing the source of the video, Megami had an ominous feeling in her heart, and immediately chose to agree to the connection. The next second, the figures of the South American detachment appeared on the screen. Emergency information: a monster has appeared in Istanbul, and now transmit the images captured by the satellite. After the announcement was made at a very fast rate, the image of the monster appeared on the screen. A huge mountain collapsed. Among the mountain peaks, the figure of the monster was revealed. The body is more than 50 meters high, the face is hideous and terrifying, and the wings behind it are like sharp swords. All are telling people that this is an extremely ferocious monster. The huge monster fluttered and flew, and a strong storm rolled up, blowing down the huge forest in the distance. According to satellite calculations, its flight speed has reached 6 times the speed of sound. It's Melba. The sky-shattering monster Melba. Daegu shouted excitedly. Upity is right, the earth is changing, these are all true. When everyone saw this image, they also changed color. Then, everyone looked at Suemo with admiration. As expected of the Chief of Staff, your speculation is true, and the prophecy is becoming a reality. Yarui deeply admired the Chief of Staff. Sure enough, the Chief of Staff's speculation has never failed. Zinken also showed a look of admiration. Looks like it's time for us to move faster, and we must find the giant before the monster can cause huge damage. That's right. Everyone nodded, and then followed the instructions and headed to the flight cabin to prepare to travel on the Victory Flying Swallow. Temple. Before several people were ready to leave, Suemo stopped them. I will also participate in this operation. Hearing this, Captain Megami showed a worried look. Suemo, this mission is very dangerous. As the brain of our victory team, you should stay with me at the headquarters to command. Yes, Chief of Staff. Daegu also chimed in. Compared to us, your wisdom is the greatest weapon against monsters. It's too dangerous to be with us. Seeing Megami and everyone's worried eyes, Suemo shook his head. If he didn't go to the scene, how would he gain the power of a giant? However, the words cannot be said to them. After thinking about it, he showed a pitiful expression. Dangerous? If we back down because of the mere danger, how can we save the earth and protect mankind? Although I used to be at the headquarters, this crisis is related to the future of mankind, and the most comprehensive information can only be obtained by observing at the front line. For the future of humanity, if I can't bear even this little danger, I'm not worthy of this position. No need to say more, add me to the Victory Flying Swallow. Hearing his heart-wrenching words, Daegu couldn't help but be infected by his spirit of sacrifice. Chief of Staff. It's so touching, it's like a saint is alive. On Ju Zanhui's side, although he still looked very worried, he also understood what Suemo said. With a moving tone, she said so. Blocking a man at a critical moment is not what a good woman should do. Jun-emo, do what you want to do. Megami, who has a gentle personality and general knowledge, sees Sumo's persistence, so she no longer blocks, but fully supports his decision. Well, wait for me to come back. Suemo smiled and touched Ju Jianhui's head. After she bowed her head a little embarrassedly, She set off with everyone. It didn't take long. The two victory swallows came to the target area, but they did not find the shadow of the pyramid after roaming the sky for a long time. If you can't find it in the sky, go underground to find it. As the chief of staff, Suemo issued an order. Yes. The people took orders. The victory flying swallow circled down and found a stop. The members of the victory team searched separately and swept the entire division. After being separated from the players of the winning team, Suemo mobilized the magic in his body to improve his physical fitness, and easily climbed a mountain top. Just as he was about to look carefully for the pyramid, suddenly, his magical perception detected a place with a very strong light element energy. This light element is simply as rich as the sun overhead. Looking in the direction, he soon found the location of the pyramid. At the same time, he also noticed that Daegu, who was not far away, seemed to be very lucky, and also saw the pyramid. As expected of the protagonist, but compared to the speed, Daegu is still too slow. With a slight smile, with his superhuman physique, Sumo's body turned into an afterimage. In less than half a minute, he arrived at the pyramid shrouded in light elements. With Daegu's physical strength, it would take at least 10 minutes to get here. This is where the giant of light hides. Taking a deep breath, Suemo suppressed his excitement and walked into the pyramid. Passing through the rich light element wall, Suemo soon saw 3 giant stone statues standing on the ground. The 3 brothers under the moon are expensive. No, should it be said that they are the 3 giants? Touching his chin, Suemo quickly recognized which giant was Ultraman Tiga. The difference between the appearance and the lines on the chest is big enough, especially when Tiga is still standing in the middle C position, so you don't have to worry about getting the giant wrong. Next, is to consider how to transform into Ultraman Tiga. P.S. Hey, big guys, what are you doing? Are you free? Can you come and collect it? Mensin is a little panicked. Don't ask for a reward, just ask for favorites, comments, or votes or something, okay? 009 The power to seize the giant statue. It stands to reason that as long as you turn into light, you can enter the stone statue and gain the power of the giant of light. There is no difficulty in it. However, there is only one thing to be aware of. Every time, if the transformation is too early, Daegu may not have the opportunity to transform into Ultraman for some reason. In that case, oneself would have to deal with 2 monsters at the same time. You will inevitably be in danger. And if the transformation is too late, there may be an accident, allowing Daegu to gain the power of Tiga first. After all, he is the protagonist, and there may be interference with things like the protagonist's halo. After thinking about it and weighing it, Suemo quickly made a decision. There are many night dreams, it is better to get Tiga's power now. In the original plot, Daegu, who just became Ultraman Tiga, can deal with 2 monsters. Daegu gave Ultraman Tiga, a powerful mage, to fighting enthusiasts who played as melee warriors. It can be said that at the last moment, if the red light is flashing, Daegu basically cannot exert the true strength of Ultraman Tiga. You can win that way. Sharing the true magic of himself, it is impossible to lose to him. He is the real master. Moreover, even if he failed to master Tiga's skills for a while. But there is also a trump card that is enough to decide the outcome, super magic, the law of fairies. With the power of Ultraman Tiga, to stimulate the super magic, let alone 2 monsters, even if there are 10, it is probably not a problem. This is the super magic that is best at group attack. Thinking of this, Suemo analyzed that even in the worst case, his chances of winning are enough. He immediately made a decision, activated light attribute magic, and transformed into a small ball of light. Then, suddenly, the small ball of light incarnated by Suemo directly sank into the giant stone statue in the middle, which is Ultraman Tiga's forehead crystal. In an instant, the light blooms. In the next second, the giant, who was originally a stone statue, lost the gray color of the stone statue and returned to Ultramantiga's colorful body with a metallic luster. Giant, resurrected. Is this the power of Ultramantiga? It's really powerful. Manipulating Ultraman's body, Suemo clenched his fist and felt an almost boundless force. With a single punch, the mountain can be shattered. With just 1 foot, the ground can be shaken. This is only the most basic physical function, without the use of more powerful light skills. No wonder some people in the plot think Ultraman is a god, and some people think that Ultraman is a devil. Only then did Suemo feel the same way. In modern society, an individual with the power to easily destroy a civilization is indeed no different from a god and a demon. After transforming into Tiga, the skills of Ultramantiga also appeared in Sumo's mind one by one. As expected of the Archmage in Ultraman, he say, isn't this a skill that can be unleashed by just posing? Amazed at how many skills Ultramantiga has, Suemo focused on memorizing a few common combat skills and various nirvanas. After roughly mastering Ultramantiga's skill mechanism, he immediately returned to his original human form without delay. And after changing back to human form, of the 3 stone statues in the pyramid, only 2 remain. Suemo touched his left hand, and there was a silver bracelet inlaid with sapphire on his left wrist. This is his transformation. For some reason, it's not the same as Daegyu's magic wand in the original book. However, for Suemo, the bracelet is more convenient, at least it doesn't have to be easily snatched away like a magic wand. Fortunately, it didn't take too long, but it didn't consume much physical strength. After feeling the remaining physical strength in his body, Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. Transforming into Ultramantiga, but it needs to be motivated by his own physical strength. Once the stamina is exhausted, the giant's stance will disappear. Ultramantiga itself does not have a strict 3-minute limit. According to the original story, Tiga should be limited by energy. As long as the energy is enough, he can stay forever. But if the energy is not enough, it is easy to change back to the human body. It takes a while to recover. Just now, he was only familiar with his body and didn't use his skills, so his stamina and energy were full, and he didn't decrease much. Although changed back to human form. However, Tiga's skills are still in Sumo's mind. Therefore, Suemo closed his eyes and continued to be familiar with the power of Ultramantiga. After a few minutes, Daegyu finally came over. It's, the pyramids, and the giants. He looked at the 2 stone statues in front of him with excitement, and didn't feel that anything was missing. After all, Yulian didn't say how many giant statues there are. After the excitement, he saw Suemo not far away, and he was immediately ecstatic. Chief of Staff, did you see that? It's a giant. Your guess is right, there really are giants. Yes. I'm here a few minutes before you. Suemo dealt with Daegyu casually, and then said. The giant has been found, the problem is how to wake the giant. Saying that, he gave Daegyu a meaningful look. Yes. Daegyu naturally didn't realize Sumo's deep meaning, just scratched his head. What should I do? There is news from the headquarters that both monsters are heading in the direction of the pyramid. If the giant cannot be awakened, the stone statue may be destroyed. Thinking of this, he immediately became anxious. At this time __. The way to revive the giant. I might have a clue. Suemo casually threw out a sentence that made Daegyu stunned. What? Chief of Staff, are you telling the truth? If there is such a way, wouldn't it be possible to deal with monsters? Daegyu looked at Suemo very eagerly. Suemo smiled slightly. It's just my guess, but it's a possibility. Having said that, Suemo paused. Under Daegyu's hopeful eyes, he smiled wickedly. It's not the time to talk about this yet. I can tell you when the conditions are met. Remember to keep it a secret for now. 010 appears like a forced king aguru. Huh? Oh. Don't say anything halfway through. It's just like the serialized novel that deliberately breaks the chapter at the key point, which makes people hate it. Even Daegu, who respected Suemo very much, couldn't help but be speechless. However, Suemo was his superior, and he could only obey his superior's orders. At this time, several other members of the winning team also came here and saw the giant stone statue in the pyramid. The crowd hadn't had time to be amazed. Emergency news came from the headquarters, telling them to retreat immediately. The monster Gorzon and the monster Melba have crossed half the world and reached the pyramid. People withdrew from the pyramid. As soon as they entered the Victory Flying Swallow, two monsters came to the pyramid. The monster Gorzon activated the purple light skill from the horn above his head. After a while, more than half of the pyramid was destroyed. The two giant stone statues in the pyramid were also revealed. The Victory Jebai, where Zinken, Lina, and Kuijing were located, immediately took off and hovered in the air, trying to interfere with the monster's sight. And the other side. It was originally supposed to be the Victory Flying Swallow that both Daegu and Suemo rode together. However, Suemo refused to go in and chose to stay in the forest. Chief of Staff. Daegu is preparing to persuade Suemo. When the monster came, it was too dangerous to stay in the mountains, and it would be affected if you were not careful. In a plane, you can still run anyway, right? Don't persuade me, I stay here, and it has something to do with the recovery of the giants. With one sentence, Suemo blocked Daegu's mouth. He didn't want to take the plane driven by Daegu. You know, Daegu is known as the killer of the Victory Flying Swallow. In the plot of the original novel, there are dozens of Victory Flying Swallows that he fell. If all the losses were not subsidized by public funds, the price of these Victory Flying Swallows would make Daegu unable to pay for hundreds of years of work. Okay. Since Suemo said so, Daegu had no way to persuade him. He drove the Victory Flying Swallow alone and immediately climbed into the sky. The monster Gorzon has completely destroyed the pyramid. With unforgettable hatred, the two monsters were about to attack the two stone statues and destroy them completely. When Daegu saw this scene, his eyes were split. At this time, Sumo's order suddenly came from the private chat channel in the big ancient helmet. Daegu, no matter how hard you try, you can't let the monster destroy the stone statue. Yes. Daegu loudly leads a. Immediately, he rushed over in the Victory Flying Swallow. The two laser bullets directly hit the monster and attracted the hostility of the monster. Bang. Obviously not attacked by monsters, for some reason, the tail of the Victory Flying Swallow made an explosion sound, and the body system also issued a red warning. When Daegu was about to pop out the rescue cockpit. In the channel, Sumo's voice came again. The way to revive the giant is to make Daegu become light. Hearing this, Daegu was taken aback for a moment. Immediately, a flash of light was felt. As if it had turned into light, warm and dazzling. Next second, the light flew into the forehead of one of the giant stone statues. A giant red all over, revived. Seeing this scene, the members of the victory team, who were worried about the safety of Daegu and Suemo, couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, Suemo, who was not far away, showed a relieved expression. Sure enough, if Daegu wants to transform into Ultraman, he still needs to sacrifice a Victory Flying Swallow as a sacrifice, then he can do it? Said jokingly, he looked at the Ultraman transformed by Daegu again. Well, Daegu, the handsome Tiga who is not like me. It is indeed Suemo who cares about this kind of thing at this time. This time, the malfunction of the Victory Jebai was actually caused by his use of magic. He didn't intend to let Daegu gamble with his life, the monster's light skills will definitely miss. Instead, it is better to take the initiative to do it yourself, but it is safer. Even if Daegu failed to become Ultraman, he could escape by parachuting. Fortunately, the plan went smoothly, and Daegu successfully transformed into Ultraman. And looking at the color, this new Ultraman is still Daegu's favorite power type. Thinking that the Magi Stir of Diga has been used by Daegu to meet the enemy with the red power type, Suemo thinks that the current Ultraman may be more suitable for him. Transformed into Ultraman, after a few seconds of confusion. Not surprisingly, in order to protect the remaining stone statue, Daegu was hanged and beaten by two monsters. At this time, it was Sumo's turn to appear. Bang! The Ultraman transformed by Daegu was hit by Gorzen's skill, and he looked a little painful. Damn! In the face of these two joint monsters, Daegu has no power to fight back. In order to protect the stone statue behind him, he could only be beaten passively. Ding dong ding dong. Even the timer on his chest flashed red. Just as Merba was hovering in the sky and ready to dive, Galzin recharged his energy again, ready to explode his light skills, and wanted to completely finish the Ultraman in front of him. A silver scorching line of eyes, like lightning, passed in front of Daegu. In front of him, Gorzen, the mighty monster that shook the earth. Just like that, the silver light penetrated directly through his chest. Then it exploded and was directly blown to pieces. Just like when Ultraman Aguru appeared for the first time, he instantly solved the enemy that Ultraman Gaia had beaten for a long time. Sumo's forceful appearance this time is very accurate. Just don't be too pushy. In an instant, the monster Gorzen, who was completely defeated by Daegu, was instantly killed. Sneak attack is really fragrant. Suemo couldn't help thinking about it. With a big move, he took away a little monster in an instant, so don't take it too easy. 011 Merba. At the scene, everyone was stunned. Giant, and a second giant. Zinken on the victory swallow exclaimed. Also, the second giant took down Gorzen with just one move, so strong. Dugjing also sighed in disbelief. It was obvious that the red Ultraman in front of him had been beaten for so long and was almost hammered. The newly emerged Ultraman actually achieved a crushing victory directly. For a time, everyone was shocked. You are. Equally shocked was Daegu, who turned into a red Ultraman. Obviously another stone statue is behind him. Where did the giant in front of him come from? If it is said that the giant in front of him also comes from the pyramid, there is only one person left who can become a giant before him. Thinking of what the chief of staff said to him on the communication channel before he transformed himself, Daegu instantly guessed something. Could it be that this giant was transformed into chief of staff Suemo? Seeing Daegu's appearance, Suemo immediately understood that Daegu had guessed his identity. This was what he expected. Brew blood tea? /Tianj/Tien. After all, he was the only one who reached the pyramid before Daegu. Unless Suemo never changes, Daegu will sooner or later discover that Ultraman Tiga was transformed by him. Instead, it's better to expose yourself in advance and take the initiative. Seniors and officers of the winning team, and seniors who turned into giants. With dual identities, Daegu will only trust and obey himself more. Anyway, Suemo has no dark desire to conquer the world or destroy the world. It is a good thing to charge an extra little brother and a thug. Many little monsters that are not worth mentioning do not need to run errands by themselves. And with one more helper, when he fights against the last boss Gaetanji, who can destroy the world in the future, he can also have more confidence. He made a gesture, indicating that Daegu should be calm and restless. Suemo raised his head and looked at Melba in the air. Originally hovering in the air, Melba, who was about to fight with Galzin to kill Ultraman, found that the situation had reversed in the blink of an eye. Goerzan was instantly killed, and the other party also had an Ultraman. In other words, he is a monster, and he has to deal with two Ultramans at the same time? Is this reasonable? This is not reasonable. So. Underscore. Melba jumped straight into the wind, ready to run away. Slip away. This wave will definitely not win. It's just, how could Suemo let Melba go? Not to mention, it's just stupid to leave your back to the enemy when you run away. I sneered in my heart. Without any hesitation, Suemo immediately crossed his arms, and then slowly opened up to charge. After accumulating power, place both left and right hands on the left waist to mobilize energy. Hey. Underscore. Lampart's light projectiles were fired, shooting into the sky like arrows. Although this skill is slightly weaker than Zappalio's light, it is extremely fast and has an extremely high hit rate. It couldn't be easier to deal with a crispy chicken like Melba. With just one breath, Lampart's light bullet caught up with Melba and hit its body hard. Boom. Underscore. The monster that can make the sky crack, shattered like this, and was completely smashed into pieces. As soon as he appeared on the field, he defeated two monsters one after another in less than 10 seconds. After fiercely amazed everyone's eyeballs. The two giants looked at each other and nodded. Then, he bent his knees and jumped directly into the sky, seemingly leaving the earth. After the two giants left, the members of the victory team finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had witnessed a mythical battle. And in the TPC Far East headquarters, in the sea base. Seeing the back of the giant leaving, Captain Jumahue held his forehead with a pale face. Mr. M.O. Why, the plane driven by Daegu and Suemo crashed. When everyone in the victory team heard this, their faces became gloomy. Chief of Staff, and Daegu. Just when they were a little sad. In the public contact channel in the helmet, Sumo's voice sounded. I'm at the top of the mountain with Daegu, come and pick us up. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone blinked in disbelief, and then immediately cheered. Oh. The Chief of Staff is still alive. Excellent. I knew that someone like the Chief of Staff would definitely be lucky. Well, and Daegu. Hearing the words of his teammates, Daegu couldn't help but want to vomit blood. I can understand that you attach great importance to the Chief of Staff, but what do you mean by Daegu? Make it look like you're an add-on. Well. Thinking back on his poor performance after turning into a giant, Daegu couldn't help covering his face. To be hanged and beaten by a monster, he seems really useless. Let's go. Suemo patted Daegu's shoulder with some amusement. We'll talk about the giants later. After you go back, I think you need special training. Yes. Daegu immediately accepted the order from Suemo. Whether as a member of the winning team or as a giant, Suemo is far above him. Therefore, Daegu was naturally very willing to obey Sumo's orders. The follow-up vehicles quickly responded, allowing Suemo and others to quickly return to the victory team base. After comforting Megami, who was worried about her comfort for a while, Suemo returned to his office. Mind a move. He returned to the misty space. 012 massive experience for killing monsters. In the misty space. Several other Suemo, but they are looking forward to their own in the world of Diga. After seeing the self of Tiga world come back. No words, no questions. Everyone's movements were uniform, and they put their hands directly on the shoulders of Suemo in the world of Diga. The power was shared in an instant. You guys. Suemo in Diga world was a little dumbfounded. I was just thinking of lying to you, saying I failed, and then trying to whet your appetite. Good guy, I didn't expect you to get started right away. It's a waste of the lines I thought about for a long time. Hearing this, Suemo in the wrong world couldn't help but spit out. Is it fun to lie to yourself? It would be interesting to shout if you were deceived. Suemo in Diga world showed a boring expression. The mission has been successfully completed, the power of Ultramantiga has been obtained, and now you are basically invincible in your own world, right? At this time, several other people also felt the power of Diga and joined the discussion together. I'm almost invincible here. Suemo in the Godkiller world thought for a while and said. Although it is said that the combat effectiveness of the Godslayer has skyrocketed in the later stage, one or two have developed a big move that can destroy asteroids, and the scope of the battlefield even reaches the solar system, but the real destructive power is at most the extent of destroying the continental shelf and cleaning the surface, and the distance starburst is still a long way off. Compared to hard power, Ultramantiga's current strength naturally hangs the god of incompetence, but in the wide application of his abilities, the power of the Godslayer is better to use. Although Tiga has a lot of light skills, the effects are also different. However, when it comes to the variety of abilities, there are more types and gameplays of God's abilities. It's almost the same for me. The Black Dragon Echonology should not be the opponent of Ultramantiga. But if Zelf gets the form of a white mage, maybe it is. Suemo of Fairy Tale World said so. Even the legendary Black Dragon that destroyed the world doesn't have explosive level combat power, so it's nothing to worry about. The only problem is that Jeff, who has transformed into the form of the white mage, is a dangerous person who can control time and space with infinite magic power according to the setting. This level of boss, even with the power of Ultramantiga, Suemo was a little apprehensive. But with me here, it's almost impossible for Jeff to get this form. Now he is not a vegetarian. It is not difficult to prevent Jeff from gaining infinite magic power. Not to mention my side. Suemo in the wrong world spreads his hands. In a world where gods cannot use power, I am directly invincible. Having said that, he looked at Suemo in other worlds. However, have you forgotten a question? Ultramantiga's strength is strong, but it is not suitable for a long battle. If you simply rely on Ultramantiga's power and become too confident, you might capsize in the gutter. He reminded himself of other worlds. It takes a certain amount of energy to maintain Ultramantiga's transformation. Not to mention that sometimes you need to put skills. Even if Ultramantiga's strength is enough to kill with one hit, the short duration is also a very obvious disadvantage. You're right. Suemo of Diga World nodded. Even if we combine our respective strengths, the time we use Ultramantiga to fight is much longer than Daegu in the original book, but there is still a time limit. As he said that, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It is precisely because of this that our plan has the latter step. Kill God. Suemo in Fairy Tale World received the call. Becoming a Godslayer is to supplement the weakness of our lack of combat power in our normal state, and the physical strengthening obtained when becoming a Godslayer can also prolong the time of Ultramantiga's power. The final part of the plan will be after explaining it again. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, suddenly realized. As expected of me, the plan is meticulous and meticulous. He couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Too strong. As expected of himself. The other three Suemo cast speechless eyes at him. Why didn't they realize that their cheeks were so thick? After the joke, Suemo in the Godslayer world looked at himself in the wrong world. According to the original plan, now should be the time for me to go back to kill God, but because of your arrival, our plan may need to be changed a little. Huh. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, was a little puzzled. Is there any room for me to intervene? Of course there is. Suemo in Diga World immediately understood the thoughts of Suemo in God Killer World. He patted the wrong world Suemo on the shoulder. He asked. Have you forgotten that our experience of God's grace is also shared? In the wrong world, Suemo immediately widened his eyes. You mean, you have all shared your experience in killing monsters? Hi. Underscore. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Gorzon, Melba. These two monsters are creatures that even nuclear weapons can't deal with. The strength is enough to rival the gods. And these two monsters have just been defeated by themselves in the world of Tiga. According to the character of God's grace, this experience value will also be recorded. That is to say, he has now obtained a massive amount of experience value far beyond his imagination. 013 I'm wholehearted to Hestia. To what extent this massive amount of experience points can push his own attributes and levels, Suemo can't imagine. Even if you look forward to all the history, it is estimated that in the whole world, no adventurer can obtain the experience points of defeating a god-level monster while still at level 1. But he did it himself. Obtaining such experience points is all due to Suemo's self. Thinking about it, Suemo felt that he was really powerful. As expected of me. He sighed again. Suemo from Diga World gave him a speechless look. Those two monsters were obviously fought by me. Although we are the same person. Speaking of which, I haven't asked yet, which clan did you join? Suemo in the Godkiller world asked curiously. Of course the Hestia family. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, answered as a matter of course. Why not choose the Loki familia, although Hestia is also very cute, but if you want to develop better, the Loki familia can get more help, right? Suemo in the Godkiller world asked curiously. I want to ask too. Suemo in Fairy Tale world was also a little curious. The favors that the gods can bestow are all the same, but the situation of different families is different. Joining that kind of large family is not only safe, but there should be veterans and newbies to kill monsters. No matter how you look at it, it is also like joining the Loki family. Powerful family safer, right? After obtaining the golden finger, it doesn't matter whether he chooses the Hestia familia or the Loki familia. However, before getting the golden finger, how to see the Loki familia is a more suitable choice. Even though Hestia is cute, there are beautiful girls like Ace and Lefia in the Loki familia. When it comes to the development of novice adventurers, the Loki familia is more appropriate. You're all right, but one thing is overlooked. Hearing what everyone said, Suemo, who was in the wrong world, spread his hands helplessly. There are so many adventurers who want to join the Loki familia, and ordinary people like me who haven't even killed a chicken can't be ranked. In the beginning, I really wanted to try my luck with the Loki familiar, but I didn't even pass the first level of the assessment, so I was brushed down. So it is. Suemo in the Godkiller world nodded and understood. After all, it is O'Larry's leading family, and it is indeed impossible to add it casually. Speaking of which, the main members of the Loki family seem to have been cultivated since childhood. From this point of view, it is indeed a bit troublesome to join them. Suemo of Diga World thought for a while, and after analyzing it, he had to admit it. It is indeed difficult to join the Loki familia. No wonder Belle in the original book ran into walls everywhere. It seemed that joining the family was not as simple as he thought. After hearing the analysis of several people, Suemo in Fairy Tale world pondered for a few seconds. Then, with a smirk, he looked at Suemo, who was in the wrong world. In other words, did you choose Hestia as a spare tire after being rejected by the Loki family? Bah! Hestia is not a spare tire. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, immediately retorted. I have all my heart for the blue ribbon goddess. Oh! Suemo in the Godkiller world was a little surprised. Single-heartedly means that you don't plan to provoke other girls, and have no plans to open a harem at all. The other two Suemo were also right and wrong, and Suemo sent admiring eyes from the world. How can you still have such a noble will? Cough cough. Hearing this, Suemo from the wrong world pretended to clear his throat. What are you talking about? Of course I'm not the kind of big radish. Then, the voice changed. However, if others notice my excellent qualities and bright soul, and insist on sticking them on me, I can't refuse. After all, You can't make beautiful girls sad, right? Shout. All Suemo immediately cast a disgusting look. It sounds so nice, but it's not that I want to open a harem. What kind of eyes do you have? Suemo in the wrong world is naturally unwilling to be rejected like this. We are all the same person, and the essence of the old man is exactly the same. I don't believe you don't have this idea in your heart. Wait. Please don't say such rumors that damage my image, okay? Suemo of God Killer World immediately interjected. He can't stand this kind of injustice. I'll make a solemn statement to refute the rumor. I'm not old. That's why you're still a colorist. Suemo in Fairy Tale World covered her face. Seeing you filthy people makes me deeply ashamed every time. Why is it the same person as you? Fortunately, I am also a colorist myself, so I don't have to worry about being polluted by you. It's a blessing in misfortune. Suemo in Diga World was speechless when he saw the bickering people. Enough is enough for you, let's get down to business. He brought the topic back to life. Looking at it now, choosing Hestia's family is a good thing, at least with Hestia's character. No matter how incredible things happen to you, Hestia will definitely stand by you. Although Loki treats his own family members not bad, but it's still a bit worse than Hestia's unconditional protection. Such a massive amount of experience points will inevitably attract the attention of the gods when it is updated. Fortunately, with Hestia's character, it is completely trustworthy. Of course. Mentioning this, Sumo's expression in the wrong world is also very determined. Although Hestia usually looks a little useless, but in this regard, it is completely trustworthy. For this, Suemo from other worlds has no objection. After continuing the general discussion, Suemo, who was in the wrong world, said hello to everyone according to the plan, and left the foggy space. 014 Suemo, I will never break my promise. The spirit was slightly in a trance. Familiar scenes came into view again. I saw the fried rice stall in front of me, and the change bucket with money in front of me. Suemo immediately realized that he had returned to the wrong world. And the customer in front of him had just received his fried rice and was about to leave. This picture is exactly the same as before he entered the foggy space. That is to say, the time spent entering the foggy space may be only a momentary time in this world, and it may even be said that it is a seamless cut-in, and it does not take any time at all. Suemo moved in his heart and realized this. If foggy space has this feature, if you accidentally encounter an invincible enemy, you can escape into the foggy space. Wait until there is a boss in the foggy space, or when the strength you have accumulated is enough to defeat the enemy, then run out. It's a bit tricky, but it's better than safety. It is indeed a good trump card. With that in mind, the customer with the fried rice in front of him has already left. Then, the back of Aegina, who was blocked by him, was revealed. Seeing this slender back and very elf-style ears, Suemo recalled what kind of conversation he had with the person in charge of the guild before he entered the foggy space. At that time, he was very resistant to going to the dungeon, who had not received the gold finger. Even if Aegina persuaded in every possible way, she did not let go, but persuaded the other party. Thinking of this, Suemo was a little speechless. For the first time, he felt that it was a problem for him to be too eloquent. Now, with the golden finger, he must go to the dungeon. Otherwise, he cannot explain the strength he possesses. Thinking of this, Suemo complained to the next customer, and then immediately stopped Aegina. Wait, Miss Aegina. Hearing the call from behind, the elf mixed-race girl turned around and looked at Suemo in front of her. What's the matter? Is there anything I can help with? She asked curiously. Although the other party refused to enter the dungeon, it is estimated that the two will not have any intersection in the future. But looking at the face of the other party's handsome appearance, Aegina is very willing to communicate with Suemo. This face-seeing world is so real. Well, there is indeed something. Suemo nodded and said. Didn't Miss Aina say before that if I change my mind anytime, I can come to you at any time? Can Miss Aina provide me with information about dungeons? That's right. Aegina looked puzzled. This sentence is what she just said, and naturally she will not forget it. It's just, why did the other party suddenly mention this? Is it possible? Just when Aegina suddenly had an incredible guess in her heart. Suemo directly said the guess in her heart. That's it, I don't have to wait any longer, I've changed my mind now. Huh. Aegina was stunned, and even if she had guesses, she was a little unwilling to believe what she heard. What did you just say? She asked in disbelief. I said, I'll change my mind now, and suddenly I want to go to the dungeon for an adventure. Suemo spoke word by word, very clearly. And it was precisely because she heard clearly that Aegina was even more surprised. Are you kidding? But didn't you just say that the dungeon is too dangerous and you don't want to go? Now I suddenly figured it out. Sumo's expression was full of enlightenment. Since you have become an adventurer, how can you not even dare to go to the dungeon? Wouldn't that be too cowardly? It's just a mere danger, how can you be afraid as an adventurer? He said impassionedly, but Aegina's expression became even more bizarre. Adventurers can't take risks indiscriminately, let's leave that aside. Shaking her head, Aina said with a speechless expression. Didn't you just say something unequivocally? Your dream is to live a peaceful life like a plant, isn't adventure or something not suitable for you? The peaceful life of a plant I certainly want. Suemo waved his hand and said. But now I suddenly find that exploring dungeons is the romance of adventurers, so I suddenly want to pursue a romantic adventure career. Aegina was silent for a moment, and finally asked. You said just now that your small shop actually makes more money than the average adventurer. Don't you plan to open a shop? Cough cough. Suemo cleared his throat and replied like a cloud of water. It's been a month since the store opened. In fact, the know-how of Yangzhou fried rice has been learned a lot by other store owners. It is estimated that in another month, the streets will be filled with fried rice like mine, so this store will not be able to open, so why not go underground? City as an adventurer. As expected of Suemo. The ability to bullshit is strong, and in the blink of an eye, a series of words directly stunned Ina. Aegina has some doubts about life. Why is it that he is right, but he is right? It was obviously the reason he used to reject him just now, and he was completely convinced by him. Why in the blink of an eye, the other party overthrew it so easily? After a long silence, Aegina raised her head. She had a whole new understanding of Suemo in front of her. With a helpless tone, she opened her mouth to confirm. Well, since you've decided so, there's no problem on my side. It's just, you're not going to change your mind later, are you? Of course not. Suemo patted his chest and assured. Seeing this scene, Aina's eyes twitched, and she always felt a little familiar. It seems that when the other party said that he would never go to the dungeon before, he seemed to guarantee it. 015 Ace's eyes became sharp. Alas. With a slight sigh, Ina wanted to say something. After seeing Sumo's face, he couldn't say anything. You look good, everything is right. Since this is the case, when are you going to go to the dungeon? I will prepare the manual for you, and there are things that must be paid attention to and I need to tell you. Ina compromised with Sumo's appearance. Tomorrow. Suemo said after thinking about it. Although it's okay to close the stall now, I'm sorry for the customers who are queuing up. It's better to be a person with a beginning and an end. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. I'll come to see you tomorrow morning. Is it all right? Well, no problem. Ina nodded. Then thank you, Miss Aegina. Suemo sincerely thanked him. No, it's just my job. After Aina was thanked by Suemo, she felt a lot better. Thinking that she might have more dealings with Suemo in the future, she felt a little more excited in her heart. Go get busy, the guests over there can't wait, remember to be on time tomorrow. No problem, you must be on time. See you tomorrow. Suemo nodded and looked back, there were indeed guests urging him. He subconsciously accelerated his pace and quickly returned to his stall. In the blink of an eye, Sumo's figure turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of the stall. Seeing this scene, Aina blinked in disbelief. This kind of speed, even an advanced adventurer can't reach it. Am I getting confused? Isn't Suemo Mingming a newcomer who just registered as an adventurer a month ago? The current adventurer level must be only LV1. It can't be too fast. Could it be that he has any special skills or magic that can accelerate himself? If that's the case, you shouldn't have to worry too much about him. With this speed, even if you encounter any dangerous situation, you should be able to run away. Thinking of this, the very professional Aegina hid the scene in her heart. Confidentiality of the abilities of adventurers is the basic conduct of guild service personnel. What she didn't know was that Suemo was actually showing his speed on purpose. His strength and talent cannot be concealed. Instead of trying to hide it, gradually reveal it. With his invincible strength, it is better to hide in the dark than to show it on the bright side, and it can shock the younger generation even more. Moreover, letting Aina know something can also save her from thinking of herself as a pure newbie. This will save a lot of money. After Aina left, Suemo continued to fry rice. While heating the pot with cold oil and frying it vigorously, he explained to the customers who had already queued up that today was the last day of sales. These customers expressed regret for it, but also expressed their blessings to Suemo. This is Orari, the city of adventurers. It is very common in this city to let go of the existing family business and go on an adventure. Or rather, this is one of the adventurers' romances. In the evening, Suemo was finally ready to close the stall. Just as he was about to turn off the fire and prepare to go home to Hestia and renew the grace of God. A slender, godlike beauty, a blonde girl who looked very cute like a doll, stopped in front of the booth for some reason. The expression on the blonde girl's face was as flat as a puppet, and her golden pupils stared straight at the wok in front of Sumoyai. "Ai, Miss Ace. What's wrong, is there anything special about this store?" Behind the blonde girl, a girl with elven-like pointed ears, who looked no more than 14 or 15 years old, but was dressed as a magician, asked timidly. Seeing the combination of the two, there is also an iconic beauty. Suemo immediately recognized the identities of the two girls in front of him. Sword Princess of Orari, Ace Wallenstein. Familia, although not well known, but the guard magician with high potential, Leffy abilities. Regarding Ace, in addition to the information he learned from the original book, Suemo also had a certain impression in reality. Remember that the GNG was attracted by the fragrance of his own fried rice, and bought 2 fried rice. At that time, Suemo followed the principle of go and didn't want to deal with these dangerous people, so the two never talked. As for Leffy, she had absolutely nothing to do with herself. Noticing that Ace was staring at the wok, Suemo immediately understood what she meant. Want fried rice? Ace nodded seriously, and after looking back at Leffy, she added. 2. Unexpectedly, Ace would invite herself to eat, and Leffy was very excited for a while. Miss Ace invited me to dinner for the first time, too he. Suddenly, she fell into intoxication. The fried rice in this restaurant is delicious. After Ace finished speaking, cherishing words like gold, she closed her mouth. Then, looking at Suemo expectantly, he obviously noticed that the boss was about to close the stall. Seeing the innocent gaze of this child, Suemo smiled. 2 servings of fried rice, a total of 400 pf. Saying that, he put the oil into the pot again, preparing to fry the two before returning to the family. Ace immediately put the prepared money into the box. "Thank you, boss." Leffy also politely thanked her. Then, Ace was dumbfounded and began to watch Sumo's fried rice, flipping the pen intently. After a few seconds, her pupils contracted suddenly, as if she saw something incredible. The whole person shook as if struck by lightning. Then, the eyes that looked at Sumo began to become scorching hot. 016 acceptable at any cost. Sumo, who was concentrating on fried rice, found nothing unusual. Leffy on the side noticed something. "Miss Ace?" she shouted suspiciously. Why does Ace, who has always been expressionless, reveal such a look? If I said that it was just because this fried rice was delicious, I was a little concerned. Now, looking at Ace's appearance, it was obvious that she was focusing on the boss. Besides being handsome, is there anything special about this boss? She looked puzzled. When disturbed by Leffy, Sumo also felt Ace's scorching gaze. After distributing the fried rice and handing it over, he couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hearing Sumo's question, Ace was silent for a moment. After organizing the language a little, she said, "You have become stronger." Not a declarative sentence, not a question sentence, but a very assertive tone. Sumo was stunned. Because I only had a relationship with Ace, I didn't plan to hide my strength. He didn't deliberately disguise before, and his movements were very natural. I just didn't expect that the other party discovered his change without any contact. Why do you say that? Sumo neither denied nor admitted, but asked with great interest. From the way you pick up the iron pen, you can tell that your strength is not even inferior to that of a level 2 adventurer. Ace replied politely and honestly. As a swordsman, she is all too familiar with the power of the human body. It is difficult for an adventurer to judge its strength from its size, but it is possible to infer its strength from the weapon load on the opponent. Seeing Sumo easily lift such a heavy iron pen with one hand, and then stir-fry for a long time, without even exerting any real strength, Ace roughly judged the power of the boss in front of him, which is definitely far from an LV1 level adventure above. However, whether it is LV2 level, LV3 level, or a higher level, it is still difficult to tell from this alone. In short, one thing that can be judged is that Sumo is definitely not an ordinary person. Definitely an adventurer at LV2 level, or even above. However, clearly a month ago, the other party was just an ordinary person. Even if he received the favor of God, he was still in the state of a novice who did not get the slightest bonus. 1 month, from LV1 to at least LV2. This abnormal level of strengthening speed even broke the record set by Ace. It is because of this realization that Ace's eyes are so fiery. Loki told me not to inquire about the secrets of other adventurers, especially the secrets of becoming stronger. However, I have reasons why I have to get stronger. No matter how much it costs, I'm willing to exchange it. Ace, who was obsessed with becoming stronger, looked at Sumo with anticipation. Then, he bowed down sincerely and pleaded. "Excuse me, can you tell me how you got stronger?" G&G of Orari, Ace, as a LV5 level adventurer, can be said to be the first echelon of all Oraris, and can be the main force even in the Loki family. However, she is not satisfied with her current strength. She became LV5, but she has been stuck in a bottleneck. Not only is there no way to go further in the ability value, but the upgrade is also clueless. For this reason, she has been distressed for a long time, and has been looking for a way to become stronger, but she has found nothing. She didn't expect that she just came to bring the juniors to familiarize themselves with the external environment, and she could actually find someone like Sumo who became stronger at an unusually fast speed. Even if this is a bit presumptuous, the current ace is not willing to give up this last straw. Even if she paid her entire fortune, she wanted a way to get stronger. Seeing ace like this, Leffy Ya, who was beside her, was shocked. Although she didn't know why Miss Ace was so obsessed with becoming stronger, she understood Ace's extreme desire to become stronger. So, Leffy Ya also turned her attention to the shopkeeper here, wanting to know how he would react. Looking at Ace, who bent down 90 degrees and looked very sincere. Suemo touched his chin, pondered for 2 seconds, and asked. You said just now that you are willing to pay whatever the price, are you serious? Hearing this question, Ace was dumbfounded and was about to nod her head. Leffy Ya felt that she couldn't just sit back and watch. Wait. Miss Ace, no matter what, I can't agree to this condition. This elf girl blushed to stop Ace, not knowing what was in her mind. The other party is a man, what if he makes such a strange request? As the #1 fan of Miss Ace, and a first-class little fan, Leffy Ya feels that she has a responsibility to protect the purity of Miss Ace. And this? Ace just tilted her head and looked at her with a confused expression. Leffy Ya, what is a strange thing? Growing up in a family, Ace, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, did not understand what Leffy Ya was implying. Wow! I didn't expect to be asked by Ace like that. Leffy Ya's face became even hotter, and her whole body was smoking like a steam engine. Oh! This kind of thing, how can a girl explain it in front of others? Seeing that Leffy Ya was too shy to speak, Ace shook her head. Leffy Ya is so strange. Having said that, she once again turned her anticipation towards Suemo. Can you? The blonde girl asked expectantly again. 017 However, I refuse. I've been begged by the sword princess who is famous for orari, there must be very few men who can refuse you. Looking at Isai's appearance, Suemo sighed. No matter how innocent the girl in front of him was, to get rid of that man, it would be hard to say no to him. Hearing Sumo's words, Isai's eyes suddenly lit up. Thought he was going to agree. Leffy Ya also breathed a sigh of relief, and there was still a blush on her face, but she was also happy for Ace. Just when both of them thought that the other was going to promise them. Your offer is sincere, and the terms of the exchange are not bad. But, please forgive me for refusing. Suemo suddenly turned 180 degrees and refused Isai's request. My Sumo's favorite thing to do is to say no to those who think the other party will agree. Huh? Leffy Ya was stunned. How could someone be able to reject Miss Ace, and still Miss Ace who gave such generous conditions? Wow! Ace's eyes dimmed instantly, and her mood became depressed. Why, is the condition not enough? She still refused to give up. No, it's not. Suemo shook his head. It's just that I don't want to trade, not to mention, even if I tell you how to become stronger, you won't be able to use it. How did Suemo become so strong from an ordinary person? The answer, of course, is on your own. However, it depends on the different self from each world. With this golden finger, he can have the current strength. Therefore, his way of becoming stronger, even if he told Isai, was of no use. After all, Ace had no way to find herself in countless dimensional worlds. Sumo's words are naturally no problem. However, to others, it sounds like an excuse. It doesn't matter if I can't use it. Ace spoke stubbornly. If you can tell me how to get stronger, I'll try it myself. Obviously, the stronger she doesn't think there is any means that she will not be able to use at all. Even if it is a secret skill that requires bloodline or something, she really has no way to use it. But it can also be used by analogy, at least a little stronger than the current self. Little by little progress, until finally accumulated to qualitative change. Ace has always come this way. So, This time she didn't want to just give up. On Sumo's side, he didn't want to entangle with her anymore. The gathering of the self of countless dimension worlds is the basic condition for oneself to become stronger. Without this foundation, there is no room for experimentation at all. Besides, I have to go home and let Hestia update my data. Therefore, he waved his hand and did not intend to continue the discussion. I said that you can't use it, no matter how much you entangle it, it's useless. Besides, it's been so long since we last met, so you are so sure that I must be an ordinary person before. Leaving such a sentence, Suemo put away the stall and prepared to leave. But __. Seeing that he was leaving, Ace couldn't help but grab the corner of his shirt. It's hard to find the possibility of becoming stronger, and she doesn't want to let it go. At this moment, Leffy Ya stopped Ace. Miss Ace, you don't have to do this. Those who don't know think you're chasing someone else. Also, I think this gentleman is right, you only met once a long time ago, maybe this gentleman was not an ordinary person at that time. And now his strength has just been upgraded by chance, there is nothing special about it. To be honest, Leffy Ya doesn't think that Suemo has any particularly amazing strength increase in front of her. Miss Ace said this, maybe just because the opponent has just been upgraded to a level, and has a certain strength increase, and Miss Ace thought the opponent's previous strength was too low, so she made a wrong judgment. Leffy Ya. Hearing Leffy Ya's words, Ace looked at her blankly. Am I really remembering it wrong? She tilted her head, doubting her memory. Although Ace is a strong person, she does not have the ability to be memorable. When I saw Suemo a month ago, I was only interested in fried rice, and didn't care too much about Sumo's strength. So, listen to what Suemo and Leffy Ya say. She also had some doubts, if she remembered it wrong. A month ago, this boss may already have a certain strength, but he has recently upgraded, so the comparison of strength increases will be obvious. This possibility is not impossible. After thinking for a while, Ace came back to her senses and was about to say something. However, he found that Suemo in front of him had disappeared. The corner of the clothes that he held in his palm has long since disappeared. Leffy Ya, who was next to her, immediately came over and said after seeing Ace recovering. Miss Ace, many people have come to see us, let's go back quickly. Some social fears, she is not used to being watched by so many people. In addition, she always felt that the eyes of the onlookers were a bit strange. Ace thought about it and nodded. Since Suemo has already left, it is useless to stay here. She doesn't know where Suemo lives. Even if she refuses to give up, she will come back tomorrow. The two turned around and walked back to the residence of the Loki familiar. What the two girls didn't notice was that this was a commercial street. Just now, Ace bowed to ask Sumo's matter, and there were many people who saw it. Who was beloved by the gods, was given the title of Sword Princess by the gods, and had a beauty comparable to that of a god, would one day bow down and ask for a man. Moreover, after being obviously rejected, he was reluctant to pull the corner of the man's shirt. In the end, the man relented and left. Such an explosive picture suddenly made rumors and rumors explode. G&G Ace was rejected by the mysterious man. 1. G&G Isai was dumped by the mysterious man, so sad that she cried. Shocked. G&G Ace was abandoned by the mysterious man from beginning to end, and she was still rejected even though she begged so hard. Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality behind this? Rumors are exaggerated little by little. In the end, it got to the point where it got out of hand. 018 tomorrow, go and apologize. In the lobby of the Loki family, Ace sat upright on the sofa, but her eyes were wandering. She was recalling her memory from a month ago. Was Suemo really not an ordinary person at that time? Did he really remember it wrong? On the other hand, Leffy Ya looked at Isai's expression and immediately guessed that AC was still thinking about Suemo. While feeling a little appetizing, Leffy Ya also admired Ace's determination to become stronger. No wonder Miss Ace can become so strong, with such a will, it is difficult to succeed. And while Ace was thinking about Suemo, Leffy Ya was watching Ace. Suddenly, from the door of the family, there was a sound of shouting and screaming. Which bastard hooked up with my Ace-chan, and even rejected Ace on the spot on the street? It's too much, that man is too much. The main god of the Loki family, the red-haired goddess Loki, cried out in dissatisfaction, angry that the little cabbage that he had raised for many years, actually ran to the pigs of other people when he didn't know it. And it was actually abandoned. After entering the hall and seeing Ace on the sofa, Loki's eyes lit up. Isai-chan, don't be sad for that wild man, come. Throw into my arms. The goddess Loki with short red hair, like a tomboy, pounced directly on Ace. Then, bang. Goddess Loki was directly punched by Ace and flew to the ground. Loki, don't touch your feet. Ace warned her unreliable main god with her eyes. Ah. Leffy Ya sees Loki being beaten by Miss Ace every day. Although I think Miss Ace played well, it was her own god who was beaten after all. She ran over immediately and helped Loki up. It hurts. It's getting heavier and heavier. Loki rubbed his old waist and complained softly. Really, I can still touch and hug when I was a child. Why did you resist me so much when I grew up? Could it be that there is something wrong with Rivalia's educational policy? No, I think it's proof that my educational policy is okay. One of the three giants of the Loki family, the LV6 level adventurer Rivalia, also walked in from the door at this time, and looked at Loki with a helpless look. This Lord God is good anywhere. The only problem is that even though she is a goddess, she especially likes to harass girls, and she doesn't change after repeated teachings. Staying away from those with strange thoughts and mercilessly fighting back, I think Ace's safety awareness is still well cultivated. Riveria was so sure of her educational achievements. But shouldn't Ace-chan stay away from those perverts with strange thoughts? Loki was outraged. But why is she guarding me? That's weird. You see for yourself. Riveria gave her a speechless look. Leffy Ya showed an embarrassed smile. Sama, you are a pervert with strange thoughts? With her timid nature, she couldn't say such words. However, even Leffy Ya has her own concerns. Lord Loki, the bastard man you said just now, and Miss Ace's sadness because of the man. What's going on? As Ace's #1 fan, Leffy Ya felt that she couldn't ignore such words. Huh. Loki got up from the ground, jumped twice as if nothing, and said. Didn't Leffy Ya be with Essie this afternoon? Why didn't she know? It's spread all over the world. As soon as I heard this, I ran back quickly, wanting to take advantage of the danger. I want to take care of Aishin, prepare to comfort Acey. And then take advantage of it when she is feeling down. Probably because of drinking, Loki leaked his true thoughts twice in a row. Fortunately, it finally came around. At least she thought it was round. Referring to this matter, Loki suddenly became excited. By the way, Leffy Ya, who is that mysterious man you should have met? Take the opportunity to have a good relationship with Ace-chan. He patted the table aggressively, and Loki was dissatisfied. Remove. Anyone who has a coveted heart for essence must be removed. Then please get rid of yourself first. Leffy Ya complained in her heart, and then immediately realized what the rumors in Loki's mouth were referring to. After figuring it out, she explained it with a bit of tears and laughter. Lord Loki, you are mistaken, Miss Ace doesn't like anyone, the actual situation is like this. Soon, Leffy Ya explained the previous things clearly. It is indeed a rumor. Riveria nodded unsurprisingly. What, it turns out to be like this. I thought who was going to snatch Ace-chan from me. Loki patted the tablet on his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. After letting go of the worries in her heart, she immediately became interested in Suemo in Ace's mouth. Being able to make Ace-chan so persistent, could it be that that guy really has a speed of strengthening that can surprise even Ace? She was a little surprised. Was promoted from LV1 to LV2 in just 1 year, but among the adventurers, the adventurer with the fastest promotion speed. It's hard to imagine anyone breaking Ace's record. Maybe so, but it's possible that Miss Ace just remembered it wrong. Oh. Leffy Ya added. After all, Miss Ace doesn't remember clearly the strength of the other party when they met last time. That's normal. Loki was relieved. It was easier to accept that Ace had misremembered than if some monster became stronger than Ace. Anyway, Ace is usually dumb, and it looks like she can easily forget things at first glance. Riveria, who was beside her, figured out the ins and outs, and immediately cast a reproachful look at Ace. Ace, I remember Loki said it before, it's very rude to ask other people how to become stronger, right? Rivia, who was raised like a mother, said so. Ace couldn't help lowering her head, looking like she knew she was wrong. Seeing her performance, Rivalia did not continue to blame, but said, since it's your rudeness, even if the other party didn't tell you the method, you must remember to apologize to them tomorrow. In terms of educating the younger generation, Rivia doesn't intend to spoil them too much. There should be etiquette, must be in place. Ace nodded and obeyed Riveria's words. She also knew that her previous actions were very rude, and she should apologize. As for the secret of the other party becoming stronger, maybe he really remembered it wrong. Ace thought so, and then made a decision. Tomorrow, go and apologize. 019 The Blue Ribbon Goddess is killed every day. On the other side, at the gate of the Hestia family's residence, Suemo didn't know yet, and Ace was going to come over to apologize to herself the next day. Even if he knew, now he probably wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Because, compared to these things, it is the most important thing to figure out whether the sharing of the fog space will even share the experience points accumulated by fighting monsters. Besides, I'm so much stronger now. This joy should also be shared with someone. And there is only one person who is qualified to share this joy and let Suemo give 100% trust. Take a deep breath. Suemo knocked on the door. Hestia, I'm back. Suemo. Hestia's cheerful voice came from the door immediately. Then, the door was opened, and the lowly goddess with a blue ribbon on her body rushed over with a happy face. Welcome home. Holding Suemo like a koala, Hestia spoke lines she didn't know where she learned from. It's really hard work today, it's time to reward you well. Do you want to eat first, shower first, or? With a wicked smile on Hestia's face, she was teasing her only family, and her only family. I choose to eat Lord Hestia first, so are you ready? As usual, Suemo hugged Hestia and flirted back. He's not the type who doesn't eat food delivered to his door. It's not the kind of innocent little white rabbit who doesn't know how to speak after being molested by the mere lowly goddess. If he had to say it, Suemo felt that he belonged to the type of big bad wolf. Sure enough, Suemo said so. Instead, Hestia was a little flustered. As one of the 3 famous virgin goddesses in the heaven, it is true that Hestia likes Suemo very much. But she wasn't ready for that step yet. Hestia hurriedly waved her hand. I am Lord God, Suemo, your words are blasphemous, you will be punished by heaven. But, as long as Hestia is willing, it's not blasphemous, right? Suemo asked step by step. In fact, among the gods in the lower world, with the exception of a few virgin goddesses like Hestia and Artemis, most of the other male gods and goddesses had partners. In particular, Freya, the goddess of beauty, is estimated to have achieved the achievement of beheading thousands of people. If an act of intimacy with a god is considered blasphemous, then there are more prisoners involved. Not even the gods would agree with such terms. In fact, as long as the gods are willing, they will generally not be held accountable. Well, it's theoretically true, but. Hestia was completely flustered, racking her brains to think about how to respond. If the attitude of rejection is too strong, will it hurt Sumo's heart and make Suemo think that he doesn't like him? But if the attitude of rejection is too soft, what if the child suddenly can't help it and wants to attack him? She wasn't ready yet. As a god who had lived in the heaven for tens of thousands of years, her emotional experience was completely blank. I don't know how to deal with such a situation. Seeing the flustered look on this lowly goddess, Suemo couldn't help but feel a little funny. This lowly goddess is really addicted to vegetables. Every time he molested himself, he was killed. But never learned a lesson. Putting Hestia down, he patted the blue ribbon goddess on the head. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. I already knew that goddess Hestia was a coward. I still have business to do today, so I'll let you go for now. Ugh. Hestia patted his head and let out an unwilling cry. I always feel that my majesty as a goddess is getting lower and lower. However, after flicking her ponytails, Hestia put such trifles behind for the time being, then raised her head and looked at Suemo curiously. Business? What's the matter? Hestia is very satisfied with her current life since she accepted Suemo as a dependent. Although it is a bit strange that Suemo is unwilling to go to the dungeon, Hestia doesn't care about this. Rather, she quite agrees with Sumo's idea. How can he let him go to the dungeon to take an adventure? Even if he didn't fight monsters and upgrade, but lived a normal life as an ordinary person, Hestia didn't hate it. She also knew that Suemo would go to the commercial street to sell fried rice to make money. If there is anything serious, could it be that Suemo has developed some new dishes? That's it? While answering Hestia, Suemo began to take off his shirt. Whoa! Wait. Seeing Sumo's actions, Hestia, who was completely confused, immediately made a panicked voice. Is this the so-called serious business? Suemo, it's still too early for us, wait. At least wait for me to take a shower first. Then change into a cute dress. While shouting in a panic, Hestia covered her eyes with her hands. However, because the gap between the fingers was too wide, it didn't seem to block the line of sight at all. Suemo, who had taken off her shirt, looked at her lowly goddess speechlessly. What I'm talking about is that I need Hestia to help me update the grace of God. What the hell are you thinking about this little head? Hear this. Immediately, with a sigh of relief, Hestia's little face immediately burned. It was as brilliant as a burning cloud, spreading all the way to the neck and ears. Too embarrassing. Zero. She is obviously a pure virgin goddess. Why, after seeing Suemo, she has all these impure things in her mind? Hestia felt that if there was a crack in the ground, she would definitely get into it. 020 Goddesses too heavy feelings. Seeing Hestia's embarrassed look, Suemo shook his head amusingly and gave her a step down. Hestia, help me see the data of God's favor first. Well, good. Hestia responded and walked out of the embarrassment. Suemo lay directly on the sofa, revealing his back. Hestia directly straddled Sumo's waist and put his hands on Sumo's back. Suemo originally thought that this Lolita goddess was very light, and after gaining her own power in other worlds, she felt that Hestia was as light as a feather. Afra. Temple. Sitting on Suemo, when he was about to update his ability value, Hestia just remembered something. Suemo, why do you suddenly want to update your ability points? Didn't you say you didn't go to the dungeon to take risks? That's what I thought before, but for some reason I've changed my mind now. Suemo told the truth. He wasn't going to talk about the misty space together. One is that it is unnecessary, and the other is that it is difficult to explain clearly. For some reason. Hestia tilted her head, without any further plans. You mean, are you planning to start working in dungeons in the future? Suemo nodded. I got a little adventure and have enough self-defense, so you don't have to worry about my safety. With his current strength, it is more than self-defense. Killing gods is more than enough. Hearing this, Hestia fell silent. The dangers of dungeons are self-evident. The number of adventurers buried in the dungeon is unknown. Even if Suemo said he had enough self-protection ability, Hestia couldn't help worrying. However, she didn't plan to stop Suemo, and she also knew that with Suemo's character, it was difficult for her to convince him. After a while, Hestia said in a helpless tone. Since Suemo has decided so, then I can only support you. But __. As soon as the voice changed, Hestia fell down, hugged Suemo from behind, and said with a slightly trembling voice. You have to promise me that you must focus on safety and come back alive. I sensed the unease in Hestia's tone. Suemo responded in a very calming tone. Understood. I promise I won't be brave, and I will never die in the dungeon. Hearing Suemo's assurance, Hestia hugged even tighter. We made an appointment. This is an agreement with the gods, and we must never go back on it. Otherwise, if you have an accident in the dungeon, then even if I wait 10,000 years, I will find your reincarnation in the reincarnation, then wake you up again, and establish a family with you again. Suemo, the love of the gods is very heavy. Those who provoke the goddess will be entangled for life. God's love has such a heavy weight. Hestia finally showed a little bit today. Suemo could feel that Hestia was serious. If something really happened to him, Hestia would never recruit other dependents again, but waited alone in loneliness for 10,000 years until Suemo's soul was reincarnated and reconnected with him. To a certain extent, this kind of love is close to being sick. However, personally, Suemo doesn't hate this type. That's exactly what I like. If it's such a lovely goddess Hestia, I don't mind seeing you all the time. Saying that, Suemo smiled. Of course, I will abide by the agreement, absolutely nothing will happen. Not to mention that he is now close to invincible strength, and there is no life-threatening situation at all. Even considering the long-term lifespan, Suemo felt that it was not without solutions. Once the self in the God's Lair world completes the God's Lair and is reincarnated as a God's Lair, his lifespan will be increased to at least 1,000 years, or even higher. Therefore, there is no need to consider letting Hestia wait for him for 10,000 years. Suemo is confident that he and the goddess will gain eternal life. Hestia nodded heavily, and couldn't help but show a smile on her face. She also thought that the deep feelings she accidentally leaked would scare Suemo. Unexpectedly, he received an unexpectedly enthusiastic response. The child was completely able to accept his deep feelings. If it wasn't for the attitude of the goddess, Hestia would have wanted to roll with joy. However, in front of Suemo, you still have to pay attention to your girl's demeanor. Stand up again. At this time, Hestia remembered another strange point. Hey, if you're going to a dungeon in the future, you shouldn't need to update the data values now, right? Thinking of this, Hestia's dizzy brain suddenly woke up because of Suemo's response. Isn't it possible, Suemo, did you sneak into the dungeon today? She stared at Suemo with suspicious eyes. It looked like a newlywed wife who suspected that her husband had gone out and fooled around. My accumulated experience points have nothing to do with dungeons. Suemo shook his head and said. Just look at the data, just hope you don't get intimidated. Frightened. Hearing this, Hestia pouted unhappily. I'm not a child, how could I be frightened so easily? Don't underestimate the gods. Saying so, Hestia bit her fingertips. Dripping blood on Sumo's back. Hestia began to update his stats. After the ability value data appears, it is turned into a list. Hestia was completely stunned. This. What strange data is this? Hestia, who was frightened, let out an uncontrollable cry of surprise. 021 overflowing ability value, God's grace. Hearing Hestia's exclamation on the back, Suemo was not surprised. Didn't I remind you, who said there just now that the gods are not so easily intimidated? He joked a little funny. Everyone will be scared to see this kind of data. Seeing the data behind Suemo, Hestia still doesn't believe it is true. God's grace went wrong? But it shouldn't be. I checked it and it was running normally. But, why is this happening? What the hell did you do to get this level of experience? Suemo, you must have gone somewhere and happened to deal with a divine beast or something. Hestia complained in disbelief. Hestia felt my brain is not enough. Although Suemo is her only dependent, she still has a good understanding of the grace of God, and it is impossible for this kind of data to appear under normal circumstances. It's just outrageous. You could say that. Suemo thought for a while and nodded. Although the solution is not a beast but a monster, but the two are not much different. By the way, Hestia, you were surprised for a long time, and you haven't told me the data yet. Somewhat curious, Suemo asked Hestia for data. Take a look. Hestia, who couldn't understand the situation at all, printed the ability value and handed the blueprint to Suemo. After seeing what's on the drawing, Suemo knew why Hestia showed such an expression. The ability value data above is even more outrageous than what I expected before. Name, Suemo. Level, LV1. Ability value, Strength, IoT. 9999 Durability, IO-. 9999 Dexterity, I0-. 9999 Agility, I0. Development Ability. Magic, Magic of Light, Magic of Unknown, Magic of Unknown. Skill, Transform. Form. According to the normal situation, the column of ability value should use 10 stages from I, H, G, all the way to S level to indicate the level of ability value. The following data are the specific values indicated. I corresponds to 0 to 99, H corresponds to 100 to 199, and it accumulates level by level. The last S grade, the corresponding value is 900 to 999. Under normal circumstances, being able to exercise the ability value to S is the highest level. Oroli's strongest adventurer, LV7 level OTA, is a well-known figure who once reached this limit. It can be said that the top in the history of ability value is S level, with a value of 999. And if you count the original protagonist who opened the hang. In the original plot, Belle just pushed the ability value to the SSS level at most. The corresponding data will not exceed 1500 at most. Even if it is this level, it is enough to keep the clan stick to it and absolutely cannot leak the data. However, Belle, with the protagonist Halo in the original book, finally got the best data. In front of Suemo, it seemed pitiful. On Sumo's ability table, every ability value cannot be evaluated. Grade 9999, which is nearly 10 times more than the S class. For this unified display of data, Sumer doesn't think this is actually the greatest experience Gorzon and Merba can offer. However, it looks like a display after data overflow. Suemo, who has experience in coding, touched his chin and judged so. Maybe the gods never thought that someone could push the ability value to this point when they were making the favor of the gods. Therefore, the data on this column shows that there are at most only 4 digits. Today, Sumo's ability value list shows 9999. It does not mean that the proficiency brought by Gorzon can only be provided to this extent. Instead, it means that the maximum number that the God's favor system can display is only 99,990. There is no way to display a larger number than this. I didn't expect these two monsters to directly overflow the data of God's grace. Realizing this, the corner of Sumo's mouth couldn't help twitching. It's really outrageous. It's a monster that even Ultramantiga's technologically advanced society can't solve. It's just terrifying. Ignoring the data that had obviously overflowed, Suemo set his sights on one of the ability values. I'm not surprised that other aspects can reach the highest level. I didn't expect the durability to overflow. Ability values in different aspects are calculated separately. The corresponding system must be used in battle to accumulate and increase the ability value. Needless to say, the 4 items of strength, dexterity, agility, and magic power are all useful after transforming into Ultramantiga. The only item of durability is that it needs to withstand attacks in order to accumulate the corresponding ability value. However, when Suemo met before, he didn't fight with him when he killed the 2 monsters. Naturally, it has not been attacked by the opponent. It shouldn't have accumulated durability value. But why is this one full? Is it possible? After thinking about it carefully, Suemo thought of the biggest possibility. When I flew into outer space with Daegu, the impact of breaking the sound barrier was judged to be an attack. When objects move in the atmosphere, they naturally experience wind resistance. If the speed of the object reaches the speed of sound, the air will be compressed into a hard wall. If you fly at the speed of sound without protective measures, the shock will be enough to disintegrate the steel. With Ultraman's defensive power, he couldn't even feel the impact. But for humans, such a level of shock can kill people in an instant. Suemo suspected that the grace of God was to judge that he was under attack, so the durability value also rose to such an outrageous level. It's a good thing, so that I don't have to run over and get beaten in order to make up for this ability value. Suemo, who is a little obsessive-compulsive, can be reluctant to let one of the stats have lower stats than the others. Not to mention, durability is a very important attribute for Suemo. This is a factor that can affect how long it takes to transform into Ultramantiga. 022 Upgrade 42. In addition to the ability value, there are a lot of magic and skills on Sumo's ability table. Probably because it belongs to another world magic, other than the magic of light, no other magic has been identified. And the transformation skill that was also not identified? It should be the ability to transform into Ultramantiga. It is estimated that the well-informed gods will not know what Ultraman is. After reading his ability value, Suemo felt very satisfied. Simply a great harvest. When the ability value is updated, the updated power has already poured into Sumo's body, strengthening his physical fitness in all aspects. Originally, after sharing the physical fitness of Suemo in Fairy Tale World, Sumo's strength and speed have been greatly improved. At least not lose to LV3, 4-level adventurers. And now, after the ability value update and strengthening, Sumo's physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. Level, ability data like 9999, the ability bonus it brings to him is simply stronger than the average adventurer who has been promoted several times. Suemo felt that with his current physical fitness, he might be able to compete with LV5 level adventurers. Even Sword Princess Ace should not be as good as her current self in terms of physical fitness. This is still in his own power, without using magic to increase his physical strength. If he uses magic to strengthen himself, and then uses giant magic, he feels that he may be able to compete with President Makarov in Fairy Tale World. That is to say, I now normally have the combat power of the 10th level. Only then did Suemo realize this. Roughly judged the scope of his current strength. Just as he was about to roll over and get up from the sofa, Hestia held him down. "What's wrong?" Suemo asked Hestia with some doubts. Wait. I seem to have missed something. Hestia's eyes widened, and he took a closer look at the data behind Suemo again. Then, her whole body was petrified. Hestia. Feeling that Hestia didn't respond for a long time, Suemo called her. After a few seconds, Hestia recovered. Then, he said in a shaken tone. Suemo, you seem ready to level up. Hestia is extremely suspicious of life. She herself has not brought any family members, but she has never eaten pork and seen pigs run. At least she read enough books, which recorded a lot of information. Hestia also knows how hard it is for adventurers to improve their ability points, and also knows how strict conditions must be met before adventurers can level up. The number of adventurers in Orari is like a crucian carp crossing the river. However, at the lowest level, LV1 level, more than half of the adventurers were completely unable to level up. From here you can see how difficult it is to upgrade. And it is precisely because she knows these common senses that she doubts life because of Suemo's performance. I think the books I read before are fake. Pushing stats to unprecedented levels. Levels, data, and even overflow are not enough. At the same time, it also reached the conditions for upgrading. This speed of becoming stronger is simply hanging up. If you don't know that Suemo doesn't know sacred words. Hestia even suspected that her children had found some loopholes that could tamper with the data of God's grace and improve their abilities at will. Otherwise, it's really hard to explain this. Upgrade. On Suemo's side, after hearing what Hestia said, he also showed a stunned expression. Right? According to the setting of God's grace, once the ability value reaches a certain level, and then he completes a certain great deed, he can increase the level of the adventurer. While strengthening the power of adventurers in all aspects, it can also increase the upper limit of adventurers. It can be said that leveling up is what adventurers look forward to most. Suemo's current accumulation of ability points has reached the limit. As for the feats necessary to upgrade, this kind of thing is like a job transfer mission, which requires adventurers to take risks, challenge bosses that should not be defeated, or complete tasks that defeat the strong by the weak. And the battle to defeat the two monsters, Gorzon and Melba, is tantamount to saving the world. Is comparable to a battle to save the world. For an adventurer at the LV1 level, if this is not a great achievement, there is nothing that can be called a great achievement. So, after defeating these two monsters, whether it is the accumulation of ability points or the accumulation of great achievements, they have already reached their full value. Just now, Hestia completed the update of the ability value. But it has not helped Suemo to upgrade. In other words, Suemo's strengthening is not over yet. Then help me upgrade it? Suemo immediately asked Hestia. This wave of experience points for fighting monsters must be completely consumed before going to the fog space. You must know that in the world of God's layers, you still have to complete the great deed of killing gods. At that time, the experience points accumulated by the god-killing operation will still have great achievements, and it is estimated that he can be upgraded to another level. Therefore, if you can upgrade now, you must first upgrade. In order to avoid the overlapping of the two experiences, those experience points were wasted instead. Hearing the casual tone of Sumana's upgrade is like buying cabbage. Hestia didn't know how to complain. However, her hand did not stop, and she manipulated the sacred text obediently to upgrade Suemo. 023 Novice Adventurer Suemo. Hestia made a few simple operations. Suemo felt that his physical fitness had become stronger again. However, it may be because the increase in the upgrade itself is constant. With this upgrade, Suemo felt that the increase in his strength was not as good as the previous update of his ability. Of course, this is purely because the data of his ability value is too abnormal. For ordinary adventurers, the general upgrade is the bulk of the strength enhancement. But for Suemo, the accumulation of ability points is even more impressive. However, Rao is so. After strengthening again, Suemo can still clearly feel his improvement. You have become a level 2 adventurer. After the upgrade, Hestia exhaled and stared blankly at Sumo's back for a few seconds. After confirming that what happened today is not a hallucination, Hestia patted his face and asked Suemo. Next, which one are you going to choose? Development ability is something that adventurers can acquire after leveling up. It itself is something like passive ability, or inherent ability. For adventurers, it is a very important power. There are 4 options: abnormal resistance, magic, lancer, forging. Hestia reported one by one. Well, I think about it. Suemo pondered for a while. Abnormal resistance is a skill similar to magic, which can weaken spell damage such as magic and curse, and also has a certain degree of resistance to poison. Magic can enhance the power of magic, forge is the ability to enchant weapons, and lancer is the ability to enhance the power of spear. If he didn't get the golden finger, Suemo would definitely choose abnormal resistance. This ability is quite convenient, and allows you to avoid the power of many pits. It can greatly increase the survival probability of adventurers. It is in line with the purpose of Suemo Esco. However, now Suemo has a golden finger and can share power with himself in the heavens and the world. In this case, it is not only necessary to consider itself, but also the benefits of all Suemo. Anomalous resistance, although it is very fragrant. However, once the self of the God's Lair world completed the God's Lair, he was reincarnated as a God's Lair. The physique of the God's Lair will bring its own magic power that surpasses the dragon veins. In addition, the God's Lair can ignore the vast majority of magic, and magic that cannot reach the power level of power is meaningless to the God's Lair. Therefore, it can be said that the God's Lair comes with the highest level of abnormal resistance and magic guide. In this case, these 2 skills are completely meaningless to Suemo. And the remaining abilities one by one. Spearman, that sounds unlucky. Suemo couldn't help complaining. The lucky E. He didn't want to be unlucky for choosing this ability. So, there is only one option left. I choose forging. Sumer said to Hestia. With this ability, it is possible to forge weapons with stats, magic and even skills. In the weapon shop in Orari, most of the craftsmen who make weapons have this ability, and even a few blacksmiths can make magic swords. For Suemo, who is not short of money and does not need weapons for the time being, this ability may not be very useful. However, it may play a big role in other worlds. Treat it as an idle investment. After the upgrade, the next morning, when Suemo woke up from his sleep, Hestia had already woken up. On the table was the newly bought breakfast, and the blue ribbon goddess also prepared some easy-to-carry foods. Today you are going to the dungeon, this is the necessary medical supplies and food. If you are in danger, remember to run away in time. Hestia rarely put on the appearance of a god, caring for Suemo ramble. You know, I won't go too deep today, don't worry. Suemo didn't think she was long-winded, but comforted Hestia, who was obviously nervous. The purpose of his trip to the dungeon this time was not to explore or farm monsters. In addition to being familiar with his own power, his biggest purpose is to give his own power a reasonable source. An adventurer who never goes to dungeons, but has super strength is too conspicuous. In contrast, the birth of an adventurer nova is quite common. Even if the strength of this adventurer is a little too strong, it can only show that the other party is qualified in this regard. It won't cause much commotion. Now, he doesn't want to attract the excessive attention of the gods. Under Hestia's reluctant gaze, Suemo walked towards the dungeon. According to the agreement, he first went to the place where the guild was. Not surprisingly, Aegina was waiting for her in the guild. Seeing that Suemo was really here, Aegina breathed a sigh of relief. She was also a little worried that the other party changed his mind again and would not come. Seeing Suemo, who was empty-handed except for the food, Aina sighed. I guessed that you were not prepared for anything. It seems that I guessed right. Going to the dungeon without a weapon, isn't this to feed the monsters? Fortunately I kept a starter suit on purpose. Aegina took out a package from behind, which contained a novice dagger and light armor. This is the equipment that the guild recommends to novice adventurers. It has a certain degree of protection, but does not affect the escape very much, which is very practical. Thank you, Miss Aegina. Although Soma didn't intend to use a weapon in the first place, it's not a bad thing to have a novice weapon as a camouflage. Not to mention, this was specially prepared for him by the other party, and this concern must be taken over naturally. Seeing that Suemo took the package fluently, colleagues around Aina suddenly came over and said in a teasing tone. This novice suit is not the kind of cheap stuff that the union sends, but Aegina ran over to buy it last night. This handsome guy must remember to cherish the people in front of him. Our Aegina was talking about how you are. Shut up. Halfway through speaking, the girl was directly covered by the embarrassed Aegina and pushed her into the distance. After dealing with her nosy colleague, Ina ran back and bowed her head to explain. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. I just saw that the novice suits issued by the guild are a little outdated, and I was worried that the quality would not be good, so I just bought some new spares. It happened that you were going to enter the dungeon, just for you. With such a forcible explanation, Aegina felt a little red at the base of her ears. Okay. Suemo naturally saw that Aegina's reason was untenable. What a coincidence, just before I made an appointment with myself to go to the dungeon the next day, I suddenly felt that I needed to upgrade the novice suit. You don't need to analyze it to know that this girl is probably greedy for her body. Suemo didn't break this point either. Even so, I am very grateful for Miss Aegina's help. When you are free, I will treat you to a meal and thank you. After hesitating for a while, Ina nodded happily. 024 Lefia wants to apologize. Next, Aegina began to explain to Suemo some precautions that must be known when going to the dungeon. About what level of adventurer is suitable for those floors, as well as the differences and characteristics of monsters between each floor, as well as various ways to deal with monsters. 1st to 12th floors of the dungeon. For novice adventurers, this information is crucial, and at some point can even decide a person's life or death. Although these low-floor monsters are very weak to Suemo today. But Suemo still listened with relish. After roughly writing down the points in Aegina's mouth that need special attention, Suemo waved goodbye to the elf mixed-race girl and prepared to go to the dungeon. Then, at the entrance of the dungeon, he meets unexpected people. Ace Wallenstein, and Leffy Yavilides. The two girls were at the gate of the dungeon, as if they were waiting for someone. After seeing Suemo, who suddenly stopped, Leffy Ya's eyes lit up, and she immediately pulled the blonde girl to Sumo's side. Sure enough, he came to find himself. Is it possible that you are going to continue to come and ask for ways to become stronger? Suemo guessed so in his heart. However, unexpected. After coming to her, Leffy Ya's first words were, "Sorry, we gave you trouble yesterday." Degree 3. Suemo felt a little strange. He was still pestering himself yesterday, how could he change his temper so quickly? He even ran over to apologize to himself. Time back to this morning. Yesterday night, after being educated by the family's senior, Riveria, Ace and Leffy realized their rudeness. The two decided to come over the next day and apologize to Suemo. Don't let the other familiars think that the adventurers of the Loki Familia are rude people. Thinking so, the two got up early and came to the commercial street. Then, after starting from the beginning to the end, no trace of Suemo was found at all. Obviously other shops and stalls have already opened their doors and are in full swing. But Suemo, who was still here yesterday, couldn't find a figure for some reason. After searching around for a while, they were fortunately informed by an insider that the owner of the fried restaurant had ventured into the dungeon. Only at this time did the two know Sumo's name. Then, the two chose to go to the entrance of the dungeon and wait here for Sumo's arrival. While waiting at the entrance of the dungeon, Lefia and Ace discussed the matter of apologizing later. Mr. Riveria said that we must apologize in the most sincere tone later. Lefia said, and glanced at Ace. So, Miss Ace, if you still want to ask the other party how to become stronger, you might make them angry. As Ace's little fangirl, Lefia, who knew her personality well, tried her best to speak euphemistically. If Ace insisted on asking the other party how to become stronger, Lefia didn't know what to do. After all, Ace's obsession with becoming stronger, she also sees it. Lefia wasn't sure if Ace would really give up asking. However, unexpected. After hearing Lefia's words, Ace nodded. Well, I see. I owe it. This time, Lefia was a little surprised. She couldn't help but ask cautiously. Miss Ace, don't you care about the way that Mr. Suemo becomes stronger? As soon as she asked, Lefia regretted it. I want to slap myself. If Miss Ace's obsession is hooked up and Miss Ice still wants to ask the other party's secrets, wouldn't she shoot herself in the foot? When she regretted it? Ace still shook her head calmly. I asked Loki and Riveria yesterday and they analyzed it to me and said I must have misremembered it. Loki and Riveria both said that it is absolutely impossible for someone to advance from a novice adventurer to level 2 in a short period of less than a month. Moreover, according to my observation, that person still has a considerable amount of energy left after using LV2 level power, at least in the forefront of LV2 level adventurers, and this possibility, Riveria said that it is completely zero. Even if a miracle happens, someone can be promoted from a novice adventurer to level 2 in just 1 month, but it is impossible to accumulate to the forefront of level 2 in such a short period of time. Ace's eyes were calm, apparently persuaded by the two of them. She didn't know how hard it was for miracles to happen. It's absolutely impossible to be promoted to LV2 in 1 month. However, Ace still had a considerable degree of trust in the judgment of Rivelia, whom she respected. Since teacher Riveria said so, it must be that he remembered it wrongly, or he must have read it wrong at the time. After all, Ace really wasn't too impressed. Well, I see. Lefia felt relieved. Now that Miss Ace was persuaded, she finally realized that she had misremembered. Then you won't think that the other party has any secret skills to become stronger, and naturally they won't repeat the scene from yesterday. In this case, today's apology should be very smooth. Thinking so, Lefia set a flag in her heart. Sure enough, teacher Riveria is more powerful. I know that even a genius like Miss Ace needs to spend a year to advance to LV2. How can anyone be more powerful than Miss Ace? Lefia waited for Sumo's arrival. Finally, half an hour later, she saw Sumo's figure. Lefia immediately took Ace with her and went to apologize. Sorry, we gave you trouble yesterday. Lefia bowed deeply and bowed her head to express her apology. Then, he pulled Ace's sleeve and reminded Ace. According to the original plan, Ace should bow her head and apologize at this time. However, for some reason, Lefia didn't hear Ace's voice for a long time. Pulling her sleeves, she didn't move. A bad premonition enveloped Lefia's heart. 025 Woman, it will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Beside Lefia, Ice stared at Suemo tightly, her eyes very focused and shocked. The small mouth opened slightly, as if seeing something extremely incredible. Lefia tugged at her sleeve, but Ace didn't notice this at all. Her attention was all on Suemo. Originally, Ace was going to apologize to Suemo. Moreover, because of the persuasion of Riveria and Loki, she also thought that she had misremembered before. The opponent may not have any special way to become stronger. However, standing here, after seeing Suemo again, Ace knew right away. I didn't remember wrong at all. It was Loki who was wrong, and Riveria. Whether it's a miracle or something absolutely impossible. No matter how low the probability, how incredible. Ace is now a little more convinced. That is what Suemo did indeed, what Loki said was comparable to a miracle. What convinced her of this was simple. The blonde girl trembled slightly, her eyes flashing with fiery light. You are stronger again. Ace spoke firmly. Just one night, you've gotten so much stronger. If only a certain degree of strengthening. So even with Ice's eyesight, if there is no actual battle, it is impossible to know how much Suemo has become stronger. However, the two reinforcements that Suemo performed yesterday night were too obvious. So that Ace was keenly aware of the inhuman speed of the opponent's strengthening. Even if I don't talk about whether my memory from a month ago is clear and reliable. Just look at the speed at which Suemo became stronger overnight. This is something unique and jaw-dropping. So Ace can already be sure that the man in front of him is definitely not ordinary. On Sumo's side, it was not surprising that Ice saw her change. I just happened to upgrade yesterday. He was going to prevaricate with this sentence. However, although Ace is usually dull, she is not such a foolish character in terms of power. Just upgrading, it is absolutely impossible to have such a speed of strengthening. Ace shook her head. Unless you go up several levels in a row. But that is impossible. The great achievements required for the upgrade will also be cleared after the promotion. The way to become stronger. I can't really say it. It can be exchanged for money or anything. There was a hint of pleading in her tone. Even Ace knew that the reason why the other party used the upgrade to prevaricate was just to kill himself. However, she had a goal in mind that she had to accomplish, and she didn't want to give up because of that. Seeing Ace like this, Suemo spread his hands helplessly. I said earlier that my method of getting stronger is not for other people. Hearing this, the light in Ice's eyes suddenly dimmed. It looks a little pitiful, like a stray cat watching the little fish die in the sewer. Seeing her like this, Suemo had no plans to change her mind. Even though Ace is really beautiful, it suits her very well. But in this regard, the current Suemo is really helpless. The way to become stronger is too special for the opponent to use. And whether it is the magic of the fairy tale world or the power of Ultramantiga, it is not something that can be directly taught in Orari. Right now, he really doesn't have any good means to help Ace become stronger. Not to mention, for the current Suemo, there is simply no time to do such a thing. For him, the most important thing now is to become familiar with his power and give his power a legitimate source. Then, go back to the foggy space and share the power again. Continue to advance the plan, and let the God's lair world go smoothly to kill the gods. Compared to flirting with girls at this time, getting things done first is the priority. After you have finished killing the gods and gained power, it will not be too late to think about these things. Woman, it will only affect my invincible speed. Thinking in his heart, Suemo, who was not ready to continue entanglement with the other party, left immediately after saying goodbye and entered the underground city. Only Lefia, who was dazed and didn't understand the situation, was left. There was also Ace, who looked lost, standing blankly at the entrance of the dungeon. And this scene was naturally seen by many adventurers who came and went. Few hours later, G&G Isai looked for the mysterious man and asked for a reunion, which was categorically rejected. This rumor spread all over Orari again. So angry that Loki made a scene in the family again. In the dungeon, Suemo naturally did not know what happened above. Instead of caring about those boring things like rumors, he is now using magic to clean up monsters constantly. Oh. In the fairy tale world, Suemo, the magic is basically taught by the President Makarov. However, as a traveler, Suemo in fairy tale world also has his own experience in magic development. Hey! Laser beam. The golden light fell like rain, killing all kinds of monsters such as goblins and killer ants around. A magic stone left behind. Light attribute magic is easy to learn but difficult to master, and the attack frequency is high, but the lethality is difficult to increase. Even President Makarov mainly regards giant magic as a means of fighting the enemy. Although his light magic is also very strong, it can reach the level of the Holy 10 Sorcerers, but in terms of the lethality of the light beam, it is really not as good as the laser light developed by Suemo based on the scientific knowledge of his previous life. Even a monster in the depths of 20 layers. There is no existence that can resist a laser beam. After collecting the magic stones scattered on the ground, Suemo continued to go deep into the dungeon. If Aina knew that this novice adventurer who went to the dungeon for the first time had reached the depth of the 20th or 30th floor on the first day, she would definitely be worried for Suemo, thinking that this was a lifeless act. However, Suemo was strolling leisurely on these floors. Like a wild outing, it just dealt with all the monsters that actively attacked him. Soon, he reached his goal. 37th floor of the dungeon. Strength of the floor master of the LV6 level, the site of Udius. 026 the lone king Udius of the labyrinth. 37th floor of the dungeon. The difference here from the upper floor is that this floor is rather dark. The ceiling above the head is also dozens of meters high. The only thing that can illuminate is the candles lit on the walls. After Suemo stepped into this floor, he stretched out his right hand, palm up. A golden magic circle appeared in his hand, and then began to shine. A soft light illuminates the entire space. Light attribute magic is quite useful in lighting. After the darkness was dispelled, Suemo clearly saw that there was not even half a monster in this vast space. Is it early? Suemo frowned slightly. Generally speaking, the number of monsters that appear on each floor of a dungeon is fixed. Once overkilled, new monsters will be bred from the dungeon, and then break through the walls and be born. Ordinary monsters are usually reborn in less than a day. However, there are exceptions. There is a kind of monster that does not appear immediately after death. It must go through a long period of time to be born. This special monster will only appear one per floor. Such monsters are called floor masters. Boss level monster in the dungeon. What Suemo wanted to find was Udius, the floor master on the 37th floor. LV6 level is the right opponent to experiment with that magic. Unexpectedly, this monster is not there. I remember that it was said in the information that the Loki familiar had defeated this monster during the expedition 3 months ago, and it should be refreshed now. And there are not many Oralis who can crusade the LV6 level floor master. According to the time, this monster should have just refreshed today. But he did not see the shadow of the monster. Could it be that there is an error in the intelligence time? Suemo couldn't help thinking about it. At this time, Suemo felt that the ground under his feet suddenly began to vibrate. This is. Only then did Suemo realize something, and raised his eyebrows. It happens to be born now. As if to agree with his muttering, in front of Sumo's line of sight, at the center of the wide square, a small hill swelled up. In the next instant, the earth cracked open. Pushing aside a large number of clods, an unusually huge monster emerged from the ground. Skull, clavicle, ribs, pelvis. The exposed huge black skeleton was born from the ground, gradually revealing its full appearance. At this time, the ground shaking also reached the maximum. The entire 37th floor was shaking. Giaaa. Unparalleled vicious cries reached the sky. This monster roaring towards the sky is really huge, more than 10 to 20 meters high. The body was dyed pitch black, the lower body was buried in the ground, and there were 2 protrusions on the top of the head. Deep in the dark eye sockets, a vermilion light like sparks swayed. Inside the chest, as if protected by the ribs and sternum, an oversized magic stone floated in the air. The huge skeleton like a god of death released a ferocious aura. The red soul flame deep in the eye socket was staring at the only adventurer in front of him, Suemo. It's not a beautiful girl, why are you looking at me with such hot eyes? It's disgusting. Suemo felt Udeosa's gaze and pouted in disgust. Udeus obviously did not understand human speech. LV6 level directly attacked Suemo. The pitch-black skeleton's sharp blade is 10 meters long. And it can easily plow the ground into a deep ravine. Even a small mountain here would probably be split open by it. For this kind of attack, Suemo had no intention of retreating. Not only did he not retreat, he also took a step forward. Suemo smiled slightly before the gust of wind rolled up by the sharp blade was about to hit him. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Bang. The pitch-black skeletal blade had already slashed down, but only after images were seen. I don't know when, Suemo has appeared in front of Udeus. The toes shone with dazzling golden light. Next second, one by one. Boom. A huge laser beam as thick as an arm directly bombarded Udeus. After the dazzling light disappeared, the huge skeleton fell to the ground with a thud, smashing smoke and dust on the ground. Udeus' left arm was directly kicked off by Suemo. Not only that, light attribute magic seems to have the effect of restraining undead skeleton monsters. Udeus, who clearly had no flesh and blood and should have no pain, let out a painful roar, and the fire of the soul in the depths of his eye sockets flickered with tyrannical fire. As a monster of LV6 level, it naturally does not only have physical attacks. In fact, it also has quite a few powerful magic skills. Buzz. The skeleton scattered on the ground began to tremble unsteadily. Although I don't know what the other party intends to do, I can determine what skill Udeus wants to use. When the opponent's ability attribute was restrained by himself, Suemo didn't think that Udeus could turn out how many waves? However, Suemo did not intend to wait for the other party to release his skills. It would be bad if you were accidentally slaughtered. Suemo whispered softly. I want to try the power of this trick with you. Then, he didn't care what skills Udeus was going to unleash, he just put his hands together, and the magic all over his body instantly poured out. A golden ball of light appeared in his palm. The golden light sphere shoots out bright beams, and the light like the sun illuminates the entire floor. Feeling the move that could almost cause the world to change, Udeus immediately stopped releasing his skills, but instinctively chose a defensive posture. At this moment, a huge magic circle appeared above Udeus' head. The huge magic circle has incomparably complicated lines, and the magic circle itself exudes golden brilliance, with a diameter of dozens of meters. One of the 3 secret magics of the Fairy Tale Guild, a super magic that can destroy all enemies one by one. Fairy Laws. At this moment, fully activated. 027 Super Magic Fairy Law. A merciless light capable of destroying all enemies identified by the caster, slaying the darkness with divine light. Like the thunder of judgment, it crashed down from the huge magic circle. In an instant, the dazzling light annihilated everything. Wait until the light fades away. It could only be seen that in the center of the burrow, the huge body of Udeus, which was as high as 10 to 20 meters, had completely collapsed. Only the remains of a pile of skeletons were left, piled up on the ground. A huge magic stone, lying quietly in it. It seems to be proving that there is indeed a LV6 level terrible monster that has just been slaughtered here. Looking at the scene in front of him, Suemo was very satisfied with the super magic of Goblin's Law. Even Udeus, the LV6 level floor master, was instantly killed without the ability to resist. The power of the super magic is really strong. And underscore. It doesn't take much magic power. After feeling the consumption of magic power in his body, Suemo was quite surprised. He thought that this move would require a lot of magic power. The fairy's law is a powerful metamagic, yes, but it also has its downsides. If you use this trick when your strength is insufficient, there may be serious sequelae, causing the caster to be cursed and thus immortal. If it was just like that, it would be fine. Longevity was something that many people could not ask for. The key is that after being cursed, the more the caster feels that life is precious, the more involuntarily he will deprive the nearby life. This also means that the cursed person must stay away from his friends and relatives, and cannot have new friends. Humans are social animals, and such a situation is indeed torture. Fortunately, Suemo in Fairy Tale World is an S-level wizard, and his strength has reached the basic conditions for activating this magic. Coupled with the ability value update and upgrade last night, Suemo's magic power has also been greatly improved. The current Suemo, naturally, does not have to worry about being cursed because of the reaction force. Before, the only thing he worried about was the consumption of magic power. Now it seems that there is no big problem in this regard. This time the consumption of magic power is less. It should be related to the fact that there is only one enemy, and it is not strong. Because it is an offensive magic that defeats everything the caster thinks is an enemy. Therefore, the mana that needs to be consumed will be adjusted according to the strength and quantity of the target. If you don't have enough magic power, the life force of the caster will be extracted as a supplement. In the original book, Makarov used this magic to destroy nearly 700,000 or 800,000 enemies. He also paid the price with his life. A mere LV6 level floor owner naturally doesn't need to make Suemo pay such a price. Just using a small amount of mana is enough. In this way, it is still impossible to rely on this trick to deal with a god-level enemy. If it is the god of disobedience in the state of residual blood, it may be possible to directly harvest it with the super magic. But if it is a god of disobedience in a complete state, just relying on the magic of fairy law should not have much effect. It is also very possible to extract their own vitality. But if this magic is cast while Ultramantiga is in the state, that power is immeasurable. At least Suemo can't imagine it now. He also wanted to try the power of this move. However, there is no enemy who is qualified to withstand this move. In Orally, who cannot be attacked by gods, Suemo's normal strength is almost enough to deal with all enemies. Even Oda, the strongest adventurer of Olari's LV7 level, is not qualified to transform him into Ultraman form, let alone super magic in Ultraman form. After roughly determining his current combat power, he also familiarized himself with magic and super magic. Suemo put away the magic stone and started to return the same way. If so many magic stones are exchanged for Farley at one time, it may cause unnecessary commotion. Taking this into account, Suemo did not exchange the magic stones, but directly resisted these magic stones back home. Welcome home. Hestia, who had been worried and waited for Suemo, was very happy when she saw Suemo coming back. How is it, are you hurt? After Suemo entered the door, Hestia touched him everywhere, looking for the wound. For fear that Suemo would be injured, she was reluctant to tell her. Don't look for it, no injuries. Suemo said with some humor. It's not that you don't know my stat data, and ordinary monsters are not my opponents. Besides, I didn't go to 2 deep floors, so you don't have to worry about Hestia. Hearing Suemo say so, Hestia is relieved tone. Oh yes. Sumoke has never been the kind of reckless child who likes to be brave. At first, when he didn't want to go to the dungeon, he also directly discussed with himself. With his cautious character, he shouldn't do anything dangerous. Thinking of this, Hestia finally felt relieved. Then, she saw the huge magic stone inside the bulging package that Suemo brought back. Hestia Su looked at Suemo and took out the huge magic stone. Is that what you're talking about, not going too deep? Goddess Loli's face turned black. Even a monster at the LV5 level doesn't have such a big magic stone as its core, right? Bulging her cheeks hard, the blue ribbon goddess folded her arms around her chest and stared at Suemo dissatisfied. It was the first day that I entered the dungeon, but I actually went deep into the place where there were LV6 monsters. Too much, too much. What should I do if you have an accident? Even though Suemo has returned safely, Hestia still can't help but worry. Still, Suemo is already very skilled in how to deal with Hestia. After a little coaxing, she made her forget about it for a while, and immediately smiled. After comforting Hestia, Suemo closed his eyes. Mind a move. Back to the foggy space. 028 Completion of Communion, ready to kill God. In a foggy space. The three Suemo have been waiting for a long time. At this point in the plan, in fact, Suemo in Fairy Tale World and Suemo in Diga World don't have to wait here all the time. The last step that needs to be performed is only Suemo in the world of the God's Lair. Even if the other two leave, it will be the same when they come back and share their power. However, the two of them did not go back. After all, it was a plan they made after discussing it together. Both wanted to witness the perfect end to the plan. After Suemo from the wrong world came. Haven't had time to speak yet. He was surrounded by these three people. Then, without saying a word, several people put their hands on him. Sharing is now complete. Hey, this enhancement is much more powerful than I thought. Suemo in Fairy Tale World felt his physical fitness and magic power greatly increased, and couldn't help exclaiming. He remembered that the LV2 level adventurer in the original book was indeed much stronger than the LV1 level adventurer. However, it is still just a little bit of strength. Mention compared to his S-level wizard, even a B-level wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild can beat LV2 level adventurers. I originally thought that my physical fitness would only increase a little at most. However, what he didn't expect was that this increase was very obvious even for him now. Not to mention the increase in magic power, he was very pleasantly surprised. The biggest difference between me and the old wizards is the accumulation of magic power. I didn't expect that the magic power has increased so much before killing the gods. Now he is no less than the top 10 magic guides in terms of basic quality. Of course, it is still incomparable with the veteran Ishgar 4 Heavenly Kings. But it is still much stronger than the newly promoted Saint 10 like Jura. That's natural. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, slapped the palms of the other people away in disgust. The experience points provided by defeating two monsters directly exploded the grace of God, and the data completely overflowed. He explained to the crowd. So, just by updating the ability value, we have already obtained an increase outside the specification. Compared with this, the increase in the upgrade is not too much. Sure enough, it's my credit. Suemo in Diga World proudly raised his head. Then, after thinking about it, he said. Looking at it this way, every time I kill a monster, I can raise your adventurer level by 1 level. With so many monsters on my side, wouldn't it be possible to raise you to dozens of levels? At most, Orari is an adventurer with level 9 in history. Dozens of levels, that is even beyond the imagination of the gods. That shouldn't be the case. Suemo in Godkiller World shook his head. The further you go to level up, the more great deeds you need. Although a monster can directly cause overflow now, when you reach the 10th level, maybe the monster's experience will only be enough to upgrade to SSS2. When the adventurer's level is higher, and the strength may be equal to that of the monsters, maybe these monsters may not even have enough basic conditions for great achievements. Although the monsters are strong, they are not so strong that even dozens of level adventurers cannot defeat them. In fact, the first Galzan and Merba were at most similar to the gods. Of these monsters born on the earth, only a few have the power to destroy the earth. Of course, there are indeed many monsters that can clean the surface and destroy civilization. That's right. Suemo of Diga World nodded, not disappointed. It's amazing to see so many increases, what a bike. At this time, Suemo in the wrong world turned his attention to himself in the world of the God's Lair. After updating the stats, I went to the dungeon and tried out the Goblin's Law. How do you feel? Suemo in Fairy Tale World asked curiously. Although this magic was the first thing he learned. But Suemo in Fairy Tale World has never used it before. During the learning process, Makarov repeatedly emphasized that this magic should be used with caution. Unless your own or your partner's life is at stake, try not to use this mass destruction magic. Of course, the president's teaching still has to be listened to, not to mention that Suemo has not met an enemy worthy of releasing this magic. Therefore, he only went to the pre-release stage at most, and he really never used this magic. The power is good, but it is released in our current state, and it should not be a threat to God-level enemies. It is recommended to use it in the state of Ultramantiga. Suemo in the wrong world summed up his opinions. Understood, thank you. Suemo of Godkiller World kept these experiences in his mind. Although he has the same power, he was still an ordinary person before, and Sumo's experiment in the wrong world was very useful to him. You don't need to thank me, after all, to help you is to help myself. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, waved his hand, saying that he didn't care. Okay, then you can look forward to it, wait for me to come back and share the results. Suemo in the Godkiller World smiled freely, waved goodbye, and prepared to return to his own world. At the end of the plan, he needs to come to the end. Suemo in other worlds has done such a good job, he doesn't want to be the only one to be ashamed of. 029 The Wild Boar. God's Lair World. Near the Mediterranean Sea, Sardinia. After coming out of the foggy space, Suemo returned to a familiar environment. Airport. It is different from Suemo in Fairy Tale World, who has traveled to Fairy Tale World since childhood. Suemo in the Godkiller World was passed over in confusion, and it has only been a few days now. It was a foreign land just after crossing over. I don't have any money yet. If he hadn't awakened his golden fingers soon, and hugged his own thighs in other worlds. Maybe these days, he will have to sleep on the street like a tramp. The self in Tiga World is proficient in many languages, and the self in Fairy Tale World is very good at fighting. Relying on their abilities, Suemo did not use magic rashly, but chose to wait and see carefully. It turns out that he made the right choice. When he learned the name of the city, he had some conjectures in his mind. After another round of searching on the internet, he found that the frequency of natural disasters in this world is far more than the world in which he lived in his previous life. In addition, near Sardinia, there are often reports of natural disasters these days. After going to the places affected by the natural disasters, Suemo was very sure that those natural disasters were just excuses for the outside world. Perhaps it is invisible to ordinary people, and can only see raging thunderstorms or strong winds. But for Suemo, who has magic power, the figure of the beast is very clear. Soon, he determined that the world he was in was the world of the God's Lair. The gods will descend to the realm by disobedience and cause various harms on the earth. Among human beings, there are occasionally overlords who can kill gods as humans. The first time to kill a god is often due to luck, but after the god killing is successful, human beings can be reincarnated as god killers and gain the power of gods. It can be said that one step to the sky is not an exaggeration. Suemo has been greedy for the power of the God's Lair for a long time. Now, he finally gained the power to kill gods. Naturally, he would not miss this great opportunity. Urgent notice, a tornado suddenly appeared within 5 kilometers of the airport. Passengers are requested to stay indoors and not go out. Urgent notice, a tornado suddenly appeared within 5 kilometers of the airport. Passengers are requested to stay indoors and not go out. An emergency announcement came from the loudspeaker beside him, informing all passengers to take emergency shelter. When I looked up, the sky was visibly dark. Not because it was night, but because dark clouds completely enveloped the sky. The wind howled and knocked down the trees. The sudden tornado made everyone panic. Even the citizens who never liked to obey notices. In this extremely bad weather, he had to hide indoors and did not dare to go out at all. Wind. Sumo, who is familiar with the original work, naturally knows. The recent astronomical aberrations were all caused by the god of disobedience, Velislana. The two gods of disobedience in the lower realms, Velislana and Mikkel, had a fight, and Velislana was directly scattered into 10 clones. The storm in front of him should be one of the 10 incarnations of Velislana. The tornado disaster I remember happened 2 days ago and then subsided. Suemo touched his chin and analyzed. That time. Welslaner should have recovered the wind avatar, and this time the tornado reappeared. It should be Welslaner who was manipulating the wind avatar to recover other avatars. 10 points of Velislana, now naturally wants to reintegrate his power. However, the scattered clones will not be obedient and need to fight to recover them. The natural disaster that suddenly occurred in front of him should be the aftermath of the battle between Velislaner and his avatar. After judging this, Suemo immediately made a decision. Against the flow of people, he walked in the direction of the most violent storm. The security guard who maintained order near the airport just wanted to loudly dissuade the desperate passenger. However, it was only a blink of an eye. The figure not far away disappeared completely. Security guard rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen a hallucination, or a ghost. Thinking of this, he shuddered. 5 kilometers away from the airport, Suemo, who was directly transformed into a beam of light, arrived here in an instant. Residents here have been evacuated. The original residential building has been destroyed into ruins. And above the ruins, a huge black wild boar 20 meters tall was roaring in the sky. 1 pig, 2 bears and 3 tigers. Wild boars are thick-skinned and quite ferocious animals. The wild boar at the level of the divine beast in front of him is even more violent, and just by looking at its posture, one can feel the anger that cannot be suppressed. The mythical beast wild boar with a green face and wretched teeth opened its bloody mouth. The huge magic power condensed into a ball in the mouth of the divine beast wild boar. Then, with the roar of the wild boar sounded, unparalleled shock waves are ejected from the mouth. The shock wave was like a cannonball, splitting the ground and buildings in front of the beast and wild boar, and then hit the tornado that was encircling him. The shock wave of the incarnation of wild boar and the battle of the incarnation of wind finally ended with all the buildings in the surrounding area being damaged by the earthquake. What a terrible monster! Suemo sighed. LV6 level floor master Udius in the wrong world is as fragile as a statue. Although the shape is similar. But compared to strength, the mythical beast and wild boar completely crushed the opponent. Perhaps a single impact is enough to completely crush the opponent. Beast in District 030, you can turn your hands, quite strong. Of course it's scary, this is a divine beast. A girl's voice came from behind Suemo. A blonde girl wearing a gorgeous red dress with a sharp long sword hanging from her waist descended from the sky and landed lightly. It looks like he jumped from a nearby floor. Since you can see the big guy, it means that you are also a magician, but you don't look like someone from our local magic association. Looking at Sumo's black hair and black pupils, the blonde girl squinted her eyes, and a hint of suspicion flashed in her blue pupils. The strange magician who stayed on the field where the beasts were ravaged, let me ask you, that big guy was not summoned by you, right? The girl asked the strange magician in front of her, put her hand on the hilt of the sword around her waist, and was ready to start fighting if the opponent admitted it. If the other party is really the criminal who summoned the divine beast, then he has directly caught the culprit. Even if the other party denied it, to be honest, she still felt suspicious. The timing was too coincidental. Suemo didn't care much about being mistaken for a criminal suspect who had summoned a divine beast, but glanced at the girl in front of him. You are. He has already guessed the identity of the girl in his heart, but he still needs to confirm it. Erica Browntree, the Great Knight of the Copper and Black Cross of the Magic Society. The girl named Erica declared her name dignifiedly. Agree in advance, if you are really a prisoner, you can be lenient if you confess now. The girl showed a fox-like smile, persuading her. If there are criminals who really listen to this rhetoric and say everything about themselves, I am afraid they will immediately realize the sinister world. It's a pity that this little trick is useless to Suemo. Not to mention, this incident had nothing to do with him. Unfortunately, you suspect the wrong person. This incident has nothing to do with me. Suemo spread out his hands and looked at the wild boar in the distance. Although, now I do intend to have a kick. Oh. Hearing this, Erica's expression was very surprised. You mean you want to deal with the beasts too? Then, without waiting for Suemo to answer, Erica immediately shook her head. Sorry, I don't have the habit of teaming up with people. Besides, as a knight who protects Italy, I can't leave this mythical beast alone. Seeing more and more buildings destroyed by mythical beasts in front of her, Erica was obviously in a hurry. Even if the crowd has been evacuated, the economic value of those buildings is sky high. Sorry, please stay here for now. Don't worry, my uncle has fought against a few beasts, although I haven't reached the height of my uncle, there should be no problem with one. Saying so, Erica did not wait for Suemo's response, and directly activated the magic Hermes boots. Like a light bird, Erica instantly jumped up dozens of high-rise buildings and ran towards the mythical beast and boar. Reinhardt. While running, the girl summoned her own magic sword. She was ready to fight hard. Erica wasn't really in the habit of teaming up with people. The reason why Suemo was rejected was just because he didn't know his details. In this level of battle, if you fight with untrustworthy teammates, you must spend your energy on guarding against teammates' mutiny. Which is the way to die. Instead, it's better to fight on your own. As one of the most prestigious geniuses in the magic world, Erica reached the rank of Grand Knight at the age of 16, inheriting the title of Crimson Demon, and can be said to be a veritable powerhouse. Because of this, Erica is very confident in her own strength. Although he knew that he had not reached the Paladin, he was still a little worse than his uncle Paul. However, she does not see this as an insurmountable chasm. Since my uncle can protect Princess Alice from the hands of the 6 divine beasts, then, as a niece, she must at least be able to deal with one divine beast in order to be worthy of the title of Crimson Demon. Not to mention, I just made a rhetoric in front of that strange magician. If you fail to subdue the divine beast, where will you save your face? Thinking so, the young Erica rushed over with an indomitable aura. However, what she didn't know was, the current wild boar is not the incarnation of the mythical beast that did not stir up anger in the original book, but just ignorantly exists. Under the attack of the incarnation of wind just now, the incarnation of wild boar, who was tied with him, was directly angered. The furious wild boar is more than 3 times fiercer than the usual wild boar. So, Erica bravely rushed up. Erica bravely drew her long sword. Erica bravely slashed at the wild boar. However, none of them have come into contact with the body of the mythical beast wild boar. Boom. The wild boar roared wildly, and the shock wave exploded directly in its mouth. The shock wave envelopes the storm and goes out recklessly. Erica was directly blown away several hundred meters by the aftermath of the shock wave. Then, snack sound, he fell to the ground, and the whole person tumbled several times. Just when Erica finally got up from the ground and wanted to clean up the dust on her clothes. Looking up, he saw a familiar figure in front of him. It was the magician who had just made a rhetoric to him. At this moment, this handsome magician with black hair and black pupils is looking at himself with a strange look. Erica recalled the rhetoric she had just released. He couldn't help blushing, wishing he could dig a slit in the ground to get in. What a shame. 031 God's punishment for this wild boar. Embarrassing, embarrassing to the naked eye. Just now, he was still awe-inspiring, with the posture of a strong man. Unexpectedly, less than 20 seconds. Erica turned into the disgraced look she is now. Don't talk about the arrogance and conceit before, now she is ashamed and wants to jump off the building. Are you all right? Fortunately, Suemo is not a person who likes to mock beautiful girls. Not to mention that Erica also fights the divine beast for the sake of protecting public property and the responsibility of a knight. Suemo doesn't think this is something that should be laughed at. Holding a hand, he helped Erica, who was lying on the ground, up. I'm fine. Seeing that Suemo didn't speak, Erica said embarrassedly. I didn't expect that this divine beast was quite strong. It's humiliating though. But since the other party was so considerate and didn't mention the previous incident, Erica was naturally willing to pretend that nothing happened. Although she was blown several hundred meters away, Erica was not hit by the shockwave directly, but was disturbed by the aftermath, so her body was not injured. This wild boar is one of the incarnations of the Zoroastrian war god. It can be regarded as a manifestation of power. Naturally, it is indeed much stronger than ordinary divine beasts. Suemo nodded and agreed with Erica's words. And hearing his words, Erica's expression became very unbelievable. The war god of Zoroastrianism, you mean Velislana? What do you mean? This time it's not just a divine beast, but a god of disobedience. Hearing Sumo's words, Erica's eyes became horrified. If it was her before, she still had some illusions in her heart, thinking that with her own ability and intelligence, she might be able to kill a god and become a god killer or something. However, the previous battle with the mythical beast wild boar completely destroyed her self-confidence. Make her realize the reality. It was only then that Erica realized that her strength was vastly different from that of divine beasts, not to mention that she was not in the same dimension compared to the god of disobedience. It happens to be this time. As if thinking of something, Erica's expression was a little desperate. The King of Swords has gone to the South Pole, and the Nordic Wolf King is not there anymore. The North American one is busy protecting the country on the west coast, and there is no way to contact the others. God killers are not there. From the gods, only God's layers. However, at this moment, none of the God's layers could be contacted. The King of Swords, who originally sheltered this area, went to the South Pole, and when he came back, the daylily was cold. Thinking of this, Erica thinks that this port city is bound to be doomed. In a worse case, the entire island could sink. Suemo didn't care what Erica said. He looked around, feeling a little strange. It stands to reason that Velislana should reclaim this avatar now. Why didn't he do anything just because the avatar of wind was defeated? Before Erica, the avatar of wild boar defeated the avatar of wind. The scene, he saw it. Definitely Velislana's handwriting. Now that he is ready to take down wild boar, with the character of the opponent, he should not stop just because wind is defeated. After all, he is a military god who symbolizes victory. So how could he be willing to lose like this? No matter how cruel the incarnation of wild boar is, it will not be the opponent of his master. Since it's not impossible to win. Could it be __? That guy saw that Erica wanted to challenge the wild boar, so he deliberately left this avatar unsubdued. Suemo couldn't help but guess so. Since ancient times, there have been legends in which gods gave trials to humans and rewarded those who completed the trials. Suemo didn't know too much about the temperament of the gods, but if it was the war god who was good at fighting, it wouldn't be surprising to have such thoughts. That is to say, leaving a wild boar incarnation as a trial. Thinking of this, Suemo smiled. Don't talk about it, try it. It is easy to judge whether your guess is correct or not. Only need to solve this divine beast in front of you. Even if the other party didn't mean it that way, if he wanted to gather all 10 avatars, he probably wouldn't be able to sit in the sight of the pig and be slaughtered. Whatever the situation, it can force out Velislana, which is hidden nearby. Thinking of this, Suemo immediately took action. Directly activate the magic, and the whole person turns into a beam of light. Wait. Don't be impulsive. That divine beast is very strong. Seeing Sumo's actions, Erika couldn't guess what he was thinking, and immediately wanted to dissuade him. However, at her speed, she couldn't stop Suemo at all. In the blink of an eye, Sumo's figure disappeared and instantly appeared next to the mythical beast and wild boar. So fast. Erika noticed Sumo's speed, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Human body is directly elementalized into light. This magic and the power of one of the god's layers, the Black Prince Alec Lightning Stone Fire. It's just that the Black Prince Alec used the power that was usurped from the gods and transformed into Thunderbolt. And this man used magic and turned into light. What the hell did this man come from to actually possess this level of magic? While Erika was shocked, she also had some expectations in her heart. If it is a strong man of this level. Maybe. Not far away. After moving in front of the mythical beast wild boar, the wild boar gathered energy and spit out a shockwave that could destroy the mountain again. Look alike. Although it wasn't as powerful as the one that wrestled with Wind Incarnate, it was stronger than the one that Erika had. The shockwave shrouded the area around Suemo, apparently preparing to attack the entire area, not to let Suemo escape. However, Suemo had no plans to escape. Before the shockwave came, he directly constructed a defensive spell. 3 Pillars of God. The huge magic circle opened under his feet, and the 3 column-shaped magic circles protected everything in the circle. The shockwave blasted the nearby earth into a huge crater. The defense of the 3 Pillars of God began to crack, but it could obviously last for a while. Taking this opportunity, Suemo did not hesitate, put his hands together, and opened the door directly. Legal laws. A magic circle of dozens of meters appeared above the sky, and the dazzling sunlight briefly dispelled the haze. The battle between the 10 saints is enough to affect the celestial phenomena. What happened at a glance is to prove the authenticity of this sentence. A sacred and dazzling light fell from the sky, like a sharp arrow, punishing the huge wild boar that destroyed half of the city in front of him. I don't know, I thought it was God punishing monsters who did evil things. However, only a magician like Erika understands. The opposite is true. This scene in front of me is actually human beings rebelling against the gods. Oh. 032 The war god of Zoroastrianism. After the light fades, the figure of the divine beast and wild boar collapsed suddenly and fell on the ground. It's really one by one. In the distance, Erika, who saw this scene, widened her eyes full of inconceivable beauty. Although she thought of this possibility in her heart, Erika never imagined that this divine beast, which she could not even get close to, would be instantly killed by other magicians. This is outrageous. Even a paladin like his uncle, Saint Paul, or Saint Raphael, doesn't have this level of strength. Could this man be an extremely rare kind of holy magician? Or some newly promoted godslayer? And Sumo sighed. Looking at the fallen boar in front of him, his expression was not much joy. Only slightly surprised. Why didn't you die like this? Yes, After a shot of Goblin's Law. Although the wild boar had collapsed weakly, it did not lose its vitality. As expected of a divine beast. Magic resistance and vitality are indeed tyrannical. Although the current posture of the mythical beast and wild boar does not have much power to fight back, if Suemo continues to attack, it will not be difficult to kill it. But you must know that the vitality of wild boars is not outstanding among divine beasts. Divine beasts like dragons and snakes are the most powerful beings. If his opponent is a divine beast such as dragons and snakes, Suemo suspects that a single shot of the Goblin's Law may not cause too serious damage. No wonder in the original book, Makarov never thought of using this trick on the black dragon Aknororia. Surely you know it's useless. And with the immortality of the dragon and snake, even if the injury is caused, it may be recovered in a blink of an eye. Thinking like this, Suemo was not in a hurry to make up for the beast and wild boar. Instead, he suddenly said loudly, "Aren't you willing to show up? The war god of Zoroastrianism, shouldn't he be a guy who likes to hide his head and show his tail?" The voice just fell. A figure of a young man appeared in front of Suemo with a gust of wind. As far as this is concerned, the boy with purple hair and golden pupils shone with divine brilliance, said in a slightly helpless tone, "I purposely left you time so that you can end your prey and brag about your achievements." No doubt. This young man is the god of disobedience, the Zoroastrian war god Velislaner himself. So, is this really a trial? Hearing this, Suemo couldn't help but spit out. But now in modern society, not ancient society, there is no longer the ritual of using the head of the enemy to show one's bravery. That's really a pity, so many excellent ceremonies have not been passed down. Welslaner shook his head, obviously feeling a little pity. Showing the prey you hunted around was a custom in the age of gods. You really don't feel bad? Suemo took a pitiful glance at the wild boar beside him. Isn't this one of your incarnations, so willing to be wiped out like this? Hearing this, Welslaner was serious. Since it is a trial, although it is the result of a whim, as a god, it is natural to endure all the possibilities of the trial. Although this will make you lose an avatar. But Velislana is the type that values battle etiquette and divine charisma more than the power of a mere avatar. Not even accepting the loss of a mere divine beast, what qualifications are there to test mankind? Suemo appreciated the courage displayed by Welslaner. As expected of a military god. After complimenting him, he immediately climbed up the pole. Since it's a trial, the gods should give rewards to those who pass the trial, right? That's natural. Welslaner nodded. But before that, you should completely kill the wild boar and complete the ritual. He's not the stingy type, but he places great emphasis on fighting etiquette. As long as Suemo takes action to kill the beast and wild boar, he will naturally not break his promise and will give corresponding rewards. In Welslaner's view, the request couldn't be simpler. The mythical beast wild boar has lost most of its vitality, and it only needs to give the final blow. However, he was unexpected. Must kill the wild boar. After hearing this, Suemo immediately shook his head without hesitation. Then forget it. In his words, he had to give up this reward. Immediately, Welslaner was more interested in Suemo. Originally, I just came here to collect avatars, and I never thought that I would encounter such an interesting existence. Why? Welslaner couldn't help asking. The magic power in your body should be enough to release the magic just now. It shouldn't be difficult to kill the wild boar. For this question, Suemo responded with a bright smile. The reason is very simple. I heard that the god of insubordination who cannot kill the incompetent, does not seem to be able to give power. The calm tone was like chatting between friends. But the content of the words made Velislaner, the god of disobedience, shocked. Ha 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 ha. The war god of Zoroastrianism burst out laughing. So that's the case. Are you, like those sons of fools, eyeing my life. Ha ha ha. Happy and happy. I didn't expect to meet a special human like you before the decisive battle with Mikkel. It seems that this lower realm is indeed a worthwhile trip. 033 Coincidentally, you are also a warrior of light. God of disobedience. Refers to the gods who rebelled against myths. In terms of power, the god of disobedience is no different from the gods in the realm of the gods. However, his personality or pursuits may change. Welslaner is the undefeated war god, the god of victory. According to his godhead, he should be the type who likes to pursue victory and smash enemies. However, he is just the opposite of the myth. As the god of disobedience, Velislana, the reason for going down is not to seek victory, but to seek defeat. The reason why I found Mikkel is also for this reason. Of course, the defeat he wanted was a dignified defeat, not an underwater defeat. Wouldn't it be more refreshing if he surrendered directly? The previous battle with Mikkel was a lose-lose, a result that surprised Welslaner. He did not expect that the god king of the Mediterranean would actually have the strength to break up his divine power into 10 parts. Surprised, Velislana began to collect his clones. I want to gather strength and complete the final battle with Mikkel. However, he never thought of it. When recovering the last avatar one by one wild boar, I actually encountered a surprise again. A magician with quite good magical attainments, enough to make the eyes of the gods shine, actually challenged himself to kill the gods. After laughing wildly, the deity who looked like a teenager showed a look of distress. One is the king of the gods, the other is a challenger with courage, both sides are very rare and delicious, which side should I respond to the battle first? Like a playful child who sees Transformers and Iron Man at the same time, it is really difficult to decide which toy should be bought first for his pocket money. For Velislana, whether it is the king of the gods or the fool who wants to kill the gods, it is a rare opponent. Hearing his words, Suemo smiled slightly and responded in a gentle tone. Don't be so troublesome, anyway, you are about to return to mythology, it's useless to care about this. Welslaner was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever seen a human with such a big voice. If your reliance is only on the magic just now, you may be disappointed. That move has no effect on the gods. He thought that Sumo's reliance was just super magic, so he wanted to remind Suemo. If the opponent misjudged the strength of both sides, then this battle may not be as interesting as expected. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to think the gods are so easy to deal with. Suemo shook his head. Huh. Welislaner's eyes lit up, and he looked a little surprised. In other words, do you have other cards? So surprising. With the power of human beings, it is enough to be proud of being able to master such powerful magic. I didn't expect that the other party would have any trump cards for killing gods. You don't think I will tell you all the information before the battle? Suemo didn't plan to say much. Even if Ultramantiga is very powerful, it would be too unwise to tell all his own information. The powers of gods are very changeable, and you still need to be cautious before successfully killing gods. Hearing him say that, Welslaner showed a warlike smile. Okay, since you want to fight the complete me, I will grant your wish. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly changed. If I said it before, there is still a relaxed atmosphere with small talk. So now, the atmosphere is instantly tense and full of murderous aura. As a war god, Velislana would not take any battle lightly, not to mention that the enemy this time made him feel a faint threat. I am the strongest, in order to catch all the victorious people. All enemies, human and demons, and defeat all hostile ones. Therefore, I will break down all the enemies that block the front. The young god chanted strengthening words of power and effect. A translucent golden sword appeared in his hand. This is the most special ability among the 10 incarnation abilities. In the original work, Kusanagi Goto was able to hang up because of this power. The golden sword is a weapon specially used to deal with gods, and naturally it will not be used to deal with Suemo. The pale golden longsword lightly streaked a trace in the air. Scoff. It was the sound of the blade cutting through the skin. Bang. This is the sound of the mythical beast boar completely falling to the ground. After the mythical beast wild boar completely lost its ability to resist, its whole body turned into golden spots of light, pouring into Velislana's body. Before the battle, Velislana decided to obey Sumo's request and took back his last avatar. After his strength was restored, Velislana turned his attention to Suemo. Those who want to kill the gods, now that I have recovered all my strength, if you want to defeat me, the god of war, use all your strength. I am Velislana, the god of victory, the god of war who fights to protect the light in Zoroastrianism, and the warrior of light who protects the law. Velislana declared his name dignifiedly. Do your best. Suemo did not respond in a sloppy manner. My name is Suemo. Although I don't have a great name in this world, it just so happens that I am also a warrior of light. With a slight smile, Suemo raised his hand and started his transformation. Just let you see the power of my warrior of light. Tiga. A dazzling light suddenly erupted. A giant with a height of more than 50 meters appeared on the ground. The red and blue body and the giants that make people look up to the level are as powerful as gods. 034 Status reversal, the clown is actually me? The 50-meter tall giant is not terrible for Velislana. In the age of gods, when he was still running on the earth in the name of the god of war, he did not know how many giants he had dealt with. The god King Mikkel I met before was also a giant. If desired, many giant gods can raise their posture to 100 meters, or even thousands of meters. Well above the height of 50 meters. However, that doesn't make sense. In the battle between gods, too large a body can also bring considerable inconvenience. Ordinary giants will only maintain a height of more than 10 meters, which is enough. The size of the giant in front of him made him feel a little surprised, but that was not the point. The point is, the power contained in this giant of light in front of him. Velislana could clearly perceive it. Inside this giant, there is an almost endless power of light. Although most of them have not yet been discovered, the power of light that has been discovered alone has already surpassed the gods. Not to mention himself, I am afraid that even if it is the king of gods, or several other gods combined, it may not be 1/10 as strong as this giant's body. Thinking back to what Suemo said before, Velislana couldn't help but doubt life. This is the power a warrior of light can have. Velislana glanced at Ultraman Tiga, who was so majestic and more like a god than a god. Then, he lowered his head and looked at himself, who was only the height of a teenager, holding only a golden sword in his hand. He clearly felt the difference in the power of light contained in the two of them. Whether it is quality or quantity, the other party must be far superior to oneself. When he realized this, Velislana, who had a godly arrogance towards Suemo and thought he could win the game, couldn't help but look wonderful. He raised his head and looked at the sun overhead. Lord Mitra, if he is the warrior of light, then what am I? As the war god and protector of Zoroastrianism, Velislana is a warrior who serves the light, and it can be said that the sun god Mitra is his direct superior. He thought that the power of the light Mitra bestowed on him was already very powerful, but compared with the giant in front of him, it was completely insignificant. If it weren't for the fact that the power contained in the opponent's body far exceeded that of the gods, Velislana would even doubt whether the opponent was the sun god from somewhere. They are also warriors of light, and they are not embarrassed when they bump into their identity. Whoever is weak will be embarrassed. As it happens, Velislana finds himself the underdog. So, although they are all warriors of light, but I belong to the warrior who serves the light, and the other party belongs to the warrior who manipulates the light. Realizing this, Velislana was even more embarrassed. How do you feel that he is a god who is weaker than the other in terms of identity? At this time, seeing that Suemo, who had not attacked Velislana for a long time, started to act. He didn't know what Welslaner was thinking. However, he knew he had to hurry up. After being strengthened in the wrong world, Sumo's time to transform into Ultraman has been extended a lot. However, compared to god-level battles, this time is still too little. Generally speaking, battles between gods and godslayers take about a week to test and fight, and it is also a common thing. And with Sumo's current situation, only suitable for quick fights. Therefore, without much hesitation, Suemo directly used the trick that once defeated the monster Melba. Lampert bullets. After charging, the blue-white arrow of light with very powerful explosive power slammed straight towards Velislana. For Tiga, this move is to sacrifice a little power in exchange for a light skill with high hit rate and speed. This trick will only work better against those more flaky monsters. Against monsters with slightly stronger defenses, it is difficult to make merit. However, in the eyes of Welslaner, the power of Lampart's light bullets is completely different. So strong. Seeing this glowing bullet, Welslaner's face was full of shock. The torrent of light beams cut through the atmosphere like arrows, and even the space shook. Obviously, it was just a move that was just slightly accumulating strength and casually sending it out. But it is comparable to the strength of the sun god with all his strength. Vast, scorching, terrifying, unstoppable. After feeling this terrifying energy fluctuation, Welslaner immediately judged it. He couldn't stop this move. It's not just him, even if the gods who are good at defense come, it is estimated that they can't stop them. This dazzling beam of light gathers and constrains a massive amount of light. Although it looks very simple and light, it actually contains enough power to instantly kill the gods. Realizing this, Welslaner naturally won't choose to carry it hard. Fortunately, he had already prepared for the challenge before. The Phoenix incarnation was activated, and the power of divine speed was immediately aroused. Fear the man with wings, the wicked and the mighty, fear me with wings. My wings will bring you a curse. The wicked will not be able to hit me. The figure turned into light directly, and Velislaner chanted the spirit of words to accelerate himself. Dangerous, and finally reluctantly avoided the attack of Lampart's light bullet. I felt the beam of terrifying energy passing by myself. Even Welslaner couldn't help oozing cold sweat behind his back. Terrible. This attack. 035 The battle with too much gap. After dodging the attack, Welslaner began to laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Yes, that's right. That's it. Feeling the crisis on the verge of death, he was not only not afraid, but even more excited. Originally, he used the body of disobedience to go to the lower bounds, just to find an enemy who could defeat him. Now, I finally found the enemy I wanted. And the opponent also has an overwhelming strength advantage. What could make Welslaner happier than this? Even the previous battle with Mikkel did not make Welslaner burst into such enthusiasm. I don't know what kind of power it is, but it's the right enemy to challenge. Velislaner looked at the giant of light in front of him excitedly, and the fighting spirit in his heart began to boil. Now, he has completely put himself in the lower position, and put Ultraman Tiga in front of him in the upper position. He wanted to challenge this giant of light. And Suemo is here. Naturally, there is no plan to stop. Knowing the power of Velislaner, he naturally guessed that the opponent's Phoenix incarnation could dodge. Therefore, he still has a backhand. After seeing Welslaner dodging, Suemo crossed his wrists to charge, and then his arms immediately straightened in a punching posture. Shot. In front of Ultraman Tiga, hundreds of dense blue beams suddenly appeared. Like a shotgun. The blue beam directly enveloped the location of Velislana in the form of a barrage. The lethality of this skill is much lower than the previous Lampart's light bullet. But the coverage is bigger. If Lampart's rays are used to increase the hit rate at an exceptionally high speed, shotgun rays aim to increase the hit rate with a wide range of shots. However, with the power of the shotgun light, there is no one-shot kill ability. Generally, you can only limit the enemy's activities, and then use the big move to completely obliterate it. In Sumo's view, this move can only be used as a containment. Just thinking about being able to limit Velislana first, and then use the light ability to end it. However, in the eyes of Welslaner, although this move is not enough to kill him directly, it is definitely not an acceptable damage. Once hit, at least seriously injured. And this dense shot of light is obviously not something that can be avoided with the help of Phoenix's speed. Even if you can avoid it for a while, it is also impossible to avoid all light. So, after thinking about it, Welslaner immediately made a choice. Head on. So, without dodging, Welslaner began to sing the spirit of words. For victory, come to me quickly. Immortal sun, please give me a shining horse. Spiritual horse with galloping feet, bring the halo that symbolizes your lord. The incarnation of White Horse has the ability to carry the sun. After Yan Ling finished singing, a second sun appeared above the sky. The blazing White Horse, carrying the blazing sun, rushed directly to the shotgun light emitted by Suemo. The sun wheel, which can create a cosmic explosion, collided directly with the shot beam. Boom! Boom one by one. The collision of light and the sun. The city turned into a basin in an instant. Smoke and fire shrouded the center of the battlefield, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. However, with Digga's eyesight, it is naturally not hindered by this level of dust. Everything under the basin, he can see clearly. Therefore, he had a direct insight into the actions of Welslaner in the abyss. After 3 seconds, before the smoke and dust had dissipated, a blue-black figure rushed out from under the basin. It's a wild boar. Pigs go by leaps and bounds. The mythical beast wild boar was entwined with blue-black flames, and its aura was several times stronger than before, and it seemed that it had been strengthened by Velislana. Roar dash. The mythical beast boar roared, with a long charged shockwave brewing in his mouth, and charged straight towards Ultramantiga. It seems that he wants to kill Digga in one breath. In the face of such an offensive, Suemo smiled slightly. Of course he was not unaware of Welislaner's scheme. Although the offensive of the mythical beast and wild boar is huge, it is only a feint. The real kill is the figure of Velislana hidden behind the wild boar. However, Suemo did not show it. When the strength gap is too large, the strategy does not make much sense. Since the other party wants to get close to him, Suemo is naturally happy to give the other party this opportunity one by one. Then, kill it in one hit. On the other side, Welslaner, who was hiding behind the wild boar, suppressed his inner excitement and tried his best to downplay his sense of existence. After the battle just now, he suddenly realized. The giant in front of him seems to have been using various skills, but he has never used the physical qualities that giants are best at. Therefore, Welslaner had a bold speculation in his mind. Maybe, this giant with light skills that doesn't need money at all, is the type that is extremely biased. The opponent may be stronger in light skills, and his physical fitness may be unexpectedly weak. Thinking of this, he immediately made a plan. Let the mythical beast and wild boar be in front. Stand by yourself. When the opponent is caught off guard, use the thunderstorm incarnated by Go to subdue the enemy with one move. There is a high risk of failure to do so though. But now that there is a huge disparity in the strength of the enemy and us, there is no better way than this. It is impossible to win a frontal battle. If you don't even have the courage to go sideways, how can you win? Thinking of this, Velislana drove the mythical beast wild boar, and quickly rushed to Ultramantiga. It's now. Welleslainer's eyes lit up, ready to release the avatar of goat. And at the same time, it's now. Suemo also launched an attack at the same time. Digga slaps and cuts. A powerful hand knife directly smashed the mythical beast Wild Boar and Velislana, who was going to use the incarnation of goat behind him. Under this overwhelming force, even the Buddha's golden body would be directly split open. Oh! Not to mention, Welleslainer, who has no defensive capabilities. The mythical beast Wild Boar collapsed and disappeared completely, and Velislana also threw himself on the street and fell to the ground. At the end of his life, Welleslainer had only one thought on his mind. This goddamn giant, why is he even so physically strong? 036 End the gods and return to the myth. Suemo did not expect that Welleslainer would be so brave. He dared to rush directly to himself. As the god of disobedience, Velislana's body is much stronger than that of ordinary humans, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is reinforced. However, compared with the divine beast, it is not much inferior. Whether it is a god's lair or a god of disobedience, what they are better at is actually resisting magic-type attacks. The resistance to physical attacks has not reached that outrageous level. Among the gods' lairs, whether it is the Nordic wolf king Wabun, the martial arts king Luoquilian, or the sword king Tony, they all use the ability of the defensive type, or the ability of the transformation type, in order to have the power of hand-to-hand combat with beasts and hard resistance. Unfortunately, although Velislana has 10 incarnations, it does not have the power of the defensive type. So, under a melee knife of Ultraman Tiga, the mythical beasts, Wild Boars, and Welleslana, were shot to death directly. If Suemo knew what Velislana was really thinking. Knowing that Welleslainer is ready to seize on the weakness of his own physicality, I'm afraid, he will just laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. What a joke. When will Ultraman's physical fitness become a shortcoming? Don't look at Ultraman Digga's many light skills, and he is often called master by Suemo. In fact, Ultraman Tiga's physical fitness is also quite powerful. Otherwise, in the original work, it would be impossible to support Degyu to use Degyu's happy type, the red power form. Even if it is a composite form of Ultraman Tiga, its physical quality is definitely not comparable to the god of disobedience. It is not that there are no monsters killed by Tiga's random punches. Now, though, Welleslainer has been shot dead. However, Suemo did not relax his vigilance. He who is familiar with the original book naturally knows that Velislana has no defensive power. But he has an incarnation that can be resurrected. The ram. Therefore, just being killed once cannot completely return him to the myth. Sure enough, it didn't take long. In front of Suemo, Welleslana's body began to recover, his vitality fell to the bottom, and then gradually became vigorous. Being able to master this incarnation proficiently, he naturally does not need to wait too long. Immediately resurrected. Even the strength in the body has recovered a lot. Powerhouse _. The resurrected Welleslainer looked at him with burning eyes, as if preparing to remember the name completely. That's right. Suemo nodded and combined his hands into an L shape. Remember the name well and go back to the myth. Zapeliolite. A simplified version. Without accumulating power, the silver-white light that was emitted directly completely shrouded Welleslana's figure. From the battle to the present, Suemo can be considered to know the power of Ultraman Tiga's skills. If only fighting against the god of disobedience. There is no need to charge up, and the damage of the move can also overflow directly. Therefore, without too much hesitation, with a simplified version of Zapeliao's light, Ultraman Tiga directly sent away the god of disobedience in front of him. This time, it is the real and complete end. Far away. Erika, who had been staring at the battlefield, was stunned. Actually, killed the gods. Before the other party killed the mythical beast and wild boar, she was already shocked enough. I am afraid that only the legendary holy magician can do this. Unexpectedly, this is not the limit of that mysterious magician. That man actually turned into a majestic giant of light. Then, with a crushing attitude, within a minute, the war god of Zoroastrianism was driven to a corner, and he was successfully killed. No, no. Thinking back to just now, the giant of light killed the enemy with one hand, and then the ray of light was completely terminated. Erica immediately shook her head and changed her words. It's not really killing the gods at all, it's completely hunting. Murder refers to the following crimes: the weak challenge the strong, and the servants attack the Lord. If you use this word, it means that this mysterious magician is weaker than the god of disobedience, Velislana. Hunting refers to the act of hunting under the above control. No matter how you look at the scene just now, you can see that the giant of light has the absolute advantage. In other words, the god of disobedience has actually become a weakling in front of that giant. It is precisely because the word slaughter should not be used in the battle just now. This is hunting. It is the hunt of the strong against the weak. Simply outrageous. I remember I said in class before, basically, the first time a god killer kills a god, it's all by luck. Thinking of this, Erica couldn't help but doubt her education. Is it by luck? No matter how you look at it, it's like the giant of light crushing and beating the god's lair, it's completely crushing. Moreover, before and after, it took less than a minute to kill the legendary fire worship cult war god. This level of speed reflects the combat effectiveness. Even those old-fashioned god's lairs are far behind. Neither the Marquis of Waban nor the martial arts king Ludo Quillian have ever achieved such an exaggerated record. No matter how you look at it, the strength of this man is too terrifying. However, for humans, this is a good thing. The stronger the god killer, the more able it is to protect mankind from the calamities caused by the gods of disobedience. When thinking of this, Erica suddenly realized one thing. If this adult is the first time to kill a god, there should be no subordinates now, so wouldn't he have a chance to hug his thighs? 037 Pandora Dark Festival. After killing the gods, Suemo felt an inexplicable summoning power. If you guessed correctly, the one who summoned him should be the mother of all gods' lairs, the person who manages the reincarnation ceremony of gods' lairs under normal circumstances. The newly promoted god's lair can defeat the god of disobedience even by luck. They are often in a state of near death. At this time, it is easy to be summoned to the boundary between life and immortality, that is, the underworld. It's the gap between the world and the underworld. The god's lair reincarnation ceremony was also performed here. However, Sumo's situation was completely different from that of ordinary god's lairs. Don't say dying. Suemo wasn't even injured, and the timer didn't even flash the red light. Not to mention, in his current state, his soul will not be directly pulled away by a god of Pandora's level. So, something embarrassing happened. If Suemo didn't choose to answer the call, Pandora in the netherworld really had nothing to do. There is no way to start the god killer reincarnation ceremony. In the secluded world, she racked her brains and couldn't think of a way to notify Suemo. Pandora. However, it was discovered that Suemo actually responded directly to the call. Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the netherworld. Arrive at the area where Pandora is located. Excellent. Pandora let out a sigh of relief. In her eyes, all gods' lairs are her children. Suddenly a guy who didn't want to recognize her came. She really didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the child was not rebellious to that extent, and still responded to his call. And on Sumo's side, his goal was to gain the power of a god's lair. Therefore, after feeling this call, he did not hesitate too much. Stepping out, following the guidance of the summoning power, he directly arrived at the netherworld. As soon as he entered the netherworld, in front of him, a teenage girl with purple hair and twin ponytails rushed directly onto him. It's too slow. I thought you'd refuse your mother's call. The purple-haired girl pouted and complained. Although Sumo's response was not slow, she was the only person who could reject her for thousands of years, so she would naturally be a little worried. You are. Sumo propped the purple-haired girl's head further away. Even if it was an anime character he had seen in his previous life, he wasn't used to being picked up suddenly. Was so disgusted by Soma put aside? Pandora was not angry either, but put her hands on her hips and introduced herself proudly. As long as there are gods and people, I will appear. I am the witch who bestows all disasters and a glimmer of hope and the mother of God's layers, Pandora. You can call me mother. Don't. Suemo immediately refused. Serious people, who would recognize a teenage girl as a mother? Huh? Why is this? Pandora's disappointed John pulled his head, but was not surprised by this answer. Probably, being rejected is the norm. At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice sounded. The witch who bestows all power on children, why haven't I returned to myth yet, is it your ritual? It was Welleslainer's voice. After losing the battle and being killed, he was supposed to return to mythology. But before that, he was trapped by Pandora's dark ritual. At this time, he remembered Sumo's previous declaration that he wanted to usurp his power. And understood his situation. Yes, Lord War God, you were defeated by this child. Pandora had a proud smile on her face, and it seemed that she was very happy with Sumo's record. Defeat. Welleslainer's voice was silent for a moment, then began to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. It was indeed a defeat, or a fiasco that left me completely speechless. I can't forget it. For his defeat, the war god of Zoroastrianism admitted with a heroic bearing. Since this is the case, then please bestow your blessings and hatreds on this child. The seventh person's god killer has the destiny of being the youngest demon king, please dedicate the Holy Spirit to this child. Pandora said with a smile. Although the God's Lair reincarnation ritual was mandatory, it was useless even if Welleslainer refused. But both are gods, and the other party is not the heroic god of steel that she hates, so Pandora will naturally not be too bad. Divine word spirit, that is to say power. Hearing this, Welleslainer's tone was a little confused. It is a matter of course for the loser to contribute property to the winner, but with his strength, does he really need power? For the power of Suemo, Welleslainer is naturally fresh in his memory. This name was also deeply remembered by him. Although at the very beginning, Suemo proposed to defeat himself and usurp his power. However, after seeing the power of the other party that is above the gods, Welleslainer is a little suspicious of one thing: can his own strength really help the other party? The power of the gods is indeed powerful, but compared with the giant of light, it is not of the same level at all. For such a strong man, can his own power really play a role? In this world, this is probably the first time. The god of disobedience began to doubt whether his power was worthy of the god's lair who killed him. This person who doubts life still worships the Zoroastrian war god and the god of victory with amazing combat power. If Mikkel, his former enemy, knew about it, he would doubt his life too. 038 Trial Reward, Power Transformation. At this moment, Suemo interjected. Of course. Don't think it's easy for him to beat Welleslainer, although it's not difficult. However, under the overwhelming power of Ultramantiga, the opponent could still hold on for nearly a minute. Suemo suspected that if the war god wasn't too belligerent and wouldn't back down, the two sides might fight for a longer time. If the other party wants to escape, he may not be able to take him quickly. From this, it can also be seen that the flexibility and practicality of the power of gods does have considerable value. Moreover, if done properly, Suemo feels that the power of the gods may be able to further enhance the strength of Ultramantiga. For example, the incarnation of the Sun White Horse, if combined with Ultramantiga. Maybe you can come up with a Tiga Corona pattern. Strong or not, let's not say. It's sure to be handsome. Speaking of which, you should still owe me a reward, right? Speaking of power, Suemo suddenly thought of this. Reward, you mean the one who passed the trial? Wellesleyner, of course, did not forget this. When he first tried to test humans, he promised Suemo that if he could kill the beasts and wild boars, he would be rewarded. Although Suemo refused at that time because he wanted to defeat Welleslana in a complete state. But in the ensuing battle, Suemo once killed the mythical beast and wild boar with a knife. This is of course the completion of the trial. Logically speaking, being a god should be rewarded. But I have a power in my whole body, and I will give it to you later. Even if I want to pay the reward, it seems that I have nothing to take. Wellesleyner looked around at himself and suddenly felt as though he was poor. Nothing but power. Maybe the power itself, because of the God-Slayer's reincarnation ceremony, would have been acquired by the other party. No matter how you look at it, there is nothing in yourself that can be used as a reward. Yeah, the war god who worships Zoroastrianism, shouldn't go back on his promises to humans. Hearing the conversation between the two, Pandora joined in at the right time. It's a trial for humans, but it can't provide the corresponding reward. If this kind of thing is known to the king of Mikkel, maybe he will say some bad things. As the mother of the God-Slayer, Pandora naturally stood on Suemo's side and wanted to benefit Suemo. Wellesleyner could read Pandora's mind. However, he also understood that what Pandora said was indeed the truth. If he goes back on his promises to humans, the majesty of the gods will also be gone. If Mikkel looked down on it because of this, he would have brought it on himself. However, he really had nothing to give. Lord War God seemed a little embarrassed. At this time, Suemo, who had a plan in his heart, spoke up. It doesn't matter if you can't find the reward. I have something on my side that I need your help with. Hearing this, Wellesleyner breathed a sigh of relief. But it doesn't matter. Although he could see that Suemo said this on purpose, he didn't plan to ask for a reward from the very beginning, but planned to ask him to help. But from another angle, this also gave him steps to go down. Welleslana was a warrior who served the contract and Mitra, the body of the sun, and naturally would not allow himself to lose faith in humans. Suemo did this. And he should also thank the other party. Don't worry, it's not a difficult thing. Seeing Welleslana agree, a smile appeared on Suemo's face. It's about power, and I hope you can help transform it. Generally speaking, what kind of power a god killer can obtain by killing a god is related to his own will. Often, the god slayer will automatically obtain the power that is more compatible with himself. However, if the god of disobedience has only one power, then there is no choice. Wellesleyner is such a case. He has only one power, so there is no choice. However, Suemo's impression of 10 avatars was not good. In the original book, Kusanagi Goto used these 10 avatars to defeat many gods and god-slayers. As far as its upper limit is concerned, this ability is indeed not bad. But to say the lower limit, it is also frighteningly low. For no other reason, there are too many restrictions on the use of these abilities. Wild boar can only take effect on huge targets, bull can only deal with powerful enemies, goat needs the vitality of his companions, camel can only be used in melee combat, and phoenix will put a heavy load on your heart, it must also be used against high-speed attacks. There is a time limit. In addition to the respective limitations of these avatars, the 10 avatars have another Achilles heel, they can only be used once per day. This series of restrictions made this power instantly tasteless. Even in the finale, these restrictions are still not all lifted. And for Suemo, what he needs is not this kind of power with high and low limits. After all, in terms of its upper limit, these incarnations together are not as good as Ultramantiga. What Suemo needs is a relatively stable and powerful power. Besides, among these incarnations, there are indeed many things that are of no use to him. The speed of Phoenix can be achieved by elementalization of light. Bull's strange power is not comparable to Ultramantiga, and according to the upgrade rules of the wrong world, there is still room for great improvement in his physical fitness in the future. Camel's melee enhancement was also beaten by Ultramantiga. Goat's lightning needs to be consistent with the companion's mind, and the limit is too large. The resurrection of the ram sounds good, but it can only be used if it is used in the near death, or there is no buff bonus for the resurrection in place. So, I don't want any of these incarnations. Suemo said. If I can, I would like to drop these few incarnations and then remove the restrictions of the other incarnations. Compared with these incarnations that are either tasteless or have the ability to substitute, Suemo hopes to obtain a power that can be used flexibly and without restrictions. Improving his strength under normal conditions is the goal of his trip. 039 Eastern God of War. Hearing Sumo's request, Welslaner was shocked. He never thought that his power would be so disgusted by others. Moreover, after listening carefully, he also felt that the other party's disgust was very reasonable. Of the 10 incarnations, there are indeed a few incarnations that are completely useless to you. Welslaner thought for a while and felt that what Suemo said made sense. Not to mention the usage limitations of these avatars. Simply saying that each avatar can only be used once a day is a very obvious weakness. If the user is dealing with a god-level enemy, after all the means are used to win. Within a day, if there is another god-level enemy. In this case, the inability to use the avatar is a fatal flaw. Ordinary godslayers can only be slaughtered in this situation. Not to mention, there are quite a few abilities in these incarnations, which are actually the same as those already possessed by Suemo. It is indeed a good idea to discard these useless incarnations in exchange for the relaxation of restrictions. Is it possible? Suemo asked. Transforming power is purely his whim. If possible, it would be a good thing for him, of course. I just don't know if this will work or not. Certainly. Welslaner immediately answered in the affirmative. I am the god of victory, victory is my essence, and it is not difficult to adjust the power of the avatar. Of course, it is still necessary for Welslaner to make adjustments to change the power that is about to pass through Suemo. If he didn't owe Suemo a reward, he wouldn't change his power with his pride. In that case, what Suemo gets can only possibly be the original 10 avatars. Limiting a bunch of them is not easy to use. After finishing speaking, Welslaner completed the modification of his own strength after some operations. At this time, Pandora began to hold the Godslayer reincarnation ceremony. The divine power and power of the god of disobedience began to be transmitted to Sumo's body through Pandora's dark sacrifice. Welslaner is also about to return to myth. At the last moment when consciousness left, the war god of Zoroastrianism gave Suemo his last blessing. Suemo, you are the first person to usurp the past with the power of the god of victory, and the only person who convinces me of defeat in battle. As the victor over the god of victory, I bless you to become stronger one by one. Be stronger, until enough to conquer all, enough to sever all fate. Welslaner, if any. After leaving the sentence, it returns to the myth. It didn't take long. The Godslayer's reincarnation ceremony is over. Suemo was finally fully reincarnated as a Godslayer. I felt the surging magic power in my body that was above the dragon veins. Suemo felt that if it was her current self, she would use super magic, the law of fairies. Ordinary divine beasts, even if there are hundreds of them, are probably the result of being killed by one blow. In addition, the bonus of physical fitness is also very large. Adventurers are still mortal after all. The bones of the Godslayer are actually several times tougher than the latest alloys. Compared with these, the biggest gain is naturally usurping the power from Velislana, power god of war of the East. After discarding the 5 useless incarnations, the restrictions on the remaining incarnations were all lifted. Even the strictest limit, that each avatar can only be used once a day, has been lifted. After learning this result, Suemo was very surprised. It's just that half of the incarnations are abandoned, and it is already a very good result to be able to lift the restrictions of the remaining incarnations. Unexpectedly, even the biggest limitation can be eliminated. You must know that after the maximum limit is removed, the 5 incarnations without restrictions are completely equivalent to 5 independent powers. Able to lift all restrictions is simply Byugo. I didn't expect it could be transformed to such an extent. Suemo thought for a while and looked at Pandora Zero. Could it be that all powers can do this? Of course not. Pandora shook her head in disbelief. This time, it should be the special treatment given by the Lord of the Army. Perhaps, what hope does he have on you? Yes. Suemo nodded, not all gods can transform their powers. This time, he was lucky. Not only did he meet Welslaner, but he also passed his trial and beat the proud god of war to his heart's content. That's why I got the gift from the god of victory. After the reincarnation, Suemo chatted with Pandora for a while. After satisfying the witch's curiosity, she returned from the world. Just returned to Sardinia. In front of him, the girl knight who had failed to challenge the divine beast immediately fell to the ground on one knee. The great knight of the bronze black cross, Erica Browntree, has seen the king. Godslayers are overlords, demon kings, and irresistible beings for human magicians. For this, Erica kept in mind, so she did not dare to neglect the etiquette. Is it Erica? Yes. Erica bowed her head respectfully. Suemo was not surprised by the girl's attitude. The magic associations on the European side are basically engraved with psychological shadows by the Marquis of Vauban, and the power of the Godslayer is clear enough. See. Therefore, it will not even try to use the Godslayer like the extreme eastern island country. The magic society here is quite obedient. Suemo was also not polite. Only Godslayers have the ability to withstand the disasters of disobedient gods. Compared to their contributions, it is normal to have a little privilege. Please help me find a place to rest, and by the way, let the residents of the island urgently need to evacuate. He directly stated his request. Yes. Erica naturally has no objection to this basic requirement. However, when she heard the latter words, she was still a little surprised. Isn't the god of disobedience already resolved? Why does the king want the residents to evacuate? She suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Who said the god of disobedience has already solved it? Suemo glanced at her. This time, there are 2 pillars of disobedience. Hearing this, Erica was completely stunned. 2 gods of disobedience gathered on a small island? Is this god going to destroy this island? 040 Digiform for half an hour. Under the orders of the Godslayer. The efficiency of the magic association is still very fast. After a few minutes, a huge villa was cleaned up and temporarily provided to Suemo as a place to stay. Moreover, the evacuation of the crowd was also carried out immediately. At the same time, the information about the birth of the 7th god killer spread all over the world. In the same era, there were actually 7 Godslayers gathered. This unprecedented phenomenon made many magic associations panic. There are also many magic associations, and they see an opportunity. Maybe you can improve your status by hugging the new king's thigh? Suemo didn't care about the thoughts of these magic associations. At this moment, he is sitting on a chair by the balcony, basking in the sun, and closing his eyes, familiar with the power he has just acquired. The filtered power. Each incarnation has a very unique power and a considerable degree of growth. And, it seems, because the avatars are selected. The power of each avatar is also much stronger than when Kusanagi Goto used it in the original. The strength of these avatars will increase even further if they become familiar with the exercise over time. Even, it can burst into power far beyond the present. Suemo clearly remembered that at the beginning of the story, the power of the God's layers was only capable of sinking an island. At the end of the story, the cards are revealed one after another. One or two can use the power that can shock the continent. The 5 incarnations that I have chosen can be regarded as ace-level abilities in the early stage. And in the later stage, it is even stronger to metamorphosis. Whether it is the wind that moves instantaneously, or the explosion of the white horse on a cosmic scale, or the warrior who cuts off fate, or the juvenile who bestows protection, or the youth who directly hits the moon and knocks out a crater. Bore. They are a lot stronger than when they started. As long as Suemo continues to develop well. Sooner or later, these incarnations will be developed to the extent that they surpass the deity Velislana. And the incarnations that were abandoned by Suemo. Its growth potential is very limited. Whether it is used by Welslaner himself or developed in the original book, there is no particularly amazing performance. Moreover, these abilities overlapped with other powers of his own, and there was no value in investing. After a general familiarity with the power in the body, Suemo turned into an ordinary-sized Ultramantiga again. The time to transform now has been directly extended to half an hour. After feeling it for a while, Suemo was suddenly overjoyed. As mentioned many times before, the transformation time of Ultramantiga is not strictly 3 minutes, but is limited by the amount of energy. Transforming into Ultramantiga requires stamina to control. Therefore, as long as the physical fitness is improved, the time that Ultramantiga can be transformed into can be extended. Originally, after the strengthening of the wrong world, the time for Ultramantiga to transform was about 10 minutes. Now, after further strengthening of the God's Layer reincarnation ritual, while Suemo's physical fitness has improved, the time it takes to transform into Ultramantiga has also greatly improved. Half an hour of Tiga's transformation is enough to destroy the Earth. Suemo is quite satisfied with the current time limit. With his current physical strength, even if he shoots 7 or 8 Zapaleo light rays in a row, it is estimated that the red light will not flash. In this case, the little monsters in the Tiga world were really bullied by him. The only one who can't win. It is estimated that there is only the last big boss, Dark Lord Gaetangio. After roughly confirming his current strength status, Suemo changed back to his own appearance and began to rest leisurely. The God King Merkel, although not bad, can rival Velislana. However, unlike Velislana's flexible and changeable fighting style, Merkel's fighting style is dominated by recklessness. In this way of fighting, the most fearful thing is to meet people who are more reckless than him. Suemo felt that the difficulty of solving this god of disobedience should be quite low. After a short rest, Suemo woke up from his nap. At this time, Erica, who was waiting by the side, immediately reported it. King, the residents of this island have been evacuated, and the port has also established a defense line, prohibiting other ships from docking. So soon? Suemo was a little surprised. Nice job. Then complimented Erica. Being able to coordinate the relationship between all parties and complete the evacuation work in such a short time is not something that can be done just by being a big knight. This requires a certain skill in interpersonal relationships. Thank you, Wang, for your compliment. A smile appeared on Erica's pretty face, then she remembered something, and immediately lowered her head. However, there is one thing I would like to ask the king to forgive. Although the Magic Association has recruited witches to cooperate, there is no information about the god of disobedience. The witch's vision. Suemo remembered that this world has this setting. Witches with spiritual vision have the ability to see the essence of gods, but this ability is quite dependent on luck, and it is not always possible to see relevant information. Moreover, according to the different qualifications, the amount of screen information that spirit vision sees will also be different. Naturally, the Magic Association did not dare to send a witch who was too naive to assist, but bad luck would be futile. Seeing that Suemo didn't speak, Erica bowed her head again, a little uneasy. The Magic Association has brought in a witch who is good at spiritual vision, Liliana Cranicle, who will be here within 3 hours. Liliana is her best friend and opponent, and she is really good at spiritual vision. Qualifications. It's just that her location is too far from here, and it will take a while to get here even by private jet. Hopefully the king won't get mad about it. P.S. The other restrictions of 10 avatars in the original work can be lifted, but one incarnation can only be used once within a period of time, which is a mandatory restriction on the protagonist, which cannot be lifted in the original work. By the way, the power systems used by different protagonists will gradually differentiate according to their own experiences and preferences. In the later stage, there will be no situation where everyone uses the same power, please rest assured. 041 Do NT talk about martial arts. Without the help of the witch, I already know the identity of the god of disobedience this time. Suemo shook his head. The witch's spiritual vision is indeed useful, especially for him, who has the power of a military god, the golden sword that can cut off the godhead. However, this time the opponent, Mikkel, did not need any hints from the witch. Suemo also knew a lot about this god. Not to mention, with his current strength, even if he doesn't know the information, he is sure to win. You already know. Erica was a little surprised. She remembered that Suemo also revealed the identity of Velislana before. Perhaps for these two gods of disobedience, the king has a channel of information that he does not know. God King Mikkel is a god who has quite a relationship with Sardinia. You wait here, it's time to meet him in the past. After saying a few words casually, Suemo turned into light directly, and his figure disappeared instantly, leaving Erica at a loss. The Godslayer's personality is too casual, isn't it? Moreover, it means to ask yourself to wait here for a while. It's impossible, he wanted to say. It wouldn't take much time to kill the second pillar of gods. Thinking of the time it took for Velislana to be beheaded by Suemo, Erica had to admit. What the king said seemed to be the truth. On Sumo's side, after turning into light, he quickly reached a mountaintop. Sardinia is the second largest island in Italy, with many mountains. The highest peak is more than 1,800 meters. Therefore, I want to search for the trace of the god of disobedience on such a large island. Even if the god of disobedience is a giant. Nor is it easy. Although Velislana's avatar does not have the ability to search for enemies. However, Ultramantiga has it. Transformed into Ultramantiga again. Suemo directly used Diga's eyesight to investigate the entire Sardinia through perspective. Ultramantiga's ability is really useful. In a few minutes, he found the cave where the god of disobedience, Mikkel, was hiding. After coming to the cave, Suemo did not hesitate, and immediately gave a greeting. Those who are hard to get close to with sharp teeth, give the hammer of destruction to those who violate the contract. The word spirit that summoned the incarnation of wild boar was recited. A mythical wild boar with a green face and roach teeth, more than 20 meters tall, emerged from the swampy land. The wild boar with unparalleled rushing power is restless and restless. Go. Under Sumo's order, the mythical beast wild boar burst out with the strength and momentum of shaking the earth, and slammed into the cave in front of him. Boom, ! The huge wild boar rushed deep into the cave and directly cut off the hill. Together with Mikkel, who was recovering from the injury in the cave, he also pushed out. Mikkel, who has been recuperating carefully, obviously doesn't know what happened before. Suddenly being hit by a wild boar, Mikkel immediately roared. Welslaner, You don't talk about martial arts. The battles between the gods, although there are strategies, are mostly scheming. How can there be such a sneak attack? Although it doesn't work, it's a shame. He was a dignified king of gods, a dignified dragon slayer. He was almost arched by a wild boar. When Merkel was furious, a strange voice sounded. If you look for the war god of Zoroastrianism, he has returned to mythology. Mikkel followed the sound and found a young man with black hair and black pupils standing on a nearby hill looking at him. And the mythical beast wild boar that attacked him before, obviously obeyed his orders. You're using the powers of the Velislana kid. Mikkel looked at Suemo and was immediately stunned. So that's the case, is it a newly born god killer? That military god boy is really unlucky. I didn't expect that he would be defeated by the hands of mere humans. He, who had been concentrating on healing before, did not pay attention to the movements of the outside world. Only after seeing Sumer did Mikkel know that Velislana was defeated. Not only that, the newly born Godslayer also stared at himself. In this regard, Mikkel has no fear. Ha 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 ha. The Godslayer who was lucky enough to get some of the power of the war god kid, I didn't expect you to find me so quickly, so you want to usher in defeat? The god killer and the disobedient god are mortal enemies. Although Welslaner doesn't pay attention to this, Mikkel is more concerned, and his attitude is naturally not good. As soon as he made a sarcastic sentence, Mikkel immediately remembered something. I'm only halfway through the battle with that kid Velislana. Since you killed Velislana, you'll finish the rest of the battle. He is very competitive and is not willing to accept halfway results. If Welslaner dies in front of this god killer, as long as he defeats the god killer, wouldn't he be able to say that he has defeated Welslaner? As for Mikkel's request, Suemo was naturally happy to agree. No problem. Suemo nodded. There is no reason not to accept the power delivered to your door. Hearing this, Mikkel grinned. Then see, do you have the ability to be worthy of your own tone? Not much to say, this Mediterranean god king is not the type who likes to talk. Under the surge of divine power, the sky suddenly changed color, strong winds and torrential rain fell, and even more shining thunder struck Suemo directly. The god Mikkel, the more ancient name should be Baal, is the god of storms, lightning, and the sky. He is the god king worshipped by the Canaanites and the Semitic-speaking peoples like the Phoenicians. The sky is omnipresent, and it is naturally under his control. The violent thunder fell like divine punishment. For such an attack, Suemo repeated his old technique, and a dazzling magic circle emerged from his hands. 3 pillars of God. With the support of the Godslayer's magic power above the dragon veins, this defensive magic circle has been strengthened by more than 10 times. Even the most powerful thunder, in a short period of time, there is no way to hurt Suemo through the magic circle. And at this time, Suemo in the center of the magic circle wanted to try a move that he had thought of before. 042 Ultramantiga? Corona form. The first step is to transform into Ultramantiga. A burst of light shines. A giant of light with a height of 50 meters stands on the ground. There is no need to maintain the defensive magic circle 3 pillars of God. Neither the storm nor the furious thunder could break Ultramantiga's defense. Next, is the most important step. For victory, come to me quickly. Immortal Sun, give me a steed that shines. A steed of awe-inspiring power, quickly bring your lord's halo. Suemo chanted the spirit of words that summoned the incarnation of White Horse. Velislana was a warrior who served the sun god Mitra. This incarnation of the sun is also the power bestowed upon him by Mitra. Originally, the incarnation of White Horse was such a powerful power that it should be used as a decisive trump card. But now, at the beginning of the battle, Suemo summoned it. You actually use this kind of powerful power at the beginning. Mikkel was surprised. Not because of the power of White Horse's incarnation, but because of the opponent's unwisdom? Such an ability, even a god, would be difficult to use twice in a short period of time. At this time, using the incarnation of White Horse, once you dodge this blow, the opponent is equivalent to abolishing an ace. This is not what the wise do. Just when Mikkel sneered in his heart, thinking that this novice godslayer did not understand combat, suddenly he noticed something. Above the sky, the shining second sun. That is, the trajectory of White Horse's incarnation, and it doesn't seem to be heading towards him. On the contrary, why does it seem to be heading towards the giant of light on the opposite side? One by one I hit myself. And on Sumo's side, the white horse wrapped in yang yan, with unparalleled light and heat, fell directly from the sky and ran towards Ultraman Tiga. At this moment, Suemo used the power that Ultraman Tiga had when he was a dark giant. Attack absorption ability. In the theatrical version, Dark Tiga relies on absorbing the power of his partners in the Dark Period, Durum and Hitra. In the form of a dark giant, he possesses the power of two transformation forms, the aerial type and the powerful type. In the end, it was by absorbing the power of Camilla, reversing light through darkness, from a giant of darkness to a giant of light. The power to absorb the enemy should be the innate power that Ultraman Tiga possessed from the very beginning. The previous Suemo had no clue about this power. But after the strengthening of the Godslayer ritual, naturally, this power was also unblocked. It seems that Ultraman Tiga still has a lot of abilities and needs to wait for him to explore. Put this aside for now. After launching the attack absorption ability, soon, the giant of light absorbed all the sun will symbolized by the white horse. Then, the energy of light in the body immediately recorded the power nature of Yang Yan represented by the sun wheel. It's like transforming into two forms, the powerful type and the aerial type. After recording the power of Yang Yan, Suemo immediately noticed that there was one more form of his transformation. Cross your hands over your head. Then slam it down. The crystal on Ultraman Tiga's forehead shone with a dazzling golden light. The next second, the blue-red giant of light completely changed his posture. Ultraman Tiga? Corona form. A giant with a golden and red structure appeared on the ground. This is a corona form that is majestic and full of danger as if the flames of the sun are burning. Compared to the previous composite form, in front of this corona-shaped Ultraman Tiga, the aura has obviously become more dangerous and full of pressure. Just being watched, Mikkel felt an indescribable pressure. In the state of corona mode, it seems that there are a lot of light skills. Feel the power within yourself. Suemo was very satisfied with this new form. If it is said that the red power form is the form that improves the strength and defense, and maximizes the advantages of the body, then the coronal mode is a mode that greatly increases the power of thermal damage to light. It can increase the power of heat to destroy light by several times. After roughly grasping the power of the corona form, Suemo focused his attention on Mikkel in front of him. In this world, there is nothing more suitable for researching new moves than the god of disobedience. The other side. Mikkel showed the attitude of a formidable enemy. Although there was some contempt for this novice godslayer before. But after seeing the power displayed by this golden giant of light, Mikkel couldn't help but be shocked. In the face of such a level of power, only idiots who can't see the situation will despise each other. Mikkel did not back down, though. Rather, he is more aggressive. No wonder even Welslaner loses, it turns out to be an opponent of this level. The god king of the Mediterranean laughed out loud. Then, the fighting spirit called out to the ancient spirit of words. Chaser. Outcast. Become a pair of weapons for my minions, chase this giant. Let him see the wrath of the god king. The two divine weapons wrapped in wind and thunder, obeying Mikkel's call, roared directly towards Ultraman Tiga. As its name, these two stick-shaped artifacts have the effect of knocking back and banishing. It was the power of these two weapons that broke the Zoroastrian god of war, Velislana, into 10 avatars and scattered them all over the place. And in the face of such a blow, the golden giant of light just swung his arms into an L shape in a relaxed manner. Burst ray. This is a nirvana in the form of a corona, also known as the nebast ray. The nirvana, which was dominated by gold and shone with rainbow-like light around it, directly pierced through the two incoming divine weapons. After directly smashing the two artifacts, the burst light was castrated unabated, and it slammed directly on Mikkel. Boom. The nirvana in the form of the corona is obviously not something that Mikkel can afford. Just a moment when I can't breathe. The god king of the Mediterranean immediately exploded. A complete return to mythology. 043 new powers. See you again. Suemo greeted the girl with purple hair and 2 ponytails in front of her. Ah, yeah. After Pandora saw Suemo, her expression was also a little dazed. Although he sees all the sight of this child-killing god in his eyes. But he had to be surprised by the speed at which he killed the gods. How long has it been? Just completed the reincarnation ceremony and became a godslayer. Then, in such a short period of time, he actually killed a god again. Even among all the children, you are the most special one. Pandora naturally knew that Suemo had many secrets. The power of that giant of light does not belong to humans at all, nor does it belong to gods. And Suemo appeared in this world out of thin air. Not the humans of this world. However, Pandora doesn't care about these things. What about humans who are not in this world? It's not that she doesn't know the existence of parallel worlds. As long as Suemo is human and reincarnated as a godslayer, that is your own child. As a mother, you can only be proud of the strength of your child. How can you find out about the child's secrets? Suemo didn't know Pandora's mind. Although there is something wrong with this witch who always calls herself a mother. But Suemo still remembered Pandora's attitude towards himself and his team at critical times. Therefore, after hearing what Pandora said, he didn't feel that the other party was testing something. Instead, he said confidently, "Of course. Other godslayers killed gods, except for their daring, initially by luck. As for me, it's all on my own. How can a hard worker like me be the same as those who rely on luck?" This said, if other Suemo in the foggy space heard it, they would definitely complain. But in a sense, what he said was okay. It is indeed due to Suemo's own efforts to obtain the current power. The only problem is that Sumo's self is a bit too many. And it will continue to increase. Did you rely on yourself to get to where you are now? When Pandora heard Sumo's seemingly false words, she looked at him with distress immediately. How much suffering did this child endure to get to where he is today? It seems that this child has left his hometown and came to this world. It is estimated that he has a deep secret. Pandora, whose motherhood broke out, has greatly improved her favor for Suemo again. Speaking of which, why didn't you see Mikkel this time? Thinking of the previous conversation with Welslaner, Suemo couldn't help asking. Although it is said that Mikkel's power does not need to be transformed, it is also very interesting to be able to make fun of this king of gods. Unfortunately, one by one. The Lord God King. Pandora shook his head strangely, and said with some humor. After being defeated by you, the God King of Mikkel left in despair. It seems that he was hit because he was killed by someone for the first time. This is the first time Pandora has seen that there are gods who will be achieved by the godslayer. Pandora suspects that the God King is likely to be cast into a psychological shadow. Mikkel's psychological quality needs to be strengthened. Suemo shook his head, a little regretful. For him, however, the power to stay was enough. After being reincarnated as a godslayer, gaining power again does not require the previous steps. When he came to this space, Suemo had already felt the extra power in his body. Power Lord of the Sky. This is the power that can govern the celestial phenomena. Wind, rain, hail, thunder, blizzard. All celestial phenomena can be fully grasped. And, because it is the power of Mikul manifested as the person of the Most High God, the dominance of this power also belongs to the highest priority among powers of the same type. In other words, Marquis Vauban possessed the raging wind and raging waves, a power that could also manipulate the celestial phenomena, if it were used in front of Suemo. The dominance will be directly taken away by Suemo. For this power, Suemo is still quite satisfied. Not only flexible in use, but also powerful. The most important thing is that the force is high enough. One by one, everything in the sky is under my control. It's simply a must-have ability for a big guy to pretend. And hearing Sumo's words, Pandora couldn't help but be a little speechless. What is the psychological quality needs to be strengthened? If the Lord God King heard this sentence, he might be so angry that he vomited blood. When Suemo was familiar with the new power in Netherworld and chatted with Pandora. Outside world. The seventh god-killer was born, and the news of killing two gods who did not obey one after another spread all over the world. Even now when there are so many god-slayers, it is also unprecedented to directly kill the two gods of disobedience at the beginning. For a time, the magic associations began to collect information about Suemo. I want to dig out the identity of the other party, and then follow the line to get closer to the relationship. Except for the Magic Society, the Godslayers also received news of the birth of new compatriots. Whether it is the Nordic Wolf King Marquis Waban, or the martial arts King Luo Quilian, they are all curious about this blockbuster new compatriot. However, they did not take immediate action. Among the Godslayers, the only one who heard this news couldn't hold back. Only one. Tony the King of Swords. 044 Miss Space. Suemo didn't know at this time that there was a god-killer rushing towards him, wanting to compete with him. After returning from the underworld, he returned directly to the previous villa. Now, both gods of disobedience have been beheaded. He has also become a godslayer, and it can be said that he has executed the plan perfectly. Knowing that Suemo in other worlds must be waiting for him anxiously, he did not delay. After lying on the sofa with eyes closed, mind a move. Back to the foggy space. In front of me is the familiar white fog. After walking into the square, Suemo in the Godslayer world shouted in high spirits. The traveler Suemo, your king is back. Success. Seeing him like this, Suemo in Fairy Tale World was overjoyed. Looking at this beating expression, it should be a success. Suemo of Diga World analyzed. Then what are you waiting for? Share the cosmic corona shape. Sumo's eyes lit up in the wrong world, and immediately took a step forward and grabbed himself in the world of the Godslayer. Suemo from other worlds followed suit and slapped him. What are you guys doing? Suemo in the Godkiller world scolded pretendingly. To dare to offend the majesty of the Demon King and put your claws on the king's shoulders is too arrogant. No, it's not arrogant, can it? After sharing, Suemo retorted. We're all the same person, so technically we're touching ourselves, how could it possibly be offensive? That's it? Suemo in Fairy Tale World felt the surging magic in his body, and he was so happy that he couldn't find the north. With so much magic power, even if he has no power, he can dominate the world of Fairy Tale with his ability. Hi. Suemo in Diga World took a deep breath. You actually developed the Corona form of Ultramantiga? This form is so strong and handsome. Suemo in the Godkiller world laughed smugly. Of course, I am the overlord who killed the gods in the sky, isn't it normal to be able to do this? Wealth and nobility do not return home, it is like walking in brocade clothes at night. God Killer Suemo came back so quickly was not only because the Suemo crowd here was waiting for him, but also because he wanted to pretend to be coercive. People in the world of God's layers, even the smarter Erika in the original book. At most, they only know that Suemo is a god killer, perhaps a lot stronger than other god killers, very powerful. However, they don't know where is the most awesome. Only the self in other worlds can know the essence of their own operations. If you try to force yourself to understand these points, you will find the right person. The sense of satisfaction soared. It sounds shameless, but it's true. Suemo in the wrong world also felt the power of Ultramantiga in the form of the corona. In addition to complaining, he is also quite admired for his own brain hole in the world of the God's lair. As expected of me, not only is my strength strong, but my brain is so clear, and I suddenly created a new form of Ultramantiga. He originally thought that Ultramantiga was the greatest military guarantee for them. The power of the God Killer is only used to enrich the means, and to enhance the power of his normal state. But now it seems that the power of the God's lair world is a little more useful than expected. It can actually increase the strength of Ultramantiga. It's hard not to agree. After feeling the corona form, Suemo in Fairy Tale World was also very happy. The strength of Ultramantiga is their biggest trump card. This trump card can become stronger again, which is a good thing for all of them. Since the corona form can be developed, doesn't it mean that the moon god form is also possible? With that said, Suemo in Fairy Tale World looked at herself in God Killer World. It should logically be possible. Suemo in God Killer World nodded. With Ultramantiga's attack absorption ability, it doesn't matter whether it is the power of the sun god or the power of the moon god, but whether it can meet the moon god can only rely on luck. He couldn't kill each other. No way, this matter can only depend on you. Suemo of Diga World touched his chin and said, "The new power form, I can't help you here. However, as for the development of the existing form, I can give it to me." Don't look at Sumo's usual salted fish. In fact, he's still quite arrogant. Ultramantiga is the power of his world. If the contribution of Ultramantiga is overshadowed by himself in other worlds, where will this old face go? This face must be earned. If you can't earn it, he just chose to lie down. In any case, he is himself in the God Killer world. And the results of his efforts are also his own results. The family does not speak two words. But now, he feels that he can still play a considerable role. 10, 20. 037, 992. Development of existing forms. Suemo in the world of the God's lair looked at himself in the world of Diga. Immediately, his eyes lit up. You mean, Ultramantiga's form can be further strengthened? Several other people also looked over. Of course. Suemo of Diga World nodded. Ultramantiga's corona form, you should have got this inspiration from Ultraman Gauze, right? In this case, the corona form is likely to go further, that is 1 by 1. Cosmic corona form. X4. The four Suemo said in unison, and each could see the excitement in each other's eyes. If the corona pattern can be developed to this extent, this trump card can become even more powerful. 045 Gatenji, Shining Tiga's conjecture. Leave this to me. Suemo of Diga World said confidently. When it comes to space combat, he, a man in the Ultramantiga world, needs to face more. There are also many enemies in Ultramantiga that need to be fought outside the Earth. The development on his side is naturally much more convenient than his own in other worlds. Well, come on. I'm optimistic about you. Suemo of the God Killer world expressed his expectation. Although he also developed the corona form, he is more familiar with the power of power than the power of Ultraman. If you want to further strengthen the form, you still have to rely on yourself in the world of Tiga. About the form of the moon god, I will also pay attention to it here. If you have any special powers that you need, you can also tell me. For Suemo in the God-Killer world, he is now invincible. Therefore, his own need for power is not very great. If he has any special needs in other worlds, he will naturally be happy to meet them if he has the opportunity. After all, to strengthen other Suemo is to strengthen oneself. I don't have any needs here for the time being. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, shook his head. Then, he asked the other self curiously. Speaking of which, after the completion of this plan, everyone will be almost invincible in their respective worlds, right? Suemo of Diga world nodded. That's right. Suemo from Fairy Tale world also agreed. Only Suemo in Diga world looked at the other himself with a dark face. You are showing off, right? You are definitely showing off, right? So, with so many people, am I the only one who is still invincible? Tiga. Corona form is naturally powerful. There is still a certain gap between wanting to fight with the final boss Dark Lord Gatenji. Even after that, he was developed into the cosmic Corona form. Suemo was still at a loss. After all, the way Gatenji was defeated in the original book was too idealistic. The combat power of Shining Diga cannot be estimated. Therefore, now Suemo really has no confidence to deal with Gatenji. This. Only then did Suemo in the wrong world remember that there is still a big boss in the Diga world. Recalling the plot in the original book, he suggested. Otherwise, just follow the way of the original book and let the whole world become a light to help us. This is too passive. Suemo in God-Killer world shook his head. In the original book, Ultraman Tiga can win, except for the light that the rest of the world has become. The more important factor is that Gatenji will not make up for himself. If at that time, when Gatenji defeated Ultraman Tiga, he not only used petrified light, but also completely destroyed the stone statue with his tentacles. Then even after that, other people can become light, and it's useless. We can't hope that the enemy will make mistakes. After all, the way they fight now is not the same as the original Tiga. There is no way to be sure that Gatenji will just petrify himself like the original plot. Yes. Suemo of Diga world nodded in agreement. Whether it's the cosmic coronal state, or the lunar state that we may have in the future, I can have a clue about the development of these forms. But the shining form is a bit difficult. This thing requires the cooperation of other people, and the variables are too great. Through magic, Suemo can turn himself into light. But there is no way to force everyone in the world to become light. When Suemo in Diga world was a little troubled. In Fairy Tale world, he touched his chin. He opened his mouth thoughtfully. Shining Diga has appeared twice in total, one time against Gataji in the main play, and one time against Daimoja in the final jihad in the theatrical version. The two transformations into Shining Diga are actually different. The first time was to absorb the light of children's hearts, and the second time was to absorb the light left by super ancient giants. It seems that the transformation method of Shining Diga should be a form that can be maintained by absorbing a huge amount of light from the outside world. He analyzed the transformation factors of Shining Diga. Then, look at yourself in other worlds. In this way, I have a bold guess. Suemo in Diga world's eyes lit up and immediately grabbed himself in Fairy Tale world. You mean, you have the idea of becoming Shining Diga? Just conjecture. Suemo in Fairy Tale world smiled slightly. Then, he didn't give a shit, and immediately stated his conjecture. Whether it is the light of children's hearts or the light left over from super ancient giants, Tiga can enter a shining state. Since different types of light work, it's likely that natural light will work too. If we gather all the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, is it possible to transform into Shining Diga? He throws out his point. And this. Suemo second in God Killer World understood what he meant. To bring all the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars together. Could this power be one by one? The most mysterious super magic, the shining of the fairy. The most hip-pulling super magic, the brilliance of fairies. Suemo in the Diga world and Suemo in the Earth-Wrong world answered in unison. However, what was said was completely the opposite. The two looked at each other, but they both understood each other's meaning. Fairy Glittero. It is the official name of the super magic. Because of the translation problem, it is sometimes called the shining of the fairy, and sometimes it is called the brilliance of the fairy. Out of habit, Suemo in the Wrong world called it the brilliance of the fairy. And because of the reason of shining Diga, Suemo in the world of Diga felt that the name Shining of the Fairy was more suitable. However, this is all about the minutiae. The key is not here, but in the effect of the super magic. 046 The Shining of Fairies, the development direction of Suemo people. Fairy Tale World, among the three super magic. Fairies shining, this magic can be said to be the most powerful one described. When the super magic jewel of fairies law was in front, it surprised everyone as soon as it appeared. For the remaining two of the three super magic of the fairy tale, everyone is looking forward to it. At the beginning, when Suemo saw the super magic fairies shining hidden in the Miba cemetery, it was lent to Kana, who had never been very strong in performance. Immediately thought, this is to reflect the power of the super magic. It is estimated that a weak person is prepared to use this magic, and then easily defeat the strong. After all, in the description, the magic of fairies shine is far more powerful than a group attack like fairies law in terms of single attack power. It's even called, super obliteration magic. This level of terrifying magic must be able to show unexpected power, right? Suemo, who was thinking so, was immediately stunned when he saw the back. 77. A magician with an S-rank strength. Using this super obliteration magic with all his strength, with unparalleled determination, even the BGM is turned on. In the end, even Bruno, the vice president of the Devil's Heart Guild, couldn't win? Alright? After all, the attack was interrupted, not the lack of magic power. The force of this magic is slightly detrimental, but it's not a big problem. If this is to reflect, even if it is super magic, if the user's strength is too poor, the strong will still be evaded in various ways, or the attack will be diverted. Suemo could barely accept it. After all, among the three super magic, the attack power is the strongest, and it is also the most dazzling super magic. In the following battle, it must be able to show considerable power. Think so. Even though Suemo saw the final ending, he didn't see any use for the super magic. If you have to say it. Great demon fighting in martial arts. Kana used this magic to directly smash the magic meter, exceeding the upper limit of the magic measurement. Other than that, there is nothing to accomplish. In the final decisive battle, although he hit the magic king or guest. However, as always, he did not defeat the opponent, and became a force to set off the opponent. Obviously there is one kind of praise or another. In the end, the actual record was only 0/5. Precisely because of this, Suemo felt that this magic was the most mysterious super magic. However, it is the super magic that expresses the most hip-pulling. So, after hearing Suemo in Fairy Tale World say so, Suemo, who was in the wrong world, immediately showed a somewhat skeptical expression. The super magic of pulling the crotch like this, is it really useful? Though I also feel that this magic seems to be underperforming. Suemo in God Killer World first nodded, then looked at himself in Fairy Tale World. But magic is a thing, it should be very magical, right? My understanding of magic is not as deep as yours, but I also feel the influence of magic on the power of magic. there is a world of difference in the power of releasing Law of the Goblin before becoming a Godslayer, and releasing Law of the Goblin after becoming a Godslayer. Godkiller who has actually experienced it doesn't have much prejudice against the magic of fairy glitter. According to his experience, super magic is quite useful even for Godslayers. In the case of sufficient magic power, super magic can even show the power that rivals power. If you are in the state of Ultramantiga, use super magic. Its power is even more than ordinary power. Precisely because the upper and lower bounds are high. Therefore, this magic may represent a hip pull in the original work. But in his own hands, he might be able to exert power far beyond his imagination. Regarding the words of Godslayer Suemo, Fairy Tale Suemo nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Magic power, not purely based on performance, but on the principle behind it. As long as it is used in the right way, a lot of inconspicuous magic can be quite powerful. Fairy's glitter, although its performance is insufficient, it is a powerful attack magic recognized by both Mibus and Zelf, and its power will definitely not be weak. The attributes of the sun, moon, and stars, the light of the world, are indeed very suitable for developing Ultramantiga's shining form. But it's too early to say this, I haven't mastered this magic yet. Having said that, Suemo in Fairy Tale World spread his hands. Fairy shining. The acquisition of the super magic requires the approval of Mibus. At the time of the S-level selection, Suemo had been to the Holy Land of the Fairy Tale Guild, Yulang Island. Although the tomb of Mibus was found in the assessment, but did not get this magic. So, what exactly is this magic, whether it can develop a shining form? Suemo in Fairy Tale World couldn't make a ticket for himself. Yes. Suemo of Diga World nodded. However, this is also a way of thinking. If you can really develop a shining Diga, then I will not panic at all. So, this is up to you. Of Fairy Tale Suemo. Anyway, there is hope. This is a major matter related to his life, and naturally he doesn't want to give up every possibility. No problem. Suemo in Fairy Tale World is very talkative. After all, Suemo in Diga World is their final trump card. In any case, he will not be left in danger alone. I'll let you know immediately if Fairy's Shine is available. After the discussion of this topic, Suemo in Diga World finally breathed a sigh of relief. The hope of facing the final boss is there. Unlike before, not even a plan could be discussed. After the pressure is relieved, Suemo of Diga World looked at everyone. The problem of the general direction has been solved. How do you plan to develop next? Under the circumstance that the strength can be shared, it is natural for everyone to discuss cooperation and improve their strength respectively, and the final benefit will be greater. Regarding this point, through the plan of the first few people, it is natural to feel deeply from ordinary people, or S-rank mages, to what they are now. If they didn't cooperate in the first place, and execute the plan one by one. I'm afraid now, it's just an S-level wizard. That is, Suemo, who has extremely powerful power and the power of Ultramantiga as his trump card. There is no way to grasp the power of Ultraman and God Killer. And the opportunity to master the power of Ultraman, once missed, it is difficult to come back. 047 Newcomer appears. The brilliance of the fairy. This magic is not in a hurry, and it takes some planning to get the approval of Mibus. Suemo from Fairy Tale World took the lead in expressing his plan. Because of the Godslayer's physique, the magic power on my body is now above the dragon veins. So I plan to use this advantage and learn some other magic first to supplement the fighting methods. In terms of power, the magic of the Fairy Tale World is naturally not as powerful as the power of the Godslayer world. However, in terms of potential and effects, the magic of the Fairy Tale World is not inferior to power. Whether it is lost magic or those forbidden magic, the power and effect are very strong. Not to mention, in the Fairy Tale World, there is also a concept of the origin of magic. If you can master this first magic, reach the bottom of the abyss of magic. Mage can even gain the power to create the world, and even destroy the world. As a sorcerer, Fairy Tale Suemo naturally yearns very much and hopes to reach this state. Any other magic in Fairy Tale world? Hearing the words of Fairy Tale Suemo, the wrong place Suemo became interested. Whether it's receiving magic or word magic, it seems to be good. The Arc of Time and the Arc of Manifestation are also very useful. Suemo in the world of God's Lair thought for a while and said, "Don't worry about dragon-killing magic with side effects, but God-killing magic is powerful, so can celestial magic." Suemo from Diga World also expressed his opinion. There are many special magics in Fairy Tale World, and many of the effects are quite peculiar. It's really worth studying. At least they are greedy. Enough is enough. Even if you have the physique of a god killer, you can't learn magic so quickly. Suemo in the Fairy Tale World looked at himself in other worlds with a bit of laughter. "Leave the magic study to me, I won't let you down." "No problem, we trust you. After all, it's me, I must be a genius." The other three have confidence in Suemo in Fairy Tale World. This source of confidence is not only because the Fairy Tale Suemo quickly learned elementalization before. There may also be suspicion of self-promotion. After he finished speaking here, Suemo, who was in the wrong world, then spoke up. "The main thing I can do here is probably to improve my physical fitness in all aspects by upgrading. Compared with the Fairy Tale World, the special power of the Earthbound world, apart from the grace of God, is actually not strong. Those magics that have no special effects and are purely powerful are also completely inferior to the powers of the God's Lair world. There is no need to expend effort to study. Besides leveling up, the only thing that works for me here is the ability to develop various skills. I'll try my best to learn it." Suemo in the wrong world was a little helpless. The combat effectiveness of his world is not high. In terms of magic, it is not as powerful as the power of the God's Lair, and in terms of special effects, it is not as good as the magic of the Fairy Tale World. In addition to upgrading, if there is any special ability, there are probably only a variety of skills left. Adventurers' magic slots are limited, but skill slots are not. If you want to improve, you can learn different skills to become stronger. Strength, Hidden, Eagle Eye. These skills may not directly improve combat effectiveness, but they can provide considerable convenience in many places. That's enough. Suemo of Diga World said so. It is very difficult to improve our physical fitness to our level. The upgrade on your side is already a very good strength. Of course, it would be better if you could learn more skills. The increase in physical fitness in the wrong world can directly increase the transformation time of Ultraman Tiga. Therefore, the upgrade of this world is very important for them, Suemo. That's right. Suemo in the Godkiller world also agreed. The biggest advantage of the wrong world is the unlimited upgrade. Even if the level of upgrade is not large, but if it accumulates, it is still a very terrifying number. At least, in the worlds we have now, the only one who can increase physical fitness in an all-round way is you. After speaking, Suemo of the God's Lair world turned the topic to himself. And on my side, there's nothing to say, it's nothing more than killing a god. I remember that in the original book, there seemed to be a few gods in Fuzang who don't obey, so I should go there and kill a few gods later. His plan here is simple. After all, the specialty of the God's Lair world is power after all. My plan has been said before, and I am going to continue to study the shape of the cosmic corona. Suemo of Diga World nodded and concluded. Since our respective directions have been set, we just need to remember to come over regularly to communicate the progress. In other words, it can be disbanded. A wicked smile appeared on Sumo's face in Fairy Tale World. Ha ha ha, I couldn't help but go back and pretend. Suemo in the wrong world can understand his mentality very well. However, there is still some dissatisfaction with his wording. What is pretending to be coercive? We are manifesting in front of people. He switched to a more grandiose term. That's right, appear before people. Suemo in fairy tale world immediately changed his tune. As expected of me, I am very literate. Then, the two looked at each other and smiled. Where is it? /n/8, / hum hum hum. It is more than words. The other two people on the side were speechless when they saw this scene. Suemo from the fairy tale world and Suemo from the earthly wrong world left the foggy space immediately after saying goodbye. Just as Dija Suemo and God Killer Suemo were also about to leave, they suddenly saw a figure approaching in the fog at the edge of the hall. Is this a newbie? The two looked at each other in surprise, then stepped forward immediately. 048 Genshin Impact World, Tibet Continent. Evening. Tibet Continent, in the vast forests of the Wangfeng Mountains. Two hungry figures are supporting each other on the trek. By the two of them, a dejected white-haired little girl floated in the air, her figure undulating with the wind. The scarf reflecting the starry sky also fluttered in the wind. Although I don't know why this little girl can fly without wings. But looking at her appearance, she didn't have much strength. I'm so hungry. After climbing up a hill, the blonde girl rubbed her stomach and looked at the man beside her pitifully. Suemo, we haven't eaten for about a day. Hearing the blonde girl's words, Suemo calmly touched the package she was carrying. I have eaten all the sunset fruit I encountered before, and now there are only some mushrooms and fish pieces left. Although eating is also necessary, this place may encounter patrolling Kyokia people, so let's find a safe place and raise a bonfire to keep warm. Chukurin are monsters similar to goblins, and it is best not to provoke them when their physical strength is insufficient. Although he has no previous experience of survival in the wild, Suemo still knows the 2 points of ensuring water and heating. The blonde girl nodded. On the way, Sumo's experience helped her a lot, so she trusted Sumo's judgment very much. Perhaps because the meal will be ready soon, her steps are also much lighter. Suemo almost couldn't catch up. Oh! It's finally time for dinner. The dejected little girl floating in the air suddenly regained her spirits when she heard the two of them talking. Suemo, traveler, wait for me. Paimon is hungry too. The mysterious creature named Paimon immediately followed. It didn't take long for the three of them to find a higher step. Neither beasts nor Kyokia people can come up, so there is no need to worry about safety. There is a running water dozens of meters near the high platform, and there is no need to worry about the water source. Although Suemo is not good at rock climbing. But the blonde girl was very good, holding him with one hand, and the flying Paimon also hugged Suemo behind his back, allowing him to easily climb the stone platform with a height of 5 or 6 meters. After reaching this safe point, Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. The blonde girl finally relaxed a little too. The two looked at each other and smiled, then sat back to back, began to rest, and recovered their strength by the way. Ying, it's almost a month. Suemo said suddenly. He was referring to the time when the two met, and the time when he crossed into this world. The blonde girl named Ying nodded, and a smile appeared on her expressionless face. I almost scared me when I caught you and Paimon. She still remembers when she was fishing at the beach a month ago. Suddenly, the palm of his hand sank, and he felt that some big prey was hooked. Struggling to mention. However, it was found that 2 people were caught. Luckily, the fish hook passed through the clothes of the 2 people and directly lifted the 2 people in the sea. Suemo was the first to wake up, followed by Paimon. Thinking of this, Ying couldn't help but say it. Suemo, I've always wanted to ask one thing, How did you and Paimon fall into the sea? Even if you ask me, I don't know. Suemo spread his hands. He wasn't embarrassed to answer, but he really didn't know. All of a sudden, he passed through the original world. When I woke up, I suddenly found that I was caught by a beautiful blonde girl. In terms of the degree of ignorance, Suemo is no lower than the Ying at that time. However, after learning Ying's name and seeing Paimon beside him, Soma finally realized which world he was traveling through. Yuanshen world. To be precise, he is now in the Tibet continent. This is a world ruled by the 7 gods of ice, water, fire, thunder, rock, grass, and wind, where the law of heaven is high above. In the previous life, he had played this game, and he still knew the background of this world. Therefore, Suemo also knows that after the arrival of Ying, this world will inevitably set off a series of earth-shaking changes. As for myself, I happened to meet Ying before the plot began. Together with Paimon, she was caught ashore by her. Sadly, though, after crossing over, he didn't have even a little golden finger, and he had no power at all. Therefore, during this period of time walking together, in addition to relying on the experience of hearsay in previous lives to avoid several dangers, Suemo is basically holding Ying's thighs in order to survive in this jungle. Whether it is a wild boar or a monster named Kyokyu, he is not the only ordinary person who can deal with it. Thinking of this, Suemo was a little worried. If you have always been the attitude of ordinary people. Later, there was no way to obtain the words of the eye of God. After that, wouldn't they be separated from Ying and the others? After all, Ying's path was too dangerous. If Suemo forcibly follows her, it will only drag her back, and she will also be in danger of life. For this choice, Suemo has always refused. He never liked idiots who couldn't see his position clearly and forced his teammates to hold him back. Therefore, he himself does not want to be such a person. If there is still no way to grasp the power, it seems that when we arrive at Mon City, it is time to part. Suemo thought to himself. Although a little unwilling, but this is the best choice. As for the wives in the game in the previous life, Ganyu, Keqing, Ningguang, etc., it is estimated that there is no hope of contact. The only possible contact, apart from Noel, who was eager to help others, and Barbara, who was in charge of the treatment, it was probably Walnut who was in charge of the funeral business. Thinking of this, Suemo shook his head. No. No matter how fragrant the Walnut wife is, she definitely doesn't want to see her in advance. He didn't want to die young. 049 braised Paimon. Shaking his head, he didn't think about those who had or didn't. Suemo, who had recovered some of his strength, stood up. At this time, Paimon flew over holding a small pile of dry wood staggeringly. Good work. Suemo took the firewood from Paimon's arms. Phew. I'm exhausted, I can finally rest. After Paimon handed the firewood to Suemo, he sat directly on the stone platform, looking very tired. In this regard, Ying asked curiously. Isn't Paimon flying in the sky all the time, why is he still so tired? If you are tired of flapping your wings, that's all. But Paimon was clearly floating in the air. I don't know what organ is working. To this, Paimon's answer is. My phantom limb is sore. Then, she lay lazily on the stone platform, unwilling to move. This Paimon has been abolished. Suemo has already built a bonfire here. The gold finger arrives. Seeing Paimon's floppy appearance, he couldn't help but poked and joked. Otherwise, let's use her to make soup, and emergency food should also play the role of emergency food. Hearing this, Paimon became anxious and suddenly floated up. No. She puffed out her cheeks in protest. Paimon is not emergency food. Saying that, she kicked her legs directly in the void, looking angrily. Suemo, no. Ying shook his head seriously. Sure enough, it's the traveler who hurts me. Paimon was moved to fly to Ying. Then, with a smile on the corner of Ying's mouth, she hugged Paimon and added. The current Paimon is still too thin, let's eat it after gaining some fat. Hey! How come even travelers are like this? Paimon suddenly panicked and began to struggle, but there was no way to break free from Ying's embrace. Paimon is not meant to be eaten. Really can't be eaten. On the other hand, Suemo deliberately muttered in a voice she could hear. Is it going to be braised or fried? Huh? I think braised feels good. Ying also nodded and cooperated to bully this emergency food. Wow, Suemo, traveler. You two must be serious, aren't you? Paimon suddenly panicked. What braised Paimon, fried Paimon? It sounds very fragrant, it should be said that it sounds terrible. She really can't eat it? Seeing little Paimon so panicked, Ying burst out laughing, and released Paimon by the way. The previous words were of course a joke. Paimon is the second companion she finds in this world. It's impossible to really treat her as food. As for the first partner, it was naturally Suemo next to him. On Sumo's side, the ingredients were quickly cleaned. Although there is no seasoning, it can only be done now. After a while, a few bunches of mushrooms were grilled. Too much, you are too much. Paimon also reacted that he was being tricked again. He couldn't help staring angrily at the two bad guys who were bullying him together. Then, his hand honestly took the roasted mushroom that Suemo handed over, and took a big bite. It's delicious. After dinner, several people gathered around the bonfire to keep warm. Suemo looked at Paimon, the self-recommended guide. It's been a month since you said it. When will you be able to reach the position of the 7-day statue you mentioned? Don't look at the game, Mon's area is not big. In fact, in reality, both grasslands and forests are vast beyond imagination. Suemo remembered that it was mentioned in the game copy that Ying and Paimon had to wander around the forest for more than 2 months before they found the statue of 7 heavens and arrived at Mond. Although it has only been a month, they are moving much faster because of Suemo. It should be almost right. Hearing Sumo's question, Paimon looked at the surrounding environment and said after recalling it. It should be there tomorrow. Tomorrow. Ying's eyes lit up. The 7 heavens statue is a statue erected for the 7 gods. Her brother was taken away by a strange god many years ago. If you want to find out the whereabouts of her brother, the best way is to ask the god. The Fengshen closest to here is the first person she plans to visit. Tomorrow. Sumo's expression was a little apprehensive. In the game, Ying, as a traveler across the world, has a very special power. Elemental powers can be used without the eye of God. And this power was triggered when it touched the 7 heavens statue. Suemo didn't know if he could trigger the power of elements just like Ying. If not, you may really have to be a normal person all the time. While he was so contemplative, suddenly I feel that the surrounding environment is not right. Looking up, I found that I didn't know when, I came to a space full of white mist. Where is it? Surprised, he didn't take 2 steps forward. I saw an empty hall. In the hall, there are 2 people who are very familiar, walking towards him. How is this going? 050 give uncle a surprise. Just ordinary people Suemo. Naturally, he could not escape the hands of the 2 big men. Immediately, God Killer Suemo and Dija Suemo took pictures. Then I found that only a share of the mental power and physical quality of ordinary people was shared. It's so faint that you can't even notice it. Is it an ordinary person again? Suemo of Diga World touched his chin, but it was not surprising. Before the 4 of them, except for Suemo in Fairy Tale World, the others were also ordinary people. With proper planning, wouldn't it still have the power it has now? What world are you traveling through? Suemo in the God's Lair world asked the newcomer curiously. After Suemo in the Yuanshen world was stunned for a while, he realized the information in his mind, and then he understood what happened. My golden finger has really arrived. Then, he felt the power in his body, and he was even more shocked. And at the beginning, is it full level? The force value of Yuanshen world is not particularly high. Tianli or something is not clear. But on the bright side, the most powerful gods in the world can also see their strength from the background stories. The rock god Zhongli shot out the Gaiun pavilion and smashed out the layered rock abyss. Windy Wendy can flatten mountains and improve the climate in Mond. The strength of this scale is not too different from the standard of gods in the God's Lair world. Now, for Suemo, who has two powers, even if he doesn't use the trump card of Ultraman Tiga, under normal circumstances, his strength should be above the 7 gods. Anyway, before the finale, this power is absolutely enough. Whether it is the guardian of the 4 winds, or the crowd of fools, none of them can resist their own strength. After realizing this, Suemo was completely relieved. It seems that in the future, there is no need to worry about being unable to participate in the trip because of lack of strength. After calming down, he immediately answered the question of God Killer Suemo. I traveled through the Yuanshen world, and it's only been a month now. What? Genshin Impact World. God Killer Suemo was shocked when he heard the name. Digia Suemo also opened his eyes wide. Have you seen Coconut Sheep? And Keicheng? In the real world, does the thunder element still pull the crotch like in the game? Does Master K still scrape the scab? Immediately, he asked a series of questions. Suemo in the Yuanshen world was a little speechless. I also want to know what you're asking, but it's only been a month since I traveled to the Yuanshen world, and I haven't seen anyone except Ying and Paimon. Hey, before the plot starts? Suemo of Diga world shook his head regretfully. Then, suddenly noticed something. Wait. With Ying, the world you traveled through is actually your sister as the protagonist. You are lucky. In Genshin Impact's game, the protagonist can choose between his elder brother Sara or his younger sister Ying. When Suemo played games in his previous life, both his brother and sister had the numbers. However, as a man, he naturally cares more about his younger sister. After all, Ying Chang is really beautiful. And Suemo, LSP70. Well, I also feel lucky. Suemo in the Yuanshen world nodded. Fortunately, I got the golden finger now. Otherwise, as an ordinary person, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to participate in the plot. This golden finger came too soon. Although, it would be better if it came earlier. I don't have to travel for so long, and I have to take care of myself. However, despite the embarrassment during this time, it also allowed Suemo and Ying to establish a very strong relationship of trust. Not a bad thing. As for the main storyline, I remember that it was my sister looking for my brother. Suemo in the Godkiller world touched his chin and pondered. Sara seems to have said later that the brother and sister will not meet again until the younger sister has traveled through the 7 countries and has her own precipitation. When the time comes, don't you want to surprise your uncle? Hear the rants of God Killer Suemo. Suemo in the Yuanshen world immediately covered his face. Uncle God, I haven't written a word yet. Ying and I are pure companions now. Pure fellowship. Suemo in God Killer world shook his head and looked at Suemo in Diga world. Do you believe it? You. 1-7/ I do NT. Suemo of Diga world immediately shook his head, and then asked back. Do you believe it? I don't believe it either. Suemo in the Godkiller world also shook his head. A serious person, who would engage in pure companionship. Yes, you are just greedy for her body. Shit. X2. The two said in unison. Suemo in the Yuanshen world was speechless, and he immediately raised his hands to surrender. Well, I admit that I do crave her. I'm honest and I deserve credit. After hearing him confess his ideas, the other two Suemo nodded. As expected of me, honest and reliable little man. As expected of me, a true gentleman who never lies. Only then did Suemo in the Yuanshen world realize that he in other worlds seems to be a little thick-skinned. However, considering the power shared by the two bosses, this little flaw is harmless. As expected of me, my strength is too strong. He immediately followed suit. It seems that no matter which world Suemo has the same commonality. 051 Alchemy and Blacksmithing. After the joke, Suemo of Godkiller world brought the topic back on track. The power of the Yuanshen world is mainly the 7 elements. However, ice, water, fire, thunder, rock, grass, wind, these elements are all fairly common forces. Whether it is the world of fairy tale or the world of God's lair on my side, there is no shortage of the power of this pure element. Don't say anything else. Only the power that Suemo has now mastered, Lord of the Sky. It has the power to manipulate the power of wind, rain, ice, thunder, and snow. Not to mention, in the power god of war of the East, there is also the incarnation of a white horse that masters the power of the sun, directly mastering Yang Yan. This almost covers more than half of the 7 elements. The 7 elemental powers in the Yuanshen world are too common. Instead of spending energy, study these common elemental powers in the world of Genshin Impact. It's better to wait for Suemo in Fairy Tale world to learn the corresponding magic. Or Suemo in the God's Lair world to gain power. Either way, it is much easier and faster than learning in the world of Genshin Impact. Indeed. Suemo of Yuanshen world nodded and admitted this. On my side, if it is not the protagonist, it is too difficult to obtain 7 elements at the same time. Even if you are lucky, you can get the Eye of God. You can only get the power of one attribute. Compared with God's Lair world and Fairy Tale world, Yuanshen world is too difficult to obtain elemental power. Instead, it is better to hand over the acquisition of elemental power to Suemo in another world. He himself is to study other more special powers. Apart from elemental power, the only thing special about my side is alchemy, and weapon forging. After thinking about it, Suemo of Yuanshen world analyzed it. It is possible to study this aspect. Alchemy. Although in the game, there is only the function of synthesizing low-quality items into high-quality items. But that's just the most superficial alchemy. The actual setting is quite complicated. Even peeped into the mysteries of life. Sugar's skills and ultimate move are the results of studying alchemy, which can imitate the power of elemental creatures. Mon's chief alchemist Abedr. The alchemy he has mastered can make dead branches bloom, and even involves the field of creating life. And he himself is very likely to be an artificial human created through alchemy. From this point of view 0. The alchemy of the Yuanshen world also came into contact with the realm of God. Not to be underestimated. The alchemy of the Yuanshen world is indeed a good power. Suemo of Godkiller world agreed with this. As for the weapon forging you mentioned, it just so happens that we also have this skill, which is just right for you. He was referring to the development skill forging acquired by Suemo in the wrong world. I thought it would take a long time for someone to use it. Unexpectedly, this newcomer will be able to come in handy. Oh. Suemo in the Yuanshen world was a little surprised. Then, he also noticed this power, and his expression immediately became pleasantly surprised. There is actually a forging skill. It seems that if I learn this, the difficulty is much lower. If you have development skills, you only need enough proficiency to gradually increase the level of the skills. It is much simpler than learning from scratch. Build your own weapons. When Suemo of Diga World heard his plan, he touched his chin. If you say that, wouldn't it be possible to make things like Lang Emo, Puing, etc.? I remember that even bows and magic weapons in the Yuanshen world were made by forging shops. In this case, as long as the forging skills reach a certain level, the degree, isn't it just a 5-star weapon? Yuanshen's weapon pool is very expensive, and he never dared to touch it in his previous life. Now has the blacksmithing skill. Wouldn't it be possible to fulfill the dream of the previous life? Make a warehouse of 5-star weapons. All gold-grade equipment. Things that were never thought of before. It should be fine. Suemo in the Yuanshen world nodded. The real world should not be restricted, and only a few types of forged weapons can be made. However, the materials may be different from those in the game, and some treasured materials may be required. This is understandable. The settings in the game are naturally simplified. Actually forging the material is definitely not that simple. But because of this, the upper limit of forging skills will be much higher. It's not a big problem. Suemo in the Godkiller world smiled slightly. After building high-level weapons, you can also sell them for enough money. That way, you don't have to run errands all the time. Makes sense. Sumo's eyes lit up in the Yuanshen world. He didn't want to be like in the game, running around for commissions. Especially the kind of food delivery mission that can't touch the elements and can't fly, it's simply anti-human. If enough money can be earned from forging weapons, it will also be helpful for alchemy research. It can be described as a feat. In this way, the three roughly discussed their respective development directions. By the way, I also shared the experiences of the previous few people. After forming a consensus, they said goodbye and left the foggy space. 052 Fairy Tale World, Dog Licking Squad. Fairy Tale World. The Kingdom of Fiori, the town of Magnolia. Fairy Tale, the #1 mage guild in China. After leaving the foggy space, he didn't even need to open his eyes. Just hearing the noisy and happy voices around him, Suemo also knew that he had returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. Rebbe, are you free tomorrow? I found a delicious shop. Rebbe, are you free tomorrow? The nearest clothing store seems to have new clothes. There were 2 licking dogs in my ears. Hey. Solosuk, it's obviously Libby-chan who I invited first. Shut up, it's me first. And Rebbe hasn't promised you yet. Don't you understand that it comes first, then arrives? Besides, Libby-chan prefers food to clothes, right? Oh. How do you see it? Girls should like clothes more. Rebbe, the protagonist, didn't even have time to say a word. The 2 licking dogs had already quarreled. Sarasuk and Dorel stared at each other, trying to strike a blow to their rival. The gourmet restaurant I chose has excellent barbecue skills. Libby is too thin now, so she should supplement her nutrition. No. Libby-chan's clothes are almost out of date, so I should buy new styles of clothes. 2 young and vigorous wizards, while raising themselves, attacked each other's choices. What the 2 of them didn't notice. Behind them, the girl Rebbe, who looked a little embarrassed at first, was standing there. Now, the face is all black. If it's just an ordinary invitation, it's okay to refuse it directly. But the words of Solosuk and Dorel just hit the girl's inverse scale. One judged Libby and felt that she should eat more meat to gain weight. One who recklessly commented that Libby's clothes were outdated and felt that his choice was the right one. Seriously. If these 2 idiots weren't his teammates, Rebbe really didn't care about them at all. What does this say? This kind of wanton evaluation of body and dress, no matter which girl heard it. It will completely deny the possibility of its development at the first time. Although this possibility is already a negative number, there is no way to reduce it. But now, Rebbe is still in a bad mood. Temple. With a dark face, she stopped the two of them. I won't go anywhere, I already have an appointment tomorrow. Mingyan refused the invitation of the two. In fact, in terms of relationships, Libby had already told the two of them that she had no thoughts in this regard. She's not the kind of person who likes to hang on to others, and doesn't want them to waste time on herself, so she makes it clear that C is only viewed as a companion of the fairy tale guild. However, the two of them didn't listen at all. Probably think that licking the dog people one by one, the sky will live up to their expectations, and one day they will have everything they need. For a long time, no matter how rejected, refused to give up. Rebbe was very annoyed by this, but couldn't say anything else. Sure enough, after hearing what Libby said, the two were immediately stunned. What, Libby-chan has an appointment? What bastard dares to rob the girls of our squad? It's too much, and we don't care about the two of us at all. Who is it? We must teach that guy a lesson. Then, he immediately showed a menacing expression. Vice's appearance of using force to make other people back down. See how the two of them behave. Rebbe was a little speechless, but also found it a little funny. Then he stretched out his index finger and pointed at the man sitting on the edge of the bar. Suemo has made an appointment with me to learn word magic from me tomorrow. Looking at your appearance, do you want to challenge Suemo? When she said the latter sentence, the expression on Rebbe's face was a little constricted. Although her character has always been gentle, she also has a little black belly. And after hearing what Rebbe said, Sarasuke and Dorel couldn't help but cast their sights on Suemo. Then, Gudong. The two swallowed together saliva. They looked at each other, their legs were weak. It's actually the tyrant Suemo. If we go to the challenge, we will be beaten to death, right? The two suddenly panicked. In fact, before, they were just talking. As a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, naturally, they wouldn't do such a gangster-like thing. I just said that just to show the so-called masculinity, to pretend to be coercive. Obviously, they didn't know that this kind of inferior, gangster-style act of coercion seemed very low to a literary girl like Libby, and it was a complete negative score. Moreover, after learning that the person who made an appointment with Libby is Suemo, they didn't even dare to pretend. Talk about the terrible people in the guild. Sumo's terrifying level is above Urza and Laxus, a veritable tyrant. It is an exaggeration to say that he will be killed or something. In fact, Sumo's character is quite good, and as a companion, he is a very reliable guy. The two of them also recognized Suemo quite a bit. He even felt that the next generation guild president was none other than him. However, when it comes to taking the initiative to fight against it, Sarasuke and Dorel were completely discouraged. They would rather be reprimanded by Urza for a day than dare to provoke Suemo. This guy, as a companion, is almost an invincible backing. However, if you become an enemy, that really deserves the title of tyrant. 053 Give the licking dog a hammer of destruction. Libby, I suddenly remembered that I'm going to have diarrhea tomorrow, and I can't seem to invite you. Me too. I have to go back to my hometown tomorrow, so I may not be able to invite you. Losers do not lose. Salosuke and Dorel immediately found two excuses that made people want to complain. Then, disheartened, he withdrew his invitation. This kind of practice of not daring to admit failure and subconsciously making excuses. It made Rebbe even more disappointed with them. You are so rude. Beside him, Wakaba, who saw the complete scene, couldn't help but spit out. Even he can see that these two people have no chance at all. Cowardly at the critical moment, how can any girl like this type? Moreover, admitting counsel is not simply. Also deliberately find excuses to go down the steps. As everyone knows, doing so will have the opposite effect. It will make people look down on it a bit more. Hearing Uncle Wakaba's words, Sarasuke and Doril also showed helpless expressions. That's Suemo. Don't talk about challenges, even if we learn from each other, we will be instantly killed, right? They are very clear about their own strength positioning. That's right. Wakaba admits this too. A rank mage in the fairy tale guild, but he still sees clearly the strength of the new generation. Suemo, the first person in the younger generation, is a proper senior S-rank mage. Not to mention these two people, even the most promising Natsu and Gray in the guild join together. It is estimated that it is also the end of the spike. Salosuke and Doril had no chance of winning at all. So, are you ready to give up? Wakaba asked curiously. Of course not. Absolutely impossible. Salosuke and Doril immediately shook their heads. Huh. Wakaba was a little puzzled. Why don't you give up? Do you think you can compare to Suemo? He was really curious. The drinking buddy next to Wakaba, Makeo, who also belongs to the uncle of the fairy tale guild, also looked over curiously. He also didn't understand where the confidence of these two people came from. I saw that, Sarasuke and Doril said confidently. As rivals in love, we have carefully observed Suemo. And then, a lot of solid conclusions were drawn. Whether it's Elsa or Mirage, they seem to have a special relationship with Suemo, and they have an exceptionally good relationship. Besides, Lisina has been pestering Suemo, and she likes his appearance very much. With so many girls staring at him, it's impossible for Suemo to have the energy to chase Libby. Salosuke survived his conclusion. Then, Doril continued to add. We have noticed that the number of times that Suemo chats with Libby is much less than that with Miraji. Compared to chatting with Libby, Suemo prefers to study his own magic. So, there will be absolutely no feelings between them. Even if the two of them meet tomorrow, it's definitely just learning word magic, and there is absolutely no possibility of developing into love. With a confident look on their faces, the two announced their conclusions. After hearing this rigorous reasoning, Wakaba and Makeo couldn't help looking at each other. After hesitating for a while, Wakaba said in a tactful tone that would not sting them. I think you are overlooking something. Suemo didn't go after Lei-bai, this phenomenon is indeed correct. However, there is still a phenomenon in this world called backward chasing, that is, girls take the initiative to chase boys. You only consider that Suemo didn't chase Libby. Did you forget that Libby might also chase after Suemo? Wakaba's words came out. Sarasuke and Doril were dumbfounded. How is it possible? How could Rebe actively pursue men? That's their goddess. Just when their hearts were a little shaken, Makeo's next words gave them a heavy blow. Speaking of which, although Suemo has approached Lei-bai very few times, Lei-bai has actively sought Suemo many times. And, so far, neither of you have ever accepted an invitation from both of you, Ruby. But Sumo's invitation, Libby has accepted it again and again. Even, a lot of times, it's Libby's initiative. Like this time, it was Libby who offered to help Suemo learn word magic. However, it seems that Libby took the initiative to find Suemo. As soon as he said this, Sarasuke and Doril both turned pale and froze in place as if they were petrified. How? Rebe won't take the initiative to chase men. They are subconsciously reluctant to admit the possibility. Even Suemo is just a little more handsome, a little more powerful, and a little bit smarter than us, a little bit stronger in every way. That's right, it's just, there's only such a small advantage. The two stammered. In this regard, Makeo couldn't help but complain. You call this stronger? Isn't it a complete crush? When he said this, he completely pierced the ostrich mentality of the two. No. Why tell me this, I don't admit it, woohoo. Wow, Lubby, my Lubby sauce. There are so many girls in Suemo, why do you want to join us? Sarasuke and Doril couldn't help crying, looking like they were brothers and sisters. Seeing the two crying and unwilling to admit their gestures, Wakaba touched his beard and couldn't help feeling a little sigh. How miserable. Makeo also shook his head. What does Sumo's words mean? You can't kill a dog by licking a dog. They should have looked away. 054 Learn to receive magic. Overheard the conversation over there with the dog-licking team. Sumo's mouth twitched slightly. After thinking about it, I decided to pretend I didn't hear it. However, the white-haired girl standing in front of Suemo didn't intend to pretend that nothing happened. Suemo, are you going to learn word magic with Lubby tomorrow? Mirage showed a very gentle smile, but his eyes were a little dangerous. I remember that you didn't say that you wanted to specialize in light elemental magic and not learn other magic. Why have you changed your mind now? Could it be that you want to attack Libby? But if that's the case, shouldn't it be your priority? Or, does Suemo like Libby's literary girl type? Thinking of this, Myra couldn't help but be very concerned. I have reached the point where I can elementalize light element magic, and it will be more difficult to go further. Suemo didn't care about Myra's eyes, but explained casually. Instead of further researching the magic of light, I plan to learn other magic first to add a fighting style. Learn other magic. Seeing that Suemo seems to be serious, not learning word magic for Libby, Myra couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Magic is not expensive, and you can't chew too much, isn't that what you used to say? Why do you suddenly want to learn other magic? The powerhouses in the fairy tale world rarely have a wizard who becomes stronger by mastering the increase in the amount of magic. Whether it is the Holy Ten, the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, or the 12 shields of the Protector. Basically, they are the powerhouses who have intensively researched a few magics and reached the pinnacle. Even the Sorcerer King, who claims to have mastered all magic, is actually only one who is proficient in copy magic. Therefore, when instructing Mila and others to practice, Suemo often said that the essence is not expensive. I didn't expect that one day, this sentence could be returned to myself. Generally speaking, it is. Suemo did not deny his previous words. But he wasn't prepared to explain too much. However, my current situation is different, and I can't infer it with common sense. So I need to learn various magics to supplement myself. Suemo naturally knew the truth that more greed can't be chewed. However, he did not intend to study these magics one by one. No amount of energy would be enough to do that. Sumo's purpose is to roughly learn those magics with special powers. Just as long as it can be used. As for the follow-up development, it is left to the other worlds to carry out. There is a lot of magic in this world, and it may be of no use to me. But for Suemo in other worlds, it may be quite useful. You just need to acquire the seeds of your skills. As for how the seeds take root and sprout, it is left to Suemo, who is in need in other worlds. In the future, you only need to share and communicate with each other. You can master a lot of magic very quickly at an unimaginable speed. Not to mention, with the physique of a godslayer, he can learn magic much faster than his previous self. Power is by no means the same. Therefore, even if it is to learn dozens of spells, it is estimated that it will not take too much time. Thinking like this, Suemo looked at Mila beside him. Right? In addition to Rebi's word magic, I also want to learn your receiving magic. Can you teach me when you have time? I owe it. Receive magic? Hearing this, Myra was a little surprised. After reacting, he immediately nodded happily. Okay, I'll tell you what I want to learn. For Suemo, she has no need to keep it at all. After all, Suemo was not only the enlightener who brought her from the abandoned village to the fairy tale guild when she was a child. She was also the first childhood sweetheart who accepted her and brought her up with her. Or teammates who often team up for missions. A few years ago, Lysina was rescued from the Beast Master, so that she could not lose her sister's savior. These kindnesses are superimposed, coupled with the deep feelings that have been with each other over the years. Don't say promise. Mila didn't mind at all even if she made a promise with her sister Lysina. It's a pity that Sumo's mind has always been on becoming stronger over the years. Plus the reason why Urza was staring at her. She is not good at expressing her intentions, so she can only stay by his side, waiting for the day when it will bear fruit. Thank you so much then. Suemo nodded and thanked him. Receiving magic is a special magic of fairy tale world. By receiving the power of life, non-life, soul, and even God, you can let yourself obtain its corresponding ability. It can even make people directly transformed into another creature to fight. It is a kind of magic with a very high ceiling. How to use it varies from person to person. Lysina likes to switch forms to fight by receiving various magical animals. Myro likes to receive powers like Demon's Soul, and simultaneously obtain the power of demons. Elfman likes to take on powerful monsters, or simply take on the wrist part to fight. In addition, receiving magic allows people to transform their bodies into inorganic substances such as iron blocks to fight. It can be said to be very flexible. 055 Suemo, is it actually Gatenji? In Sumo's view, the potential to receive magic is not much worse than the power of the God's layer world. In some respects, even more so. Just knock down the monster and receive it. You can use the power of monsters yourself, and you can even transform into monsters. If you beat down a divine beast, doesn't it mean that just by receiving magic, you can directly gain the power to transform into a divine beast? If you can defeat the god of disobedience, and will not receive words from God, is it possible for me to obtain the full power of the god of disobedience? Go even further. The self of Tiga world, if you gain the power of monsters by receiving magic or something, can it be turned into a monster? Even, transformed into Gatanj? Suemo, is it actually Diga? No. Suemo, it's actually Gatanji. If you think about it this way, it's a bit of a surprise. Although I don't think it should be that simple. After all, receiving magic has its own limitations. But no matter how you look at it, the potential of this magic is huge. In the original work, concubine Jean can receive the power of the god of time by receiving magic. This is enough to prove that the upper limit of receiving magic is definitely not low. Besides, the objects that can be received by receiving magic have never been just life. Elfman once took his hand as an iron claw. It can be seen from this. Receive magic can be used as long as it has a structure and material that the user can understand, and transform his body into the corresponding material. If so, if you can encounter some Edmund alloy, or the strong interaction material like the water drop in the 3 body, wouldn't it be possible to directly receive one's own body as an indestructible defense? If you think so, the use of this magic is too broad. It's just unbearable. Think so. Suemo was just about to start learning to receive magic with Myra immediately. At this time, suddenly I heard someone in the fairy tale guild talking about Natsu. I heard that there was a fire dragon appearing before, and Natsu ran over excitedly. I don't know what happened now. Fire dragon? Ignoru who Natsu has been looking for? Your information is too ridiculous. Even if there is a fire dragon, it is impossible to be discovered in the port. Hey, that's true, but the information is indeed here. Heard a few people talking. Then I saw Gray, who had already taken off his shirt at some point in time. Thinking about it recently, Urza seems to have taken on a mission to slay monsters. Only then did Suemo realize what time it was today. If you guess correctly, Today should be the beginning of the story. That is the day when Lucy, the celestial wizard, joined the fairy tale guild. Thinking of this, Suemo suddenly stood up. What's wrong? Myra cutely tilted her head and looked at Suemo. Go out for a while. Suemo smiled slightly. The gears of fate have begun to turn, and there is still a person who falsely uses the name of the fairy tale, and needs to be punished. After crossing over, Suemo has been living in the fairy tale guild. Naturally, he has deep feelings for the guild. And the act of using other people's guild's coat of arms to discredit other people's guilds is the most unforgivable thing in this world. Even the Dark Guild would not do such a thing. Not to mention, this person who pretended to use the name of fairy tale is still a guy who sells women and slaves. In the past life, there was such a sentence. It is not a pity for the traffickers to die for the whole family. Suemo, who remembered this, naturally wouldn't hand this guy over to the Magic Council like the original. That's too cheap for him. How could such a serious crime be released in less than a year? Also, what to say about reform? That's ridiculous. The law of the Magic Council is simply a piece of paper. Weak. He must know what the real punishment is. Oh. Using our guild's name. Hearing Suemo say that, Myra couldn't help frowning. This nature is too bad. You must teach him a good lesson. Even with her gentle and kind personality, she couldn't help but say that. Of course. Suemo nodded. A slap slaps Gray first, lest he run naked if he doesn't pay attention. Then, the whole person turned into a beam of light and flew directly into the distance. Zero after he left. Noticing that Suemo left suddenly for some reason. Most of the members of the Fairy Tale Guild couldn't help shivering. Then, they all showed pity. In the end, it was the one who didn't have long eyes that actually provoked Suemo. The destructive power of this tyrant is not at all weaker than that of Kilda's, the strongest in the guild. Hope people are okay. P.S. If you have any special ideas, or characters, worlds, or powers you want to add, you are welcome to comment in the comment area. I will read all comments seriously. 056 Ways to Clean Stains. After turning into light, Suemo soon arrived at his destination. Port of Origin. Then, I immediately noticed the huge ship in the port that was sailing out. Looks like I didn't miss it. Sumo's thoughts moved and disappeared. At this time, on the huge ship, who called himself Fire Dragon gave a malicious smile. Welcome to my slave ship. Before arriving at Bosong, just stay with me honestly. The blonde girl in front of him, Lucy the Star Spirit Mage, showed an unbelievable expression. What did you say about the slave ship? What about Fairy Tale? Didn't you promise to take me to join Fairy Tale? Fire Dragon of the Fairy Tale Guild. In order to join Fairy Tale, he took the initiative to come to the banquet. Want to know how to join Fairy Tale? However, Lucy never imagined that this ship would actually be a slave ship. The other party is obviously a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Why would he do this? Humph. Hearing the girl's childish question, the blue-haired man smiled contemptuously. From the beginning, I was just going to take you away as a commodity, so give up. The younger brother beside him immediately flattered. As expected of Mr. Fire Dragon, after using charm magic, these women rushed up to serve as commodities. Ha ha ha, this time I made a lot of money. At this point, the door was pulled open. On the deck of the ship, a large group of unconscious women lay on it. Charmed by magic, they have completely lost consciousness, and they are left to be manipulated like corpses. And these young women are probably their wives, daughters, and mothers. At this moment, there is only one identity. That is the commodity. Slaves about to be sold to the bitter cold. It can be foreseen what their future life will be like, perhaps even suicide is an extravagant hope. The reason for this result It's not that they did anything wrong. It's just that they accidentally passed the street during the day, and then they were accidentally hit by the enchanting magic, so they couldn't control themselves. Oh. In this world, magic is such an incomprehensible thing for ordinary people. See this scene. Fire dragons full of ugly smiles, the younger brothers who are inferior to the tigers, and the commodities who are not treated as adults at all. Lucy finally realized her own situation, and finally realized the essence of the other party. Really is a human trafficker who abuses magic. Tick. It's like being betrayed by a dream. Tears of unwillingness and anger flowed down her face. Is this the wizard of fairy tale? Lucy stared at the blue-haired man in front of her with eyes full of disgust and hatred. The guild that he dreamed of joining was actually a place where even such a magician could be absorbed. My longing for many years is actually such a place to hide and hide. The pain of broken dreams, and the anger at the indiscriminate behavior, drove her to puff up her chest. In his pupils, there seemed to be anger burning. Abusing magic, deceiving everyone, and abducting slaves. Whispering, Lucy tried her best to cry in her loudest voice. It's the worst sorcerer's guild in the world. The girl's roar resounded throughout the ship. Unfortunately, this angry roar was of no use to the blue-haired man. Anyway, he's not really from the fairy tale guild. Although the opponent is a magician. There is no difference between a celestial wizard who has lost his key and an ordinary person. No need to take it to heart. So, he just smiled. You scream and no one will come to save you. Hearing his words, Lucy gave him a stern look. His expression was a little desperate. Yes, this is on the ship, there are no other people around, and his cry for help is not far away. How could anyone come to save him? Even a hero needs to hear the cry for help to save people. Just as she closed her eyes, she was in complete despair. A strange voice suddenly sounded. Not necessarily. Both Lucy and the blue-haired man who called himself Fire Dragon were taken aback. Following the sound, a young man with black hair and black pupils jumped off the mast and landed lightly. Even in the most desperate times, don't forget to call for help, maybe some idlers will hear it. The black-haired and black-eyed boy said, and smiled at Lucy in front of him. The moment she saw the boy's face, Lucy couldn't help but stop breathing. The expression on his face instantly became very shocking. The blue-haired man who called himself Fire Dragon didn't notice Lucy's strangeness. He looked at the boy in front of him vigilantly, the magic circle in his hand was ready to attack, and then asked viciously. Who the hell is you guy? I'm a famous fire dragon in the fairy tale guild. If you dare to do something to me, aren't you afraid of the tyrant's revenge? I didn't expect to be asked such a question by a rubbish like you. The boy showed a somewhat surprised look, and then said. But for the time being, let's report my origins. I'm a member of the worst sorcerer's guild that the young lady said just now. Say so. The blue-haired man looked puzzled. The younger brother beside him seemed to remember something, and immediately said with a trembling tone. Mr. Paula, this seems to be the real thing. I remember seeing this face in a magazine. Shut up, idiot. Don't call me my real name, call me Fire Dragon. The blue-haired man snorted and asked. What are you talking about, the real thing? Do you know this man? This one seems to be the most terrifying one in the fairy tale guild, tyrant. Saying that, the younger brother swallowed his saliva with tears in his eyes. As for the blue-haired man, when he heard the name tyrant, he also remembered something, and his expression became extremely frightened. Tyrant Suemo! He couldn't help shouting out. Because of excessive fear, the voices became sharp and strange. Yes, it's me. Suemo nodded with a flat expression. Everyone present felt a lot of pressure. Clearly this morning, my guild is still the most popular guild in this country. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I would have the reputation of being a human trafficker and the worst guild. Suemo said lightly. Everyone didn't feel the slightest bit of relaxation. On the contrary, the terrifying killing intent expanded at this moment. It doesn't matter if you have stains on your back, it's not uncommon to be splashed with dirty water, as long as you wipe it clean in time. With that said, Sumo's eyes locked on the blue-haired man in front of him. Then, a cold and dignified smile appeared. It seems, today's stain needs your blood to clean it up. The crowd was instantly horrified. Then, there was a wailing sound like hell on the ship. 057 apology should be revealed. After half an hour, Lucy woke all the women who had passed out of magic. After telling them the truth, it took a lot of effort to calm them down. Finally completed the task given by Suemo. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a little nervously, he walked into the ship and knocked on the door. "Come in." Sumo's voice came over. Lucy opened the door and walked in. Then unexpectedly found that there was no bloody picture in the room. This made her pat her chest involuntarily. Suemo saw her apprehension and smiled slightly. "Some things are not meant to be seen, and hopefully you don't find it too cruel." Hearing Sumo's words, Lucy immediately shook her head. "No, it won't. Those traffickers deserve what they deserve, and I have no sympathy for them." Lucy knew it very well. If these people succeed, what will happen to women who are treated as commodities? Moreover, with the skilled attitude of the other party, this is definitely not the first time to commit a crime. I don't know how many people have lost their lives, broken up their families, and separated their wives and children because of these traffickers. Compared with the pain of these people, it would not be an exaggeration to tear those traffickers to pieces. Lucy has no sympathy for this. She was worried about something else. Very embarrassed, Lucy touched her cheek. Then, directly bowed 90 degrees to Suemo sincerely. Their heads were lowered below the table. "Sorry. I fell for this liar and misunderstood fairy tale because of it. Besides, you said such an outrageous thing. I'm really sorry." She was so ashamed that she almost buried her face in her chest. When she saw Sumo's face, Lucy recognized the identity of this well-known tyrant. She is a die-hard fan of fairy tale, and every issue of the magazine does not fall. Then, I saw that the so-called fire dragon didn't know Suemo. Lucy immediately realized that she had been deceived. This guy is not a fire dragon at all, nor is he a member of fairy tale, just a human trafficker. Therefore, seeing Sumo's anger because of those words, and after treating the blue-haired man horribly, Lucy panicked immediately. Although it was the bad guy named Paula who ruined fairy tale's reputation. However, the person who spoke ill of fairy tale because of being deceived without thinking, was himself. Thinking that Suemo heard his excessive words, he was willing to come out to help himself. Lucy couldn't help being moved. In addition to being moved, she was also very apprehensive. The tyrant Suemo is her favorite idol. If this idol hates him because of his previous words and deeds, wouldn't it be too sad? So, with some trepidation, Lucy came to apologize formally. Hope to be forgiven. After hearing Lucy's guilt-filled apology, Suemo laughed dumbly. Of course he couldn't have any opinion on Lucy just because of that sentence. It was Paula who ruined fairy tale's reputation, and Lucy was just a simple victim. Although she did not discern that it was Paula's lie. But it would be too harsh to insist on that under the circumstances. However, Suemo didn't plan to let Lucy go just like that. Not to mention her body. Purely in the identity of the other party's star spirit wizard, and the inheritance from his mother Layla. There was absolutely no chance he would let it go. Star spirit wizards will play a considerable role in the future pages. Just from the perspective of a tool person, you can't let her go. So, after thinking about it, Suemo said, If you apologize, show some sincerity. Huh? Lucy froze for a moment, then looked a little embarrassed. I don't have much money on me. Although she is the eldest lady of a rich family, she ran away from home, and the money on her body was saved only by frugality, so she really didn't have much. I'm not talking about money. Suemo waved his hand. If you apologize, at least show your boobs. Ah no. I mean, if you meet one of my conditions, I'll forgive you. He almost leaked his mouth and exposed his true thoughts. Fortunately, Suemo breaks quickly. A condition. Lucy froze for a moment, then blushed. Shouldn't it be that kind of condition? Even if Suemo is indeed someone he admires, is it too early? Anyway, let's start with a confession, right? Just when she was thinking about something strange, Suemo said bluntly. The condition is that you must join Fairy Tale. Huh? Lucy was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly showed a surprised expression. Can I join Fairy Tale? What kind of punishment is this? Isn't it something she dreams of? Totally a reward. Of course you can. Suemo smiled slightly, and casually gave a reason. I want you to confirm with your own eyes that Fairy Tale is definitely the country's premier sorcerers guild, and it will never disappoint you. Lucy took the reason he casually said seriously, and immediately showed a bright smile. Since it is a guild that Senior Suemo likes so much, I will not be disappointed. The two smiled at each other. At this time, Natsu and hubby finally flew to the ship and landed on the deck. The boat swayed slightly. Then one by one, Natsu fell on the deck and vomited. 058 Magic Council. After vomiting. After finally recovering, Natsu was about to find trouble with the guy who pretended to be himself. At this moment, the door opened. You are ___. Natsu was about to say something, but when he saw the person, he was stunned. It's Suemo. Mascot at his side. The kitten named Hubby immediately flew over happily, flying around Suemo. I haven't seen you for a few days, why are you here? Hubby asked curiously. Could it be that the members of Fairy Tale here are referring to you? They thought that someone pretended to be the name of the fairy tale to do bad things. Now it seems that they have made a mistake? Natsu also looked here suspiciously. Of course not. Suemo shook his head. There is indeed a person who pretends to be a guild and traffics people here, but I have already cleaned up that bastard. Hearing that this was the case, both Natsu and Hubby were furious. However, after the anger, Hubby showed a look of pity. Although he is indeed an unforgivable villain, if it falls into Sumo's hands, that person must be miserable. Natsu also nodded. It must have been messed up by Suemo. Hearing the words of the two, Suemo was a little speechless. How do I feel? There is something wrong with your impression of me. Am I that kind of violent person? Isn't it? Natsu touched his head and said stupidly. Huh? What did you say? Suemo stared at Natsu with sharp eyes. The smile on his face also became kinder. Natsu and Hubby looked at each other, their bodies shivered, and then they shook their heads at the same time. No, of course not. Suemo is a very kind person. Ah, I thought so too. The two of them looked like they really thought so. Seeing them like this, Lucy couldn't help but complain. What a fake. At this time, she has retrieved the key to summon the star spirit. This is... Happy looked at Lucy curiously. This is the new companion, the celestial wizard. Suemo introduced. Ah, the good man who invited us to dinner. Natsu was immediately impressed. One by one, these two beggars are actually the magicians of the fairy tale. Lucy was stunned. After getting to know each other. Before long, the ship docked at the port of Harajan. On the shore, Densely packed soldiers have surrounded the port. It's from the Magic Council, and a lot. Hubby's expression suddenly became a little flustered. After seeing Suemo beside him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Suemo is here, otherwise, with Natsu's current state, we can't escape at all. Lucy was surprised to hear what hubby said. Aren't the people of the Magic Council an organization that maintains order? Why are we running away? At this time, she didn't know much about the Magic Council. The reason here is complicated. Hubby didn't know how to explain it either. The people in the Magic Council have always had opinions on us and often find fault, although we didn't do any damage this time. With the habits of the people in the Magic Council, even if they didn't destroy it, they would definitely be in trouble. Because the boat stopped. Natsu, who was dizzy beside him, finally regained his strength. I'm used to this kind of situation, I just don't know why this group of guys can come so quickly this time. Normally, when he finishes the matter, the people from the Magic Council will be long overdue. So every time he can escape. It's the first time I've encountered it so fast this time. Yes, this time it seems to be coming very quickly. Hubby also felt a little puzzled. At this moment, Sumo's voice sounded. They were notified by me, so of course they will come soon. As soon as this sentence comes out. Hubby and Natsu were shocked. You actually took the initiative to find the guy from the Magic Council. Why, isn't Suemo afraid that they will make trouble? You know, when Natsu, Gray and the others usually go out on quests, they all avoid the Magic Council. This is the first time I've seen someone actually call someone from the Magic Council. Suemo snorted softly at this surprise. Afraid they'll make trouble. He shook his head. It should be the Magic Council that is afraid of me, I'm going to trouble them. A mere third-rate magician who was exiled by the Giant's Nose Guild dared to carry out so many human trafficking. And for so long, the Magic Council actually didn't know anything, and didn't even have a basic investigation into such a bad incident. It's just incompetent and trash. I even suspect that there are insiders in their upper echelons supporting the human trafficking business. If this kind of incident happens, if they still have the face to find fault, this kind of Magic Council, don't worry. 059 Decaying Council. The latter words, Suemo said very loudly. Whether it's the soldiers of the Magic Council. The people around, all heard his words. People started talking about the disappearances that happened during this time. Then, the dissatisfied eyes of the people began to gather on the soldiers of the Magic Council in front of them. Yes. Such a big thing has happened so many times. The guys from the Magic Council don't know anything? It was the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild who discovered the case and exposed it. Otherwise, I am afraid that in a few years, the people of the Magic Council will not be able to discover this villain's tricks. And now, in the face of these fairy tale wizards who have saved so many people, the people of the Magic Council are still posing as if they want to detain them together? This is too much. See the eyes of the people. The leader of the soldiers, Lahar, understood that he could not continue to drag on. The tyrant Suemo, the criminal Paula this time, please hand it over to us, we need to bring him to the Magic Council to be convicted. According to the regulations, a transcript should be required, but it is obviously not the time to do such a thing. Otherwise, the angry people will not let them go. I can only do the next best thing, and calm down this incident first. And this requirement. Hand over criminals. Do a shamed wormfu, corpse. You mean that after letting this guy accept your so-called humane trial, he will be able to clean up all his sins after spending a few months in prison? Have you ever thought about what kind of life those people who have been sold to the bitter cold land over the years are living now? Have you ever thought that their wronged souls are staring at you? As soon as these words came out, Raha is suddenly silent. If you follow the procedures of the Magic Council, it is indeed like this. Not only is the sentence very short, but it is not even allowed to be used. Therefore, he has no way to refute. However, it is his duty to imprison criminals. And he has no way to make concessions. At this time, the women rescued by Suemo have also disembarked and returned to their families. Hearing their cries, their family members were outraged. The way he looked at the soldiers of the Magic Council also began to change. Their relatives almost suffered such a disaster, and they could not wait to kill the prisoner. How could it be possible to accept the frivolous trial of the Magic Council? Heard the angry cries of the people. The soldiers of the Magic Council also started to riot. Obviously, they, who are from civilian backgrounds, do not agree with such a trial. See this scene. Suemo pulled the slave trader Paula and others out of the room. These people don't know how they have been treated before, and only one breath is left at this moment. It seems that the people do not approve of the judgment of the Magic Council. In this case, let the people judge by themselves. Suemo threw it lightly and threw Paula and his party into the crowd, which was also the place where the victim's family gathered the most. The next moment, the voices of Paula and others were drowned out by the frenetic crowd. Their ending is predictable. When Lahar saw this scene, his face was completely dark. Tyrant Suemo! You are defying the authority of the Magic Council by doing this. No. Suemo shook his head. I did this precisely to give authority to the Magic Council. Also, if you think that the authority of the Magic Council is more important than giving justice to the people, it would be better for you to dissolve the Magic Council. Rahal had no room for rebuttal. Not to mention, from the heart, he also recognized this sentence. In the Magic Council, he is a rare person who still maintains a sense of justice. Therefore, after receiving the news from Suemo, he rushed over immediately. Seeing him like this, Suemo stuffed him the prepared notes. Here are the evidence I just tortured and the data records of the trafficked people. With your ability, you should be able to save a lot. If you really still have justice in your heart, do this aftermath work well. After that, Lahar was left stunned. Suemo took Lucy and the others and swaggered away. The soldiers of the Magic Council did not dare to stop them, and they all gave way to him. What happened here was quickly passed on to the Magic Council. When the members of the parliament who were holding a regular meeting heard the news, some people were immediately angry. Damn fairy tale! How dare you defy the authority of the Magic Council? Speaker Crawford was furious. To sow discord in front of the people is simply not taking us seriously. Congressman Reggie's tone was also very dissatisfied. They just don't like fairy tale, and now that this kind of thing happens, they are even more dissatisfied. Huh. I saw several people with such angry expressions. Senator Chick Rain chuckled. After arousing the dissatisfaction of several old congressmen, he immediately explained. I think that this tyrant still has a certain degree of approval for our Magic Council. Otherwise, the aftermath will not be handed over to us. Hearing his words, Crawford was even more angry. What kind of recognition is this, to gain fame and then push the trouble to our council? Trouble. Hear him say that. Chick Rain shook his head and stopped talking. However, the look he looked at the Speaker of Parliament Crawford became even more contemptuous. Summer insects can't speak ice. As the chairman of the Magic Council, he actually regards the rescue of the victims of the Mage's case as trouble? This kind of thinking can still hold a high position. Sure enough, the Magic Council has decayed. But that's fine. It is suitable for you to complete your own plan. 060 The Magic of Fairy Tale. Since it is a guild that Senior Suemo likes so much, I will not be disappointed. Earlier, Lucy said so. At that time, she was still immersed in being touched by the hero-saving beauty. Although I know that Natsu and Harpy, two strange wizards, are also members of Fairy Tale. However, out of longing for Suemo and fairy tale. At that time, Lucy didn't realize that the fairy tale guild might be very different from her imagination. Depart from the port of Horigen. Under the leadership of Suemo, he really came to the fairy tale guild. I saw with my own eyes the group of demons dancing in the guild. Lucy was stunned. I'm back. The opening scene was Natsu's shout. Just kicked the door open. Then, the guy who vomited in a mess on the boat began to fight vigorously with the people in the guild. It is said to be due to information errors or something. Then, there is a man named Gray. After seeing Natsu's return, he came over excitedly to make an appointment. Immediately afterwards, he took off his clothes inexplicably. If it wasn't for Suemo to stop him, he would probably continue to take it off. Because of this commotion, a series of wizards such as Elfman, Loki, and Kana are gradually involved. The colorful magic circle lit up brilliantly. The group actually started fighting with magic. Outside, magic is obviously very dangerous and needs to be used with caution. But in this guild, fighting with magic seems to be common sense. See this scene. Lucy's fantasy about the fairy tale was disillusioned in another way. Apart from Senior Suemo, isn't there a normal person in this guild? Lucy couldn't help but complained. No. At this time, Myra came up to talk. Everyone is just kidding, don't worry about them. Ah. Miss Myra. Lucy has the excitement of seeing famous people. At this time. Who? A wine bottle smashed over. Crack. Myra's magic power surged and smashed it at will. Because Lysina did not have an accident, she did not close her heart, so her strength was not limited at all, and she was much stronger than herself in the original book. A mere wine bottle, for her willing to use magic, is similar to a mosquito. However, Lucy, who saw this scene, was still greatly shocked. Miss Myra, who is so beautiful and gentle, is actually in the posture of breaking the bottle at will. Thinking of herself, who is only the strength of an ordinary person, Lucy panicked a little. Like a little white rabbit who strayed into the big bad wolf paradise. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. When the melee is about to break out, a thunderous roar sounded. Don't stop, you idiots. The giant figure appeared. The scene suddenly quieted down. So you are here, President. Suemo greeted Makarov. At this time, the giant-like figure gradually shrank to the size of a dwarf. Only then did the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov, show his figure, and then he taught the members of the guild a lesson. You guys have done a bunch of good things again. Gray ran without clothes on the street after completing his commission. Kana drank 15 barrels in the tavern and put the bill on the Magic Council. Loki took a shot at the granddaughter of a member of the council and an idol in an entertainment company. Speaking of which, Makarov showed an exasperated expression. The old hand pointing at Suemo trembled slightly. The most important thing is you. Suemo. You bastard put the aftermath to the Magic Council, and even questioned the Magic Council in public. At that time, 100 soldiers on the mission in the port expressed dissatisfaction with the Magic Council, 20 people offered to resign, and some even shouted that the Magic Council should be reformed. Speaking of this, Makarov had a headache. He couldn't think of anything. Just Sumo's remarks made those soldiers have such an obvious change of mind. The Magic Council summoned me for this and kept me scolded for hours. Thinking of this, Makarov's face darkened even more. See his expression. Lucy shivered, thinking that the president was going to go crazy. But Suemo still had a calm expression. A single spark can start a prairie. If this continues, it seems that even if the Magic Council is forced to reform, it will not be difficult. Idiot, how can you say such nonsense? Makarov interrupted Suemo. However, there is no real denial. Immediately after, Under Lucy's nervous gaze, Makarov took a deep breath and shouted loudly. The Magic Council or something, let them rant. 7. 7. This turning point made Lucy stunned for a moment. What did the chairman just say? Can you even say that? The power beyond common sense is born in common sense. The power of magic is not a miracle, but our own power. Makarov began his usual speech to welcome newcomers. If you care too much about the gaze above, the magic path will not be able to progress. So, don't be afraid of those stupid MPs. Oh. Go on the path you believe in. This is the Wizard of Fairy Tale. It was both a speech and a belief in his heart. Oh. After speaking, the audience immediately cheered. Even Lucy was infected by this atmosphere. This is fairy tale. Her eyes shone with light, and she finally realized the most precious thing in this guild. So, Lucy looked up at Suemo. Sure enough, fairy tale is the best wizards guild. Welcome to join. Suemo smiled at Lucy. Myra took Lucy to build the coat of arms of the fairy tale guild. At this time, Suemo and President Makarov avoided the crowd and came to the courtyard behind the house. How is your business? Makarov asked worriedly. He was referring to the fact that Suemo had a big thing to do before, and had been trying his best to practice elementalization. Although Suemo didn't say anything. But Makarov guessed that he had an enemy that he had to face and needed to fight, so he was so desperate. Therefore, Makarov will pass the law of the goblin to Sumo. In order to prevent the child he had put his best hope on, he died due to an accident. But today, unexpectedly, Suemo has time to go out to catch criminals, instead of continuing to practice hard. From this look, the problem seems to be solved. Testimonials. Available. Web articles are like the children born by the author. It is the product of the author's hard work, as well as the support and subscription of readers, in order to grow up smoothly. This book is written up to now, which is equivalent to pregnancy in October, and the baby is about to give birth. The author is the mother of the baby. The reader is the father of the baby. It is because of your supportive investment that this baby is alive. Father's sperm and mother's blood are indispensable. The situation is now clear. As readers, it is your blood and blood that created this baby. Now, the baby is about to be born. Are you willing to be ruthless scumbags? Or would you rather be a strong and brave father? I think this decision is not difficult to make. With just one subscription, you can enjoy being a dad. In the world, is there anything easier than this? I believe that my readers are not only more beautiful than Panon, but also more responsible and love children. So, subscriptions for new books to hit shelves. Just please. How can children grow up safely without your support? Without your support, how can a child become a mature lady? Alright. The joke ends here. The main reason is that there is really no hardship to talk about. Although life is difficult, I have chosen this path, and I will go on no matter what. The author's suffering is only a personal matter. It's not suitable, and it's not good to tell everyone. That's not something that brings happiness. So here, I don't really want to complain. Just hope, simply hope to have a meal. I put all my energy into the novel I wrote and finish it carefully. My expectation is that it can bring joy or blood to everyone, so that everyone can relax after stressful work and study. Get a quick one. There are always people who criticize the web. 0. To flaunt some beautiful words like snow in the spring, saying that these can bring the sublimation of the reader's soul. To be frank, I generally don't pay much attention to this kind of criticism. I don't like to criticize it, and I don't want to discuss the soul sublimating effect of traditional literature. It makes sense if it exists. Web text. To live so well. Nature has the right to live. I just write my article quietly, because my goal is very clear, that is, in this society where life is getting more and more stressful, to relieve everyone's tense nerves, just like many movies, TV, or short films in cinemas. Video is the same. It's enough to get to this point. Down to earth, let my works be tested by everyone, and really let the readers decide everything. To this end, I always try my best. In fact, with the development of web articles up to now, hundreds of thousands of people have written them, and everyone is inevitably tired of aesthetics. The extremely fierce competition has made the difficulty of writing web articles to an unbelievable level. 1 out of 10,000 people is one person, which is more intense than traditional literature, more than the martial arts are much exaggerated. Especially now. The difficulty of writing has reached its peak. Readers will be exhausted. It is very painful for the author to have novel ideas that can be seen and satisfied by readers. The things I just learned were eliminated. I ate instant noodles every day, and there was no hope at all. Well, I am not selling badly. After all, even eating instant noodles, I can still add an egg. Compared with many people in the Middle East countries, life can still be lived. Testimonials for this film. In addition to the smiles of everyone, I also hope that everyone can contribute a first order. From the very beginning of this book, the data was poor. Although there are not many comments, I am reading them all. Not many comments on flowers. However, I never asked. Because I know that the Flowers monthly pass readers want to give from their hearts, and it only counts. To borrow a phrase from Hokage. Books that don't get a lot of monthly tickets for Flowers will be recognized by readers. Only books that are recognized by readers can get a lot of monthly passes for Flowers. So, I've never had a problem with it. However, the data listed is different. It is an iron law that things that do not benefit continuously cannot go on for a long time. To generate electricity for love, one is not allowed by age, and the other is not allowed by energy. Therefore, I hope that those who can watch it can support it a little bit. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will be a better place. The first order of this book is 500, with 3 chapters updated daily. The first order of this book is 800, with 4 chapters updated daily. The first order of this book is 1000, and the daily update is 5 chapters. The first order of this book is 15,000 and 6 chapters are updated daily. The first order of this book is 2000, and there are 8 chapters daily. The first order of this book is 500, with 3 chapters updated daily. The first order of this book is 800, with 4 chapters updated daily. The first order of this book is 1000, and the daily update is 5 chapters. The first order of this book is 15,000 and 6 chapters are updated daily. The first order of this book is 2000, and there are 8 chapters daily. The first order of this book is 500, with 3 chapters updated daily. The first order of this book is 800, with 4 chapters updated daily. The first order of this book is 1000, and the daily update is 5 chapters. The first order of this book is 15,000 and 6 chapters are updated daily. The first order of this book is 2000, and there are 8 chapters daily. The first order of this book is 500, with 3 chapters updated daily. The first order of this book is 800, with 4 chapters updated daily. The first order of this book is 1000, and the daily update is 5 chapters. The first order of this book is 15,000 and 6 chapters are updated daily. The first order of this book is 2000, and there are 8 chapters daily. The first order of this book is 500, with 3 chapters updated daily. The first order of this book is 800, with 4 chapters updated daily. The first order of this book is 1000, and the daily update is 5 chapters. The first order of this book is 15,000 and 6 chapters are updated daily. The first order of this book is 2000, and there are 8 chapters daily. Please. 061 My house is quite big. It's resolved. Suemo nodded and said. The super magic passed to me by the president also worked, and the plan was completed perfectly. To be honest, if Makarov hadn't been there to guide him. Suemo wants to achieve the speed of elementalization, but it is really not that fast. Nor will the plan go so perfectly. Allow yourself to gain power that rivals the gods in the blink of an eye. Huh, that's fine. Makarov didn't ask any further questions, just breathed a sigh of relief. He cares more about Sumo's safety than exploring Sumo's secrets. As long as Suemo is fine. Seeing Makarov's expression, Sumo's heart warmed. However, he didn't say much, but opened the topic. Speaking of which, President, what do you think of my proposal of 753 before? Remodel the Magic Council to make them less annoying and at the same time contribute to the people. It's too easy for things to happen to this Magic Council, which likes to fight for power and is afraid of taking responsibility. Isn't it? If it is a normal Magic Council, how could it be so sloppy, just based on Shiclane's one-sided words, agreeing to release the magic wizard power that can wipe out the island and even the country? Moreover, the highest organization of the Light Wizards Guild. There are actually 2 undercover agents of the Dark Guild. This in itself is enough to be a laughing stock. The selection of MPs is too lax. After hearing Sumo's words, Makarov shook his head. There's no need for that, there are my old friends in the council, as well as our fairy tale folks. If there is really any information that is not good for fairy tale, we will know in advance. It's too dangerous to transform the Magic Council. Once discovered, we may be hostile to other wizards' guilds. Makarov felt that the status quo was enough. Rushing to change the status quo may lead to unexpected surprises. Anyway, the current Magic Council is a bit long-winded. At most, call this old bone over and scold him. There is no real punishment. As long as he can handle it. The current situation is not a bad thing. Okay. Suemo nodded. Not surprisingly, Makarov's conservative attitude. But __. Some things, not Makarov's wishful thinking, can remain the same. According to the original plot. When did Gerald get exposed? If it was discovered that 2 undercover agents were mixed in with the Magic Council. At that time, the prestige of the Magic Council would have fallen to rock bottom. In this case, people who want to mix themselves into it, and transform the Magic Council according to their own wishes. But it is not difficult. Just follow the trend. Thinking of this, Suemo didn't say much, and prepared to arrange it himself. After chatting with Makarov, the time has come to evening. At this moment, Lucy realized something. It seems that I have nowhere to live. Just as she was about to go to the hotel, Suemo stopped her. If you don't mind, you can live in my house. My house is quite big. Really, really. Lucy's face immediately turned red. Really? Myra suddenly appeared and introduced with a smile. Suemo bought a big house with dozens of vacant rooms. Lisina and I are renting at Sumo's house now, as does Urza. The rent is very cheap. That's right. Lucy just understood. It turned out that Suemo meant that he could rent at his house. Moreover, with other people in the guild. Huh? You seem a little disappointed in your tone? Myra asked Lucy with a smile. No. Not at all. Lucy waved her hand immediately. For some reason, she felt as if she felt a faint danger. Is it an illusion? After arriving at Sumo's home zero. Only then did Lucy realize how big a house Mila was talking about. It was even bigger than the foreign mansion in her house. No wonder Mila said that there are dozens of empty rooms here. After looking at the room, Lucy was very satisfied. For a room of this level, the rent is not even enough for maintenance. It seemed that this was entirely a benefit that Suemo gave to his guild companions. After realizing this, Lucy was a little curious. If it's so cheap here, why are you the only one staying here? In the guild, don't the people like Natsu and Gray like to live here? Hear this question. Myra shook her head strangely. Suemo said that he only accepts girls as roommates, so Natsu and the others have no chance to live here. Only accept girls. Lucy touched her cheek, but thought it was fine. That should be a lot more convenient for us. You can also wrap a bath towel after taking a shower. You don't need to worry too much about it, and you can wear loose home clothes. Don't worry about being seen by men, this is a lot more convenient. Suemo is also a man. Hearing Lucy's words, Myra couldn't help but warned. Oh. Lucy nodded 0.0, but didn't care. If it's just Senior Suemo alone, there won't be any problem if you pay attention. Senior Sumo's character is still reliable. I'm afraid you deliberately tempt my family, Suemo. Thinking like this, Myra hesitated for a while, but still didn't say it. And after settling Lucy, Myra looked at the time and walked towards the courtyard. It's so late, does Miss Myra have anything to do? Lucy was a little curious. Myra nodded. Suemo and I have an appointment to learn to receive magic. Now is the time. Oh. Lucy nodded enviously, thought for a while, and didn't bother to follow. 062 Receive magic. In the courtyard. The sun has already set in the west, and the moon has just risen. Under the moonlight, Myra patiently explained to Suemo the classification and main points of receiving magic. There are 3 main ways to receive magic and obtain a new receiving form. The first is the most dangerous and the most common way. Defeat the monster, and then forcibly take over the monster's body. As long as the user's consciousness can overwhelm the monster's consciousness, he can successfully receive the monster's form. The monster named Valken in the Snowy Mountains is good at this trick. Strictly speaking, this is a magic that forcibly invades the body. Not only humans can use it on monsters. Monsters can also be used on humans. Once accepted, if the initial struggle fails, the loser will almost lose his body, and he will not be able to break free without external help. The biggest danger of this method is that once the user's consciousness cannot suppress the monster's consciousness, there is a possibility that the body will be invaded by monsters. Speaking of which, Myra's expression was a little dignified. Obviously, he remembered the scene when his sister was in danger a few years ago. Then, is already an S-rank magician, and she brought her younger siblings to crusade the S-rank monsters and beasts. Then, it failed miserably. He failed to successfully defeat the Beast Master himself. Even in a careless way, the Beast Master had the opportunity to attack Lysina. With the huge arm strength of the Beast Master, just one punch was enough to kill Lisa 09NA. At the moment when I can't save myself. In order to save Lysina, the younger brother Elfman chose to accept the whole body of the Beast Master. This is a monster beyond his strength. For Elfman, who specializes in receiving magic, it is not difficult to suppress ordinary A-rank monsters. However, it would be too difficult to suppress the S-rank monster Beast Master. As a high-level monster, the Beast Master has a very violent consciousness. Although the young Elfman tried his best to suppress the consciousness of the Beast Master, he wanted to accept it completely. However, due to lack of strength, it finally failed. His own consciousness was also covered by the Beast Master. If no one can knock out the Beast Master and make him completely unconscious, Elfman will be taken back by the Beast Master and lose his body. Consciousness will go down just like that. Fortunately, at this most critical moment, at the moment when the Beast Master is about to attack Lysina, a flashing figure appeared. Suemo successfully rescued Lysina and hit the Beast Master directly until he lost consciousness. Elfman's body was able to appear. Myra didn't have to lose her brother and sister. From her own experience, Myra was deeply aware of the dangers of this way of receiving. Once receive fails, the caster will be devoured and completely lost consciousness. Therefore, she does not recommend using this method to receive a goal stronger than herself. That's a high failure rate. The consequences of failure are unbearable. Well, I see. Suemo nodded. In my heart, I temporarily put a question mark on using the brain hole to receive magic from the god of disobedience. Even though his soul is now strong to a considerable extent through sharing. However, whether his own consciousness can definitely overwhelm the consciousness of the gods. For this, Suemo is still not sure. If it's just a beast, Suemo didn't think he would lose. But gods. In particular, the gods who can disobey the myths and come to the human world are disobedient. It is not an easy thing to overpower their will. Seeing that Suemo took his words to heart, plus knowing he's a prudent man, Myra didn't say much, but continued to explain. The second way of receiving is relatively rare. That's the way I usually use it myself. Saying that, Myra stimulated the magic power in her body and activated the receiving magic. Receive Satan's soul. Then, the whole person's posture changed. Wings and tails like demons appeared behind her. Even the hairstyle has changed. Fanning her wings, Myra, who was floating in the air, continued to explain. By receiving the souls that are floating in the world, the caster can also acquire a new form. When I was destroying demons in the church when I was a child, I accidentally received the demon's soul and was possessed by the demon. Originally, Myra took her younger siblings and lived well in the village. Later, Myra, who received magic, was accidentally awakened, and out of good intentions, she wanted to help crusade against the demons that were haunting the church. But she never thought that because of her own magic, the demon possessed her and became her a receiving gesture. Moreover, it cannot be fully controlled in a short period of time. Witness the devil's pattern on Myra's body. Therefore, the villagers, who were very panicked, began to hate her and her younger siblings, and tried to drive the 3 little children out of the village. Speaking of which, Myra's expression was not bitter. Instead, there was a smile. She said softly, "It was at this time that I met you and realized that I was not possessed by demons, but only by the power of magic." It was at the most difficult time for the 3 of their sisters and brothers. Suemo appeared. Not only told them that it was not demon possession. He also brought them to the fairy tale and joined the current guild. This day was a turning point in the fate of the 3 of them. Therefore, whether it is Myra, Lysina, or Elfman, they are very grateful for Sumo's help. This gratitude, which gradually deteriorated later, is another matter. Through the soul reception, one can obtain the power of the corresponding form. And the soul here is not too limited, whether it is a demon's soul, an angel's soul, or an animal's soul, it can be used. Lysina is good at receiving animal souls, which is actually the way to use it. Lysina has a very gentle personality and is unwilling to hurt cute little animals. In this way, it is naturally impossible for her to use the first method to deal with those small living animals. In any case, this kind of encroachment on the body is not much different from killing an animal. What Lysina chose to receive was the soul of a dead animal. Therefore, Lysina's receiving form is weaker than her older siblings. The shapes are so cute. This method is less dangerous than the first method. Only living creatures have a strong sense of survival. However, the only problem is that 2 powerful souls are difficult to meet. Myra said regretfully. The strength of receiving magic users is closely related to the strength of one's own receiving form. There are quite a few monsters with a rank of S rank or even higher. But there are very few souls with a level above the S level. Over the years, Myra has encountered only a few more powerful souls. If Suemo wants to go this way, the biggest problem is not to suppress consciousness, but to find this rare soul. There are quite a few animal souls, but unfortunately the strength is too poor to be useful. Suemo pondered for a moment. A strong soul, he is really lacking. The monsters in the Ultraman world of Tiga are estimated to have no soul. Most of the monsters in the wrong world are irrational, and energy is the magic stone in the final analysis. Except for those heretics, other monsters should also have no souls. The powerful soul of the Yuanshen world is not without it. The devil who ran to the wolf territory, the remnant of Andrea 753, was still guarding there. But absorbing the soul of the king of the north wind seems to be a little uncomfortable. After all, this wolf king still has his own consciousness and ideas. Ruotuo Dragon King is the same. As for the world of gods layers, the gods of disobedience in the lower realms also have bodies. It's not just possessing the nether in the form of a soul. However, just because it's a problem now doesn't mean it will be a problem in the future. This problem should not be difficult to solve when more worlds come to me. Thought here. Suemo remembered Myra's words and asked. What about the third way? The third way of receiving is the safest one, but it also takes more time and effort. While explaining, Myra released Satan's form back to its original softness. If the caster can fully understand the power and structure of the transformed form, and is very familiar with its essence, he can directly transform into the object he wants to transform without receiving it. At this point, it's okay, whether it's life or not. This way, whether she, Elfman, or Lysina, will use it. Although it does require a lot of effort. But better than safety. And if you want to accept your body as an inorganic substance, this is usually the way you use it. Talking. Mi stretched out his right hand, and then used the receiving magic to turn it into a stone material. Simple materials are easy to receive, but they are not very useful, so ordinary mages don't use this method. The materials that are generally accessible to mages are stone or steel. For mages, ordinary steel is not a strong material. Therefore, not many people use this trick. In the original work, the steel claws used by the 7 familiars of purgatory belong to the special alloy material of fantasy manifestation, so they have considerable power. 063 Word Magic, Daegu received a crit. That is to say, if it can accept some high-end materials, it is quite effective. Touching his chin, Suemo analyzed it. Not many people use this method, mainly because the materials in this world are not very good. If there are high-strength materials such as strong interaction materials, vibranium and oleohagong, wouldn't the mages who use this method take off immediately? And mention high-strength materials. Whether it is an artifact in the God's Lair world or a new alloy in the Tiga world, the strength is not weak. But rather than using this method to receive inorganics, Suemo is more concerned about another point. By understanding the properties of structure, strength, etc., can even life be accepted? The third receiving method is completely different from the previous two. If it is said that receiving creatures and souls directly, it is to use the existing templates for self-transformation. Then the third way of receiving is closer to alchemy. After it belongs to understanding, it is reconstituted. You need to have a sufficiently detailed and precise understanding of the creature you want to transform into. This is how you can transform. Seeing that Suemo seems to be very interested in this method, Myra couldn't help shaking her head. This way of receiving does exist, but in order to transform into life, the conditions required are still too harsh. It's hard to accumulate enough knowledge unless you're a specialized zoologist. For mages, this learning cost is simply too high. It is better to use the first method, which is more convenient to receive after directly defeating them. In theory, the third approach has the greatest potential. Because of this method, there is absolutely no need to fight against consciousness or the soul. As long as you have enough knowledge in your head. Even if it becomes a giant dragon, there is no problem at all. However, the biggest threshold of this method lies in sufficient knowledge. It's really hard to achieve this. I want to become a dragon. You need to understand its structure better than the dragon itself. This difficulty, in a sense, is even higher than defeating a giant dragon. The bar for this approach is really high. Suemo nodded. Then, he added silently in his heart. One by one, it is not impossible to achieve. Suemo in other worlds in the misty space may have all kinds of experiences. Maybe a scientist, or a guy who is proficient in biological alchemy, might be able to meet the conditions. At this time, Suemo in Fairy Tale World didn't know that there was really a newcomer in the world. Suemo and the world on his side happened to have alchemy. After having a general understanding of the main ways to receive magic, under Myra's teaching, Suemo began to formally learn to receive magic. He and Myra have teamed up on missions many times. Lysina also clings to him a lot. He is no stranger to the flow of magic power to receive magic. In addition, the physique of the God's Lair also seems to have a certain degree of bonus to learning magic. Just practiced for over an hour, Suemo can initially use the receiving magic. Although the effect of using it out is somewhat unsatisfactory. But at this speed, if you want to learn this magic, it will probably take a few days to reach the point where you can actually fight. After seeing Suemo's learning speed, Myra was completely dumbfounded. She knew that Suemo had always been a genius. But I never thought that it would be so talented. If it goes down at this speed. Not to mention Lysina and Elfman. Even myself, I am afraid I will be compared by Suemo. After realizing this, a ray of fighting spirit flashed in Myra's eyes. No, you can't admit defeat so easily. You have to cheer yourself up too. Suemo didn't notice that the speed at which he learned to receive magic stimulated Myra. He worked hard to practice magic, and he didn't stop until late at night. Then, get up early the next morning. Continue to practice receiving magic. Before he got the golden finger and entered the foggy space. The name of Suemo's genius is not only derived from his knowledge of modern society but also from basic scientific knowledge. It also comes from your own efforts. He knew it was a dangerous world. He also knows the strength of the enemy. Therefore, he never slackens for a moment. It was not until he entered the foggy space that he saw hope, and finally he didn't have to be so anxious. However, the habit of hard work has remained. Practice until noon. After lunch, Suemo put down the receiving magic in his hand. Then, came to the Fairy Tale Guild. At this point, he and Reba made an appointment to learn word magic. Word magic is also a major feature of Fairy Tale World. Use magic to write words and cause all sorts of incredible magical phenomena. It can even be used to write spells, arrange traps, and impose absolute rules inside the enchantment. The performance of word magic in direct combat is not outstanding. However, the sense of presence is extremely strong when it comes to constraints and limitations. In Fairy Tale Civil War, Philip of Thor even limited the entire guild with just one person. Although this is the result of his careful arrangement. But I have to admit how powerful the magic that can do this is. The magic that Rebbe mastered was three-dimensional text. Although she can also rewrite spells, she doesn't seem to have the ability to write spells directly. But this doesn't matter. What Suemo needs to learn now is the basics. That's it? In the envious and hateful eyes of Solosuke and Doril, Suemo began to ask Libby to teach word magic. Then, indulge in learning, unable to extricate themselves. And whether it is receiving magic, or word magic. In Suemo's continuous learning and practice, his level has also been continuously improved. This magical talent, while making the two teachers Libby and Myra happy, they couldn't help but feel envious. Simply outrageous. When Suemo in Fairy Tale World was learning new magic, Suemo in Diga world was not idle either. After leaving the foggy space, he went back to his office. Not long after, a notification came from Megami. For the previous event where the Giant of Light defeated the monster, the winning team needs to hold a meeting to discuss it. This meeting may involve naming Ultraman Tiga, and Suemo naturally doesn't want to miss it. Wait until he comes to the conference room of the winning team. It was found that a video was playing on the holographic screen in the conference room. It is a video of the Giant of Light fighting two monsters, Gorzon and Melba. The members of the winning team watched the video repeatedly with relish. Among them, Daegu was the closest, and with a thoughtful look on his face, he seemed to be in the process of reviewing the battle. According to my analysis, the timer on the giant's chest should mark something like energy or life. The Yarui team analyzed the video while watching the video. You see, the timer on this red giant's chest was always blue. After being hit by the monster Gorzon's skill, the red light started flashing instantly. According to common sense, this should be a sign of insufficient energy. Furthermore, after defeating the monster, the two giants left the earth immediately, and perhaps there is a limit to the time they can stay on the earth. Because the sample is too small, a lot of information can only be speculated, and there is no way to confirm it completely. However, Yarui's analysis still made Daegu realize a lot. After hearing Yarui's analysis, digging a well expresses general agreement. However, he also had doubts. They are also giants. Why is the giant in the back so powerful, and it took out two monsters within a few tens of seconds, while the giant in front has been beaten all the time? Yeah, I'm curious too. Zonfang agreed. As a giant, why is there such a big gap in strength? Zinken also expressed doubts. Hear what your teammates have to say. Daegu was silent. He felt his heart pierce. Yes, they are all giants. Why is the chief of staff so strong? You are so weak. Is this reasonable? When Daegu was about to close himself, Yarui's, Wanglida, words made him regain his confidence. The red giant in front, the reason why the battle is so unfavorable, I don't think it should be a problem of strength. In addition to one pair of two, which is disadvantageous in number, the red giant has to protect the remaining stone statue, and there is no way to attack, so it is so embarrassing. Compared with him, the purple-red giant in the back doesn't have this concern, and he is not tied up in battle, so it is much easier. I heard Yarui say that. Daegu raised his head involuntarily, his eyes lit up. What Narui said is right. I was beaten mainly to protect the statue at that time. Say so. Is it possible that I am not as good as I think? Just when Daegu thought so, Yarui pulled the video to the end. The scene in which Ultraman Tiga easily killed two monsters with two moves. After a few seconds of silence, Yarui spoke again. However, even if there are previous reasons, the strength of the purple giant is beyond doubt. It is impossible for the red giant to defeat two monsters so easily. So, even if there are no previous restrictions, the strength of the purple giant should still be far superior to that of the red giant. Daegu was attacked. 064 Team Victory's new responsibilities. People are more dead than people, and goods are thrown away. Before seeing the video of this review, Daegu never thought that he would be such a waste. Too embarrassing. Oh. Obviously he is also a giant of light, not to mention the chief of staff. At least don't be so embarrassed. Just when he covered his face in shame, Suemo came over. Don't say that, everybody. He shook his head. If there is no red giant to protect the stone statue, the giant behind will not be able to defeat the monster so easily. Moreover, looking at the appearance of the red giant, it should have been a long time without fighting, and it is relatively unfamiliar, so it will suffer. Otherwise, not a single light skill has not been released. If the red giant continues to exercise, it will definitely be stronger than it is now. When it comes to the last sentence, Sumo's eyes looked at Daegu. The two looked at each other, and Daegu immediately understood that Suemo was encouraging him. Yes. I think so too. Thank you, Chief of Staff. Director Sawai's expectations. He immediately stood up excitedly and looked at Suemo gratefully. Or Chief of Staff Suemo. Others, though not on purpose. But it still hit him. With so many people, Suemo alone is encouraging him. Before turning into a giant, it was only under the guidance of the Chief of Staff that he was able to turn into light. In this way, he is indeed the Chief of Staff of Suemo, and he is simply his life mentor. Daegyu's words are naturally sincere, and he is really grateful for Sumo's encouragement. But to others, it was a little strange. The Zinken team members were stunned for a moment, and then asked suspiciously. Isn't the Chief of Staff talking about the Red Giant? Daegyu, why are you so excited? Why are you thanking the Chief of Staff? With a confused look on his face, he obviously didn't understand why Daegu was so excited. 753, the dog next to the well can't figure it out either. He couldn't help but joke. Even if you want to flatter the Chief of Staff, Daegu, you are too blunt. If it were me, I would definitely praise the fact that the Chief of Staff did not care about his own danger before, but he fought on the front line as a leader. I'm ashamed to say that we were the front line errands, but we didn't find anything. It was the Chief of Staff and Daegu who first discovered the pyramid with the giant stone statue. Saying that, Koujing shook his head, looking at Suemo with a look full of admiration. Yes. The Zinken team members also nodded in agreement. When Daegyu's plane crashed before, it really scared us to death. If the Chief of Staff has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, isn't our winning team equivalent to losing the most elite brains? Think of what happened before. Everyone was terrified. The importance of Chief of Staff Suemo to the victory team is even more important than that of victory team Captain Megami. If it wasn't for the Chief of Staff's previous efforts, the victory team might still be suspicious of the information about the ultra-ancient machine. If it really goes on like this, maybe there will be no time to find the pyramid. It may even affect the recovery of the giant statue. In that case, the loss of the Earth may be too great. Hear people say that. Captain Megami clapped his hands and gathered everyone's attention. Everyone is right. Suemo is indeed an indispensable and important member of our winning team. So, in the future, Chief of Staff Suemo should pay attention to his own safety and put his own life first. Said in an aggravated tone, Just Honghui looked straight at Suemo. Obviously don't want him to take another risk. For this concern, Suemo did indeed receive it. But __. Thank you Zaiwai for your concern. Suemo gave a slight sigh and said. However, if the predictions of the ultra-ancient machines are true, then the awakening of the 2 monsters Gorzon and Melba is just. In the future, the Earth will enter a period of frequent awakening and birth of monsters. If that's the case, then there is no absolutely safe place in the whole Earth. As members of the winning team, it is our duty to protect humanity. So, sometimes, no matter how dangerous it is, we have reasons to go. Although Megami's concern is really touching. But now, it is impossible for Suemo to stay at the base and command the battle all the time. Not only to slay monsters, but also to discover the power of Ultramantiga. In order to study the cosmic corona shape under the coronal shape, theoretical research alone is useless, and actual combat is required. Therefore, despite being moved, Suemo still insisted on his own policy. And after hearing what he said, the members of the winning team were really touched. A start. Yes. As members of the winning team, it is their duty to protect humanity. A think tank like the Chief of Staff. Not afraid of danger, brave to go to the front line. These players, have no reason to be afraid. Even Daegu, after hearing these words, his blood surged. I can't wait to transform quickly and find a monster to teach me a lesson. At this time. Clap. 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 The applause sounded slowly. TPC and the immediate boss of the base, Director Sakai, whose hair was slightly gray, walked in. Applauding while looking at Suemo with admiration. Even if it is dangerous, we still have a reason to go. Well said. As expected of a genius staff officer, whether it is workability or consciousness, it must be above us old guys. With your words, my confidence in the winning team has increased a lot. He was going to come to the victory team for something. I didn't expect to hear this by accident. Immediately I couldn't help but admire it. The victory team has such a chief of staff, why can't he shoulder the heavy responsibility? And heard Director Sakai praised himself. Sumo's expression didn't change much. This old man, he is not untouched. When he was applying for a job, this old man was eager to recruit him as his chief of staff. It's a pity that Sumo's goal is only the winning team. Therefore, he did not agree to Director Sakai's invitation. For this, the old man is very sorry. However, he still respected Sumo's ideas, and specially established the position of chief of staff in the victory team. Because of this friendship, although they chat little, they are also friends. After hearing Director Sakai's praise, he felt nothing. Instead he joked. Since Director Sakai has so much confidence in our victory team, should we approve more funding? An action team affiliated with the TPC. Applying for funds and asking for a budget is the norm for each department. Who doesn't cry poor yet? When Suemo said this, it was originally just a joke. After all, the winning team's funds are still sufficient. However, after hearing his words, Director Sakai nodded unexpectedly. No problem, the funding for the winning team will be at least doubled in the future. He said so. All the members of the winning team were surprised. Really? Double the cost? The headquarters, which has always been stingy, is so generous. As expected of the chief of staff, so much money is needed in one sentence. Long live the chief of staff. Immediately, the victorious team members began to cheer. They won't do such a thing at public expense or privately. However, whether it is researching new weapons or testing new aircraft, or the transformation and upgrading of existing equipment, which does not require money. Although the original funding was sufficient, it was not enough to support all aspects of the replacement. Now, double the cost. Many things can be replaced with the highest performance. Can't help but they are not happy. And I heard Director Sakai say so. Megami realized something, and her expression became a little more serious. A sudden increase in funding, is there any important task to be handed over to the victory team? Megami couldn't help but ask. She didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky. Especially an old fox like Director Sakai, it is even more impossible to increase the funds so much just because of a mere word. Must have a picture. Cough cough. Director Sakai did not expect Megami to respond so quickly. After clearing his throat, he said truthfully. After research, we plan to hand over the task of searching and fighting monsters to your victory team. This funding is also specially approved to improve the weapons and equipment of the victory team. That's why he came here. The victory team did well in the previous task of searching the pyramid, as well as in the task of fighting the monsters. Therefore, the headquarters felt that it would be a good choice to continue this task to the victory team. Original. The victory team is a team that responds to investigating anomalies. Now, after the monster appears, they were given new tasks. As long as there are monsters that cause disasters and the invasion of extraterrestrial creatures, the winning team will be dispatched. After hearing the mission from Director Sakai, the players of the winning team woke up. It turned out to be a job. However, for this task, they do not exclude. Ju Zanhui pondered for more than 10 seconds, and then looked at Suemo. Suemo, what do you think? In her heart, she was willing to accept this task. It is also believed that the victory team is capable of fulfilling this duty. But before that, I want to hear Sumo's opinion. And heard Megami ask this. Suemo naturally would not choose to refuse. Since the headquarters has high expectations for us, of course we can't back down. Suemo smiled slightly. Although the monsters are indeed strong, don't we still have giants? So, no problem, promise. He said so. Intermediary benefits are naturally good-hearted. Director Sakai, our victorious team promises to complete the mission. She said seriously, accepting this responsibility as the captain. Good. Seeing that the winning team was willing to accept it, Director Sakai naturally laughed. With Suemo there, he is very assured of the victorious team's ability. After talking about business, Director Sakai did not leave either. Instead, he looked at the screen where the Giants of Light were fighting. You mentioned giants just now, and I want to ask, what do you think of giants? Director Sakai asked curiously. 065 Daegu, I don't want to be called a giant mountain superpower. For these two appearing giants, TPC headquarters, nor a unified view. After all, giants and monsters appear at the same time. In the eyes of many people, they will subconsciously classify the two as the same category. If you look at it this way, the battle between giants and monsters is nothing but infighting. Director Sakai naturally disagreed with such a hasty view. Therefore, he wanted to ask everyone in the winning team. Ask these people who have been in close contact with both monsters and giants. Hear what they have to say. Hearing Director Sakai's question, the members of the victory team looked at each other. I think these two giants should be on the side of us humans. Doug Jing scratched his head and said. Why do you think so? Director Sakai asked curiously. Whether it's Gorzon or Melba, after these two monsters appeared, they both destroyed nearby buildings and hurt humans. Doug well explained his point of view. But the two giants are different. The first red giant has been protecting the remaining stone statue without any destructive actions. The second fuchsia giant, after defeating Galzon and Melba, also flew away from the earth together, without any action to damage the environment. The most important thing is if the timer is the energy level. The giant at the back is very energetic, and theoretically it can continue to stay on the earth. But he still flew away. This move may show that the giant is not hostile to humans. Doug Jing's point of view is the same as his character, very down to earth. Those who endanger human beings are naturally monsters. Those who are not hostile to humans, or even help, are naturally friendly forces. Judging from the actions of the two giants, no matter what, it's not like an enemy. At least, it's completely different from those monsters. It makes sense. Director Sakai nodded and approved the analysis of the well. But he didn't express his position easily, but looked at other people. After thinking about it, Zinken also stood up. I also feel that the two giants are not our enemies. Looking at the actions of the red giant before, even if he was beaten by two monsters, he still wanted to protect the stone statue behind him. This shows that the giant stone statue is a very important thing for giants. Hearing these words, Daegu looked embarrassed. Why, at this time, still mention the fact that he was beaten so badly? Zinken didn't realize that he stabbed his good brother Daegu in the heart again. Instead, he continued. It's obviously such an important thing, even if you are seriously injured, you must protect it. However, after defeating the two monsters, the giants did not take the giant statue. Instead, the statue was entrusted to us humans. I think this probably proves that the giants have a considerable degree of trust in us humans. The idea of Zinken is tricky. It belongs to an angle that director Sakai has not considered at all. Moreover, what he said was really reasonable. The stone statue, which was desperately protected, was handed over to humans with such confidence. Isn't that what trust is? Heard here. Director Sakai couldn't help but think of what was said in that super ancient time-space machine. Could it be, those giants are really friends of man? Does it really protect humans? Look around. He found that the players of the winning team were quite sympathetic to the analysis of both. In other words, the entire winning team believes that giants will be friends of mankind. After realizing this, director Sakai nodded thoughtfully. He has always attached great importance to the views of front-line personnel. Then, director Sakai turned his attention to Suemo. Obviously, looking forward to his opinion. In this regard, Suemo did not intend to make a big talk to prove the giant's position. Instead, he asked softly. For today's human beings, do we have any other choice than trusting giants? Weak monsters are fine. With the current military technology of the United Nations, it is not impossible to destroy it. But a slightly stronger monster is not a creature that a nuclear bomb can solve. Gorzon and Melba came running from a distant hemisphere. How many weapons have humans experimented with along the way? Isn't it still useless? Without the help of giants, if there is another powerful monster, human beings are actually powerless. Especially when monsters appear in the city. It is even more difficult to mobilize firepower. Therefore, the fighting power of giants is indispensable when facing monsters. No matter what the human side thinks, the giants can only be tentatively regarded as friends. Otherwise, humans are simply powerless to fight against these monsters. You're right, we really don't seem to have any other options. Hear Sumo's words. Director Sawai let out a wry smile. Yes, when they were still questioning the giant's position. Have been neglecting a point. Now, the human side needs the power of giants, not the other way around. I see what you mean. Director Sakai took a deep breath. Your words are indeed reasonable, but before confirming the giant's attitude, you should proceed with caution. He didn't want people on the winning team to have an accident because of carelessness. So, let me remind you aloud. Understood. Everyone nodded. They are fighting elites, and naturally they will not slack off. Oh! The crowd immediately cheered happily. Although there are a lot of tasks, facing monsters also has a certain degree of danger. However, it also represents an increase in the importance of the winning team's division. Not to mention the cost can be doubled. They are naturally very happy. Seeing everyone celebrating, Megami didn't interrupt them. 10 minutes later, when everyone's excitement passed, Megami knocked on the table. It's a good thing that our victorious team has more important tasks. That's why we can't live up to expectations. We haven't finished the previous meeting on giants yet. Now move on. Megami treats his subordinates extremely well, but he also has a considerable degree of leadership. Of course, not forget the business. Hearing her say that, everyone immediately straightened their sitting positions. For now, the prophecies of the ultra-ancient time-space machine have come true. However, we don't have the slightest clue as to why the Goliath came back to life. That piece of audio is still murmur, and I can't hear it clearly. Yarui shook his head, very sorry. If you can figure out the secret of the recovery of the giant statue, maybe they can wake up a third giant. If so, why be afraid of monsters? Unfortunately, the noise still cannot be eliminated. 0, 4 flowers 00. Hearing him say that, the others also felt very sorry. At this time, Suemo said, the reason for the recovery of the giant will be put aside for the time being. Should we give the giant a name now? He took the initiative to bring up the topic of naming. Hearing this, Dagu was taken aback, and his expression became a little excited. This is to name your own giant. Newtown also agrees. Yeah, even Gorzon and Melba have their own names, so should the giants. You can't always call them by color. When it came to this topic, everyone immediately came to the spirit. Zonfang pondered. After 10 seconds, he came up with his own idea. The red giant is as big as a mountain, how about we call him a giant mountain superpower? Daegu almost spit out a mouthful of water. What is this strange name? He didn't want to be called a giant mountain superpower. Fortunately, there are also people with normal aesthetics in the victory team. After hearing Zonfang's opinion, Kuijing immediately shook his head. Giant Mountain Ultraman sounds stupid. Why don't we call him Salted Egg Superman? Sounds interesting. 7. Daegu was silent. He was completely desperate for his teammates' ability to name names. What is the name of Salted Egg Superman? Do you look like a salted egg? Just when he couldn't help but want to interrupt, Sumo's voice sounded. Ultraman, let's call the giant Ultraman. As for the name, I have already thought about the name of the purple-red Ultraman at the back. How about it's called Tiga? Ultraman Tiga. Megami thought for a while and nodded. Sounds good. After a few others read it, they also felt that the name was very smooth. Therefore, the name of Ultraman Tiga was officially confirmed. Later, it will be released to the world and recognized by everyone. Ultraman Tiga. After hearing the name that Suemo gave himself, Daegu's expression was very envious. The name sounds good. As expected of the chief of staff, it sounds much better than his own giant mountain superpower. So he couldn't help but ask. What about the red giant, what should it be called? Ultraman? Zonfang received the call immediately. For example, Ultraman Liba. Digging a well also suggested. Or Salted Egg Ultraman? Daegu's whole body is numb. Do you have a normal aesthetic? If it weren't for him, he couldn't figure it out. Definitely have to refute these two opinions. When Daegu looked sad, he felt that he might have to bear these two strange names. Suemo finally spoke. Since they appeared together, let's be consistent. I suggest calling the red giant Ultraman Guja. After hearing the name, Daegu finally relaxes tone. After looking at Suemo gratefully, he immediately raised his hand to express his approval. I think this name is very good, it's called Ultraman Guja. Although Zonfang and Kui are still a little reluctant to name themselves. But under the strong persuasion of Daegu, everyone still agreed with the name Gujia. 066 Ultraman Gujia, Yulian is completely stunned. Ultraman Guja. Ancient is the ancient. GA is consistent with Tiga again. Daegu is very satisfied with this name. I just don't know why the chief of staff's eyes became a little weird when he saw that he agreed with the name so much. Kind of like, holding back a laugh. Suemo did find it a little funny. Gujia Ultraman, the name is a memory of his childhood. Among the Ultramans played on discs bought outside when I was a child, there was this special Ultraman. Unlike other giant Ultramans, Ultraman Guja is only the size of a normal person, and he can defeat the enemy by switching various forms. At that time, seeing this Ultraman, Suemo still felt very novel. This is the first Ultraman he has ever seen, and there is no way to become an Ultraman as big as a giant. Even the monsters are the size of ordinary people. Until many years later, he grew up. When I went back and searched again, I found one thing. That is, there is no Ultraman Guja in the world. What I saw when I was a child should actually be called Kamen Rider Kyuga. It's just, because it's a special shot. The translator mistook Kamen Rider as a type of Ultraman. We'll make this oolong. 753. Kyuga, empty self, to Kyuga. Suemo did not expect that the name he casually proposed would be accepted by Daegu. Can't help but find it a bit interesting. After officially confirming the names of the two Ultramans, the meeting ended. It's time to get off work. The rest of the Victory team left the Victory team's office. Only Suemo is still here. 5 minutes passed. The office door opened again. But it was Daegu, who pretended to have gotten off work, and ran back. Chief of Staff, here I come. Daegu waved his cell phone. It was Suemo who sent him a message to let him stay. He would just pretend to get off work and go back and forth. To be honest, even if Suemo didn't send a message, Daegu couldn't help but come to him. Seeing a giant statue for the first time. Became light for the first time. Fighting monsters for the first time. What happened today was so strange that he subconsciously wanted to ask Suemo, who obviously knew a lot of things. What is Ultraman? Why can you turn into a giant? Just when Daegu, who couldn't hold his breath, was about to ask the question. Smile eye. Suemo interrupted him. I came to the super ancient time machine in the office. Then, one of the buttons was pressed. At once. It's like it's been seen once before. A ray of light shot from the entrance of the ultra-ancient time machine. A hologram of a pale-haired woman opens. And then there's that mysterious audio. Everything is exactly the same as before. Except for a little __. The noise from before has disappeared. There is only one way to revive the giant, and that is, let Daegu turn into light. This time, without the interference of noise, Daegu could hear clearly. What? He looked at Suemo in surprise. So where did the chief of staff's words come from? Suemo didn't speak, but continued to signal Daegu to continue watching. Sure enough, the audio that should have been interrupted at this point. For some reason it continued. The holographic projection of Yulian, the head of the Earth Guard Corps, looked at Daegu in front of him and continued. Daegu, you have the genes of a super ancient giant, so you can become light. Then, let the giant revive. Hearing Yulian's words, Daegu was immediately shocked. However, what shocked him was not the genes of some super ancient giants. But it's... What? You can actually talk? Isn't this a super ancient mechanical device? Daegu was stunned. If he hadn't read the book himself, he would have even suspected that he was a ghost. This is indeed a time machine. Upidi nodded. It's just equipped with a high degree of artificial intelligence. After explaining, Yulian tried to continue the topic that was interrupted before. Daegu, the giant you can transform into, his name is Yi. It's time for a critical moment. Her words were interrupted again. Guchia, right. Daegu responded immediately. Of course I know that this is the name that the chief of staff gave me himself. His name is D. What did you say? What Guja? Yulian was completely stunned. Daegu's unpretentious look made her even more at a loss. Can you show me your shapeshifter? She asked affirmatively. Transformer? You mean this? Daegu took out a red divine light stick from his arms. After seeing the appearance of this transforming device, Yulian immediately shook her head. His expression and voice became uneasy. What's the matter? This isn't Ultraman Tiga's transformation. This is not what I expected. At this time, I heard Yulian's words. Daegu pointed at Suemo beside him with a puzzled face. Ultraman Tiga, are you looking for the chief of staff? Yulian then focused her attention on Suemo. Then, I saw the transformation bracelet on his wrist. Yulian froze for a moment. Sumo's transforming device was indeed different from the magic wand she knew. However, the golden pattern around the sapphire is exactly the same as the pattern on Ultraman Tiga's chest. So, if she's not mistaken. The one who became Ultraman Tiga was not the only Daegu with super ancient giant warrior genes that she had detected before. It was Suemo, who she always thought was an ordinary person. What's going on here? Yulian couldn't help but ask. It's obvious that you don't have the genes of a super ancient warrior, why can you transform into Tiga? She doesn't understand this at all. It stands to reason that the only one who can transform into Ultraman is Daegu. And among the 3 stone statues in the pyramid, only the stone statue of Ultraman Tiga is the strongest and cannot be easily destroyed by monsters. Therefore, according to the conjecture of Yulian, Daegu must be able to awaken the giant. And the only giant who can survive in the hands of monsters must be Tiga. But now it seems that the situation has completely exceeded his expectations. Hearing this, Daegu also looked at Suemo curiously. He didn't understand much, but he understood a little. Only those with super ancient warrior genes can transform into giants. The chief of staff doesn't have genes, so how does he do it? See the suspicious eyes of the two. Suemo, who had been prepared for a long time, smiled slightly, and then asked Zero. People with super ancient warrior genes do have the ability to become light. But, is there absolutely no way for ordinary people to become light? This. Being asked by Suemo, Yulian was stunned for a moment. Then subconsciously think about it. Ordinary humans do have the ability to become light. After finding the information in the memory, Yulian's expression became very unbelievable. However, only a child with an extremely pure mind, without the slightest selfish desire, has a very small chance of becoming light. Generally speaking, adults do not have such a spirit. While the odds are not zero, adults who want to do this are either saints or heroes. Having said that, Yulian looked at Suemo and immediately became full of shock and admiration. Throw away all impossible options. The remaining possibility, however absurd, is irrefutably true. Evidence is like a mountain. The person in front of him who does not possess the super ancient warrior gene can actually transform into light. Then there is only one explanation. This man named Suemo. His brilliance is equal to that of a hero. Equivalent to a saint. Upidi never imagined. In the future Earth, there is still such a noble person born. The moment of realizing this, she immediately recognized the Ultraman Tiga of this generation. No one can compare to a human being who has become light by his own power. Even Daegu with super ancient warrior genes. In front of this noble person, he will also be eclipsed. No wonder Ultraman Tiga didn't choose Daegu with super ancient warrior genes, but chose this man. This saint and hero named Suemo who was born in modern times is indeed worthy of the power of Ultraman Tiga. Daegu, who was beside him, also heard Yulian's words. Originally, he respected Suemo very much, but now the reverence in his heart has skyrocketed. He has always known that Suemo is a very admirable leader and predecessor. But until now, only then did he realize how honorable this chief of staff was. Comparable to saints and heroes with a 0.0-like personality, this is by no means an evaluation that ordinary people can get. Suddenly, Daegu looked at Suemo's eyes. It's like looking at life mentors and spiritual idols, full of reverence. I felt the eager eyes of the two of them with reverence and admiration. Suemo couldn't help but blink. A little confused. This scene, although he actively facilitated it. But he did not expect that the two would have such a violent reaction. Doesn't it just become light? In the original, when the finale. Isn't the whole world turned into light? It's nothing unusual, isn't it? Not everyone is a hero and a saint. And, besides that, he remembered that there were 3 astronauts who had an accident in the original book, and they also became living beings of light. However, these 3 astronauts used their own consciousness to suppress the consciousness of the monster. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are heroes if they can do this. It seems that he sensed Sumo's thoughts. Yulian explained immediately. If you were inspired by a certain event and passively incarnated into light, you would not have received such an evaluation. However, if you rely on your own strength, you can actively transform into light with your own mind. Whoever it is worthy of the title of hero. 067 The Duo of Daihua, Training Daegyu. Hearing Yulian's words, Suemo thought about it carefully. One by one, being inspired by an event, passively incarnated into light. In the finale of the original book, the whole world turned into light is indeed such a situation. Inspired, those children have the chance to become light just once. There is no such ability after that. Say so. Even Daegyu was a type who was inspired to be light in the beginning. In order to prevent Tiga Ultraman's stone statue from being destroyed, he was able to become light. After that, it was transformed by the divine light rod. Masaka Kigo also relies on props and super ancient warrior genes to transform into light. If so analyzed. In the original work, there are really not many beings who can transform into light by their own will. In addition to those three astronauts, that is, the giants of light who left the stone statues and left, they can become light and leave the earth. It seems so. It is quite reasonable for people who can become light by their own will to be judged as heroes or saints. The only problem is that neither Yulian nor Daegu knew about it. Although Suemo can transform into light with his own power. However, it turned into light in a completely different way than they imagined. After thinking about it, Suemo was still not ready to clear this misunderstanding. After all, there is no way to explain the elementalization of light. Moreover, the misunderstanding between the two did have a lot of effect on him. So __. I see. Is it such a rare thing to transform into light? Suemo has a light and light expression. It doesn't seem to take it to heart. See him like this 09. Yulian and Daegu admired him even more. As expected of a hero who can take the initiative to transform into light, he actually has such a bearing, and does not take praise to heart at all. Seeing the Daihua eyes of the two of them, they are about to make up their brains into saints. While Suemo felt a little funny, he turned his eyes and looked at Daegu beside him. Daegu, about giants and monsters, you should have a lot of questions to ask, right? Daegu nodded. It was precisely when he wanted to clarify these questions that he ran over and asked Suemo. I probably understand about the resurgence of the giant statue. I became light because of the genes of a super ancient warrior. The chief of staff, because of the hero's will, can turn into light with his own will and revive the giant. He is not an idiot either. After hearing so much, he naturally understands something. However, about giants, monsters, and super ancient civilizations, I still don't understand. Daegu scratched his head, with an expression of insufficient IQ. Hearing Daegyu's words, Suemo nodded. I called you here to find out these things. Saying that, he looked at Yulian aside. If what Yulian said is true. In other words, there is indeed an ancient human civilization with far more advanced technology than modern society. And this ancient civilization was destroyed for some reason. Hearing Sumo's words, Yulian's expression changed, as if remembering some painful memories. Daegu shook his head. Asked with some doubts. Chief of Staff, if such a civilization really exists, why did they perish? He really couldn't imagine the sudden destruction of modern human society. You know, the development of human technology is now enough for them to build a base on the moon. It is hard to imagine that such a civilization would suddenly be destroyed. Maybe it's because of the monsters. Suemo said casually, then looked at Yulian. Although he himself knew the answer. However, it cannot be shown at this time. Instead, it should be cliched from the side of Yulian. So, he asked Yulian. About this, as the head of the Earth Guard Corps, you should be clear. It's really because of the monsters. Yulian nodded and admitted. Monster? Daegu has some doubts. The giants in the pyramids should have existed in your era too. If there really are monsters, wouldn't the giants knock them down? Or, are there monsters that even giants can't defeat? Human civilization was destroyed by monsters. This possibility is not without. However, Daegu did not expect that there would be monsters that even giants could not deal with. Hear Daegyu's question. Yulian immediately shook her head. In our day there were far more giants than there are now. Those giants are united, and there are few monsters that can't be dealt with. There are more than a few hundred giants of light in super ancient times. Ordinary monsters are not their opponents at all. If that's the case, why would it be destroyed? Daegu was a little stunned. The power of giants, he naturally knows. Just being a giant is enough to deal with monsters. If there were more giants in the super ancient times, wouldn't it be completely invincible? Why is that civilization still destroyed? Because, those giants are all light. Yulian shook her head sadly. And light will not interfere with human choices. This riddle made Daegu even more confused. What's the meaning? He was about to ask further questions. Yulian didn't want to mention it anymore. She chose to keep silent. Daegu finally knows why so many people hate Riddler. If you want to say it, say it. Don't say half of it, it's confusing. Powerless, he couldn't help but turn his attention to Suemo. Hopefully the chief of staff will keep asking. After all, Yulian, the head of the garrison, respects the appearance of the chief of staff. Should be able to ask more. When Daegu was about to speak, Suemo nodded thoughtfully. Oh, so it is. As if he understood something. Daegu was suddenly at a loss. Chief of staff. What do you understand? Didn't that quiet pity just say nothing? Could it be that there is a problem with your own understanding? After doubting his giant's stance, Daegu began to doubt his IQ again. Why, only he didn't understand anything. Seeing Daegu like this, he didn't wait for him to ask. Suemo spoke directly. Yulian admits that the super-ancient human civilization was destroyed because of monsters. However, the reason for the demise was not the lack of combat power of the giants. That is, the giants were able to slaughter monsters, but failed to do so. Combined with the latter sentence, light will not interfere with human choices. It can be easily analyzed that it is human beings who prevent the giants from slaying the monsters. Hear Sumo's analysis. Daegu subconsciously had doubts. How can human beings stop the giant from eradicating the monster? He could not imagine such a scene at all. Aren't monsters supposed to be the enemies of humans? However, at this time, Yulian spoke up. She looked at Suemo with amazement, and apparently did not expect that Suemo could directly analyze the truth. As expected of a person who can turn himself into light. Yulian sighed in admiration, then nodded. Indeed, it was us humans who rejected the help of the giants. She confirmed that Sumo's conjecture was correct. Hear Yulian say that. Daegu, who was slapped in the face in seconds, was stunned. So, the chief of staff even guessed this right? Good on. Daegu took a sip of water nervously. He's finally made sure of one thing now. That is the chief of staff of Suemo, the eternal god. It seems that the inside story is also quite special. Suemo nodded. He already knew the answer, so he didn't ask any more. Humanity is destroyed by human beings, and this ending is also interesting. After a bit of emotion, Suemo focused his attention on Daegu again. So, the current situation is like this. When human civilization develops to a certain extent, it will attract monsters. And only when 753 crosses these monsters can humans continue to live. The demise of the super-ancient civilization is the result of human beings' failure to overcome monsters. And now, being a giant, our mission is to defeat these monsters and take back the future of mankind. In a few simple sentences, Suemo answered all Daegyu's doubts. Together with the meaning of the giant's existence, he told him. After hearing this, understood. The confused Daegyu was completely gone, and he immediately took command. He has been completely convinced by Sumo's thoughts. See Daegyu's statement. Suemo nodded in satisfaction. It seems that this little brother has completely accepted. Since you are going to fight monsters, you can't do it like you did before. Suemo smiled and said to Daegyu. Yes. Hearing Suemo mentioning his previous performance, the old man blushed and was very ashamed. Compared to the dazzling performance of the chief of staff, he seems to have been beaten all the time. Don't be ashamed, you just don't have the power. Suemo comforted him, and then said. However, in order to better utilize the power of Ultraman Guja, from today, you will start special training. Ultraman Guja is red all over, it should be an Ultraman of the power type. In this case, learning fighting skills will greatly improve your strength. Hearing Sumo's detailed analysis, Daegyu's eyes shine zero. Understood. As expected of the chief of staff. He didn't know his own strength, but the chief of staff had already planned a route for him to become stronger. Just don't be too kind. Moreover, Daegyu himself likes fighting skills very much. It's great to continue training in this area. So, he patted his chest. Don't worry, I will never let you down, Chief of Staff. Young Daegyu made such a promise. At this time, he didn't know. The special training in Sumo's mouth was quite hard. 068 promoted to 4-3 level adventurer. Suemo didn't plan to train Daegyu to really be like Kong. The kind that can kick out a nuclear explosion kick. However, he still had to learn the fighting skills that he should know. Can't let him go to waste, now in his red resident Daegyu happy form. In Suemo Indigo world, when he started to give special training to the younger brother Daegyu. Wrong world. After returning from the foggy space, Suemo opened his eyes and saw the blue ribbon goddess in front of him staring blankly at him. Hestia. Suemo called out suspiciously. The blue ribbon goddess blinked, then looked at Suemo with suspicious eyes. Suemo, have you become stronger again? As a god, although he cannot use divine power in the lower realm. However, the vision that belongs to the gods is still there. Hestia clearly noticed that in just one breath, Sumo's breath changed a lot. The gods have the ability to see through the lies of nether children. This ability is based on the fact that the soul of the gods is superior to the human beings. In view of the above, so naturally possess the ability. The power of the soul, even if the power of the seal is uncontrollable. If the divine power is not sealed, the gods' light-hearted words may attract the soul of human beings and make them execute them recklessly. This is not hypnosis, but the natural domination of the strong over the weak. It's like a gust of wind will blow up the leaves. It is a natural phenomenon that has nothing to do with self-consciousness. The gods who descended to earth at the beginning agreed to prohibit the use of divine power together. There must be this consideration. But now, discovered by Hestia, Sumana's soul, which was originally stronger than ordinary children, suddenly became bottomless. It is as unfathomable as a god. It's just like sublimation. If the current Suemo wants to lie, Hestia can't tell the difference. Of course, Hestia didn't care about these little things. With the relationship between her and Suemo, there is no need to lie. Even if there is a lie, it must be necessary to do so. At this point, Hestia has full trust in Suemo. What really made her feel a little flustered was that she couldn't understand the means by which Suemo became stronger. It is just in the breath, and the breakthrough occurs naturally. The improvement of strength is naturally a good thing. But there is no reason for the improvement, not necessarily. Hestia was a little scared. Did Suemo use some taboo means? But considering the character of this child, he probably wouldn't do such a dangerous thing. So, she looked at Suemo with a searching look. Yes, it did become a little stronger. Suemo nodded. There is no need to hide this from Hestia. After the conjecture is confirmed. The blue ribbon goddess looked a little worried. Suemo, you still have to support me in the future, don't do anything too dangerous. Don't worry. Suemo felt a little funny and touched Hestia's head. My strength to become stronger comes from myself, so don't worry. Hearing what he said, Hestia was relieved. She chose to believe the promise given by Suemo. Seeing Hestia's cute appearance, Suemo couldn't help teasing him. Even for Hestia, I wouldn't risk it. After all, my master is lazy and greedy, and doesn't like to work. It's a dead house that spends every day at home. If I'm not here, just leave Hestia alone. I feel like Hestia will be a mummy. I'm not a dead man. Hestia immediately blushed when she heard Suemo say that. I used to go out to work, and my potato balls are selling really well. The owner and clerk of the store where I work part-time have praised me. I think Suemo has some problems with her impression. Hestia decides to work hard to restore her image in the hearts of her family's children. Hear Hestia's rebuttal. Suemo nodded. Say. As a god, in the end, he became the mascot of the potato ball shop to attract business. Hestia is really amazing. Besides that, I seem to have heard it from my peers on the high street. There is a lowly shaped god, who has been called a natural disaster on North Street or something. Do you have an impression of Hestia? Hear Sumo's words. Hestia's body froze immediately. Involuntarily stuttered. 2. What a natural disaster on North Street, I don't know at all. However, since you have given this title to the gods, those people are too disrespectful. Suemo, you should stay away from those bad boys. Hestia is trying to hide it. His face flushed red. Just not too cute. See her expression. Suemo felt that he couldn't continue to stimulate. Since Hestia said so, then I won't investigate. Who? Hestia breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the majesty of the gods was preserved. Of course, she was the only one who thought so. That's right. After finishing this topic, Suemo remembered something. Hestia, please help me level up, my experience points seem to be full. Hestia agreed. It took 2 seconds to respond. What did you say? She was completely shocked. My experience points should be full. Suemo repeated it. I'll leave it to you to upgrade. Then, he took off his shirt and lay down on the sofa again. Hestia on the side was blank. Upgrading or something, didn't you do it once yesterday? Why are you upgrading again today? Was time turned back, or was there something wrong with her brain? Hestia looked blank, and at Sumo's urging, he sat on Sumo's back and spoke. I pricked my fingertips with a fine needle. A drop of blood seeped out, and then pressed it on Sumo's back. See the ability value data behind Suemo. Hestia blinked. This just confirmed one thing. This kid is going to be promoted to LV3. 069 new development capabilities. The 5 basic data behind Suemo. As always, all is 9999, full overflow. Actually, when I went to the dungeon and used Fairy's Law to completely kill Udius, the LV6 floor master, the experience points and great achievements that Suemo has accumulated are enough for him to level up. However, although enough to upgrade, but cannot achieve overflow. Therefore, at that time, Suemo did not choose to upgrade immediately. Instead, he waited to accept his own experience in the God's Lair world. Choose to upgrade. Upgrade after the ability value overflows to maximize the improvement. As for the opportunity to upgrade itself, Suemo is never lacking. Whether it is the gods of the God's Lair world, or the monsters of the Tiga world, it's enough to quickly raise his level to an unimaginable level. So for the level, he never panics. Laying a solid foundation is the right thing to do. Someone is greedy for me. Hestia didn't know that Sumo's current upgrade speed was the result of his suppression. Otherwise she would have been stunned. Now, although I also think this news is very shocking. But don't know why. It's almost a habit. Hestia didn't feel too shocked. Suemo in her family is very special. For this, Hestia has gradually accepted it as common sense. So, after stunned for a while, Hestia immediately began to update the stats. And asked casually, Suemo, which one do you want to choose for this developmental ability? There are 4 options: abnormal resistance, magic, lancer, harmony. Harmony is an exclusive skill for pharmacists. It is very helpful for the preparation of medicines or secret medicines. The other 3 are skills that have appeared before. It stands to reason that the acquisition of developmental skills is related to the conditions encountered before leveling up. Suemo had never been in contact with potions or anything before the upgrade, so he didn't know why this ability appeared. The previous forging was actually not very common sense. However, the development ability is also random in many cases, and there is no fixed standard for the law of appearance. Just choose reconciliation. Without hesitation, Suemo quickly made a decision. The other 3 skills are of little use. As for harmony, although he is not good at making potions, the scope of application of this skill will be much wider. Like the previous forging, it is an ability that Suemo in other worlds may use. Good. Hestia nodded. After some operations, the ability value was completely updated and the upgrade was completed. Suddenly, Suemo felt that his physical fitness had become stronger again. In general, the higher the level, the smaller the improvement in physical fitness. But now, the improvement of the upgrade can still be clearly felt for Soma. By no means can be ignored. Even the total amount of magic power above the dragon veins has increased by a few points. After the upgrade is complete, Suemo packed up the magic stone he brought back, picked up some small ones and prepared to take them to the guild and exchange them for Farley's. Neither he nor Hestia needed much money. In addition, there is still surplus from selling fried rice before. Therefore, those big magic stones don't need to be exchanged in a hurry, just keep them as deposits. I'm going out. Before going out, Suemo greeted Hestia. Got it? Hestia waved. Good luck. Bring me a potato ball when you come back. No problem. Suemo agreed, and then pushed the door out. Soon, he arrived at the guild. In the guild, Aegina casually looked at the time while sorting out the documents, as if she was worried about something. See her like this. Colleagues next to me snickered secretly. Ina is worried, that handsome little brother in the morning? One of my acquaintances couldn't help laughing and asked. No. Aegina immediately waved her hands in a panic and denied it. I'm not thinking about Suemo. Tisk tisk. A familiar colleague immediately cast a teasing look at her. I didn't mention the handsome guy's name, Ina, you're not taking it upon yourself. That's because the novice adventurer I'm in charge of today is only Suemo, right? Ina reluctantly complained. She's not an idiot, so naturally she won't be told by them so quickly. Also, even if that's the case, I'm just worried about his safety as a guild employee. It's totally different from the weird stuff you have in your head. She is a half-blood elf, and her family style is very conservative. How could she fall in love with others so quickly? Even if Suemo is handsome, it is the same. Just after she made such a declaration, behind him, a suspicious voice suddenly came. "What's that weird thing?" Aegina, who was very familiar with this voice, immediately turned her head. Sure enough, I saw Sumo's face. This. Immediately, Aina's face burned directly, and she almost stuttered. Strange things, that's. Because of her ingenuity, Rao can't think of how to round up the field at this moment. At this time, friends behind her saw her embarrassed look. After snickering, he came to the rescue scene. "It's nothing, it's a topic between us girls, it's better not to get into it." Having said that, the colleague pushed Aina in front of Suemo. "Aina's business is more important than this kind of thing. I know that you are entering the dungeon for the first time, little brother, but she has been worried about you." "Thank you for your concern, Miss Aegina." Hear her say that. Suemo didn't ask what he said before, but thanked Aina. "Thanks to the novice set you presented, this dungeon expedition went smoothly without any danger. Although this novice suit did not come in handy. But Suemo is not the kind of idiot without emotional intelligence. Moreover, he did want to express his gratitude for Aegina's actions." "Exactly, I said before that I invited Miss Aina to dinner. If possible, how about this time? There is no need for Suemo to worry about Hestia. When she is hungry, she will buy food by herself. Even if I go back in the evening, I might complain about acting like a baby, but it's not a big problem." Aegina, who was invited, hesitated for a while. Then, encouraged by his colleagues, he took a brave step forward and nodded. Agreed to Sumo's invitation. After agreeing to the invitation, the two did not leave immediately. Sumo's magic stone has not been exchanged. Aina handed over the rest of her work to her colleagues. Instigated by colleagues who like to join in the fun, he chose to go to the money exchange with Suemo. The money changer is the place where the magic stones are exchanged for Farleys. Adventurers generally use this mode to continuously crusade monsters and earn living expenses. The guild will purchase these magic stones uniformly, and then use them as raw materials for magic items and sell them to various families and chambers of commerce. Magic stones are widely used in orrery. It is almost equivalent to the application of electricity in modern society. Whether it's lamps, or a lot of stove fires. Many are powered by magic stones. Items such as magic swords and wands are also forged with magic stones as one of the raw materials. On the way to the money changer, Aegina said to Suemo, "Congratulations on your successful first day of adventure. I'll treat you later, and I don't have to go to extravagant places like restaurants. I think it's fine to go to a snack bar." From Aegina's point of view, a novice adventurer would definitely not gain much. Even though Suemo may have hidden his strength, it was the first time he entered the dungeon. The situation is not much better than that of a novice. Although Suemo didn't seem to be injured, it was because of this that he put all his energy into fighting danger. The efficiency of slaying monsters is inevitably much lower than that of experienced adventurers. Today's magic stone harvest, presumably not too much. Therefore, she is considerate and does not want Sumo to take out all the money she has worked hard all day because she wants to treat herself to dinner. You may even have to take out your savings. Even if she knew, Suemo made a lot of money from opening a store before. But I also felt that it was too much for people to spend their savings to treat guests. The days ahead are still long. And Suemo also needs better weapons and armor to protect his life. It's not worth the money to spend here. Hear Aina say that. Suemo blinked. Would it be disrespectful to invite a guest to a snack bar? After all, Aegina, you made a special trip to help me buy a novice suit, and it cost a lot. Hearing Suemo say that, Aina immediately shook her head. Don't worry about that. although he is very happy that Suemo remembers his help. But at this time, Egina wanted him to be slow. After all, I'm a guild employee, and I don't usually have anything to use for money. Rather than treating me to dinner now, I'd rather you spend your money on improving your own safety. Hearing this unreasonable excuse, Suemo looked a little weird. In his mind, one thing was confirmed again. This woman is greedy for her own body. Moreover, I also want to cultivate feelings by throwing money. It seems that handsome people will always face such distress. As expected of me. Anyway, with Egina's appearance, it's not a bad thing. Naturally, Suemo would not refuse. At this time, the two have already come to the money changer. Suemo handed the small pocket containing the magic stone into the window of the money changer. Egina beside her was silent for 2 seconds. Think back to what you just said. Suddenly I realized that the reasons I gave seemed a little untenable. Buying equipment for adventurers with private money is completely beyond the responsibilities of guild staff. So, afraid of her hidden thoughts being exposed, she immediately changed the subject. Generally speaking, the amount that novice adventurers can earn on the first day is generally not much. So, Suemo, you don't have to be discouraged. At the beginning, everyone was like this, and it was only about 1,000 poly. Wait later, after you become proficient. You will earn more money. Egina clenched her fists and cheered Suemo. Hear her say that. Sumo's expression froze. A novice with only about 1,000 pari? So little. If so, take it as little as possible. But in the end, it seems that the amount is still a bit too much. 070 Artemis and Hestia's best friends night chat. Suemo had never been to a dungeon before. He only had a rough impression of how much Farley a novice adventurer could earn. However, he remembered that when Bell was in LV1 in the original book, he seemed to have earned 4,000 Farleys a day. Bell at that time had just become an adventurer, and his ability and power values were relatively low. If you are an experienced adventurer, you should earn a little more. So, although he just randomly took some finely divided magic stones, now it seems that it is still a bit too much. Soon, the person at the money changer has completed the count. Then, the corresponding Farley was handed over. A total of 12,000 pennies. At the same time, the voice of the staff sounded. Ina was stunned for a moment. How much? She wondered if there was something wrong with her ears and heard it wrong. 12,000 pennies, you can't go wrong. The staff patiently repeated the sentence again. 070 Artemis and Hestia's best friends night chat. Suemo had never been to a dungeon before. He only had a rough impression of how much Farley a novice adventurer could earn. However, he remembered that when Bell was in LV1 in the original book, he seemed to have earned 4,000 Farleys a day. Bell at that time had just become an adventurer, and his ability and power values were relatively low. If you are an experienced adventurer, you should earn a little more. So, although he just randomly took some finely divided magic stones, now it seems that it is still a bit too much. Soon, the person at the money changer has completed the count. Then, the corresponding Farley was handed over. A total of 12,000 pennies. At the same time, the voice of the staff sounded. Ina was stunned for a moment. How much? She wondered if there was something wrong with her ears and heard it wrong. 12,000 pennies, you can't go wrong. The staff patiently repeated the sentence again. No need. Egina shook her head. If Suemo had this ability, it would only be a fraction of the price to invite guests to dinner. It doesn't make sense to choose a snack bar by yourself. At Ina's recommendation. In the end, the two chose the well-known store of Orari, the rich hostess. Naturally, Suemo had already heard about this store. In the original book, the clerk of this store has a lot of scenes. In particular, the girl clerk, Shirfulova, has a particularly mysterious identity. At first, many people thought she was the daughter of the goddess Freya. It wasn't until later that the truth was revealed. This girl clerk is very likely to be a clone of the goddess Freya. Therefore, before getting the golden finger, Suemo was cautious and never went to the store. If Seal took a fancy to her handsome beauty, and then the goddess Freya behind her took a fancy to her pure soul. So what should I do now? Suemo, who doesn't have any golden fingers, doesn't think he has played the goddess Freya. Maybe, she will be directly prostituted by her. Suemo didn't have much disgust for Freya, who had a chaotic private life, but she also hoped to stay away. Now, having obtained the golden finger, he naturally doesn't have to worry about this. With his power, Freya was no longer able to influence it. So, after Aegina proposed, he immediately agreed. Suemo seems to have never thought about one thing. One by one. Can his soul really be called pure? It was unexpected for Suemo. There were no twists and turns in this meal. Although because of his looks, the waiters in the store are very friendly. But none of that extra stuff happened, and no drunken adventurers found fault. I haven't met anyone from the Loki familia either. Quite peacefully, the dinner ended. After dinner is over, Suemo sent Aina back home. Say goodbye to Aina. Sumo remembered Hestia's request. Bought a potato ball in the commercial street and took it back. However, when he got home, Suemo was about to knock on the door. Suddenly I heard someone talking at home. There is still a faint smell of alcohol, which floats out. Is this Hestia's friend coming? And also drinking? Subconsciously, Suemo thought of the goddess who was familiar with his blue ribbon goddess, the goddess of fire and forging, Hephaestus. However, the voice inside the door was obviously not the voice of Hephaestus. Suemo, who was curious about this, subconsciously calmed down. Then, I heard what the people inside were talking about. Eavesdropping on your own home. Shouldn't it be against the law? Inside the door, Hestia's young-toothed and delicate voice was easy to distinguish. By the way, it's just by tone. Suemo could imagine the proud and ostentatious expression on Hestia's face. Artemis, I'm very happy, my sumo is amazing. Hestia's mouth was filled with the smell of alcohol, and her face was flushed, obviously drunk. However, the goddess did not lie down quietly. Instead, he danced and told his friends about his feelings. Whether it's character or appearance, it's the best in the world. I will always like Suemo. Taking advantage of the wine, and Suemo was not at home. Hestia rarely revealed her feelings. And for Hestia this performance. The friend beside her, Artemis, the goddess of the moon and hunters, looked at her curiously. I didn't expect that lazy and greedy Hestia would be able to form a family one day. But, Hestia, aren't you a virgin like me? If you are like this, one day you will fall in love with men. For Artemis, this is very unbelievable. Or try what he saw with his own eyes, and Hestia said it himself. Artemis never imagined that Hestia would fall in love with others one day. It was actually the child of her own family. Of course. Hestia slapped her thigh sharply, and then hissed in pain. However, this did not affect her speech. Before I refused to fall in love, it must be just because I didn't meet Suemo. So, Suemo and I are the pair that matched in fate, and no one can take it away. Saying that, Hestia glared at her friend fiercely. Artemis, you too. Don't rob Suemo with me. How is that possible? Artemis shook his head amusingly. Have you forgotten, Hestia, I'm a virgin goddess, and the person who hates love the most. It's impossible to fall in love with men, let alone rob your family. While feeling a little funny about Hestia's childlike behavior, Artemis was also a little curious about Suemo in Hestia's mouth. Unexpectedly, when I reunited with my old friend after many days, I could see such a big change in Hestia. I don't know what kind of human she likes. That will make this virgin goddess of heaven so obsessed. Hearing Artemis' assurance, Hestia couldn't trust it either. I'm not a virgin myself, but I'm still in love with Suemo. For this reason alone. There's no way to dispel my suspicions. I don't know if she was drunk or not. Apparently he was drunk. When it came to Suemo, he suddenly became shrewd again. Is this the expression of love? 0. Ask for flowers 00. Artemis guessed. Seeing that Artemis did not respond. After Hestia stayed for a while, he continued to show off to his best friend. I'll tell you secretly, don't tell anyone else. Hestia said to Artemis mysteriously. Well, I won't tell anyone. Artemis has a very upright character and a tight tone. As long as he agrees, he will not go back on it. However, Hestia doesn't seem to take this into consideration. Looking at her appearance, I am afraid that Artemis did not agree, and she could not help but say it. As you know, Artemis, the feelings of gods are very heavy. So generally our gods will restrain themselves and will not leak it to the children, so as not to scare them. Hestia said happily. Artemis nodded. Although she has never had such a feeling, it is indeed common sense. The soul of the gods is far stronger than that of humans, and the intensity of emotions is far greater than that of human beings. If it is not controlled well, it is likely to cause fear in humans. There have been many tragic incidents because of this. It is for this reason that the gods restrain themselves, and generally do not reveal too much emotion, so as not to be unbearable for human beings. 0. Whether it is love or hate, once a certain limit is exceeded, all terrify humans. Humans are such delicate and fragile creatures that the gods need special attention. I don't know what this has to do with what Hestia is going to say. With that in mind, Artemis looked at Hestia expectantly. And Hestia is not the temperament to hide the words. She smiled stupidly and said, Yesterday, because of some accident, I accidentally said it to Suemo. Even if he was drunk, Hestia still remembered that he couldn't tell about Suemo's ability value and upgrade speed. But now she doesn't care about these things, but another thing. I told Suemo that once I get entangled with me, there is no way to get rid of it for life. Whether it is death or reincarnation, even if I wait 10,000 years, I will definitely find his reincarnation and be with him forever. You actually said that? Artemis was completely surprised. Even she knows that such love is an unbearable burden for human beings. For the gods, this kind of feeling is only slightly stronger, which is quite ordinary. But for humans, this is undoubtedly a sickness, and even considered a curse. Hearing Hestia accidentally leaked his true feelings, Artemis couldn't help worrying about her. You said that kid didn't want to leave the family without fear, right? Such a thing is not without precedent. Although there are some types of human beings who are passionately involved in love. But the level of human love, and the level of divine love, may be quite different. Even if it's a loving couple. If you find out that the other party is a very terrifying sick girl. Therefore, it is quite normal to want to escape this feeling. Artemis was a little worried that Hestia's feelings would be scared away. But if this is the case, Hestia should not be so hardy. Could it be that the other party forgave such Hestia? Guessing like this, Artemis couldn't help but have a good impression of Suemo. Even Hestia's heavy feelings can be forgiven, it seems that the other party really likes Hestia. Although Artemis himself hates love. But seeing Hestia fell in love with the right person, she couldn't help but feel happy for her best friend. 071 Usurping the power of the moon god. Afraid to escape from the family? Of course not. Hestia said with a look on her face. That's my Suemo, How could it be possible to do such a thing? Hear Hestia say that. Artemis was also relieved. Can your children ever forgive your words? It seems that you have chosen the right person. My best friend has met a good person, and it is indeed worth being happy. Artemis thought so, but saw Hestia shook her head again. Humph? No. Artemis, you guessed wrong again. Artemis tilted his head, a little puzzled. Could it be that the other party did not forgive Hestia? But if that's the case, Hestia shouldn't be so happy. Seeing Artemis' puzzled look, Hestia was even more proud. I tell you, Artemis. My family, Sumo, has completely accepted my feelings. He said, 10,000 years 770s or life after life. As long as it's me, Suemo is willing to stay with me forever. When Suemo responded to her like this, Hestia was so happy that she couldn't hold herself back. Don't look at her appearance, there seems to be no reaction. In fact, she was madly happy. This joy, but I have been holding back for a whole day and have nowhere to find someone to talk about. Artemis finally came to see him, and Hestia couldn't help it. He wanted his best friend to pour out his joy. Hestia simply wanted to broadcast the world if she could. What did you say? Artemis almost lost his voice in surprise. As a human being, how could he tolerate such a level of emotion as a god? In the end, is the fearless ignorant? Or is the other party really mentally prepared? No matter what it is definitely not a choice that ordinary people can make. Just when Artemis couldn't help but want to ask about Suemo. Boom. There was a knock on the door from outside. Oh. Then, the key is inserted. Squeak ___ ___. The door was pushed open. Hestia was dazed and unresponsive. Shenai. Temple. Artemis made a flustered sound. However, it was too late. Suemo, who pushed in the door, saw the disfigured Hestia. There is also the moon god Artemis with long blue hair and light clothes, revealing his skin as white as moonlight. Thanks for the hospitality. Bring this scene into view. Suemo immediately chose to close the door. He didn't come in until Artemis got dressed. You didn't see anything just now, did you? Artemis asked with a hint of murderous intent. There was still a blush on Qiao's face, which did not dissipate. What happened just now? Suemo asked blankly. Well, good. Artemis nodded calmly. Suemo, you're back, hey. At this time, after seeing Suemo, Hestia on the side hugged him directly. Hestia, your potato balls. Seeing the appearance of her goddess, Suemo wanted to pinch her face to wake her up. Considering Hestia's affectionate confession just now, Suemo thought for a while, but let her go. See the interaction between the two. Artemis pretended to be plain. Since you have returned, Hestia will be handed over to you. Please tell her, next time we have a chance, let's meet again. Having said that, Artemis fled from here as if he had fled in a deserted place. The moon god Artemis. Look at the back of this goddess. Suemo was thoughtful. In the wrong world, the appearance of this goddess is very special. In the plot, Artemis was already dead when he first appeared. In a crusade, the moon god Artemis was swallowed by the monster Enderus into the magic stone. Absorbed the divine power of the moon god. Let Enderus, who was originally just an ancient monster, master the power of the moon god. Even able to grasp the arrows of the moon god. It was the strongest arrow in the heavens that only a pure goddess could shoot. Without any exaggeration, the moon god's arrow has the power to destroy the world level. Although this crisis of extinction was finally resolved. However, Artemis, who had already died, naturally could not stay on the ground again. Instead, he returned to the realm of rebirth. The time of the rebirth of the gods. It may be hundreds of years, or thousands of years, or even 10,000 years. After remembering this, naturally, Suemo would not let go of Hestia's best friend. Besides, more importantly, one by one, in this incident, he may have the opportunity to obtain the divine power of the moon god. There are many gods in the wrong world. But the gods cannot use divine power, otherwise they will be sent back to the heaven. And this incident of Luna. However, it is a rare situation in which the divine power can be freely liberated without being held accountable. After all, it was the monster Enderus who abused divine power. Artemis was just devoured by bad luck. No god would think that Artemis was responsible for this. Even say. The gods also thank Artemis for sacrificing himself. Only then did the crisis of the annihilation of the monster Enderus be resolved. If you can intervene in this event, there may be an opportunity to usurp the divine power of the moon god into himself. Anyway, for Artemis, she can't use her powers normally. As long as you communicate well, it's not a problem to do so. And once obtain the divine power of the moon god, Ultramantiga's moon god form should not be a problem. Moreover, Suemo can also gain the power to destroy the world with one arrow. This power is much stronger than the power of the God's Lair world version. Either way, it's a win-win. Think so? Suemo took a step forward and walked out the door. Called Artemis. What's wrong? Because of the previous incident, Artemis still had a little panic on his face. With her temper, she would have given Suemo an arrow. But it was not Sumo's fault that he was seen by Suemo this time. So she can't say anything. Seeing Suemo stop her, she still turned back curiously. Artemis, the god of the moon. I see you looking uneasy, and there may be misfortune the next day. Suemo said like a god. If one day, you fall into a desperate situation, when no one can save you, remember to call my name. Be sure to remember the 0.0 name of Suemo, there will definitely be a turnaround at that time. = 7. Artemis was stunned. As a god, you are naturally not superstitious. She didn't feel that Suemo was cursing her or something, and she didn't feel angry, but she still felt strange. Could it be that you have prophecy and divination skills? Artemis asked curiously. So to speak. Suemo nodded. Just remember my words. Among the powers god of war of the East, the power of Feng's incarnation is quite special. As long as someone calls Sumo's name, Suemo could sense it immediately and teleport directly there. As long as in times of crisis, Artemis remembers to call his name, Suemo will not miss this event. Well, I remember. Artemis nodded. As I said before, she is a very serious goddess who will keep her promises. Once you agree, you will never forget it. 072 The Mystery of Paimon's Identity. After watching Artemis leave, Suemo returned to the room. Hestia was already asleep, lying on the ground very unpretentious. There was no way to take this goddess of the abandoned house. After Suemo cleaned up, he moved Hestia to the bed. Silent all night. The next morning, Hestia, who was in a daze, felt a little headache. Ugh. Rubbing his eyes, he opened his eyes. I saw Suemo who was making tea in front of the table. Suemo? Where's Artemis? The sleepy-eyed Hestia asked dumbly. The moon god left yesterday evening, and it's not easy for me to keep you drunk like this. Suemo said, and handed the brewed tea to Hestia. Wake up the bar with a sip of tea. Well, thanks. Hestia obediently took the tea from Sumo's hand. After taking a sip, I suddenly remembered something. The look couldn't help but panic. Wait. Suemo, when did you come back last night? I didn't say anything strange. Hestia, who has a vague memory, still remembers what she said to Artemis last night. No matter how Hestia is, she is also a goddess. The skin is often very thin. If Suemo heard her words, wouldn't she be ashamed to explode? Her image as a goddess can't be collapsed because of this. Fortunately, Sumo's words reassured her a lot. I came back late last night. Suemo shook his head. At that time, Hestia, you were about to fall asleep, and Goddess Artemis took the initiative to bid farewell. 09 Before leaving, Artemis also asked me to tell you that we will meet again when we have a chance next time. Who? Hestia breathed a sigh of relief. It's better not to be heard. Otherwise, the majesty of the goddess would be in jeopardy. Artemis, she has been working outside Ulari, and it will be at least 6 months before we meet again. Thinking that it would take so long to see Artemis, Hestia couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. However, Artemis is always like this. Conscientious and reliable. So she got used to it. Just as Hestia was about to wake up happily, Sumo's voice suddenly sounded. Speaking of which, a certain goddess seemed to have said yesterday that she would always like Suemo, like this. It's hard to end without getting married. I'm. Hearing this, the blue ribbon goddess exclaimed half shyly and half panicked. Didn't you hear everything? She stared at Suemo with a blushing face and tears. It looks quite cute. It's over, Her Goddess Majesty. It's completely gone now. Hestia directly covered her face and did not dare to see anyone. When Suemo in the wrong world was teasing his goddess. Genshin Impact World. Suemo, who left the foggy space, swelled completely. Unexpectedly, the month-long wandering, in exchange, was almost invincible at the beginning. Just don't get too lucky. Get up from the campfire. Suemo looked into the distance. What's wrong? Paimon came over curiously and looked in the direction Suemo was looking at. Is there anything special over there? Did you hear? Suemo pretended to ask deeply. The clear sound of the kamikaze. Huh. Paimon scratched his head, closed his eyes and listened for a few seconds, but heard nothing. What are you talking about? There is no wind now. She had a puzzled look on her face. I meant to say. Suemo smiled. The right hand, which was spread out forward, was clenched tightly and made into a fist. I seem to have awakened the power that was dormant in my body. The sleeping power. Paimon shook his head. Just as she was about to say, she didn't see any power. At this time. Boom. Underscore. A thunderbolt fell. At the same time. Crash underscore underscore. The originally calm wind suddenly became violent and immediately formed a huge whirlwind. In front of them, the whirlwind twisted into a tornado shape. OM. Underscore. The wind and clouds change color. And thunder continued to fall above the sky. Dive the storm in front of you directly into a dazzling azure blue. In just a few seconds, the celestial phenomenon was completely changed. And Suemo, who holds the authority of the gust of wind and thunderstorm, is bathed in the thunder light of the sky, like a god. Suemo, who are you? Behind him, Ying's eyes widened and she couldn't help walking over. That naive expression was really impressive. Wow. Paimon on the side also shouted in shock. Suemo, what's the matter with you? Aren't you like me, a battle bastard who can't even win against wild boars? Why are you suddenly one by one? Whether it's Ying or Paimon. They were all surprised by Sumo's sudden change. The three of them had traveled together for a month before. Paimon and Ying knew Sumo's strength. Simply put, if Paimon is 1/5 of the fighting power of a wild boar, Sumo's combat power is at most 3/5 of a wild boar. This is still the combat effectiveness when holding a weapon. Can't go any higher. But now, the strength that Suemo showed. It is no longer possible to use wild boars and Chukya people as units. At least, from the perspective of the two of them. He even felt that Sumo's strength was already able to rival the gods. The gap between this is really too big. They couldn't help but be surprised. See the expressions of the two of them. Suemo smiled slightly and dissipated the wind and thunder in the sky. The sky that had suddenly changed color returned to its original state within a few seconds. Seeing this scene, Paimon and Ying were finally completely sure that the change in the sky just now was really due to Sumo's hands. Didn't I mention it to you before? Like Ying, I'm also a traveler from another world. Suemo said so. Well, I remember this one. Fluorescent nodded. When it was first caught by Ying, Suemo assumed his identity. He said that, except because Ying was more trustworthy. Also because it is too difficult to fabricate an identity in this world. And it is also difficult to explain why he is floating in the sea. Anyway, Ying himself is also a traveler from another world. Acknowledging this identity not only does nothing to lose, but it strengthens the bond between the two. Although I don't know why, after I came to this world, my power and part of my memory seemed to be sealed. Before me, I really only had the fighting power of ordinary people. It wasn't until just now that I finally awakened a part of my power. Suemo made up nonsense at random. Although it sounds a bit unreliable. But for Ying, this statement is quite credible. If you want to ask why power and memory are partially sealed. Hearing this, Ying suddenly became excited. Suemo, your symptoms seem to be exactly the same as mine. I also lost a part of my memory and lost my power. Originally, she was also an existence that could compete with the gods. But now, they can only bully wild boars and Chukya people. From this point of view, Suemo and his experience are exactly the same. It's just that Sumo's power has been lost more thoroughly. Unlike himself, he still retains a little fighting power. Thought here. For Sumo's statement, Ying has completely believed it. And, she immediately thought of something. My power was sealed because I encountered that strange god. If Suemo is the same with you, wouldn't you be like this because of that strange god? Subconsciously, Ying felt that Suemo must have been undermined by the same god. Not all symptoms are the same. In response, Suemo naturally shook his head immediately. I don't remember such a thing. He would not tell lies that might be exposed in the future. Anyway, these small details will always be explained with brain supplements. Say one by one. If you just don't remember, it's very likely that Suemo also fought that god, but just forgot. Paimon thought for a while and guessed. This conjecture is sweet. Anyway, any unreasonable place, encountering amnesia, can be perfectly fooled. Indeed. Fluorescent nodded. It would not be surprising if that memory was forgotten. It seems that Sumo's goal should be the same as mine for the time being, she said happily. To find out what's going on, we all have to ask that god. Alone in another world. Ying naturally still feels lonely sometimes. Fortunately, later, I met Suemo and Paimon. Whether it is spiritual companionship or practical guidance, both are her indispensable companions. Originally Ying was worried that after arriving at the human settlement, Suemo may say goodbye to himself and part ways. After all, field trips are just too hard and too dangerous. Suemo had no reason to accompany him to find the 7 gods. However, it seems now they already have the same goal, and they all need to find the 7 gods. So, no need to separate at all. That's a lot of fun. That's right. Suemo also nodded. If you find that god, many questions will be answered. With that said, Sumo's eyes turned to Paimon. You know, the dress of that strange god is very similar to Paimon. And they all have white hair. No matter how you look at it, you can't help but think. Not to mention, Paymon's identity is very mysterious, and there must be a lot of inside information behind it. 073 Paymon, I'm going to give Suemo an ugly nickname. For the background story of the Yuanshen world, Suemo didn't get a glimpse of the whole picture. When he crossed over, the official plot was not over yet. Therefore, he is not very clear about many things. Many people have speculated about Paymon's identity. It is very likely that Paymon has something to do with the strange god who took his uncle away in the beginning. In addition, the time demon god mentioned by Mond may also be related to Paymon. However, Paymon's identity remains a mystery. But at least now, Suemo doesn't feel that Paymon is malicious. Whether it's to Ying or to yourself. Paymon doesn't seem to be acting silly most of the time. But she herself is stupid. In this regard, Suemo, who has teased her many times in the past month, has a great say. Notice that Suemo is looking at himself. Paymon also looked over suspiciously. What's the matter? Your eyes seem a little strange. It suddenly occurred to me that it seemed like someone said that I was a bastard who couldn't win against wild boars. Suemo pondered and turned his attention to Paymon. Then a wicked smile appeared on his face, and he walked over to Paymon. Looks like I need to prove myself. Wow. No, I'm talking about you before. Paymon immediately saw what Suemo wanted to do. She flew straight up, trying to escape from Sumo's claws. However, hey! A soft whirlwind rolled up, directly flying the Paymon roll, and then threw it into Sumo's arms. Wow! I poke it? Suemo, don't pinch it, sorry. Paymon, who was hugged and rubbed by Suemo, immediately confessed and apologized inarticulately. Until Suemo rubbed enough and let go of her. Paymon finally escaped. You two are here again. Seeing this familiar scene that has happened countless times. Yingying shook his head strangely. He propped up his cheek with one hand and looked at the interaction between the two with some amusing. Suemo, you are doing this again. Paymon hides behind Ying. He puffed out his cheeks and stared at Suemo. I've decided to give you an ugly nickname. Ugly nickname. Suemo thought for a while and offered to propose. For example, eat Paimon the most. Or fried parman or something. Hear these nicknames. Paymon stomped his feet in a hurry. Don't say such things. Why do you want to eat Paymon? Paymon is not for eating. Paymon made up his mind that today he must correct Sumo's wrong notion. Be sure to define your position. She is not emergency food. So, in the noise, the night passed quickly. The next morning, when Ying woke up, she saw Paymon and Suemo sitting together, fishing quietly by the river. The two of them have been staring at the fish in the river, as if working together. Totally different from yesterday. Is the relationship between these two people good or bad? This thought flashed through my mind. She smiled slightly. After washing up, when he came to the river, he saw that Paymon gave up completely. Fishing is so hard. Paymon lay directly on Sumo's back, and then poked. Suemo, don't worry about the conduct of the angler. Let's just use that trick. It makes sense, I wanted to give up long ago. Suemo nodded. In terms of being lazy, he and Paymon have a lot in common. So, after putting away the simple fishing rod that Ying made by himself, Suemo decided to use a simpler way to get breakfast. Curious about that trick in Paymon's mouth, Ying also came over. Then, I saw Suemo stand up. Hands up. Next second. Boom. Underscore. The pillar of thunder and lightning with the thickness of a small tree slashed straight down from the sky. Zitsize. The dazzling thunder pillar smashed directly into the river. In the water area with a radius of tens of meters, the sound of electric shock sounded. Then, Hundreds of fish stunned by the thunder came to the surface one after another. That's right. The so-called trick is the electric fish. Although there is a lot of electricity, but with the storage space of Paimon, these are not problems. Actually using thunder to fish. Seeing Suemo and Paimon clapping their hands to celebrate. Ying always felt that he needed to complain in order to maintain his normal way of thinking. Although such a rant. But you still have to eat. Finally, Suemo regained his strength and was able to easily find food. They don't have to work as hard as before. There is no need to ask Suemo to keep the food to avoid Paimon stealing it. After having breakfast, Paimon continued to lead the way for the two of them. Before long, they reached a hillside. Looking down from the hillside, you can clearly see the seven-day god statue in the middle of the lake. This is the god of the wind god among the seven gods. Paimon, the guide, explained to the two. Although I don't know if what you are looking for is the god of wind. However, words and poetry will blow with the wind, and among them, there may be news of your brother. Of course, whether you can get God's response or not, you can only know if you try it. Hearing Paimon's words, Ying's eyes became a little excited. The god of wind, I know. After a month, I finally found a line, Wang Wanged, related to the gods. It's not easy. Then let's go. Paimon immediately flew down happily and led the way in front. After flying more than 100 meters, she suddenly noticed that there seemed to be no footsteps behind her. Look back. What are you doing? She silently looked at Ying and Suemo, who didn't move a step behind her. Just got a little closer to find it. The two men were picking raspberries by the roadside. It's pretty sweet, do you want to eat it? Suemo handed over a yellow raspberry. Shouldn't it be time to go to the statue first? It's really sweet. Paimon, who was about to say something, was directly captured by the smell of raspberries. They also picked up together with Ying. Not a family, do not enter a family. From this point of view, the three of them seem to have a strong commonality. 074 May the wind god Babato fool you. After a series of activities such as picking raspberries, killing squirrels, and picking mushrooms, the three finally arrived in front of the statue of Feng Shen. Suemo tried to touch the statue. As he expected, nothing happened. When it was Ying's turn to touch, it was completely different. As if the statue recognized her, it bloomed with dazzling brilliance. After that, a gentle wind swept around Ying. She gained the power of the wind element. Paimon, who discovered this, showed such an expression as he expected. You can use the power of elements without the eye of God, you people from another world are really different. Saying that, she also glanced at Suemo. Sumo's power is also not assisted by the eye of God. Moreover, compared to the power obtained by Ying, Sumo's power is obviously much stronger. The eye of God. Ying was a little puzzled. It's the device that people in this world use to manipulate elemental forces. You'll understand when you get to Mond. Paimon felt that the explanation was unclear for the time being, so he said so. Mond is a city of poetry and wine, dedicated to the god of the wind, among the seven gods. There may be a clue to your brother in there. Fluorescent nodded. In any case, it is a good sign that some of the strength has been restored. Although it is far from the power of Sumo's awakening. But, finally, there is no need to hold back. Think so. They began to set out for Mond City. However, only 2 steps away, Ying felt that the top of her head seemed to be covered by shadows. There are no trees around here, could it be a dark cloud? Look up. A cyan dragon with 2 pairs of wings and an estimated body length of 10 or 20 meters soared across the sky. The wind from the dragon's wings could even blow her hair. 770 this is. Paimon was stunned. Dragon? Ying was shocked. Are dragons common in Tibet? She couldn't help asking Paimon curiously. Even in the world that Ying has traveled to, dragons are quite cherished creatures. How can you see it when you look up here? How could it be common? Paimon immediately complained. Although there are various monsters in the Tibet continent, there are still very few creatures of the level of giant dragons. Would you like to follow me over there? Looking at the direction the dragon was leaving, Suemo couldn't help but suggest. Dragon and gods are lives that surpass human beings. Maybe behind this giant dragon, they can come into contact with gods or something. Suemo naturally knew the identity of this giant dragon. One by one, the dragon of the east wind, Twarin, the retinue of Wendy, the god of wind. The reason why I propose to contact Twailin is mainly to facilitate access to Wendy, the god of wind. Although this Feng Shen looks very casual, he doesn't care. In fact, it is a rather mysterious figure. Whether it was to appease Twailin or to have the heart of God taken away, it seemed that Wendy had expected things. It can be seen from the original information that Wendy should be quite friendly to the protagonist. However, there are reservations about a lot of information. I've been trying to make a fool of myself. The rock god who appeared behind was the old man Zhongli. Although he is also a riddleman, Zhongli can reveal more information than Wendy. Suemo felt that if he wanted to understand the background story of the Yuanshen world, Wind God and Rock God are the top priority. Definitely not for wanting to see Baba. Definitely not wanting to fencing. Keeping up with the dragon. Hearing Sumo's proposal, Paimon was a little scared. Is it dangerous to do so? Against wild boars and Kyokia people, she was able to evade by flying anyway. You can meet this flying dragon. She couldn't escape at all. It's a little dangerous indeed. Ying also wanted to see it, but with her strength, she couldn't deal with the dragon. At this time, Suemo said. If it's just this dragon, you can rest assured. In the event of a dangerous situation, it's not difficult for me to get rid of it. Twarin is a dragon though. But its strength is not comparable to that of the gods. Whether it's the fools or the knights of the west wind. They all have the power to deal with the wind demon dragon Twarin. It's just because of the status of the guardian of the four winds of Twailin that the west wind knights do not want to start this level of strength. For Suemo, it is naturally even less worth mentioning. Hear Sumo's words. Ying and Paimon looked at each other. If there is no problem in terms of safety, they naturally want to go and see what happened to the giant dragon. So the two followed behind Suemo. Together they went deep into the jungle. About half an hour passed. They walked around a corner, then stopped immediately, hiding their figures. In the vicinity of more than 20 meters ahead. The huge cyan dragon I saw before was crawling on the ground. In front of the huge head of the giant dragon, a person wearing a green hat, dressed as a bard, and looking like a beautiful girl, was talking to the giant dragon. It seems to be placating the dragon. This person is talking to the dragon. Paimon was a little surprised. It should be appeasing the dragon. Suemo said. Looking at the appearance of this dragon, I'm a little restless. According to the original situation. At this time, the wind element power that Yin Gang has obtained may resonate with the power of the wind demon dragon Twarin or the wind god Wendy, so that they can be discovered. But this time, Suemo made preparations in advance. Using the power of Lord of the Sky, he suppressed the wind around Ying's body. Therefore, there should be no more accidents that disturb the wind dragon. Suemo originally thought so. However, for some reason, he seemed to see Wendy glance in his direction. Did they find them? Soon. Suemo knew that his guess was not wrong. Wendy dressed as a bard didn't know what the wind dragon said. Feng Malong glanced at him angrily, like a cat looking at the owner who refused to play with him. He gave a long whistle to Wendy and fluttered his wings and flew away. The wind pressure generated by the wind demon dragon's wings bends the trees. Paimon was almost blown away. Fortunately, in an emergency, she grabbed Ying's hair with one hand. When the wind calms down, the figure of the giant dragon has long been invisible. Huh, it's so dangerous, I was almost blown away. Paimon patted his chest with a lingering expression on his face. Turning around, she looked at Ying. Fortunately I caught your hair, thanks. Ying looked blankly at Paimon. He stroked his hair and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately the hair didn't fall out. Suemo, who was on the side, said funnily. If you do grab Ying's hair, I feel like today's dinner will be Paimon stew. Hearing Sumo's words, Paimon immediately retorted. Yingke wouldn't do such a thing. Are you right? After speaking, she immediately looked at Ying expectantly. Hope to get Ying's affirmation. However ____. Ying didn't speak, her eyes wandered a little. If it is really bald by Paimon. She wasn't sure if she could really control her behavior. Hello. Feeling Ying's hesitation, Paimon suddenly became uneasy. How come even travelers are like this? Because hair is very important to girls. Suemo spread his hands and said. Then, he looked at the bard walking towards him in front of him. What do you think? After the wind demon dragon left, Wendy did not disappear, but walked over. Not sure why, but it's a good time for a cliché. Hair is a girl's second life. Of course it's important. Wendy walked over with a chuckle, and took up the topic quite naturally. Yeah, why don't I think so? Paimon was a little puzzled. She didn't think there was anything special about her hair? Probably because you are still a young girl. It will probably become clear when you grow up. Suemo took a look at Paimon's child's body shape. Shook his head. In this way, it is illegal to be a cup. Well. I always feel that I am underestimated by you, Suemo. After Paimon noticed Sumo's eyes, he puffed up his cheeks and said so. After she finished speaking, she realized something. Wait. Who are you talking to? The dragon? How did you come here? Only then did she notice Wendy, and immediately hid behind Ying in fear. Then, it still seems unsafe. Paimon thought about it. He moved from behind Ying to behind Suemo. This is peace of mind. Ying looked at Paimon's performance of being greedy for life and fear of death, but he hesitated. See Ying's expression. Suemo suddenly realized a problem. In the original plot, Ying didn't like to talk very much. Could it be because he was made speechless by Paimon? Sure enough, Paimon is the crumbs of the world. Haha. Don't put on such a scared expression. Wendy eased the slightly tense atmosphere with a gentle attitude like a breeze. As a bard, talking with the dragon is just my job. After all, the poems I write are not only about humans, but also about dragons. As expected of Babatosi, the god of wind. Flickering people up, his face is sincere, and his eyes are also very sincere. A true look. If you don't know, he's cheating. Suemo almost believed it. And Ying on the side really believed it. There is still such a custom in this world. Ying looked surprised. Different worlds have different customs, and maybe the bards of this world will indeed listen to the dragon. That's not the case. Fortunately, Paimon, as the world's common sense guide, corrected Ying's misunderstanding in time. 075 I'm Hay and Wendy and the Pigeon Bridge. After learning that she had been deceived, Ying couldn't help but cast her eyes towards the bard in front of her. Trying to condemn him with eyes. It was wrong to make him feel cheated. However, I'm Hay. Wendy is a cute girl, so she's ready to get this thing out of the way. What do you mean by Hay? I'm so big. To Sumo's expectations and said this famous line. Suemo silently dubbed her in his heart. Wendy, however, was skilled and cheeky, ignoring Paymon's indignation. "My name is Wendy, and I'm the best bard in the world. Who are you?" After introducing himself, he looked at Suemo and his party. "My name is Suemo, and this one is called Ying." Suemo also began to introduce himself. "In order to find Uncle, no, in order to find Ying's brother, we have just embarked on a journey to visit the 7 gods." Suemo almost leaked his mouth, but fortunately he responded in time. "It is not advisable to speak shallowly." Suemo naturally didn't say that he and Ying came from another world. Wendy probably knew, but didn't ask much. Instead, he turned his attention to Paymon. "What about this wonderful little creature here?" He looked at Paymon with some curiosity. "Fantastic little creature." Hearing this title, Paymon felt a little weird. In order to prevent Suemo from calling her emergency food, a flash of light flashed in Paymon's mind. Immediately preemptively introduced himself. "I'm Paymon, not emergency food." After speaking, she looked at Suemo with a proud face. "Let you always want to hurt me. No way now. However _____. Hearing Paymon say this, Wendy couldn't help but glance at her with meaningful eyes. Then, he said something that made Paymon stunned. "In general, the more you deny it, the more it shows that you may really be emergency food." "Huh? Is there such a thing?" Paymon was completely stunned. She finally came up with a way to block Sumo's mouth, but she actually tricked herself directly. Why is this? For the first time in his life, Paymon began to doubt his own intelligence. When Paymon doubted life, Suemo and Ying asked Wendy for information. "Mon City has been under martial law recently, so it's best not to act suspiciously. Barbatos, the god of wind, hasn't come to Earth for a long time, so no one knows how to find him. If you are looking for someone, you can ask Yuyukin, the acting head of the West Wind Knights, to help, and she will help to post a missing person notice. You can also ask the Scout Knights of the West Wind Knights for help. The Mon Flying Champion will be happy to help, but it may not have much effect. Wait for the information about Mon City." Wendy said it very generously. Although for the Mond, it might just be common sense. But for Ying, it is still very important information. However, when Ying asked about the dragon, Wendy began to talk about him and refused to answer directly. Speaking of which, after chatting for a while, Wendy approached Suemo and asked curiously, "You just said that you came from Wangfeng Mountain yesterday, so you should have noticed the abnormal astronomical phenomenon yesterday?" "Anomalous celestial phenomenon." Ying blinked, thinking of something immediately. Then, she just shut up. "Speaking of abnormal celestial phenomena, isn't it the storm and thunder that Sumoja Shue created yesterday when he had his own power? What, you can even see it here. Is it so exaggerated?" The other side. When Suemo heard this question, he was immediately stunned. He said why, Wendy seemed to be no less interested in herself than in Ying. "I see. Wendy must have noticed that Suemo manipulated storm thunder yesterday. Therefore, additional attention will be paid. I noticed Suemo and his party hiding on the side before. Probably also noticed the power of Suemo. I do know that, but it's not very convenient to say. Since it was the first time we met, it would be too unusual to tell them directly. So, Suemo just gave a vague answer. And for Wendy, this answer is enough. After confirming that this matter is related to Suemo, just continue to observe Suemo. So, the conversation continued for a while. Wendy said it was time to say goodbye to Suemo and others. Looking at Wendy's figure, it was scattered in the forest like the wind. Ying and Suemo looked at each other. "I always feel that this bard named Wendy is a bit incredible," Ying said with intuition. "Indeed." Suemo nodded. Being able to communicate with the giant dragon is not like an ordinary person. But I have a hunch that we might see each other again. Hearing Sumo's words, Ying also agreed. At this time, Paimon, who was flying in front, waved to the two of them. Since he is a bard, he can definitely be seen singing in the tavern. 4 flowers 00. So, let's go before it gets dark. Paimon doesn't want to live in the wild anymore. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and smiled. Finally able to live in normal accommodation, I don't want to live in the wild anymore. Ying is still very much in favor of Paimon's idea. I usually eat and endure it. But in the wild, it is not particularly convenient to want to take a bath. Although both Paimon and Suemo can keep watch. But Ying did not change clothes. Every night before taking a shower, they have to borrow Sumo's coat to wear, and then dry the previous clothes. After all, she is a girl. Even though she is already very familiar with Suemo now, Ying still feels very embarrassed. If we can reach Mon City today, you can comfortably take a hot bath, plus buy a change of clothes. 0. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up. Seeing Ying looking forward to it, Suemo reached out and grabbed her wrist. What's wrong? Ying looked at Suemo suspiciously. The two people who are very familiar with each other during the trip will naturally not care about this level of contact. If I'm on my way, I have a good idea. Suemo explained. Then, under Ying's curious eyes, the power lord of the sky is activated. A gentle breeze entwined the two of them, and behind them, there were wings of the storm. Under Sumo's control, Stormwing adjusts the angle. Then ____. Hey, sounded. With him and Ying, they flew out like a rocket. I am. When he flew to Paimon, Suemo picked up Paimon, who didn't respond. It turns out, Wendy was right. Flying is faster than running. Just 5 minutes. They walked more than the previous 5 hours. The only problem is that, well, my head is so dizzy. Paimon didn't seem to get used to this speed, and was a little dizzy. Eyes have been completely mosquito-repellent incense. Ying and Suemo didn't react at all. Seeing Paimon's appearance, he couldn't slow down for a while. Then Ying held her in his arms. The place where they stopped was the bridge in front of Mon City. Although there is no official name. But in the previous life of Suemo, the bridge did have various aliases. Pigeon Bridge, Timmy Bridge, or Poultry Bridge. 076 Timmy was defeated. No matter what the bridge is called. For travelers, the bridge means one thing. Fixed food refresh points. Before crossing, when Suemo was still playing games, he often killed pigeons here. Mond is a pigeon killer, and this title is not for nothing. So, when he actually got to the bridge, Suemo suddenly felt a little itchy. He turned his head and was about to say something to Ying. But found. The blonde girl beside her was looking at the pigeons above the bridge with her eyes shining brightly. It was like seeing some treasured treasure chest. It's no wonder it looks like this. After all, during a period of time when the three of them travel together, it is not always possible to capture meat to eat. If you are lucky, you can meet wild boars. Before Suemo became stronger, fishing also depended on luck. You can't even catch a bird or something. Now suddenly I see pigeons all over the place. Uncle's anger. It's almost like seeing poultry meat in one place. Can't help but let Ying, a slightly hamster party, want to collect these poultry meat immediately. Suemo. Ying blinked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Suemo immediately understood what Ying meant, so he said. The pigeons outside the city of Mond should be wild. There is a theoretical basis provided by him. Ying felt relieved at once, and was ready to throw his hands and do a great job. Seeing her so happy, Suemo received the paimon in her hand from 770 and decided to give the stage to the heroine. Huh? What is the traveler going to do? Paimon, who finally came to his senses, rubbed his eyes and felt a little strange when he saw Ying's movements. Replenish supplies, children, don't look at it. Suemo smiled and covered Paimon's eyes. Then, I heard Ying's energetic voice. Go with the wind. The sound of a gust of wind rang out. Imitation of the whirlwind summoned by Suemo before. Ying directly guided the wind element power in her body, creating a small tornado less than 10 meters high. Because of deliberately lowering the output, this small tornado doesn't do much damage. But killing pigeons is more than enough. On the pigeon bridge, the small tornado traveled dozens of meters in a straight line before it completely dissipated. The pigeons that were originally scattered on the bridge deck and were resting were directly involved in the whirlwind. Then, it turned directly into pieces of poultry meat. The tornado also shed the pigeons by the way. This is very sweet. After learning without a teacher and exterminating all the pigeons on the bridge in one breath, Ying went to pick up her loot with satisfaction. Then I noticed that I was stared at by a child. What are you doing? The pigeons are scared away. The little boy glared at Ying. Ying blinked innocently, then picked up the poultry in her hand and corrected. It wasn't scared away, it was killed by me. Isn't that more extreme? The little boy was even more dissatisfied. Ying also didn't know how to comfort each other. She is not very good at dealing with small children. So, he turned to Suemo with a look of help. This scene had long been expected. Suemo took a step forward. If you say the wrong thing at this time, it will make you feel guilty. After all, Timmy in front of him can sometimes be annoying. But his life experience is indeed a bit pitiful. In order to avoid making Ying feel sad as soon as she arrives at Mond, Suemo chose to avoid going into the dialogue of the subplot. There's no way, after all, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Timmy was taken aback by this reasoning. This is the first time someone has said so dignifiedly that pigeons are killed for food. But __. What was he going to say? But Suemo patted his shoulder and looked at him with encouraging eyes. Don't be discouraged, and don't be discouraged. You still have bread on hand, so the pigeons will always come. This encouragement made Timmy suddenly stunned. What this big brother said makes sense, but one by one. Just as he was about to say something. But he was interrupted again by Suemo. Come on, I believe you can do it. Timmy nodded involuntarily, thinking that the other party was so enthusiastic that it was not good not to respond. Wait until he finally reacts. But found that the pigeon killer has gone far. Today's victory or defeat is Timmy's defeat. After fooling the child, Ying and Suemo finally came to the gate of Mond City. The city of Mond is the city of poetry and wine. Business is very busy on weekdays. However, it's getting a bit late now. Therefore, there are not many people entering and leaving the city gate. The night guard at the gate is responsible for guarding the city gate and interrogating suspicious persons. Their main target is businessmen. Business tax is an important source of income for Mond City. If you don't check carefully, it may bring losses to Mond City. Travelers like Ying and Suemo who didn't have any luggage on their hands were not paid special attention. Right into the city. Immediately after entering the bustling Mond City, you can smell the fragrant fragrance of flowers. It was open at the gate of Mond City, and the fragrance emanated from Flora's flower shop. In addition, it is the aroma of wine coming from the Cat's Tail Tavern. In fact, the city of Mond is a city that can accommodate dozens of millions of people. Therefore, its size and architecture are not the same as the abbreviated version in the games that Suemo played in his previous life. However, there is no difference in the location of important facilities. Because of Suemo, they arrived in Mond a month earlier than the plot. At this time, the disaster of the Wind Demon Dragon was not particularly serious. Therefore, the faces of the citizens of Mond didn't look much worried. After walking through the hustle and bustle of the crowd, Suemo and Ying found a public seat by the fountain. While the two sat down to rest, they were also ready to discuss their future plans. The first thing you should do after entering Mond City. Naturally, find a place to live. Never sleep on the street. However, it was at this first step that they found difficulty. If you stay in a hotel, do you have to spend money? Ying looked at Suemo blankly and asked. In general reason, it is so. Suemo nodded. Then, the two looked at each other. At the same time, a sole question was issued. Suemo, are you rich? Ying, are you rich? Then, both of them were silent. Silence is Mond this evening. Could it be that I still have to sleep on the street today? But if that's the case, eating tomorrow is another problem. After all, in the urban area, it is impossible to even hunt, and you can only spend money to buy things to eat. But they have no money. So, the two moved their eyes to Paimon, who was on the side. I remember when I robbed the Kyokia people's camp a few times, the spoils were all collected by Paimon, right? Suemo looked at Paimon with a meaningful look. Besides, although the two of us are from another world, Paimon, you are not from another world. As a local, you should have some money to protect yourself, right? Hear Sumo's words. Ying also looked at Paimon in anticipation. Paimon, if you don't have any money, we'll have no choice but to go down the street. Being looked at by two people like this. Even a stingy person like Paimon can't stand it. In the Kyokia people's camp, some Mora were indeed found. Paimon, reluctantly, took out the money he had saved for so long from his storage space. Mora? Is it the currency of this world? Only then did Ying know what money in this world looks like. Paimon nodded. Mora was minted by Liu, the currency that circulates in the whole continent. After tapping Mora in his hand, Paimon reluctantly pushed out all the money. 4,500 Moras in all. That's all. Huh. Ying and Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the two took the money and went out for a spin. A serious problem has been found. Even the cheapest hotel costs 3,000 a night. Is this a money grab? Although I know this price may be normal. But thinking about all the money in their whole body, it was only enough to stay in a hotel for one night. They can't help but feel what it means to beat a hero with a penny. Only then did Suemo know. Why did Yinghui help Mond and Liu everywhere in the original storyline? For the mere 20,000 Mora, he went to various places to run errands without complaining. It must be because of the early stage of poverty. Let Ying couldn't help but infect the storage habits of hamsters. No matter how tattered treasure chests are, no matter how little rewards are given to quests, I will not let them go. After thinking about the Mora in his hand, Ying looked at Suemo. How about we stay on the bench today? She volunteered. Otherwise these Moras won't take long. The beatings of life made Ying instantly understand how to choose, and gradually became more careful. However, Suemo did not agree with her. There is no need to save in this regard, and the lack of money now is only a temporary matter, and this problem can be easily solved tomorrow. Unlike Fluorescent. Although Suemo also felt that the existing Mora was too small. But I am not worried that I will really be short of money. What a joke, with his strength, how could he really be short of money all the time? This is not the world of funny comics, the protagonist has to stay poor or something. With his current power, it couldn't be easier to make money. 0.0. Hear Suemo say that. Paimon's expression was a little flustered. Wait for Suemo. No matter how much money you are short of, you can't do bad things. Suemo silently glanced at Paimon. Are you an idiot? Why do you think of bad things when you talk about making money? Didn't we just pass by the Adventurers Association? Let's go to register as an adventurer tomorrow, and then take a quest with a good reward, and we won't be able to make money right away. Whether it's a hunting mission or a crusade mission. With Sumo's current strength, it is not a problem. Huh. That's a good note. Hearing Sumo's words, Paimon's eyes lit up and he immediately became happy. Oh yes. Now Suemo has awakened his power and has become much stronger. Don't worry about the lack of money at all. Then today. Hearing Sumo's words, Ying was also persuaded. So, he looked at him with some interest. Go open a room. Suemo snapped his fingers and commanded. Ying immediately followed happily, followed by Paimon. Fortunately, my uncle is not here. Otherwise, if he saw this scene, he might just ignore the principles of heaven and the abyss and go to Suemo desperately. 077 Lord is so cute. It is known that the remaining mora is 4,005. The cheapest hotel price is 3,000. From this a conclusion can be drawn. Trouble, open a room. Suemo handed the money to the hotel staff. Then, under the gaze of the staff with a pair of "It's so nice to be young," he went upstairs with Ying and entered the room. Mond is a free city. Therefore, it is very common for young people of this age to go out on dates or talk about life and the like. Of course, even so. If there is no Ying here, only Suemo and Paimon. It will probably be suspected by the hotel staff. After all, Paimon does not matter in that sense. Even with the most liberal Mon town law, it is illegal. I'm tired. As soon as he entered the room, Paimon stepped forward and threw himself on the bed, motionless. The soft mattress is indeed much more comfortable than the haystack outside. After laying his head on it, Paimon didn't even want to get up. The facilities are not bad. Suemo looked around the room and nodded. Of course, there are no standard rooms in hotels here. There is only one bed in the room. However, other than that, whether it is a desk, bathroom, dining table, everything is available. Although 09 is the cheapest room, it is also much larger than the ordinary hotel in Sumo's previous life. Much better than in the wild. Ying didn't notice this. For her, as long as there is a bed and a bathroom, it is already the best room. He glanced at the dust on his body. Ying Xiao's face was slightly red and she looked at Suemo. Then I'll go take a shower first. Although in the wild, they are used to it. But in this small closed room, the atmosphere always felt a little subtle. Suemo nodded. I just ordered a takeaway from the staff, you should be there after washing. Since it is a rest period, in addition to finding a place to live, you naturally need to supplement your nutrition. Sumo's cooking skills are only average. Although it is said that the strength of outdoor cooking has improved a lot, but he hasn't eaten normal people's food for so long, he still wants to eat a big meal. When it comes to food, Ying's eyes twinkle slightly. Like a foodie like Paimon, Ying is actually an invisible foodie, but he rarely shows it. Remembering that she still had something to eat, she immediately got into the bathroom. Crash! The sound of running water came from the bathroom. The large windmills around the city of Mond pump up the water in the fruit wine lake, and then funnel it into various households for use. Therefore, there is still running water in the hotel. Suemo didn't have the strange habit of eating with the sound of a beautiful girl taking a bath. While waiting for takeaway, he opened the hotel window and observed the street below. This is the street behind the main street of Mondstadt. Not far from the counter of the Adventurers Association. From this angle, neither the counter nor Catherine, who should be still working, could be seen. Move your gaze forward a little. You can see the souvenir shop Wind of Glory. Suemo still remembers the backstory of the store. The owner, Marjorie, is the daughter of the president of the Monde branch of the Adventurers Guild. The goods in her store are all kinds of treasures brought back by her father. It can be said that this is a store opened by a rich second generation to realize their dreams, regardless of profit or loss. So, want to buy goods in this store? What should be used is not the common currency of Mora. It's the seal of the wind, something that only adventurers can often encounter. Sometimes Suemo thinks that besides Marjorie's own wish to open this shop, it probably also means helping ordinary adventurers. And just fine. On a month-long trip, although they did not collect much Mora, they did collect quite a few seals of wind. After going out tomorrow, maybe you can use the seal of the wind to exchange for some necessary things in this store. I also remember this store in my heart. Suemo looked forward again, but his vision was blocked by a pointed roof. And skip this blocked place. You can see a peculiar device placed near the fountain. Synthesis table. Suemo suddenly became interested. Alchemy. This is an ability that Suemo from other worlds highly recommends that he master. The elemental power of the Yuan-Shen world is not special. But alchemy is still quite magical. And Mon's alchemy is also top-notch among the Seven Kingdoms. This is mainly due to the chief alchemist of the West Wind Knights, and Abedo alone picks up the burden. Abedo's alchemy is different from the inheritance of any of the Seven Kingdoms of the Tibet continent, but from the ruined country, Kanria. His alchemy is more inclined to create life, and to search for truth. If you can master this alchemy in depth, perhaps in this world, monsters that are unique to other worlds can be created. Or, let yourself in other worlds create the elemental creatures of this world. The power of creation is the rarest type at any time. I remember that although Abedo has a cold personality, he is still very attentive to teaching alchemy. Whether it was sugar or Timaz, Abedo didn't hide anything. As long as you study hard, Abedo should not refuse. Not to mention, the scientific knowledge in Sumo's mind can also be exchanged with him. It's a pity that Suemo didn't know too well about Abedo's character before crossing. Although he drew Abedo, he didn't train much. Just to assist the maid Noel, as a tool to charge Noel. I don't know if I can get in touch now. Consider these things in mind. Suddenly, Suemo heard Ying's voice. Shy. The voice was tense and sounded a little shy. What's wrong? Suemo asked suspiciously. That. Ying Xiao blushed against the bathroom door and whispered to Suemo through the door. I forgot to bring in the change of clothes, can you help me? Because I was in a hurry to take a shower and came out to eat takeaway. In the panic, Ying forgot to bring in the change of clothes. Only realized this now after washing it. But Suemo was in the room, so it was not easy for her to go directly to get it. Just call him for help. Hearing Ying's words, Suemo 770 was silent for 2 seconds. Then he opened his mouth. I don't know why, but at this moment I want to refuse. If she refuses, won't Ying have to come out and get her clothes? Isn't that great? Self-reliance. Don't refuse. However, hear him. Ying immediately said in embarrassment. It is very rare to see Ying express this emotion. Suemo naturally didn't tease her, and handed the clothes to the door. Said to be a change of clothes, but it was actually the ordinary white pajamas bought in the store. Now that you have a bed, you don't need to wear that set of travel gear. Thanks to this, the mora in their hands was almost used after paying for the meal. After turning back, Ying opened the bathroom door a small crack, and then, like a thief, quickly pulled the pajamas in. Fortunately, Suemo never looked back. Let Ying feel at ease. After coming out of the bathroom, She was dressed in white pajamas, and there was a mist in her hair appearing in front of Suemo. This innocent and straight girl shows a rare girlish style. See this look of Ying. Suemo couldn't help but thank him. Thanks for the hospitality. 737_. Ying tilted her head, not realizing that Suemo was talking about herself. There is a knock on the door. But the takeaway was delivered. Ying was shocked and retreated into the bathroom. Obviously, I feel that this dress is not suitable for outsiders to see. As for why Suemo is fine, it was something she never thought about. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. 078 Pi Men Danger. This taste is. Close the door in sumo. When the takeaway was placed on the table, it was not even opened. Paimon, who was lying motionless on the bed, raised his head and seemed to smell something. Immediately flew up. I can smell the food. Even Ying didn't have time to come over. Paimon cheered and flew to the table. Looking at this large plate of deliciously fragrant dishes, her saliva was about to flow out. Carrot fried meat with honey sauce is a special dish of Deer Hunter restaurant. Suemo introduced the name of the dish. Ying on the side came over to set up the tableware. Sounds delicious. Paimon took the utensils and put down the spoon unceremoniously. Then I'll start. Suemo and Ying knew Paimon's eating speed. The two looked at each other tacitly, and without saying a word, quickly began to eat. Misty space. Although the takeaway portion is quite large. But Paimon's appetite is bottomless. If they don't eat quickly, maybe Paimon won't even leave the bottom of the bowl for them. It has to be said that the chefs of the Deer Hunter restaurant are of a high standard. The taste of this dish is really good. After you are full, the plate only needs to be placed in the room, and the staff will naturally come to collect it the next day. Paimon touched his chubby belly, floating lazily in the air, flying everywhere. Speaking of which, no matter how much Paimon eats, he doesn't grow meat. Suemo poked Paimon's belly and sighed. Of course. Paimon had a smug look on his face. I have a physique that won't gain weight. No matter how much I eat, I won't gain weight. Hearing this, Ying on the side pondered for 2 seconds, and then said, eating only without growing meat seems to be unqualified by the standard of emergency food. Huh. Hearing this, Paimon woke up immediately. She looked at Suemo and Ying suspiciously. Her expression was as vigilant as she was catching the mistress's original wife. What do you mean? Are you two behind my back and have other qualified emergency food? Ying was directly amused by Paimon's reaction. This Paimon is going to be goofy when it's full. And Suemo on the side. I want to laugh, but I can't. Think of the little fairy that will appear in the future, and the water elf Yandere. These two little guys are also positioned as pets. Paimon's future status may be really dangerous. Eat and drink well. Suemo and Paimon also finished washing up. The three of them, who had been walking on their bodies for more than a month, did not have the energy to continue talking late at night, so they fell asleep directly. The two quilts were covered separately, with Paimon in the middle. Coupled with the trust in Suemo, Ying is still very relieved about this. In a foggy space, God Slayer, Fairy Tale and Earth Wrong are discussing the next step. What do you think of my thoughts? Suemo in the Wrong World looked at the other two and asked. Are you usurping the power of the moon god? Not to mention the difficulty, it's not bad to talk about the harvest. Suemo in Godkiller World nodded. He was very impressed with the power of Artemis. The gods of the Wrong World rarely really show their strength. Among them, the most obvious power is the power of Artemis. Just by usurping her divine power, Andorus can directly construct a large magic circle comparable to the size of the moon. A well-prepared blow can even destroy the world. Let the dungeons be disturbed and rioted. This is still purely using divine power. Without using that God-made weapon, the Orion arrow, the power it exerted. If it is used together with this divinely made weapon, I am afraid that the power of that arrow will be even more terrifying. Even breaking the planet is not impossible. Only, the question is, how can we obtain the divine power of Artemis? Suemo of God Killer World pointed out the key. You can gain power by killing a god. This setting is based on the Pandora Dark Festival on my side, and it was established. This is a great magic that uses the divine tool the Ring of Usurpation as the core and sacrifices the power of the defeated gods to gain power to human beings. And the effect of this magic is limited to my world. In your world, even if you kill the god Apollo, you will not gain power. The ritual of killing the gods was motivated by Pandora. In this other world that Pandora can't even see. No matter how many gods you kill, it's useless. As for why Sumo mentioned Apollo. Mainly because apart from this god, the other gods of Earth Wrong are also fine, and they are not annoying enough to want to get rid of. Only the gay guy Apollo. Even if he was killed, no one would care. So, let's take him as an example. Hear the words of God's layer Suemo. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, shook his head. I didn't intend to use such an extreme method. Artemis is Hestia's good friend no matter what, how could I attack her because of this power? A little too ordinary people. But for Suemo, there is more than one way to gain the power of the moon god. Naturally, he would not attack Artemis for something that could be replaced. I just thought, since even a monster like Andorus can absorb the divine power of Artemis, it makes no sense that we can't do it, right? He expressed his true thoughts. Although now, Suemo has not found a way to absorb divine power. But he doesn't think it's hard to get him. In other words, he felt that Suemo in other worlds should have a good idea. Have to say. The idea of Suemo in the wrong world is very correct. After hearing what he said, Suemo in Fairy Tale World spoke immediately. To listen to you, I have a way. In what way? Suemo, who was in the wrong world, asked with a look of surprise. He also didn't expect that the self in other worlds would be so powerful. How can you give an answer so quickly? It's simple. Suemo of Fairy Tale World said. Since the monster Andorus has the power to absorb the divine power of Artemis, then we don't need to study how exactly it does it. Just copy the homework. That is to say __. Speaking of which, the other two Suemo have a bottom line. Yes. Receive magic. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, patted his thigh with excitement. How could I forget about this? If I use the receiving magic to transform into Andorus, I can also absorb the divine power of the moon god. What a monster can do, Wang Wanged, of course he can do it too. The only problem is that Andorus is a little ugly, it doesn't fit my handsome temperament. Suemo hesitated. When Suemo in the God-Killer world heard this, he glanced at him speechlessly. Those who do big things don't stick to the little things. For the power of the moon god, it's just transformed into a monster called Andorus. A monster. No matter how ugly it is, it can be ugly. Wait. Seems really hard to see. Thinking that this scorpion is not like a scorpion, and the octopus is not like an octopus, it seems to be ugly with tentacles. He was silent for 2 seconds, then patted Rong Suemo on the shoulder. I agree with you on this, Andorus is so ugly. Indeed, our Sumo's handsome temperament must not be destroyed by such an ugly monster. Suemo in Fairy Tale World also remembered Andorus' appearance. Understanding nodded. Whether it is strong or not is a matter of version. Handsome or not, but it's a lifetime thing. Don't make hasty decisions. 079 Newcomers Resistance. after refusing to transform into such an ugly monster. Several people have not come up with other good ways. Can only be put on hold for now. Anyway, it was still too early for Artemis to encounter the monster Endorus. They can completely wait for Suemo in other worlds to see if there are new methods. When it really doesn't work, you can also consider whether it's worth changing into Endorus. With so many paths to choose from, they weren't very impatient. After Suemo, who was on the wrong side, finished talking about his situation, Suemo in Fairy Tale World also said, "I have basically learned to receive magic. Although it is not very profound, it is no problem to use it in battle. For receiving magic, the difficulty lies in receiving the new form, and mastering and developing the power of the new form. As for the reception itself, there is nothing particularly difficult about it." After Suemo practiced for less than a week, he basically mastered it. However, word magic is more complicated than I thought, and it does take time to learn it. The composition of word magic is more complicated, and the control of magic power is very high. In the learning of this magic, Suemo is far less fast than learning to receive magic. To now, only the 770 can initially use three-dimensional characters. As for high-level content such as making up and rewriting spells, it is not something that can be mastered in a short time. That's fast enough. Suemo in God's Lair world is very satisfied with the speed at which Suemo in Fairy Tale world learns magic. When it comes to word magic, there should be some gods on my side who can speak rune script. If there is a chance, I'll see if I can obtain relevant powers. The power of the text department, I feel that there should be some common ground. In fact, the powers of many gods themselves are related to the rune script. If one day I can thoroughly parse this kind of text, maybe you can have the power to make up your own power. What about rune words? Then I'll leave it to you. Suemo in Fairy Tale World did not refuse. Although he chose to learn word magic, he is not a character who likes to die. If the progress here is relatively slow, you can also learn other magic. Anyway, for him, these magics are just a means. Mastery through power is also a mastery. No problem. Suemo in Godkiller World nodded. I don't have anything to say here for the time being. I heard Erika and the others say that the King of Swords is coming to fight me and is currently waiting for him. Sword King Tony? When Suemo in Fairy Tale World heard the words, he showed a look of pity. A character that travelers must beat, this guy is too miserable. But with this guy's character, indeed, there is no escape from a beating. The reason why you waited for the King of Swords was not just because you wanted to fight, right? Suemo, who was in the wrong world, touched his chin and seemed to see something. I guess you want to take the opportunity to make a bet and get all the female knights like Erika Liliana to your side, right? Although Suemo is not a helpless character, but waiting for that fool's sword specially, must have a plan. Apart from the two maiden knights, he didn't think the god killer Suemo had anything else to admire. Cough cough. Hearing the blunt words of the wrong place Suemo, god killer Suemo cleared his throat and rolled his eyes at him. Don't say that I'm like a bad guy. I want Erika and Liliana to kill gods better and share more power with everyone. As for collecting beautiful girls or something, it's just a trivial reward when I contribute to everyone. I'm doing it for your own good. Sumoyu of the Godkiller world said earnestly. It looks like that is the case. It's a pity that all the people present are Suemo. Who can't see his mind? I almost believed it. Suemo, who was in the wrong world, couldn't help but complain. I really believe it. Suemo in Fairy Tale World said with a serious face. At this point, he is also the same as Suemo in the God's Lair world. Did he learn magic to get in touch with Reba? Of course not. He just wanted to become stronger, and then he accidentally attracted beautiful girls. He was also troubled by this. At the time when these three unreasonable guys ended their business and started chatting. Wrong place, Suemo suddenly noticed. In the fog on the edge of the square, there was a shadowy figure. "Hey, are you a newcomer?" He spoke up immediately. The other two turned back and saw the figure in the mist. "And it seems to hear the voice here." After hesitating for a while, the figure stepped out of the fog. Confirmed eyes, this must be a newcomer. The three Suemo looked at each other, and then invariably put their hands on the newcomer. "What are you doing?" As soon as he left the strange foggy space, he saw several people with very familiar faces attacking him. Although no malice was detected. But the newcomer Suemo is not someone who easily believes in intuition. With a dodge, the newcomer Suemo directly avoided the hands of the three. Then, he looked at the three guys with vigilance. "If you don't want to die, first explain it to me, the scumbag." Halfway through, he realized that the people in front of him looked exactly the same as him. "Brother Sumo's plan," he blurted out in surprise. At this moment, the other three Suemo missed a hit and began to use their real skills. One turned into light, the other carried storm wings, and the other strengthened his body with magic. "Don't try to resist. The character is quite strong. I'll take this one." The three of them spoke outrageous lines. A slap slapped the stunned newcomer on the shoulder. "I don't know, I thought it was the evil young man who was molesting the girl from the good family." After being shot, the newcomer Suemo was stunned. "Only then did I understand what happened, and only then did I realize that the few people in front of me were all me." He couldn't help but glance at these guys. "Sharing is sharing, what kind of messed up lines do you guys read?" He was startled and thought he had met a gay guy. "Just liven up the atmosphere." Suemo in the God's Lair world smiled. "Who made you resist so fiercely?" Suemo, who was in the wrong world, spread out his hands, looking helpless. "I just followed the formation subconsciously." Suemo in fairy tale world covered her face. "Damn, why did they get along so well in this sand sculpture?" Basic second to understand the meaning of the other side. Could it be that the nature of their Suma's Hong is a sand sculpture? This is impossible. They should be handsome by nature? 080 Magic Forbidden World, Superpowers. After playing around, the newcomer Suemo sighed excitedly. 20 years, 20 years. Do you know how I got here in these 20 years? It took me so long to come to Goldfinger, I almost thought myself, there is no hope. Unexpectedly, God did not give up on himself. Sure enough, it must be because his soul is too dazzling. Seeing the newcomer's excited expression, the other Suemo looked at each other with doubts in their eyes. Your reaction is too exaggerated. Suemo in God Killer World asked. I can feel that the strength in your body is pretty good. With this level of power, not to mention invincibility, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Several other Suemo also nodded. After sharing the power of the newcomer Suemo, although there is no detailed look at what power it has. However, they can also sense the scale of the newcomer's power. In general, the power of the newcomer should be no less than that of a magician of the 10th level. Such power, even if not in the strongest column, but in the general world, you can always mix well, right? Shouldn't say there is no hope. I saw a few other Sumo's puzzled expressions. The newcomer Suemo shook his head and sighed. Stop talking about my power. Even if you combine your powers, even if you have the power of Ultramantiga. In my world, it's far from being invincible. If we were to face the final big boss, with our current strength, we wouldn't even be able to qualify for the decisive battle stage. The newcomer's words. The Sumos were shocked. Even the power of Ultramantiga can't set foot on the stage of the decisive battle. This is too incredible. Even if the current Ultramantiga has not developed the strongest shining form. With the power of the current corona form, starburst is not difficult. How could the world be so dangerous? Not even a star-level combat power is qualified to set foot on the stage of a decisive battle? What world did you travel through? Suemo in Fairy Tale World couldn't help asking. And this? The newcomer, Suemo, doesn't give a shit. Magic Forbidden Book Catalog. Magic Forbidden World. Hearing him say that, the Sumos couldn't help but be stunned. Magic Forbidden Book Catalog World. This is one of the famous deep water areas. In the seemingly ordinary world, there are not only various magicians and superpowers. On top of this, there is even a demon-level existence. The strength of the devil is enough to destroy the universe with one hand. The world can be rewritten at will. The universe is just a plaything in its hands. Even in the infinite dimension world, there are not many places that are more terrifying than the Forbidden World. No wonder the newcomer looks like this. If it were me, I would be desperate. Suemo in the Godkiller world nodded understandingly. Originally, he thought that the power of the newcomer Suemo was quite good. However, if it is placed in the Forbidden World, the power of the newcomer can only be a bit overwhelming in the early stage at most. When it comes to dealing with the fire on the right in the later stage, it is already enough. It is estimated that only the edge can help. And then later, it was time to deal with the demon god Chi-Ji. With their current strength, there is really no way to get on the stage of a formal battle. Compared to the crisis faced by the Forbidden World, the last big boss Gadaji that Tiga world has to face is nothing. Just when he was about to comfort the newcomer Suemo, Act for 1. Temple. Suemo in the wrong world remembered something. His expression suddenly changed. Became a little nervous. Did you forget one thing? Oh. The special setting of the Forbidden World, if the superpowers use magic, they will be devoured or even self-destruct. Hear the words of Suemo in the Fairy Tale World. God-killer Suemo was suddenly shocked. Fuck. We won't fool ourselves. He panicked immediately. It stands to reason that as long as superhumans don't use magic, they will be fine. But for him, the power of the god of disobedience is an extremely important power. If only because of sharing the superpowers of the newcomer. If you can't use any other magical powers yourself. Wasn't he at a loss? Just when the two were a little panicked, Suemo in Fairy Tale World shook his head calmly. Don't worry, we should be fine. Saying that, he stretched out his right hand. A translucent golden magic circle appeared on the right hand, and the golden magic circle shone brightly, illuminating the vicinity. It's a simple lighting magic. If you follow the rules of the Forbidden World, Suemo, who has shared superpowers, cannot use magic. However, now, there is nothing unusual about Fairy Tale Suemo. Not to mention backlash, there was no physical injury at all, and I didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Huh. 0. Ask for flowers 00. God-killer Suemo was taken aback. Then tried it right away. He mobilized the magic power in his body and immediately summoned thunder and lightning. Zitsize. Blue-purple thunder and lightning wrapped around his body, and the violent razor was as tame as a puppy. It's really okay. With a surprised look on his face, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no problem, otherwise it will be a big loss this time. Forbidden World. The reason why superpowers can't use magic is mainly because of phase friction. Suemo in Fairy Tale World explained. It's not that the abilities on the science side and the magic side are really mutually exclusive. After all, in the final analysis, the superpower of the Forbidden World is actually just a kind of magic. The world on our side, and this foggy space, and there is no setting of phase, of course nothing will happen. 0 as a magician. Although it is not the same system as Emojin's magic, Suemo in fairy tale world still knows something about it? After speaking, he looked at the newcomer Suemo. In other words, Suemo in the forbidden world. It should be so, right? He asked generally. Hear the explanation of fairy tale Suemo. Suemo, a newcomer to the forbidden world, nodded, then shook his head again. You're right, but not quite. Oh? Are there any other secrets? Suemo in fairy tale world was a little curious. The magic of the two worlds is not a system at all. I only know a little bit of information from the original work before the time travel. Compared with his own hearsay information, it must be the local magic band Suemo who has a deeper understanding. You guys feel it carefully. Magic forbidden. Suemo smiled slightly. The abilities I share with you are not just superpowers. He said so. Suemo in the God's Lair world immediately closed his eyes and probed. Sure enough, except for superpowers. There is actually quite a lot of magic knowledge. You use magic and superpowers at the same time. Suemo in God Killer world was stunned. And both abilities have reached this depth. How did you live to this point? Although it's a little rude to ask. But he can express his feelings very well. According to the settings of the Forbidden World, double cultivation of magical superpowers is basically certain to die. Even if he doesn't die, there is a high probability that he will be like Tsuchi Mikado Yuan Shun, and he will become a useless piece of firewood that neither side can easily use. How did this newcomer do this? 0.